Reborn. In the quiet of the night, illuminated by countless lights, the city sparkles like a constellation against the dark sky, infusing warmth into the homes below. Beside a bridge adorned with flickering neon lights, a handsome and delicate man gazes silently at the river, shrouded in darkness before him. He takes out his phone and dials a number, which is answered almost immediately. Hwaching, I'm leaving at my parents'. I've arranged a few matters and need you to take care of things. What? Hwaching, momentarily bewildered, struggles to comprehend the weight of the words. They have been friends since childhood, sharing classes from middle school through high school, and even attending the same university, sharing not only a major but also a dormitory. However, after dropping out of college, their encounters dwindled, and they maintained contact solely online, yet he is undoubtedly someone to be trusted. Today, the man has resolved to conclude his life, and the only person he feels capable of entrusting his affairs to is his dearest brother. Hwaching. If it is Hwaching, he believes his final matters will be handled with care. As Hwaching hears the somber tone on the other end, a chilling thought seizes his heart. An urgency rises within him. Nyenyang, what are you planning to do? Don't do anything foolish. Where are you now? The only response is the sound of a disconnection tone. After hanging up, Nyenyang tosses his phone aside. Behind him, the blaring of horns fills the air, while the night wind brushes past him, and the distant lights twinkle. Yet, he feels these moments will soon be irrelevant to him. Gazing into the profound darkness ahead, Nyenyang takes a deep breath and leans forward at the instant of weightlessness. He grips the railing tightly, pulling himself back with force. His heart races, pounding as if attempting to escape, cold sweat pouring down his body. Fear grips him. The innate fear of death is a primal instinct, and few possess the courage to face it calmly. Why retreat now after vowing to embrace death? He murmurs to himself, as if trying to bolster his resolve. Mommy, where are you? Suddenly, he hears the sound of weeping nearby, seemingly from a girl. Turning his head, he spots a little girl in the middle of the road, clutching a teddy bear, crying helplessly. Her sobs strike Nyenyang's heart like a hammer. Just then, the distant horn of a truck reverberates ominously that it is late at night. The bridge is not crowded. Yet the vehicles speed by. The truck, unable to slow down in time, will likely reach the girl before the driver realizes her presence, potentially leading to a tragic outcome. Nyenyang, momentarily forgetting his suicidal intent, vaults over the railing and rushes towards the girl. And those few steps, the truck approaches rapidly. The driver, noticing them, urgently slams on the brakes, but the massive inertia of the vehicle renders it almost impossible to stop immediately. And a flash of white light, the girl is pushed aside. The truck skids to a halt after sliding several dozen meters. Nyenyang sacrifices his own life for the opportunity of that girl to live. Nyenyang awoke with a start, gasping for breath, the cold sweat already soaking his bedding. The pain from being struck by a truck lingered vividly in his memory. Am I not dead? The words escaped his lips in a delicate, almost feminine tone. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that he distinctly recalled being shattered by a heavy truck. How could he possibly be alive? In a frenzy, he began to explore his own body, and in that moment of discovery, panic set in. What were those two soft lumps upon his chest? When had his pectorals grown so pronounced? Shouldn't they feel firm rather than tender? Could it be? A terrifying thought surged through his mind. He needed confirmation. Nyenyang could no longer contain himself, letting out a scream that only a woman would utter. As realization struck, he screamed once more. These cries of distress attracted the attention of his parents. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Yang, what's wrong? You little rascal, what mischief are you up to? His parents' voices echoed from outside the door. Nyenyang, still bewildered by his situation, recognized those voices immediately. His instincts urged him to remain concealed. Yet, there was nowhere to hide in his room. He could only curl himself deeper under the covers. Though Nyenyang's door remained unlocked, his parents, respecting his privacy, refrained from barging in and instead knocked again, receiving no reply. After 3 attempts, Nyenyang's father could no longer contain his impatience and stepped inside. The couple was met with the sight of their child cocooned in blankets, an unusual bulge evident as he lay there. Yang, why did I just hear a girl's voice? You rascal, come out at once. What are you hiding under the covers in broad daylight? Nyenyang covered his mouth, fearful of speaking, but he knew that silence might prompt his father to unveil the blankets. Thus, Hino, She deliberately lowered her voice, attempting to sound as masculine as possible. Nothing. Nothing, Mom and Dad. I just stubbed my toe. Oh, I see. Does it hurt? Are you injured? Nian Yang's mother, innocent and trusting, accepted his explanation without suspicion. Yet, Nian Yang's father sensed something amiss. He knew his son, well, a boy would not scream so loudly merely from stubbing a toe. Something was clearly wrong. With determination, he swiftly pulled back the covers. What he found left him utterly speechless. Chapter 2. Transformation. Nian Yang tightly embraced her parents, weeping loudly. However, her father, Nian Jiangua, and mother, He Xian, appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Where had their son gone? Who was this girl before them, dressed in their son's pajamas? Despite her sorrowful demeanor, the couple found it hard to intervene harshly. After a prolonged moment, Nian Yang finally ceased her tears, though her eyes remained red and swollen. The family gathered around the dining table in the living room. Nian Jiangua, a skilled worker reliant on his craft for livelihood, stood with his arms crossed, his expression grave. He Xian, a university teacher with a lighter teaching load, spent more time at home. She wore a worried expression, scrutinizing the girl in her son's pajamas.
Nian Yang, Manwile,
gazed at her parents with an indescribable look in her eyes. At this point, she had come to understand her current predicament. She had been reborn, regressed over a decade, transforming from a 30-something wage slave into a youthful girl in her early 20s. This year marked her first in university, a time before her father had to toil in the factory for survival, and before he had succumbed to the lung cancer that had tormented their family for over 10 years. In her previous life, during the first month of her sophomore year, tragedy struck when her father suffered a grievous injury from a machinery malfunction, severing his arm. Fortunately, the employer was not malevolent, providing substantial compensation to cover medical expenses. Yet, the factory could no longer employ him. Once a skilled worker, her father found himself unemployed, and in the struggle for sustenance, he took up a menial job in a processing plant. The inhalation of dust and particles led to lung cancer, and by the time it was discovered, it was already in its advanced stages. To fund her father's treatment, the family sold possessions and scraped together every penny they could, but the exorbitant costs proved too burdensome for her mother. Nian Yang found herself dropping out of school to work, entering the harsh realities of life prematurely. Over a decade, they accumulated massive debts, and the pressures of existence weighed heavily upon them. Just as they began to see a glimmer of hope, having exhausted all possible loans, they still fell short. Hearing that organ donation could yield governmental compensation, her father had contacted a hospital, believing that his demise could cure his illness. This led to the tragic scene of him attempting to take his life by the bridge. Little did he know, she had been granted a second chance at life. Everything felt beautiful once more. The familiar little home, her beloved parents, her childhood room, and even the cherished teddy bear she had snuggled with throughout her life. All were just as she remembered. She was back. How wonderful. Except, never mind, she did not wish to dwell on that. While she could comprehend the concept of rebirth, a common trope in many novels, the current situation was bewildering. Where was her paternal uncle? After 30 years of being single, she had never experienced romance, and now, it seemed to have vanished into thin air. She had just explained her situation to her parents, yet it was evident that they struggled to believe that this beautiful girl before them was indeed their child. Are you truly Yang Yang? I am genuinely your son, mother. However, it is also possible that the mischievous lad has taken a girlfriend and is deliberately playing tricks on us. Do you truly perceive me as such a villain, father? Young lady, such indiscriminate calling is not appropriate. After a lengthy explanation from Nian Yang, her mother began to believe her, yet her father remained resolute in his disbelief. This cannot stand. While rebirth is indeed a blessing, how can one accept that their own parents do not recognize them? Thus, she resorted to her trump card. I'm sorry, father. Your little treasury is hidden in the door panel of your bedroom. Every time you say you're going fishing, you're actually going to drink, and when you return, you desperately spray cheap perfume to mask the smell of smoke. Also, there are 3 hairs growing from that mole on your backside. Nian Jiangwo was taken aback, and by the time he attempted to halt her, it was already too late. What? You've been drinking again, and a hidden treasury. Upon hearing that her husband had been secretly drinking behind her back and even had a hidden stash, Xian erupted in fury. Darling, let me explain. It's not a misunderstanding. Another chaotic scene ensued. At this moment, the couple was utterly convinced that the girl before them was indeed their son. After all, the secrets she revealed were family lore. Later, after lunch, they became even more certain. This girl, aside from her gender, was strikingly identical to their son. The same posture, the same mannerisms, the same eating habits, even the mole on her collarbone was precisely the same. Overnight, the phrase to bear children transformed from a neutral term into a verb, and Nianba and Nianma were overjoyed. They had always desired a daughter, but alas, had never been blessed with one. As the years passed, their hopes diminished. Nianyang felt somewhat speechless, realizing she was merely an unexpected surprise in the guise of a boy. Xian cradled her daughter's face, growing fonder with each glance. Nianyang's current visage clearly reflected her past self, essentially a feminine version of her former identity. However, even in her male form, she possessed a delicate, doll-like face, which, upon becoming female, became even more strikingly beautiful. At just over 20, Nianyang had yet to fully blossom but was already a beauty in the making. Xian felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, she had once been the belle of the town in her youth. I have a daughter now. Ha-ha, Xian exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. Yet, Nianyang was filled with concern. After all, her rebirth had occurred during a time when she still needed to focus on her studies, signifying that there were academic responsibilities awaiting her. She had just glanced at the calendar, noting that it was the first day of the May Day holiday, a reprieve from school. However, once the holiday ended, she would have to return to school and confront her former classmates and teachers. Most notably, she would have to face him Huachun. What to do? The mere thought gave her a headache. Xian continued to pinch and kiss her daughter's face, reveling in her affection, while Nian Jiangwo watched with palpable jealousy. Though they had lost a troublesome lad, they had gained a well-behaved daughter, and most importantly, their daughter was simply adorable. Sensing her mother's unabashed affection, Nianyang felt unable to dampen her enthusiasm. After all, she was her mother. Chapter 3. Do not wish to lose him. Nianyang was taken by her parents to the hospital for a thorough examination. After all, the sudden transformation from male to female might have caused some hidden physical damage. Following a comprehensive assessment, the conclusion revealed that she was now a complete and unequivocal woman. The hospital noted that her condition was exceedingly rare, so much so that they decided to name it after her. Nianyang had initially feared that her abrupt transition would render her a subject for dissection and study, but in reality, her worries were unfounded. She was born in a powerful nation that respects and safeguards each citizen. The hospital assured her of confidentiality, yet due to her unique circumstances, they requested regular checkups to preempt any future complications. Naturally, all expenses would be covered by the hospital. Subsequently, the hospital coordinated with law enforcement to commence the process of altering Nianyang's identity records, and her parents bestowed upon her a new name, Nianxi. They had decided on this name prior to her birth, opting for Nianyang if she were a boy and Nianxi if she were a girl.
Nianyang, no.
Now Nianxi found it remarkable to use both names. Upon returning home, night had fallen. Nianxi lay listlessly on her bed, cradling a large teddy bear that matched her height. Previously, as a boy, it might have seemed unmanly to sleep with a stuffed animal, yet it was surprisingly commonplace. What was wrong with boys? Were they not allowed to hold something while sleeping? It was merely a sign of insecurity. Now transformed into a girl, embracing a teddy bear felt entirely justified. She marveled at the day's extraordinary events. First rebirth, then becoming a girl, creating an overwhelming sensation of surrealism, akin to a dream. Could it truly be a dream? Contemplating this, she pinched her thigh sharply. Ouch! The pain. Her fair thigh immediately flushed with crimson. It seemed it was not a dream. Sighing, she pondered whether Huachun had managed her affairs properly in her previous life. In her past existence, many attended Nianyang's funeral: parents, friends, colleagues, debt collectors, hospital staff. Xian pushed her husband, Nian Jiangwo, in a wheelchair, his once robust face now gaunt. A knot tied on his right sleeve indicated the absence of his right arm. Despite not being discharged, He insisted on attending his son's funeral. The Xian wept, her face buried in her hands, turning gray overnight upon learning of her son's demise. Many others expressed their condolences to Nian Yang. Yet, one man clad in a suit remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the loss. He was handsome and tall, but the red veins in his eyes betrayed his sorrow for the departed. After the funeral concluded, the attendees began to disperse. The man walked along the path of the cemetery, extracting a cigarette from his pocket, only to bite down on it mistakenly. Once corrected, he lit it, only to find the brand he usually smoked tasted bitter. He recalled how Nian Yang used to walk at a slower pace, unconsciously causing her to lag behind him. Turning around, he realized that the familiar figure was no longer present. On the drive back, I passed by my former university and paused by the roadside, gazing for an extended period. I took out my phone and dialed a number, but no one answered. Opening my messaging app, I noticed the last conversation where he lamented about the new supervisor who had appropriated his achievements. Aware that he could no longer respond, I nonetheless sent several messages, concluding with, "If you call out sweetly, I shall take care of him for you." After sending this message, I couldn't help but emit a bitter laugh. The following day, that supervisor was dismissed. Whispers circulated within the company, speculating that a prominent figure from the Hua family had arrived. Nianxi picked up her phone, the pale light of the screen illuminating her exquisite features. The facial recognition failed to unlock. Due to her transformation into a female, although her appearance had merely softened, the phone still registered her former male visage, rendering her current face incapable of unlocking the device. Fortunately, she had long relied on the same password, her birthday. Once she accessed her phone, she promptly deleted her previous facial data and updated it with her present appearance. Staring at the familiar yet strange screen, she felt disconnected from the previous day. With a sense of ennui, she scrolled through the screen, finding little interest in the content displayed. Her petite feet swayed back and forth, appearing even more immaculate under the moonlight. With a hint of intention, she opened the messaging app. Aside from a few pinned group chats, the foremost conversation featured a familiar avatar, a first-person view of a horseback rider, that of Hua Chun. The messages had remained stagnant for 2 days. Their exchanges were sparse, more often communicated face-to-face, rendering their digital conversations succinct and perplexing. "Are you coming? Yes. Are you going? Yes. Log in. Sure. Repay. I have no money. Just a worthless life." Followed by a transaction notification and so forth. There were also emoji bombings and bill-splitting transfers. Nianxi pondered what his reaction would be if he learned of her transformation into a woman. Now, she wished to converse with him again. However, she hesitated in the input box for quite some time before ultimately abandoning the idea. What could she possibly say? She could not express her grievances as she once did in her previous life, nor could she divulge her transformation. How would he perceive her, suddenly becoming a woman? Perhaps he would regard her as a freak, and that would jeopardize their friendship. She did not wish to lose such a cherished brother. Chapter 4. Long time no see. On the morning of the following day, Nianxi realized that she was still in her female form, residing once again in her 21-year-old freshman days. This only reinforced her conviction that she was not ensnared in a dream. Time passed swiftly, and as the short holiday drew to a close, the impending return to school brought forth new dilemmas. Nianxi's hair, already somewhat longer than the average boy's style, appeared quite harmonious on a girl, enhancing her cuteness. Thus, she felt no concern regarding her hair. Her previous clothing was sufficiently loose, effectively concealing her exquisite figure. However, a pressing concern loomed. Her ample bosom. Alas, its prominence rendered even the baggiest of sweatshirts unable to mask the noticeable protrusion. This simply would not do. Resolutely, Nianxi sought the assistance of bandages and enlisted her mother to help bind her assets. During the holiday, Xian procured a variety of women's clothing, repeatedly coercing Nianxi to don them. Yet, Nianxi steadfastly upheld her principles, refusing to yield to her mother's whims. She had even discreetly confined herself in the restroom, attempting to reclaim the masculine vigor of her former self. After a futile exploration, she not only failed to rekindle that essence but instead triggered a bout of anxiety. Alarmed, she hastily took a cold shower. Haidai University, a prestigious institution that has stood for a century in Haicheng, was where Nianqi pursued her studies in finance. On the first day of classes, a multitude of vibrant youth congregated, though hardly any arrived with genuine enthusiasm. Who would willingly choose academia over leisure? The overachievers likely lamented the brevity of the holiday, lamenting their inability to surpass their peers. Given the proximity to her home, Nianqi was escorted to school by her father on his electric scooter. Before their departure, Nian Jiangua inundated her with a myriad of reminders, covering every conceivable detail. In summary, he urged her to maintain distance from other boys and to protect herself. Nianqi found herself speechless. Having lived 2 lives, she certainly knew how to safeguard her well-being. Furthermore, apart from Huachun, she had no intention of growing close to any other boys, for the very thought of inhabiting her female body in such a manner was repulsive. The moment she made her entrance, the surrounding boys halted in their tracks. The youth were captivated, their gazes fixated upon Nianqi, with many blushing at the sight of her visage. When did our school come to possess such a stunning girl? Surely, she must be a boy. Look at how casually she walks. Are you blind? That face is undeniably feminine. You're the blind one. How do you converse with your father? A few classmates from Nianqi's class recognized her, astonished by the transformation. Nianqi had always possessed a delicate beauty, and with her dedication to physical fitness, her peers affectionately referred to her as Sister Bro. Yet, after a brief holiday, she appeared even more like a girl. Little did they know, the Sister Bro they once knew had lost her brotherhood. As class time approached, Nianqi made her way to the classroom. The classroom was bustling with a considerable number of students. Groups of 3 to 5 engaged in lively conversation, creating a cacophony of noise. Upon noticing Nianqi's entrance, the chatter paused briefly before resuming, while she silently made her way to her seat. Positioned at the back by the window, it was a place reminiscent of Wang's hometown. Yet, she was not Wang, for her seat was adjacent to his next to the aisle. The true Wang was Huachun, who had yet to arrive. Nianqi, feeling somewhat bored, rested her head on the desk, admiring the view outside. Although no one spoke to her, she did not feel lonely. The voices of her classmates occasionally drifted to her ears. A boy mentioned that Nianqi was increasingly resembling a girl, while a girl, envious, remarked that she was more beautiful than some girls despite being a boy. Sigh. Nianqi silently sighed, thinking, "Hey guys, could you lower your voices a bit? I can hear you quite clearly." Just then, a familiar voice called from behind, "Hey Nianqi, long time no see." She looked up to see a familiar yet unfamiliar young man standing beside her, one hand casually resting on his backpack. The man was Huachun, her closest friend since childhood, a companion, and a comrade in mischief. Now 22, he was slightly older than her. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary fellow was secretly a scion of wealth? Humph, the heir of the Hua conglomerate, masquerading as an ordinary student in a regular school. Nianqi had learned of his true identity during a news browsing session in her previous life. The moment she recognized Huachun's face, she was taken aback, regretting not having teased him into confessing his affluence. Although it was a jest, knowing his secret had not changed her approach, she chose not to confront him about it. After all, if Huachun preferred to keep it from her, perhaps there was a reason behind it and she respected that. Moreover, despite her father's urgent need for substantial funds for medical treatment, she could not bring herself to ask her wealthy friend for money. Her conscience would not allow it. The solution, therefore, was to navigate her own path. The man before her possessed striking features, his expressive eyes and chiseled brow radiating charisma, untouched by the passage of time, exuding youthful vigor. Everything about him was just as she remembered. Indeed, it had been a long time. Nianqi gazed at him with a soft expression, momentarily causing Huachun to lose his train of thought. Sunlight illuminated her face, her exquisite complexion seemingly aglow with a golden hue, and her long, thick eyelashes accentuated the brilliance of her eyes. He thought to himself, how did I not notice before how beautiful she is? Suddenly, Nianqi furrowed her brow, her expression turning fierce as she exclaimed, "Get lost." Huachun snapped back to reality, scratching his head and offering an awkward smile. By the way, have you finished your math homework?" He casually swung his long legs over the back of Nianqi's chair and slid into his own seat, feeling that it was easier to settle in than before. Chun regarded Nianxi's back with a hint of doubt. Had she become smaller? Only then did Nianxi remember that the teacher had assigned homework for the short break. However, due to this unexpected situation, she completely forgot about it, as if her parents had also overlooked the assignment. What does this mean? Surely you haven't left it unwritten? Oh no. I was even planning to copy your work. Hui Chen's attention was suddenly diverted. He had intended to indulge in great fun during the short holiday, and then ruthlessly copy Nian Yang's homework once school resumed. Little did he anticipate that this diligent student would, for once, fail to complete the assignment. No worries, it is still possible to write it now. Chapter 5. Standing together in punishment. Fortunately, the homework assigned by the teacher this time was not extensive, only 3 sheets of paper. Even without guaranteeing accuracy, it was manageable. Oddly, when did this fellow's voice become so delicate? Nianxi had already attempted to lower her tone deliberately, yet her pseudo-masculine voice clashed with her true identity, revealing a discord that Ho Chun could not overlook. At that moment, Nianxi began rummaging through her backpack, wondering if her mother had remembered to include her assignments. It seemed not. After searching fruitlessly for quite some time, she finally sighed. I didn't bring it. Having lived 2 lives, she regarded the prospect of punishment for incomplete homework with a certain nonchalance. No way, brother. Ho Chen's attention was once again diverted. The priority was to complete the assignments at hand. It dawned on him that he could no longer rely on Nian Yang and would have to depend on himself. Just as he pulled out 3 pristine sheets of paper, ready to sacrifice accuracy for speed, 3 already completed, neatly written exam papers extended toward him. If you don't mind, feel free to copy mine, came a gentle, melodious voice. Looking up, he saw a girl with waist-length hair, shyly holding out her exam papers, her cheeks slightly flushed. Nianxi recognized her at once. The girl was named Ji1, not a member of their finance department, but the class monitor and belle of the neighboring medical department, adorned with numerous accolades. One might wonder how the medical assignments could resemble those of the finance department. The answer lay in the fact that both classes were taught by the same mathematics instructor. In her previous life as Nian Yang, she and Ho Chun had both developed affections for Ji1, a typical youthful infatuation. However, before she could express her feelings, her family faced a crisis. What she had thought was a fair competition turned out to be a stealthy pursuit on Ho Chen's part, who soon became inseparable from Ji1. Although Nianxi felt a pang of disappointment, she gracefully withdrew. Yet, she had not graduated and she never attended subsequent class reunions, leaving her unaware of whether Ho Chun and Ji1 continued their relationship. It was likely they had married by now, given the apparent strength of their bond. But why had he never invited her to the wedding? What did that imply? Did he no longer consider her a friend? Irritated, Nianxi resolved to seek an opportunity for retribution against the current young Ho Chun. However, during their previous conversations over the phone, he had never mentioned Ji1. It must be said, Ji1's beauty was indeed formidable. She was not particularly skilled at adornment, yet her simple attire did nothing to conceal her innate grace, her unembellished features radiating an aura of purity. Truly, she deserved her title as the campus belle. At that moment, Nianxi noticed that Ji1's gaze lingered on Ho Chun, wavering, as if she were hesitant to confront him. In her past life, this had escaped her notice, but now the truth was evident. The girl was clearly smitten. It seemed that Ji1 had already developed feelings for Ho Chun at this early stage. Pity that, in a previous life, I failed to comprehend my own feelings. I had shown my affections towards Ji1 numerous times, only to realize in retrospect that it was akin to the behavior of a sycophant. Thank you. I shall return it after class. Hui Chun received the item with a calm demeanor, politely expressing his gratitude. He then disregarded whether Ji1 had left or not and immediately began to fervently write. Before long, as the bell rang, the classroom fell silent. Although Ji1 had no class at that moment, as an outsider student, she felt it inappropriate to attend, so she departed. The financial class's advisor, De Huang, soon arrived. The role of a university advisor is quite similar to that of a homeroom teacher in high school, overseeing many aspects of the students' lives. In a routine manner, De Huang once again emphasized the importance of diligent study, reminding everyone that even in university, one must not become complacent. He then began his lecture, which naturally focused on the assignments from the recent holiday. Upon seeing the familiar teacher, Nian, she found her thoughts drifting. The advisor, Huang Guoqiang, affectionately known as De Huang, taught mathematics and was once the provincial champion. However, it was said that after teaching this cohort, he would no longer serve as a homeroom teacher. As her thoughts returned, De Huang habitually walked around the classroom to observe how the students were progressing with their assignments. When he reached Nianxi's desk, he discovered it was conspicuously empty. "Nian Yang, where's your assignment?" he inquired. I didn't bring it." Nianxi instinctively stood up. Despite having over a decade of experience, she still felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of her former teacher. "Didn't bring it means you didn't write it at all? Go stand outside." De Huang's fury erupted. He thought to himself that the assigned work was hardly excessive, merely 3 sheets of paper, and yet she dared not to complete it? Thus, it was no surprise that Nianxi was asked to leave the classroom. Initially, she thought she would stand alone for the duration of the class, but before long, Huichun also stepped out and joined her. "Why are you out here? Didn't Ji-wen lend you her work?" Nianxi asked, puzzled, but Huichun dismissed the concern. "I considered it, but it wasn't my own work. It lacked sincerity. So, in front of De Huang, I tore it up. Man, you're quite brave. Seeing you all alone, I'll keep you company. You should be grateful for my kindness. Come on, who willingly stands in punishment? Are you foolish?" Huichun himself was uncertain of his reasoning. In the past, if Nianxi were punished, he would have reveled in her misfortune and ridiculed her after class. He certainly would not have accompanied her. Yet, upon witnessing her solitary figure leave, he felt a pang of sympathy. "Well, since no one is around, let us go buy some drinks," he suggested, placing his arm around her shoulder. Nianxi jolted slightly. She didn't resist but felt oddly unsettled. Although such camaraderie among friends was common, this time it left her feeling somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure. "If De Huang sees us missing, we're done for." Indeed, Huichun concurred, and they both resigned themselves to the reality of standing in silent punishment. De Huang is an ardent fitness enthusiast, boasting a physique replete with well-defined muscles. While he possesses a genial demeanor, he exhibits an unwavering sternness when it comes to academic pursuits. At the onset of the school year, a male student attempted to be mischievous, only to be swiftly subdued by a kick from De Huang, which rendered him obedient. He withdrew his hand from her shoulder, yet a lingering sense of reluctance remained. Something felt amiss. When had this fellow's shoulder become so soft? Furthermore, his arms appeared to have grown slender. "By the way, when did your voice become so delicate? It resembles that of a girl." Upon hearing the comparison, Nianxi immediately heightened her defenses, raising her tone and hastily offering an explanation. "I have a cold. Yes, I'm under the weather." Cough cough, she deliberately coughed twice to emphasize her point. Such a clumsy excuse, yet Huichun, far from being suspicious, wore an expression of sudden understanding. No wonder. Nianxi let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself how fortunate she was that Huichun was sufficiently oblivious. In reality, however, Huichun could not possibly be unaware of her feeble excuse. He simply chose to indulge his good friend and refrained from exposing her pretense. After all, it was not a significant matter. If she wished to confide in him, she would do so in her own time. This unspoken understanding is the hallmark of a deep bond forged over years of camaraderie. Chapter 6. The fragrance of milk. As the class approached the halfway mark, De Huang instructed Ji-wen to call back the 2 students lingering outside. He sternly ordered them to complete their assignments before the next class. When the bell rang, having only covered half the material, De Huang abruptly abandoned his teaching materials and dashed out. It was no joking matter. He was all about balancing work and play at our school, attentively studying in class and enjoying leisure afterward. Chaos erupted in the classroom. Nianxi also prepared to leave. Just as she stood up, she felt a tug on her hand from Huichun. "Where are you going?" he inquired. "To the restroom." "Why didn't you call me? Let us go together." No. Nianxi intended to decline, but before she could voice her refusal, Huichun had already pushed her out of the classroom. Frustrated, Nianxi didn't genuinely need to use the restroom. Rather, the bandage around her chest made it uncomfortable for her to breathe, and she sought a moment to loosen it. Little did she expect Hua-chun to follow her. Nonetheless, there was no escaping it. The university restrooms were not as pristine as one might imagine, only slightly better than those in high school. Upon entering, she was greeted by a potent odor of smoke. Groups of students who enjoyed smoking congregated, exchanging boastful tales. Fortunately, the stalls provided privacy, preventing any unwanted spectators. She was fortunate enough to find an available stall. However, to her annoyance, Hua-chun followed her in. "What are you doing here? Get out!" she exclaimed. "You said you were going to the restroom, so am I. Are you out of your mind? Get out!" She, exasperated, attempted to shove him away, but after her transformation into a girl, her strength had diminished considerably, making it impossible to budge Hua-chun's sturdy frame. Despite exerting all her effort, she could not move him an inch, her face turning crimson from the strain. Had Hua-chun not been blocking the way, the boys outside would surely have noticed her flustered demeanor. Hua-chun was somewhat taken aback. He thought he and she were of similar build and strength, yet now it felt as though her attempts to push him were significantly weaker. He couldn't help but notice how much shorter she seemed now. She, finally seizing a moment of distraction, managed to push him out and promptly slammed the stall door shut. She quickly reached beneath her clothing to loosen the binding, allowing herself to breathe freely, and resolved her business as swiftly as possible. Upon exiting, she found Hua-chun had already left, which relieved her. Back in the classroom, Hua-chun sat at his desk, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. A few strands of his side-swept bangs fell across his cheek, and his chiseled jawline enhanced his overall handsome appearance. As she gazed at him, Nianqi found herself somewhat entranced, realizing that this fellow appeared rather handsome when he was silent. No, that cannot be. How could she consider him attractive? She slapped her face lightly to regain her composure. The day passed uneventfully. The university lacked a fixed dismissal time. Students without classes would flock in groups either to their dormitories or out of the campus. After a day of lectures, old Nian rode his little electric scooter to pick up Nianqi. Nian Jiangwo only caught sight of his eldest son, and Hua-chun playfully bickering as they exited. Upon leaving the school gates, Nianqi immediately spotted her father. She bid farewell to Hua-chun, hopping excitedly over to him, and leapt onto the back seat. Old Nian and Hua-chun exchanged a glance, yet neither spoke. However, Hua-chun couldn't shake the feeling that he detected a hint of threat in old Nian's gaze. Looking again, he saw Nian Jiangwo's familiar benevolence. He shook his head, thinking perhaps he had misinterpreted. By the time he regained his focus, the father and daughter had already departed. "Young master, I have come to fetch you." A man clad in a black suit suddenly appeared, addressing Hua-chun with respect. "Ah, old Zhang, did I not instruct you to wait for me at the intersection?" Hua-chun exclaimed, surprised, and immediately reprimanded the man. The man known as Old Zhang was the chauffeur for the Hua family, whose real name was Zhang Wei, responsible for driving young Master Hua to and from school each day. Taken aback by his young master's rebuke, Zhang Wei quickly explained, "Apologies, young master. I noticed you had not arrived after a considerable time, and I feared that something had happened." Hua-chun felt somewhat helpless. "I instructed you not to come to the school gate precisely to avoid being seen by others, as it may lead them to think I am a wealthy heir flaunting my status. Thankfully, there are hardly any students left now. Otherwise, if someone overheard you call me young master, my identity as a rich heir would spread like wildfire the next day. At that point, my father would surely have something to say. Next time, use a more inconspicuous vehicle. The one you are driving is too eye-catching." "I shall do so next time." Meanwhile, Nianqi sat on the electric scooter's back seat, her gaze fixed on her father's unscathed arm, resolutely determined to alter the fate of her past life. She recalled that her father had encountered a mishap a month after she transitioned to her sophomore year. If this life mirrored her previous one, then at least until she reached her sophomore year, her father would remain safe. With this thought, Nianqi felt a wave of relief and hugged her father's back tightly. His back was always so broad, providing her a sense of security, even after he had bravely shouldered the family burden following his unfortunate accident in her last life. "Father, please be careful while working." Sensing that his daughter seemed a bit downcast, Nian Jiangwo inquired, "All right, Dad understands. Are you unhappy? Did that Hua-chun fellow bully you?"
No.
"He didn't bully me. Nianqi hastily clarified, but then recalled something. Dad, is there a scent on me? Ah, he mentioned that I have a milky fragrance? Nianqi's assertion was not without basis. Just moments ago, while she was in class with Huachan, she was deeply engrossed in pondering a problem when he unexpectedly drew near, inhaling her scent. The warmth of his breath brushed against her earlobe, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her body, akin to a faint electric current, rendering her utterly weak. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled as she recoiled, covering her ears, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "You possess a delightful fragrance reminiscent of milk. Which brand of body wash do you use?" She was left speechless. Chapter 7. The knee pillow upon returning home, drenched in sweat from the restraints, Nianqi felt an overwhelming itchiness and hastened to take a shower and change her clothes. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld her own alluring and graceful silhouette, undeniably captivating, yet devoid of any exhilarating pulse of blood. Instead, she began to strike various poses to showcase her figure. Truly, she thought, what a remarkable being I am. Or rather, what a remarkable individual I have become. After donning her pajamas, she exited the bathroom to find her parents had prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting her presence at the table. The family gathered around, the couple engaged in cheerful conversation, while Nianqi focused intently on her meal. The atmosphere was exceedingly warm and inviting. Suddenly, a notification chimed from her phone. Nianqi instinctively cast her gaze in that direction. The Xian and Nian Zhangwo were also drawn to the message, their eyes converging on the screen. "You still haven't told me which shower gel you use?" inquired a message from Huachan. Without hesitation, Nianqi set down her chopsticks and began to reply with utmost concentration, entirely oblivious to the shifting glances from her parents. "Are you serious, big brother?" she typed. "Of course. I want to smell as delightful as you do," he replied humorously. "That's not exactly the right term," Nianqi frowned, her expression turning serious. "Then tell me what brand of shower gel it is." "It's a rather ordinary brand. I'll send you the link later. I'm at dinner." "Then you should eat first." He followed up with a selfie of himself holding skewers at a street vendor, which made Nianqi's mouth water. "Don't tempt me. My mom won't let me order takeout," she responded. "I'll bring you some tomorrow." As the conversation concluded and she set her phone aside, Nianqi intended to continue her meal, only to find her parents gazing at her with keen interest. They exchanged knowing looks, their hearts aligned in understanding. "My dear eldest, although you were once male, things are different now," her father felt compelled to advise. "If you have feelings for Huachan, your father supports you, but you must maintain your boundaries." Her mother echoed the sentiment, affirming that Chanchin is a good boy, but the timing is not yet right. Nianqi was taken aback by her parents' earnest counsel. The reason her parents held such a favorable view of Huachan was that he often visited their home, leading to a level of familiarity. "Oh, dear parents, what are you thinking?" she thought, astonished. "Seeing you engage so passionately with Huachan, could it not imply your interest?" Nianqi was bewildered. "Isn't it a bit too open-minded of you both?" After all, she had once been male, their son. Why was it so easily accepted that she might harbor feelings for Huachan? "Father, you know my situation. How could I possibly have feelings for him? I regard him solely as a brother. And can you guarantee you won't develop feelings in the future? Can you promise you won't find yourself enamored with another man?" Faced with her father's inquiry, Nianqi could only roll her eyes inwardly. Having once been male, she was acutely aware of the thoughts that occupied the minds of men. The idea of being in a relationship with a man sent shivers down her spine, a nauseating thought that made her feel ill. Once, dear parents, what compelled you to permit your former son, now your daughter, to seek the company of men? Has your mindset shifted so rapidly? Perhaps not. After all, nothing is absolute. Huaqing is quite a fine young man, and should you find yourself enamored with him, your father would lend his support. Upon hearing her father's words, Nianma playfully struck him. "You scoundrel! Can't you impart some wisdom?" she chided. "Weren't we of similar age when we began our own journey together? Surely our era differs from the present," he retorted. "Yet, did I not win your heart?" As the two reminisced about their past, reveling in a display of affection, Nianqi hastily finished her meal and retreated to her room. Observing their daughter's departure, The couple fell into a contemplative silence. Though they spoke casually, they understood that their eldest child's situation was unique. If Huaqing were to struggle with it, who could impose any expectations? They could only hope their child would discover her own happiness. Meanwhile, Nianxi clutched her oversized teddy bear tightly, its head becoming misshapen in her grasp. Recalling her father's earlier remarks, her thoughts began to wander. She attempted to envision herself being touched by other men, and an involuntary shiver coursed through her. Absolutely not. This notion was far too unsettling. On another day, during morning classes, Huaqing dutifully brought Nianxi skewers for breakfast, steaming and fragrant. Though delightful, the idea of consuming skewers first thing in the morning felt somewhat excessive to her. As the saying goes, in spring we feel drowsy, in summer we tire, in autumn we grow weary, and in winter we hibernate. The seasons are but a dream. At school in the morning, not a single student is free from fatigue, especially during the early hour of 8. To make matters worse, the first class was taught by De Huang. Mathematics, it seems, possesses a peculiar magic. For those who grasp it, understanding flows effortlessly, while those who do not find the subject akin to deciphering an ancient text, complete with a hypnotic effect, and university-level mathematics is only more challenging than in high school. Fortunately, both Nianxi and Huaqing belonged to the former category, particularly Huaqing, whose proficiency in the sciences was commendable. He was not the absolute best, but certainly among the top ranks. Thus, he comprehended most of what De Huang lectured on with ease, often understanding without even listening. Yet, in De Huang's class, no one dared to succumb to sleep, even as heavy eyelids battled against their will to remain open. Finally, the class concluded, and Huaqing deftly turned, sliding his back against the chair and resting his head on Nianxi's lap. Startled, Nianxi gasped. Huaqing, however, nestled closer, unabashedly declaring, "So soft and comfortable. Get up." "How inappropriate," she protested. "I shan't." "You're warm and fragrant," he retorted, refusing to budge despite her attempts to pull him away. He found her thighs pleasantly soft, a discovery he had not previously made. Coupled with her delightful scent, he felt utterly at ease in this tender refuge, reluctant to leave. At that moment, Huaqing remained blissfully unaware of the profound impact his unintentional actions had on Nianxi. "You!" Nianxi, exasperated, wished to chastise him as a rogue, yet the words eluded her. After all, their previous interactions were not unfamiliar. During moments of fatigue, they would simply use each other's laps as pillows. What is there for brothers to be concerned about? Moreover, can this be deemed as mischief among brothers? However, now that Nianxi has transformed into a female, everything feels fundamentally different. Helplessly, Nianxi could only allow Huaqing to nestle against her thigh. It appeared that, in his quest for comfort, he nestled in closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. Nianxi felt a surge of indignation, yet upon reflection, she decided to let it go. After all, he would not stoop so low as to lift her clothing. Resigned, she simply laid her head on the table and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 8. Boyfriend? Male friend. In this slumber, Huaqing slept soundly, even indulging in a dream. Within the dream, he found himself at a wedding, adorned in a tuxedo that proclaimed him the groom. Among the attendees were his parents, relatives, and friends. Even Nian Yang's parents were present. However, it struck him as peculiar that Nian Yang himself was absent. As the grand doors slowly opened, a young woman clad in a pristine white wedding gown approached, yet her visage remained obscured. Huaqing's curiosity piqued regarding the identity of his bride, but just as she was about to reach him, he awoke, still unable to discern her face. Huaqing was perplexed by the nature of this dream. It is often said that one dreams of what occupies the mind by day, yet he harbored no interest in romantic affairs. As the saying goes, with no woman in the heart, the sword is drawn with ease. Unbeknownst to him, 2 weeks slipped by. She had begun to acclimate to Huaqing's touch on her feminine form, no longer blushing as she did at the outset when he brushed against her. One day during a break, the two ventured together to procure some water. As Huaqing received the drink, it was swiftly snatched away by Nianxi. Naturally, she claimed the first sip for herself. When she returned the water to him, Huaqing hesitated, inexplicably refraining from drinking from it. This scene did not escape Nianxi's notice, and she felt a twinge of displeasure. What does this mean? Is he disdainful of me? She resolved that she would simply buy him another bottle. With this thought, she huffed in dissatisfaction and turned to procure a new one. Ho-chun certainly sensed her discontent and offered an awkward smile. He was unsure why he had acted so distantly. It felt inappropriate, as though they had shared an indirect kiss. Yet, in the past, neither had cared about such trivialities. At that moment, Ji-won approached them during the break. Ho-chun immediately donned an aloof expression, as if to keep her at bay. Ho-chun, do you have time this Saturday? Ji-won mustered her courage to inquire. Generally, when someone poses a question, one might assume they are seeking an invitation to spend time together. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of an unconventional approach. Is there something you need? If possible, I would like to invite you out. Ji-won is following the usual script. Ho-chun glanced at Nian-shi in the distance before responding to Ji-won. I'm sorry, but I have plans. I see. I apologize for the intrusion. Her invitation, which she had summoned the courage to propose, was met with rejection, leaving Ji-won disheartened. Nevertheless, she did not express her frustration but rather departed in despondence. Meanwhile, Nian-shi tossed the newly purchased water to Ho-chun, instructing him to carry both that and the earlier bottle. Ho-chun smiled indulgently, sensing her slight mood. He promptly suggested, how about we go out this Saturday? Sure. Where shall we go? Nian-shi replied without a moment's hesitation. Having finally entered university, it was time to loosen up. Occasional relaxation could indeed be a balance of work and play. Just follow my lead. All right. On the way back to the classroom, Ho-chun walked ahead while Nian-shi hurriedly followed behind. Her pace had always been relatively slow, and in the past they would accommodate each other's tempo. However, now that she had transformed into a girl, her legs felt shorter, making it somewhat arduous to catch up with him. Could you slow down a bit? What's the rush? Nian-shi exclaimed in frustration. Ho-chun paused and turned around, only to realize she had fallen 2 or 3 paces behind him. Her delicate face bore no blemishes. Her skin was fair and refined, and her furrowed brows complemented her lovely peach blossom eyes. Her slightly pursed cherry lips exuded a hint of pink. Although her expression was one of anger, Ho-chun found her to be adorably fierce. How was it that her face appeared even more feminine? At that moment, Ho-chun harbored thoughts he had never entertained before. Could he possibly be a girl? No, that couldn't be right. They had been open with each other during their childhood swimming days, and he was certain that Nian-yang was indeed a genuine boy. Yet, her face was simply too enchanting. It was Friday, and as dusk settled, the teacher of the current class had finished his lecture and succumbed to drowsiness. Due to the class duration, he could only allow the students to self-study. Some students had already drifted off to sleep, and the classroom exuded an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. Ho-chun nestled once again into Nian-shi's embrace for a nap. Surrounding them, the girls were astonished by the interaction between the two handsome youths, evidently influenced by too much boys' love literature. However, Nian-shi had grown accustomed to it. For the past few days, Ho-chun had taken to napping on her lap without a hint of annoyance. Did he not feel uncomfortable lying back on the chair? Reminded that they would be going out tomorrow, Nian-shi felt a flicker of anticipation. Gazing out at the night sky, her thoughts drifted far away. It had been nearly half a month since her rebirth. Yet, as a reincarnator, she possessed not even a hint of a golden finger. In her previous life, she had merely been an ordinary person with decent academic performance, but due to not graduating, she faced numerous constraints due to her low educational background. Burdened by the struggles of life, she had failed to pay attention to significant international events, missing out on opportunities, and lacked the acumen to navigate the turbulent winds of commerce. All she had were several years of life experience that allowed her to preemptively avoid certain risks along her life's trajectory. Yet, as she transformed into a female, her previous life seemed to have embarked on a completely different path. If she wished to remember lottery numbers like in novels and strike it rich, that was beyond her reach, for she had never paid attention to lotteries. The boy in her arms slept soundly, and Nian-shi quietly watched him. Perhaps this was not so bad after all. Just then, Ho-chun shifted between her legs and began to talk in his sleep. He, so fragrant. Nian-shi's eye twitched, and the delightful image shattered in an instant. This pervert, knowing she was a boy and still behaving like this, Calling you a dog was truly no injustice. Finally, the class came to an end. After accompanying Nian Shi to school for a while, Nian Jiangui ceased to do so, leaving Nian Shi to take the bus home alone. Upon arriving home, Nian Shi promptly approached her mother for some financial assistance, citing plans to go out with friends the following day. Regrettably, the earnings from her previous holiday job had long been exhausted, leaving her reliant on her parents once more. The allowance was already limited, and to indulge in leisure activities, she found it necessary to seek additional funds from her mother. With whom? The Xian inquired. A boyfriend? Nianqi instinctively responded, only to realize the ambiguity of her answer and hurriedly clarified. No, just a male friend. Observing her daughter's flustered demeanor, He Xian's curiosity was piqued. Who is it? Do share with your mother. Aware that her mother might be overthinking the situation, Nianqi reluctantly divulged. Huachan. He Xian, with a tone of earnestness, responded, That's fine, but promise me you will be aware of your desires and understand your own heart. You must not allow yourself to be swept away merely because he treats you well. Nianqi recognized that further explanations would only complicate matters, so she playfully acquiesced. I understand, Mom. I will take good care of myself. Chapter 9. Finding someone willing to peel shrimp for Nianqi's charming demeanor proved remarkably effective. He Xian, elated, waved her hand generously and presented her with 500 yuan. Nianqi was taken aback. In her previous life, during this very period, her mother allocated a mere 200 yuan per week, and even if she wished to venture out, the maximum allowance was 300. When had her mother become so extravagant? It became evident. This was indeed the distinction between raising sons with frugality and daughters with abundance. With newfound funds, her confidence surged. At least when she was with Huachan tomorrow, she would no longer have to be subservient to his whims. In the past, during times when her finances fell short, it was Huachan, like an ATM, who had to cover her expenses, and the cost of that was a position beneath him. Mom, where's Dad? After spending a considerable time at home, Nianqi realized her father was conspicuously absent. She recalled that he usually returned from work quite early. Your father is working late today. He won't be back for a while, so don't worry about him. All right then. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she reminded her mother to wake her up on time the following day. Subsequently, she retired to her bed. Huachan had sent her a message, urging her to rise early and not be late. Nianqi assured him with conviction that she would certainly not be tardy. The next day, Nianqi awoke naturally, sprawled across her bed, with drool still lingering at the corner of her mouth. The blanket had been kicked aside, leaving her beloved teddy bear forlornly lying beneath the bed. Her nightgown, made of satin, was wrinkled, exposing her slender waist, while the pant legs were twisted, revealing her long, graceful legs. The lightweight fabric of her nightgown clung to her form, accentuating her enchanting silhouette. Groggily, she reached for her phone and was jolted awake upon seeing the time. It was nearly 10:30. Oh no, I've overslept. The screen displayed a message from Huachan, urging her to hurry. Sensing the underlying irritation in his text, Nianqi hastily replied, I'm on my way, almost there. They had arranged to meet at 10, and now she was already late. She sprang into action, rushing out of her room to find her mother leisurely tidying the house. Mom, didn't I ask you to wake me at 9? Nianqi inquired, a hint of reproach in her tone. The Xian, not pleased, retorted, You little one. You slept like a dead pig. I called you several times, but you didn't wake up, and now you blame me? Realizing her mother had indeed tried to rouse her, Nianqi recalled how she had clung to the warmth of her bed, turning back to sleep. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she promptly apologized. I'm sorry, Mom. I was wrong. But I must leave now. In a flurry, she washed up, donned her casual attire, and dashed out the door. Come back early. Don't stay out too late. I know. The Xian watched her daughter's retreating figure, filled with a sense of helplessness. Nianqi had arranged to meet Huachan at a plaza in front of a shopping mall. After more than 20 minutes, she finally arrived at their designated meeting spot. Spotting the familiar figure striding towards her with a grim expression, Huachan approached, his face clouded with displeasure. Didn't you say you would be here soon? Your soon has made me wait for over 20 minutes. I've been waiting for nearly an hour. Apologies, I shall treat you to milk tea. Nianqi panted lightly, her face flushed. Observing Hu Chen's furious demeanor, she awkwardly lowered her head. Initially, she had anticipated that her newfound wealth would allow her to hold her head high, but unexpectedly, this delay had stripped her of her confidence. Hu Chen was not truly angry. Despite having waited for nearly an hour, he found himself unable to unleash his frustration upon Nianqi. Thus, he sought a way to diffuse the tension. 2 cups. Upon hearing this, Nianqi's eyes brightened. All right, let us go buy them now. With that, she took his hand and dashed toward the shopping mall. Just so happened that the beverage shop was running a promotion. The 2nd cup at half price. As the saying goes, he who does not seize a bargain is a fool. Consequently, they ended up purchasing 4 cups to enjoy the double discount. After all, the 2nd cup at half price was an opportunity not to be missed. As noon approached, Hu Chen had initially planned to watch a movie first, which would conveniently conclude just in time for lunch. However, due to the delay caused by Nianqi, they missed the start of the film. Let us just go eat, he suggested. He remembered a delightful all-you-can-eat barbecue nearby, renowned for its charcoal-grilled beef. After a brief wait, the grill was ignited, and Nianqi eagerly brought an array of dishes, with shrimp comprising a significant portion. Everything at this establishment was pre-cooked. They merely needed to heat it slightly before indulging. However, after enthusiastically peeling a few shrimp, Nianqi lost interest and turned her attention to other delicacies. The reason was simple. She wished to sample something new, but peeling shrimp was excessively cumbersome, leaving her hands greasy with little reward in terms of meat. Hu Chen glanced at the plate of shrimp, noting that aside from the few she had initially eaten, she had not touched the rest. You brought so much and you're not eating? Don't you like it? At this point, Nianqi had eaten to the point of satisfaction and, feeling bored, began to play on her phone. Upon hearing Hu Chen's inquiry, she waved her hand dismissively. You can have it, go ahead and eat. All right then, you peel them for me, he replied. Nianqi's expression darkened at his words. You rascal. It's not that I dislike them. It's just too much trouble to peel. If they didn't require peeling, I would gladly devour them all. With that, she turned her face away, ignoring Hu Chen as she continued browsing her phone. She stumbled upon a novel about a man who, due to mysterious forces, transformed into a woman and ended up with his close male friend. Nianqi was immediately intrigued, as this mirrored her current predicament perfectly. Recently, such themes seemed to be gaining popularity, leaving her puzzled about the author's mindset and the target audience. However, could it truly be possible to end up with a brother after such a transformation? While it was true that they knew each other well, would it not feel strange to remember that one's girlfriend had once been a man? Nianqi unconsciously began to envision what it would be like if she and Hu Chen were to become a couple. Yet this thought startled her. What am I thinking? I am a stalwart individual. How could such ideas even cross my mind? Moreover, it is unlikely that Hu Chen would accept it. With this thought in mind, Nianqi hesitated to reveal her transformation into a girl. As she was lost in contemplation, a plate was placed before her. Nianqi glanced up, somewhat astonished. The plate was filled with shrimp, all meticulously shelled and ready to eat. Hu Chen was seen wiping the grease from his hands with a napkin. It was evident that the shrimp before her had been prepared by him. A wave of emotion surged within her, and she softly uttered, "Thank you." In that moment, Nianqi resembled a bashful maiden. Observing her, Hu Chen found himself momentarily entranced, feigning indifference. "Come on, we don't need to express thanks to one another," he remarked. Chapter 10. A day out after a delightful meal, the two proceeded to watch a film. Once sated, it is only natural for one to succumb to drowsiness, and coupled with the dim lighting of the cinema and the rather tedious plot of the movie, Nianqi soon drifted into slumber, resting her head on Hu Chen's shoulder. As she stirred awake, she realized the film was nearing its conclusion, and that she had inadvertently found solace against Hu Chen. "Is it almost over?" she murmured. "I couldn't bear to wake you. You seemed so content in your sleep," he replied. Nianqi, however, was less concerned about missing the film and more anxious about whether anyone had noticed her resting against Hu Chen. Fortunately, the cinema was sparsely populated. Otherwise, the thought of being seen in such a compromising position would have been mortifying. Upon exiting the theater, Hu Chen hurried off to the restroom, seemingly having restrained himself for over an hour simply to serve as Nianqi's makeshift pillow. Nianqi found a seat and patiently awaited his return. Yet, in this brief interlude, she caught the attention of a group nearby. "Miss, are you alone? Would you care to join us?" 3 spirited young men, roughly her age, approached her. Nianqi was momentarily taken aback, not due to their charm, but rather their eccentricity. With bowl-cut hairstyles, small handbags, tight pants and clogs, they embodied a rather classic, albeit peculiar, style. They seemed to perceive her as a pretty girl devoid of adornment, mistaking her for an innocent young maiden. Frowning in displeasure, Nianqi felt no inclination to entertain such unrefined individuals. Nonetheless, she politely declined. "I'm sorry, but I am with a friend." "Perfect. We can all have fun together. It's more lively with more people," one of them insisted, mistakenly assuming that her companion was merely a girlfriend, as it was uncommon for a girl to wander a mall alone. The notion that a girl who eschewed makeup would likely be single only added to her annoyance. "I really don't need to," Nianqi reiterated, her irritation growing as they continued to press on, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort. One even audaciously draped an arm over her shoulder, eliciting a wave of revulsion from her as she contemplated how best to rid herself of this unwelcome advance. Before she could act, Huochen, having returned, seized the intruding hand with a fierce grip. "Get away from her," he commanded, his voice icy, muscles taut with suppressed fury. The assailant winced in pain, unable to extricate himself from Huochen's formidable grasp. The other two, witnessing their leader's predicament, quickly realized they were outmatched and hastily apologized. "We didn't know she was your girlfriend. We'll leave at once." Only then did Huochen release the grip on the miscreant's wrist. As the trio hastily retreated, Huochen sighed, his expression softening once more, revealing a mixture of relief and exasperation at the troubles Nianqi had inadvertently attracted during his brief absence. It was not as though she desired to be approached. Nianqi, feeling a surge of displeasure, pouted in annoyance. Yet, she could not deny that his earlier demeanor was rather charming. She mused to herself about this. "Wasn't I just strikingly handsome?" Huochen posed a playful gesture with his fingers resembling a gun at his chin, wearing an expression that sought validation. His comical antics shattered the grand image Nianqi had of him in an instant. She offered a half-hearted compliment. "So handsome. You're the most handsome of all." Seemingly satisfied with her response, Huochen beamed with pride. At that moment, Nianqi unexpectedly inquired, "Do I truly resemble a girl?" This question served as a subtle test of his attitude towards her femininity. Upon hearing her words, Huochen's expression grew serious. "What can I say? In my eyes." He paused dramatically, then gave her a thumbs up, declaring, "You are indeed a girl." Nianqi felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, knowing full well that he would not utter anything sincere. "I could just as easily end you," she exclaimed, raising her foot to kick him playfully. Huochen hastily dodged her attempt. "Hey, don't be impulsive. Ouch! How can you kick so hard despite your size?" The two engaged in a lively scuffle, oblivious to the figures observing them from a distance. "One, is that not Huochen?" a girl exclaimed, witnessing their playful banter and calling out to her companion, G1. G1 had also gathered some close friends, all fellow medical students. "What is he doing?" she murmured upon spotting the familiar youth not far away. It was perplexing, given that he had previously declined her invitation, yet here he was. One of G1's friends became intrigued. "Is he the one you always talk about? Should we go say hello?" Instinctively, G1 considered agreeing but hesitated and ultimately shook her head. Perhaps not. She realized that his prior engagement had been with Nianyang. A tinge of disappointment washed over her. Though her connection with Huochen was orchestrated by their families, she had harbored a fondness for him since childhood. Yet, he consistently seemed indifferent to her, preferring to spend time with Nianyang instead of accepting her invitations. However, it made sense. The boys shared more common interests and thus enjoyed each other's company more. "That girl beside him is stunning. Could she be his girlfriend?" a girl unfamiliar with Nianqi remarked, captivated by the beauty of the girl playfully chasing Huochen. A classmate who knew Nianqi responded with pride, "The girl you speak of is actually a boy. He is our classmate and Huochen's deskmate." "Really? No way. A boy who looks like a girl?" The impression of Nianqi's androgynous appearance seemed firmly embedded in their minds, leaving no room for the possibility of her being a girl. Nevertheless, they appeared well-matched. Perhaps we should avoid too much reading of romantic narratives, one suggested. Nianqi felt an extraordinary joy throughout the day, and before she knew it, twilight had enveloped the sky. Upon returning home, there lingered a sense of unfulfilled longing. "Mom and Dad, I'm back," greeted Nianqi, her face beaming with joy. "Ah, our eldest daughter has returned from her rendezvous," exclaimed Nian Dad, rushing to welcome her with a proud smile. Upon hearing this, Nianqi's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily refuted the notion. "Dad, you're speaking nonsense again. How can two boys possibly be on a date?" Sometimes, she found herself perplexed, but her father seemed resolute in his conviction that she and Huichan were inseparable. Nianqi felt a sense of helplessness. Her mother appeared less opposed, seemingly content as long as her studies did not falter. Was this what they referred to as shipping a couple? Nianqi found herself at a loss for words. She swore to the heavens that her feelings for Huichan were purely fraternal, devoid of any romantic inclinations. Moreover, she could never harbor affection for a man. Having dined outside, Nianqi had no intention of eating again upon her return, so she proceeded straight to her room. At this juncture, her parents reminded her of her follow-up appointment at the hospital the next day. Indeed, the hospital mandated a checkup every fortnight to ensure her transformed body was functioning normally, aiding in their analysis of this particular case. Chapter 11. I am no longer pure. The following day was Sunday. In the early morning, as Nianqi lingered in the warmth of her blankets, her mother abruptly pulled her up. Today, Nian Jiangwo had taken a special leave from work, and the entire family was headed to the hospital. The hospital was bustling with patients, and if one were to follow the usual queue, it would take quite a while. However, due to Nianqi's unique circumstances, she was swiftly ushered in for an examination upon registering. When the nurse informed her that the examination would be gynecological, Nianqi's mind raced with the thought of possibly undergoing an intimate checkup. Immediately, she felt the urge to retreat, yet her parents insisted on accompanying her. As the nurse did not specify the nature of the examination, Nianqi held onto a sliver of hope that it might not be as daunting as she feared. Upon arriving at the consultation room, He Xian and Nian Jiangwo were asked to wait outside while Nianqi was called in alone. A wave of unease washed over her, as if something unsettling were about to transpire. Upon entering, she was greeted by two doctors clad in white coats. One of them, a middle-aged female doctor, was the deputy director of the hospital, and Nianqi recognized her from her previous visit when they had engaged in conversation. The other was a younger female doctor, whose face sparked a flicker of familiarity. The name on her badge, Ji Fei, piqued Nianqi's curiosity. She shared the same surname as Ji1. Surely they could not be related? Ji Fei, in turn, was intrigued by the young girl before her, wondering what made her worthy of a personal consultation from her mentor. However, she chose to remain silent, recognizing that despite her academic prowess, there was much for her to learn. Thus, she resolved to listen more and speak less. Subsequently, the deputy director posed several questions pertaining to gynecological health. Ji Fei diligently recorded the proceedings while her curiosity about the girl in the oversized hoodie, with an alluring appearance, grew. Initially, she assumed that a girl of this age visiting a gynecologist might have encountered complications after a dalliance with a boy, prompting her to seek medical attention. However, the dynamic of the consultation was markedly different. It was the deputy director asking questions, and Nianqi responding. Nianqi understood that one must not withhold information from a doctor, and thus answered truthfully. Yet, having once been a man, she felt a profound embarrassment when confronted with such inquiries, causing her responses to be hesitant and faltering. The deputy director, sensing Nianqi's discomfort, expressed understanding and bore no ill will. Fortunately, aside from a few high-ranking officials, Nianqi's situation had not been disclosed to others, allowing Ji1 to perceive her merely as an ordinary patient. Fortunately, you appear to be in good health, so we may conclude the examination, the deputy director remarked. Nianqi exhaled in relief, having feared she would need to disrobe for further scrutiny. It seemed she had worried unnecessarily. However, her relief was short-lived. The deputy director indeed instructed her to undress for the examination. The results ultimately revealed that Nianxi was in excellent health. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of psychological distress and, following the examination, she bolted from the room. Upon seeing her daughter emerge, Nianba and Nianma swiftly approached her. Nianxi rushed into her mother's embrace, weeping, "Mom, I am no longer pure." The Xian gently patted her back in understanding. Everyone endures such moments. One grows accustomed to it. Nian Jiangwo, however, was utterly bewildered by the exchange. That night, Ji Fei concluded her work punctually and rode her beloved little motorcycle back to her residence. The motorcycle glided through a grand entrance, revealing meticulously maintained pathways. Elegant fountains, weeping willows, and neatly trimmed hedges starkly contrasted with the ordinary roads outside, exuding an air of opulence. Pebbled paths connected lavish villas, each household boasting vehicles of considerable value. This was an upscale villa district, home to the affluent and the elite. Ji Fei hailed from a prestigious medical lineage. Her family had long been esteemed in the field of medicine. She had not disappointed her parents, achieving top honors during her university years and publishing numerous papers that garnered recognition from eminent medical scholars. At that moment, Ji-1 was curled up on the sofa, watching television, clad in a royal blue nightgown, her fair, smooth legs swinging leisurely. Upon hearing the door open, she sprang up to greet her sister. "Sister, you're back." "Yes, where are Mom and Dad?" "Dad is in the study, and Mom has a surgery tonight, so she won't be returning." Upon saying this, Ji-1 eagerly seized her sister's hand. "Quick, tell me about your day at the hospital." Growing up in a family of medical professionals, Ji-1 had developed a keen interest in medicine, often pestering her family to discuss medical matters. "I'm starving. Let us eat first, shall we?" At the dining table, only the two sisters, Ji Fei and Ji-1, were present. Their father was engrossed in his medical studies, often losing track of time, which is why he was currently sequestered in his study poring over medical texts. Ji Fei began to ponder how to recount her experiences of the day to her sister, particularly a memorable encounter with a young girl during her master's consultation. To protect the patient's identity, Ji Fei referred to her as Nian something. Nian something appeared to be in perfect health and seemed to feel no discomfort yet sought a consultation, which puzzled Ji Fei. Moreover, she was uncertain of Nian something's identity, which warranted the personal attention of her esteemed master. Ji Fei had initially presumed that her master's consultations were part of hospital arrangements, expecting multiple patients to be seen. However, she was mistaken. Her master attended solely to Nian something that day, suggesting a deliberate arrangement. Ji Fei felt no concern that the identity of the girl, Nian Shi, would be disclosed. Although she had mentioned the surname, there were countless individuals sharing that name in the world, making it implausible for one to locate another solely based on a surname amidst the vast populace. Ji-1 too lacked that capability.
Furthermore, Toiven.
It was merely a trivial anecdote from the hospital. Yet Ji-1 seemed to perceive it differently. While many shared the same surname among those she knew, there was only one with the surname Nian Yang. Ji-1 speculated whether this Nian something could be connected to Nian Yang, perhaps as his sister or cousin. Jia-1, perplexed, decided to cease her contemplation, for they were merely strangers sharing the same surname. Chapter 12. The secret is revealed the following day, Monday. When Huichun arrived at class, he observed Nian Shi perched on her desk, her backside elevated as she inquired about something. For some inexplicable reason, he found her form remarkably alluring, prompting an irrepressible urge to give her a playful smack. It is a common jest among boys to strike their friends in such a manner upon seeing them. With this thought in mind, he approached stealthily and, gathering his strength, delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed through the air. Nian Shi jolted with surprise, her cheeks flushing crimson as she glared at Huichun, her eyes ablaze with indignation. They say one must never provoke a tiger, especially a female one, and she promptly retaliated with a kick. 2 weeks later, it was time for Nian Shi's hospital checkup again. Fortunately, this time she was not required to disrobe for a thorough examination, but rather underwent a brief assessment. During this period, Ji-1 had heard that her sister had completed her internship and begun her rotation in consultations, and thus made a point to visit whenever she could. Today, by sheer coincidence, she found herself in the same vicinity. As she turned a corner, Ji-Wen spotted Nian-Shi awaiting her test results. Each time Nian-Shi visited for her checkup, she chose not to overly conceal her femininity with baggy clothing. However, her casual attire did little to disguise her curvaceous figure, which was hard to overlook even while seated. Ji-Wen was taken aback. One fine day, under a radiant sun, in an effort to enhance the physical well-being of university students, High University instituted weekly physical education classes across all departments. The boys participated in physical training, while the girls engaged in body shaping, each with distinct curricula in separate facilities. Let us first observe the boys, who primarily engaged in vigorous fitness activities to bolster their strength. After an intense workout led by their instructor, the boys were left drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Nian-Shi, now embodying a female physique, had not disclosed her true identity and attended class under the guise of a male. However, her female body was ill-equipped to endure the boys' rigorous training regimen. It wasn't long before she collapsed onto the ground, unable to continue. Fortunately, the exercise portion of the class concluded, ushering in a period of free activity. Most of the boys were inclined towards sports, often playing basketball among themselves. Nian-Shi had previously shared a passion for physical activity, but her recent transformation had significantly diminished her athletic prowess. Coupled with the discomfort of a bandage constricting her chest, she found herself unable to summon the energy to participate, relegating her to the sidelines to observe. On the basketball court, the boys sprinted, leaped, and vied for the ball, exuberantly displaying their athleticism as they perspired freely. The game was captivating, drawing the attention of many female students who gathered to cheer them on. Nian-Shi sat amongst a few of the more slender boys, effectively serving as a mere backdrop to the lively scene. One of the boys, preparing to take the court, inquired why she wasn't joining in the game. Nian-Shi merely shook her head and jested, "If I were to play, you all would have to yield to me." The boy nodded in agreement, affirming her statement. Nian-Shi, renowned for her striking beauty, often bewitched those who encountered her, making it difficult for them to act decisively. Only that rascal Huachun could withstand such allure, consistently triumphing over her in their duels. Upon hearing this, she chose silence. Her gaze was fixed upon the commanding presence of Huachun on the field, his shirt drenched in sweat, the well-defined contours of his muscular arms enhancing his masculine appeal. After such a prolonged exertion, he must surely be parched. She mused, preparing to fetch him a bottle of water, when suddenly a figure appeared before her. "Nian-Yang, come with me," Ji-Wen stated calmly, her tone indistinguishable from her usual directives. At this juncture, it is pertinent to mention the physical education class for the girls. As its name suggests, it focuses on refining the appearance and poise of the female students, enhancing their overall elegance. One group was on the playground, while another was in the dance studio. With the boys concluding their class, it was only natural that the girls would not monopolize the space indefinitely. By coincidence, this particular session was being held by Ji-Wen's medical department. Nian-Shi was uncertain as to why Ji-Wen sought her out, considering their limited interactions. Yet, confronted with the girl she had admired in her previous life, she found it challenging to remain indifferent. Thus, she acquiesced. Ironically, Nian-Shi had anticipated that upon encountering Ji-Wen again, she would feel a flutter in her heart, reminiscent of her past affections. Regrettably, that was not the case. She viewed Ji-Wen with tranquility, only occasionally lamenting the regrets of her former life, devoid of any further emotion. However, she also noted that Huachun did not seem to harbor significant feelings for Ji-Wen. How, then, did they become a couple after university? Could it be that their bond deepened over a mere holiday? Nian-Shi was uncertain of the reasons behind their relationship and decided not to dwell on it, following Ji-Wen to the dance studio. Upon arrival, they found the classroom empty and dimly lit, prompting Nian-Shi to heighten her vigilance. "Ji-Wen, what are we doing here?" she inquired, perplexed. No sooner had she spoken than she heard a click. Ji-Wen had locked the door to the studio. Alarm bells rang in Nian-Shi's mind, casting a shadow over her expression, her tone growing icy. "What is the meaning of this?" Ji-Wen's demeanor turned serious as she took a deep breath. "Should I call you Nian-Yang? Or Nian-Shi? I do not comprehend what you are implying," Nian-Shi replied, shaking her head. She was unaware of how Ji-Wen had uncovered her secret or the extent of her knowledge regarding the matter. Denial also served as a form of probing. You are actually a girl, aren't you? I saw you at the hospital the other day. Nianshi refrained from responding immediately, and a prolonged silence enveloped the room as they faced off, the tension palpable. Her mind raced, recalling something she had inadvertently noted before. Ji Fei is your relative? She shifted the topic, inadvertently confirming Ji Wen's assertion. Ji Wen panicked, hastily clarifying, do not misunderstand. It has nothing to do with my sister. I happened to visit her while you were there for your examination, and that is when I encountered you. At this moment, Nianshi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, and a profound sense of regret consumed her. Had she known better, she would have adorned herself with a mask before stepping outside. Nevertheless, she remained remarkably composed. So, what do you intend to do? Will you leverage my weaknesses to coerce me? Ji-won was taken aback by Nianshi's unexpected reaction. She had assumed that such a staggering secret, once revealed, would elicit at least a hint of panic from Nianshi, even if not a grand display of emotion. After all, the Nianshi she remembered was a rather innocent soul. Yet, the Nianshi before her now exhibited an unsettling calmness, as if she had undergone the trials of time, rendering her indifferent to the emotional upheavals that life might present. Chapter 13. Like a female rogue upon hearing this, Ji-won became flustered, never anticipating that Nianshi would react with such anger. She hurriedly clarified, I did not intend to coerce you. I merely wished to uncover the truth. What truth? Nianshi inquired. What has caused you to suddenly transform into a girl? Upon learning of Nianshi's change, Ji-won did not assume that she had undergone gender reassignment surgery. After all, surgery cannot alter one's bone structure, a conclusion Ji-won had drawn after observing Nianshi closely. Is this important? Nianshi questioned. Of course it is significant. My family is in the medical field, and I am studying medicine as well. Therefore, I am genuinely curious about why you have unexpectedly become a woman. Allow me to examine your body. Even if she had not achieved great success, and was merely an ordinary student, Ji-wen's fascination with the human body was sufficient motivation. Ji-wen's audacity left Nianshi momentarily speechless. Huh? Ji-wen continued, I do not intend to blackmail you. I simply wish to understand what has transpired with you. Her gaze sparkled as if she were beholding a rare treasure. Moreover, you surely wouldn't want this matter to reach Chen, would you? Nianshi conceded that when Ji-wen revealed her secret, she remained unperturbed, yet the mention of Chen caused her to falter. Ji-wen's eyes were innocent and devoid of ulterior motives, as though she truly harbored no other intentions. Nianshi had a keen intuition about people. If someone captured her affection at first glance, they were undoubtedly good-hearted. Conversely, if someone evoked displeasure, they were certainly not virtuous. Her fondness for Ji-won in her previous life stemmed from Ji-wen's kind and endearing nature. However, she had not anticipated this innocent and charming girl would possess such a side. A female rogue, faced with Ji-won, Nianshi felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness wash over her. In the words of Japanese manga, it was as if she were rendered utterly helpless. Sigh. Let me make one thing clear, you must not expose my secret. That is absolutely assured. With their agreement established, a sense of tranquility enveloped them, inadvertently drawing the two girls closer together. Nianshi then lowered her guard. Yet, Ji-won began to advance, and Nianshi was uncertain of the little girl's intentions, feeling as though she were the one being taught by her. Eventually, Ji-won cornered her against the wall and executed a playful wall slam. In 2 lifetimes, this was Nianshi's first experience of being wall slammed, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. The girl before her was so close that she could see her own reflection in Ji-wen's eyes.
Even.
Hey, don't. Nianshi had initially perceived Ji-won as a well-behaved girl, only to discover her boldness. If a student were to walk in now, they would witness 2 beautiful girls in a rather intimate encounter, with the shorter one reaching into the other's clothing. Nianshi's face flushed as Ji-wen's fingers glided over her skin, cool and comfortable yet exhilarating. Let me check if your development is normal. Ji-wen believed she was engaged in a serious matter, yet her words resembled those of a rogue. Why are you still bound? This is not conducive to development. As she spoke, she began to loosen the constraints on Nianshi. Startled, Nianshi grasped her hand through the fabric. If you continue like this, I might become angry. This is for the advancement of medicine. Bear with it a little longer. Then I shall not hold back. Hey, don't tickle me. I'm sensitive. Ah ha ha. Don't touch there. It's off limits. Prepare to face your demise. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. In the exercise room, the two beautiful girls lay breathlessly on the mat. After an intense bout lasting several rounds, neither could gain the upper hand, leaving them both exhausted and flushed. Ji-won, with a look of reproach, said, "Why can't you just let me touch a little?" Nianxi, of course, was unwilling. "What kind of joke is that? Don't you feel any shame? What's there to be ashamed of? We're both girls. I used to be a boy." After a brief respite, their energy returned somewhat. "So, what do you plan to do with your life from now on? You can't possibly disguise yourself as a male forever, can you?" "I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time," Nianxi replied, shaking her head and gazing absently at the ceiling. In truth, her decision to continue living as a male was largely influenced by Huchun. It was merely an effort to preserve their brotherly bond, yet this feeling seemed to be subtly transforming. What about Huchun? Why bring him up? Nianxi's emotions surged. "Aren't you on good terms with him? Now that you have leverage, aren't you going to compete with me for his attention?" Nianxi was taken aback, thinking, doesn't Ji-won like Huchun? How could she say such a thing? What on earth are you thinking? Not wishing to engage in further banter, she stood up, preparing to leave. Seeing her annoyance, Ji-won chose not to pursue the topic any longer. Exiting the equipment room, Ji-won intended to head straight back to the classroom, while Nianxi contemplated buying a bottle of water. As they parted ways, Ji-won said to Nianxi, "If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to talk to me. After all, I understand how girls should navigate life better than you." Nianxi considered this for a moment and nodded in agreement. Ji-won was right. She indeed needed someone to guide her on how to live as a girl. Although she could discuss things with her mother was mostly at school, and distant advice would not resolve her immediate concerns. Reflecting on this, being discovered by Ji-won did not seem like such a bad thing after all. Perhaps a blessing in disguise. Upon exiting the small shop, she unexpectedly ran into Huchun. Clad in a basketball uniform, sweat from his vigorous exertion had soaked through his shirt. The thin tank top clung to his muscular chest, accentuating his physique. The moment he spotted Nianxi, he approached with an unusual expression. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere." Faced with Huchun's inquiry, Nianxi felt somewhat awkward, her mind racing to concoct an excuse. I went to the restroom. I squatted so long my legs went numb. Please, help me up." With that, she feigned weakness, leaning against Huchun. Huchun, quick-witted and agile, stepped back while reaching out to support her. "Do not touch me just yet. I am drenched in sweat." "Very well," she conceded, promptly offering him the water she held. "You must be exhausted from playing. Here, take this." "Ah, how considerate of you to buy me water. I was parched to the brink of death," Huchun exclaimed as he eagerly accepted the bottle, gulping it down voraciously until it was nearly empty. Nianxi cast him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Oh please, with so many girls waiting on you, how could you possibly be thirsty? Are you feeling jealous?" Huchun suddenly teased, catching her off guard. "What nonsense are you spouting?" she replied, bewildered. This fellow had been quite astonishing with his remarks lately. Were it not for her certainty that she had not revealed her secret in his presence, she might have suspected Huchun was already aware of her transformation into a girl. Chapter 14. The arrival of relatives. A few days passed, during which Ji-won frequently visited the vicinity of her and Huchun. But this time, her focus shifted towards her. She would often call her out during breaks, and the two would sneak off into the small woods, engaging in activities reminiscent of their previous encounter in the dance studio. Ji-won's attentiveness to Nian, she did not escape Huchun's notice, who curiously inquired about the sudden closeness between them. How was she to respond? She could only feign ignorance, yet a tinge of guilt lingered within her, as if she were an unwelcome third party. Although Huchun currently feigned indifference towards Ji-won, Nian she believed that he harbored unacknowledged feelings for her. After all, if he had no affection for Ji-won, how could they have ended up together in their past college days? However, Ji-won's audacious behavior brought forth complications that troubled them. During one recess, Nian she overheard a few classmates whispering among themselves. Given Ji Wen's frequent visits to Huachan, her affection for him was no longer a secret. Classmates even began to assume they were officially dating. Yet, strangely enough, in recent days they noticed Ji Wen seeking Nianxi instead of Huachan, which sparked new speculation. Have you noticed that the belle of the medical department, Ji Wen, has been looking for Nianyang instead of Huachan lately? Indeed, it's quite obvious. Is she pursuing his brother because she can't win over Huachan? Wow, wouldn't that be awkward for Huachan? Who knows? If it were me, I would sever ties immediately. Dream on. But honestly, I think Nianyang looks hey. Dude, are you a weirdo? True love knows no gender, alright? I reckon Nianyang is definitely the submissive one. Then Ji Wen is the dominant, and Huachan must be too. Young people play by their own rules. Listening to their chatter, Nianxi felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a shock to them. Though this seemed trivial, it was indeed serious and required prompt resolution. In her past life, Nianxi had witnessed numerous individuals driven to extreme actions by public opinion. Initially, what might seem like an inconsequential matter could escalate into something significant when misinterpreted and spread by the ill-intentioned. One must be cognizant of the perils of public opinion. With this in mind, Nianxi hurriedly sent Ji Wen a message on WeChat. You shouldn't keep coming to find me. Rumors about you are starting to circulate in our class. Ji Wen quickly replied, got it, heart emoji. Nianxi felt exasperated, as if her idealized image of her goddess had crumbled. How did she end up being Ji Wen's friend? They had connected after the incident in the dance studio. Moreover, during this time, Huachan seemed to behave oddly. He no longer rested his head on her lap during breaks and began to distance himself deliberately. From the significant space between their seats to avoiding sharing drinks, even the most casual physical contact became a cautious affair. If they happened to touch, he would dart away as if jolted by electricity. However, these thoughts did not delve deeply into Nianxi's mind, as this fellow was always engaged in inexplicable antics, perhaps once again succumbing to whims. One day, Nianxi awoke with a discomfort in her abdomen, initially attributing it to a mere stomach upset. However, after spending an extended period in the restroom without any relief, the pain intensified. What she could endure in the morning had become unbearable. Doubling over at her desk, she pressed her abdomen, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Witnessing her distress, Huachan felt a surge of concern, wanting to reach out and comfort her, yet hesitating. Recalling the revelations overheard outside the physical training room that day, he found himself in a quandary. He had felt unwell and left the session early, only to discover that Nianxi and Ji Wen had gone to the equipment room and had not returned for quite some time. Driven by curiosity, he sought them out, only to overhear an astonishing secret. His good friend of over a decade had transformed into a girl. This was no mere concealment of gender. Huachan was astounded, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Returning to the present after another class had concluded, Nianxi could no longer bear the pain and decided to seek solace in the infirmary, beckoning Huachan. Huachan, my stomach hurts terribly. Please take me to the infirmary. All right, he replied, momentarily lost in thought. Just as he intended to assist her, Nianxi halted him. It was then that a faint metallic scent wafted through the air. Simultaneously, Nianxi felt a warmth surging from between her legs, instantly discerning the gravity of her situation. The dilemma was that she had no idea how to resolve it. Moreover, Huachan could not assist her, nor could she allow him to. It seemed she had no choice but to seek that person. With determination, Nianxi swiftly removed her outer jacket, fashioning it around her waist to cover the unsightly stain. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she dashed out, sending a message to Ji Wen. Ji Wen, hurry, I need your help. At that moment, Ji Wen, unoccupied and perusing medical texts in the dormitory, was abruptly interrupted by Nianxi's urgent message. The urgency in her words was palpable, prompting Ji Wen to abandon her studies and rush towards the teaching building. On her way, she encountered Nianxi, who was staggering forward while clutching her abdomen. Upon seeing her friend in such a state, Ji Wen immediately understood. That night, in a secluded villa within a residential area, Huachan returned home, his brow furrowed, burdened with unspoken thoughts. The butler promptly approached him. Young master, you have returned. Dinner is prepared. The master has not yet arrived. Would you like to dine now or wait for him? I'm not hungry. I'll pass. Chun replied, sensing the butler's unease regarding his mood, yet the servant felt it inappropriate to pry. In an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, the butler shared some good news, hoping to uplift his master's spirits. Young master, the proposal you drafted has received unanimous approval from the master and the board. Your plan will be implemented. This was indeed a cause for celebration, affirming that his years of effort had not been in vain. However, at that moment, Chun found himself devoid of any particular sentiment. He merely uttered, "I understand," and ascended the stairs to his room. His thoughts lingered on Nianxi, recalling the anguish etched upon her face as she departed. Concern enveloped him, leaving him uncertain about her current state. Glancing at his phone, he was met with the image of a jubilant puppy, its tongue playfully lolling out, a picture chosen by Nianxi as her avatar. Yet, his messages to her remained unanswered. Chapter 15. Another dream. That night, Chun found himself ensnared in yet another dream. However, this dream was not a continuation of the previous wedding reverie, but rather an entirely distinct realm. In this dream, he appeared to be in his 30s. The passage of time had not etched many lines upon his visage, yet it had imbued him with a profound composure. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, with a well-groomed stubble, he exuded the aura of a corporate magnate. He was decisive and resolute in his endeavors, possessing a broad perspective and long-term aspirations. With remarkable capability and unwavering determination, he had forged an unparalleled commercial empire within a mere decade. Yet he was alone, his heart perpetually haunted by the memory of his departed friend, Nian Yang. He seldom spoke of him, yet thoughts of Nian Yang lingered in his mind. As the sole heir of the Hua family, born with a silver spoon, he was undoubtedly a member of the affluent elite. Many sought to exploit his status, approaching him with ulterior motives. However, there was one, Nian Yang, who remained his ethereal muse. In Nian Yang's company, there was no need for guile. They could simply revel in unadulterated joy and be their authentic selves. He wished to preserve the sanctity of their friendship, unmarred by his social standing. Nevertheless, in the dream, he was tormented by the regret of never revealing his true identity to Nian Yang. Had he confided in him, perhaps Nian Yang would not have chosen to donate his body to raise funds. Consequently, he might have avoided the tragic fate of being violently struck down in an attempt to save another. One fateful day, overwhelmed by nostalgia for his lost companion, he found himself intoxicated on the very bridge where the calamity had unfolded. In a hazy stupor, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Morning light broke, and Chun awoke, a solitary tear gliding down his cheek. He rose slowly, and his gaze bore a newfound gravity, shedding the naivete of youth for maturity and steadiness. Indeed, he had been reborn. The memories of the past weeks filled him with astonishment. He pondered whether Nian Yang had transformed into a girl in this life or if, like him, had also been reborn and undergone a metamorphosis. After all, apart from her gender, her actions in this life mirrored those of their university days, which were now over a decade ago, details that were no longer vividly etched in his mind. Regardless of whether Nian Yang had experienced rebirth, he was resolute in his determination not to repeat the mistakes of his former life. Ding! At that moment, a notification from his phone captured his attention. It was a message from Nianxi finally responding to him. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I visited the hospital. It's acute appendicitis, and I need to rest for a few days." Of course, this was merely an excuse concocted by Nianxi, for she could not disclose the reality of her monthly cycle. Had he been the youthful Chun, he would have accepted her words without question, as he was previously uninformed regarding such matters. However, the current Chun was not the same as before. Recalling Nianxi's reactions from the previous day, he immediately grasped the underlying truth. Yet, he knew that it was not yet the time to confront the matter directly. "I'm relieved to hear that. You have no idea how worried I was. Be sure to rest well." "Okay," smiley face. Observing her reply, Chun smiled softly before putting away his phone. He then summoned the butler and instructed him to request a few days of leave from school. In the school where Nian Yang no longer resided, he found no interest in lingering. Moreover, having been reborn, he had certain matters he wished to attend to. Meanwhile, Nianxi put down her phone, exhaling in relief. Upon waking to a flurry of messages from Chun, she had been quite startled. Fortunately, given Hua Chen's naivety, he likely could not fathom that her reaction was due to her monthly cycle. However, this time her menstrual arrival was abrupt. Experiencing the unique pain that women endure for the first time across her lifetimes finally illuminated the futility of the phrase, "Just drink more hot water." Thankfully, she had reached out to Ji-won promptly yesterday, but the embarrassment she felt when utilizing the sanitary napkin, especially one that belonged to Ji-won, was overwhelming. As for how she managed the aftermath, she naturally called her mother to fetch her home. After a day of rest, she felt almost fully revitalized. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. "Shishi, are you awake?" Her mother, Xian, called from outside before entering. Upon seeing her daughter awake, she gently sat by her bedside, concerned, "Does it still hurt?" and offered her a cup of ginger tea. "Thank you, Mom. It doesn't hurt anymore." She accepted the tea, sipping it slowly. A warm sensation enveloped her abdomen, bringing a soothing comfort to her entire being. "That's wonderful. Rest a bit longer. Since you have taken leave, I'll take you to the mall this afternoon." She was puzzled. "Is there something we lack at home? We have plenty of rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, as well as many daily necessities." "Of course there is something lacking, and it's quite significant," Xian replied solemnly, though she did not specify what needed to be purchased. "All right." In the afternoon, after she awakened, her mother took her directly to the mall, heading straight for the women's lingerie store. She was taken aback, attempting to escape, only to be pulled back by her mother. "How could I forget such an important matter? Putting my dear Shishi in an awkward position," Xian lamented, feeling regretful. In her previous focus on buying beautiful clothing for her daughter, she had only realized yesterday, while washing Nianxi's clothes, that her daughter had been wearing old, male-style undergarments all this time. "This simply won't do." Nianxi vehemently resisted, exclaiming, "I'm not embarrassed at all. I think wearing my old ones is perfectly fine. I'm quite accustomed to them. That's unacceptable. It simply cannot be the same. Moreover, give it up, Shishi. Aside from what you're currently wearing, I've already disposed of the rest. You must wear something else, whether you like it or not." Understanding her daughter's stubborn nature, Xian knew that without taking decisive measures, a compromise would be impossible. Thus, she resolved to eliminate any future complications. Today, she was determined to succeed. What? Just like that, she found herself reluctantly dragged into a place she believed she would never enter. Upon entering the lingerie store, a blush crept across her face, filling her with panic. She believed that such places were exclusively for women, and even a glance would be inappropriate. Thus, in her past life, she would awkwardly take a detour whenever she chanced upon them. However, in this life she strode in with confidence. Before her lay an array of dazzling lingerie that left one bewildered, and the shop was permeated with a delicate fragrance. As the mother and daughter entered, the attendant promptly approached them, but momentarily lost her composure upon seeing Nianxi. Having worked in this position for many years and encountered various styles of beautiful young girls, she had never before encountered someone like Nianxi. Her visage was as exquisite as that of a porcelain doll, and even without makeup, she surpassed countless others adorned with cosmetics. Chapter 16. Completing assignments. Yet, relying on years of professional experience, the shop assistant quickly regained her composure. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Xian immediately pushed Nianxi forward. "I am purchasing for my daughter. Could you kindly provide some recommendations? Of course, may I inquire what size she wears?" "Oh, we haven't measured yet. Do you have a measuring tape? Let's measure her now." "Certainly, the fitting room is just inside. You may use it there." Thus, Nianxi was reluctantly ushered into the fitting room by her mother. During the measuring process, Xian found herself unable to resist the allure of her daughter's delicate skin. Once the size was determined, the shop assistant acted swiftly, soon presenting a suitable set of light pink lingerie adorned with charming little bows. Upon seeing the lingerie, Nianxi's first impression was that it appeared quite small. She even doubted whether the details would fit. However, this did not deter her from resisting. She felt that although she had transitioned into a girl, she could not accept women's undergarments. Consequently, she sought out a sports bra and matching underwear, reasoning that if she had to wear something, at least this option was within an acceptable range. However, Her mother disagreed vehemently, snatching it away and asserting, "You will change it. If you don't, I will have to take a firmer approach." Seeing her mother's resolute demeanor, Nianqi had no choice but to relent. "All right, I will change," she acquiesced. Reluctantly, Nianqi donned the pink lingerie. The fabric clung to her skin in a manner she found disconcerting. Entirely different from the loose-fitting garments she was accustomed to. It felt as though it might embed itself uncomfortably. The elegant pale pink accentuated her smooth skin, and the bows added a touch of youthful innocence, evoking envy among the women present at her graceful form. Her face flushed crimson. She fidgeted, appearing like a delicate flower, drawing affectionate gazes from those around her. Xian, satisfied with the sight, waved her hand and purchased several sets of various styles and colors for her daughter. Ultimately, she discarded the outfit Nianqi had arrived in, effectively severing her ties to it. From the moment she donned the lingerie, Nianqi felt the invisible line she had steadfastly maintained within herself snap. If the garments beneath had transformed, could not those worn externally also be changed? Xian had long been eager for her daughter to wear a lovely dress. With this thought in mind, she acted accordingly. After settling the bill for the lingerie, she firmly grasped Nianqi's hand and headed toward the women's clothing section. However, this time, Nianqi resisted even more vehemently, refusing to budge. Faced with her daughter's obstinacy, Xian ultimately conceded. Days passed, and Nianqi's leave finally came to an end. It was time to return to school. Upon informing Huachan, he too instinctively concluded his own respite. During this time, the Hua family observed a notable transformation in their young master. He had become significantly more composed and mature, as if he had changed overnight. Drawing upon the experiences of his previous life, he proposed numerous strategies that he had envisioned but failed to realize during that era, either due to circumstances or lack of capability. The completion and feasibility of these plans astonished even his father, Hua Zhenghua, the chairman of the Hua Group. Although the previous proposals were indeed viable, they bore a certain naivete. Now, however, he appeared as a seasoned veteran of the business world, capable of considering every aspect and executing a meticulous strategy. If it weren't for his unmistakable visage, Hua Zhenghua might have doubted whether his son had been swapped at birth. Nevertheless, his son's rapid maturation prompted him to contemplate retirement sooner than anticipated. Upon returning to school, Nianqi noticed a transformation in Huachan. He had shed the youthful innocence characteristic of a freshman, yet his eyes still sparkled with ambition, momentarily conjuring memories of the Huachan who once dominated the business arena in a past life. Parents often remark that boys mature in the blink of an eye, and she was now witnessing this firsthand. After a few days of rest, he was no longer distant. On the contrary, he seemed even closer than before, frequently teasing her during class. He resumed resting his head on her lap, displaying an even greater attachment, seizing every fleeting moment, including the brief intermissions between classes. Nianqi found this somewhat exasperating, akin to a persistent adhesive. Yet, she sensed that Huachan was carefully maintaining a boundary, hesitant to overstep. Although he had previously been clingy, there was a different essence to his demeanor now. The days of respite had accumulated over 10 outstanding assignments awaiting completion. Although submission was not strictly enforced, promptness was paramount as it affected her academic credits. Ironically, this predicament was precisely what Huachan had hoped for. "How about I come to your house this weekend to catch up on assignments?" he suggested. "Sure, feel free to come," Nianqi replied nonchalantly. After all, Huachan had often visited her home, and her parents were quite fond of the charming young man. During the days that Huachan and Nianqi were absent, an incident transpired at school. A diligent girl in their class had inexplicably become involved with a slacker. She began skipping classes and neglecting her studies, even adopting a rebellious appearance. Whispers circulated when she was spotted entering a hotel with the boy. The couple was unabashed, openly displaying their affection, and immediately after class, they would cling to one another. The girl's academic performance plummeted, yet she remained oblivious to the consequences. Had both been diligent students, it might not have been a concern, but if this continued, it would jeopardize the girl's future. Chapter 17. The warmth of the palm on a weekend morning. A sleek black Bentley came to a stop beneath the residence of Nianqi. Although still a luxury vehicle, It was far more approachable compared to the ostentatious Rolls-Royce he had previously driven. Inside the car, Hwa-chun donned a freshly tailored outfit, meticulously styled his hair, and applied a touch of fragrance, rendering himself even more dapper and alluring. The driver, Zhang Wei, glanced at his young master through the rearview mirror and noticed him adjusting his hairstyle with some frequency, as if he feared even the slightest disarray. This struck Zhang Wei as peculiar. After all, had Hwa-chun not always been rather casual when visiting friends? Why, then, was he now adorned like a flamboyant peacock? He had even brought gifts. Though puzzled, Zhang Wei refrained from voicing his thoughts and continued with his duties in silence. As Hwa-chun caught sight of the familiar window through the car's window, an unexpected wave of tension washed over him, disrupting his previously calm demeanor. Steadying his nerves, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, opened the door and stepped out. He proceeded to the trunk to retrieve a box of milk and a basket of fruits. After all, one must never arrive empty-handed when visiting one's parents. You may head back now, old Zhang. I will call you for my return this evening, he instructed. Zhang Wei promptly replied, "Understood, young master," before driving away. Prior to ascending the stairs, Hwa-chun took a moment to adjust his attire, ensuring he appeared impeccable. He knocked gently on the modest door, which after a brief wait, swung open to reveal an inviting aroma of home-cooked meals wafting through the air. The door was opened by He Xian, who was clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, clearly in the midst of culinary endeavors. "Hello, Auntie," Hwa-chun greeted, a hint of shyness in his voice. Upon seeing him, He Xian's face lit up with joy, and she warmly ushered him inside. "Xiao-chun has arrived. Come in quickly. My daughter Yang was just talking about you." In her enthusiasm, He Xian nearly uttered "Sisi," but quickly remembered to keep that detail confidential from Hwa-chun, reverting to the more familiar moniker. Although aware that her words were merely polite banter, after all, Nianqi's character was not one to dwell on a particular person or matter. Hwa-chun felt a surge of happiness upon hearing them, and promptly handed her the gifts he had brought. "These are for Uncle and Auntie." Upon seeing the offerings, He Xian's smile widened even further, her fondness for Hwa-chun growing with each passing moment. "Oh dear, you needn't have brought anything. Your presence is gift enough," she replied. Hwa-chun glanced around the room but did not spot Nian Jiangua, prompting him to inquire, "Where's Uncle?" "He went to work," He Xian replied, remembering the reason for Hwa-chun's visit. She then called out towards Nianqi's room, "Yang, come out. Xiao-chun is here." After a brief moment, the door to Nianqi's room clicked open, and she emerged, clad in a deep blue satin nightgown, clearly having awaited his arrival. Her naturally beautiful features, unembellished, appeared even more free-spirited and effortless in her attire. Upon seeing Hwa-chun, Nianqi paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. For reasons unknown, despite his unaltered appearance since yesterday, he seemed to have grown significantly more handsome. Regaining her composure, she feigned nonchalance and said, "You've come. Please come inside." Hwa-chun noticed her reaction and felt an inner sense of delight. Upon hearing the invitation, she instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she followed along. He Xian timely reminded, "Don't lock the door. Mom has prepared your favorite dish. I will bring it over shortly." "All right," she replied to her mother, then turned to Hwa-chun and said, "First, take off your shoes." Hwa-chun obediently complied. With another click, the door closed. Nianqi's room was rather ordinary, sparsely furnished with merely a bed, a computer desk, and a bookshelf, devoid of anything else. The only distinctive feature was the carpet that covered the entire floor, a deliberate choice by Nianqi to avoid the hassle of searching for slippers each morning and to enable her to walk barefoot freely. Habitually, Hwa-chun scanned the surroundings and noted the cleanliness and tidiness of Nianqi's room, a stark contrast to her typically carefree demeanor. A subtle scent of milk lingered in the air, reminiscent of her own fragrance. In truth, Nianqi had realized how disorganized her room was only that morning when she remembered Hwa-chun was coming over, which explained her mother's constant teasing about her being a lazy pig. During this time, remnants of her transformation into a girl were scattered throughout the room. In a flurry, she hastily tidied up and managed to make everything presentable just before Hwa-chun's arrival, giving the illusion of perfection. Nianqi felt a surge of nervousness, fearful that Huachun might detect anything amiss. However, she was mistaken. Huachun was evidently more anxious than she was. This observation puzzled Nianxi. Why do I feel like you're the one who's nervous? You've been here before. Though he had visited before, he was still a boy back then, casually hanging out at a friend's house without any need for anxiety. But times had changed. Huachun now knew of her transformation, thus altering the dynamics entirely. No, it's just curious that you still have this bear? Huachun quickly shifted the topic, approaching her bed to pick up a teddy bear that stood as tall as a person, playing with it. This bear had been a birthday gift from him to her during their middle school years. Who would have thought it remained beside her bed? Did she perhaps hug it while sleeping? The thought made Huachun smirk mischievously. Don't mess up Malaka's fur. I painstakingly arranged it, Nianxi exclaimed in a fluster, snatching it back and holding it close as if it were a treasured possession. Wait, this bear has a name? Huachun's eyes lit up with curiosity. Nianxi's face flushed as she retorted. What is so strange about that? Don't you have names for every muscle in your body? Left chest Arthur, right chest John. Left bicep Dachi, right bicep Hosea. And more. Hearing Nianxi enumerate those names, Huachun's face turned crimson, and in a panic, he quickly covered her mouth. All right, let's not bring up that dark history. During his rather pretentious middle school phase, Huachun had taken to naming each of his muscles as he began his journey into fitness. Every time he displayed his muscles, he would call out their names, but eventually he found it tedious and ceased to mention them. In retrospect, it truly feels shameful. I cannot fathom what was going through my mind back then. Nianxi was stifled, her small fists pounding against his chest in protest. It was only then that Huachun realized, and he promptly released her. Freed from his grasp, Nianxi gasped for air, yet she felt a surge of joy at witnessing Huachun's flustered demeanor. I won't tease you anymore. Let's get back to our homework. Reminded of the mountain of assignments awaiting her attention, Nianxi decided against further banter with Huachun, for completing her homework was of utmost importance. She promptly retrieved a small table suitable for two and placed it on the carpet, sitting down on the floor. The two then opened their phones, perusing the tasks that lay ahead. There were lesson summaries, PowerPoint presentations, stock market analyses, and even actual exam papers to complete. To be honest, it wasn't particularly challenging. The PowerPoints could even be directly copied from existing online resources, yet it was undeniably cumbersome. Nianxi connected her phone to a speaker and began playing soothing music, seeking to add a touch of enjoyment to this otherwise tedious study session. Meanwhile, Huachun appeared somewhat distracted. He could still feel the lingering sensation of having covered her delicate lips, soft and warm. What are you daydreaming about? You didn't forget to bring it, did you? I did bring it. At Nianxi's reminder, Huachun snapped back to reality and promptly retrieved a stack of exam papers from his backpack. Thus, the two began to diligently tackle their assignments, occasionally engaging in discussions or light-hearted banter, ensuring that the atmosphere remained far from dull. Chapter 18. The cabbage to be poked by the pig. After completing several examination papers, Nianxi felt a bit fatigued and set down her pen, stretching her limbs. Would you like something to drink? She inquired. Anything is fine, came the reply. All right, I shall fetch it, she said, rising to leave the room. At that moment, only Huachun remained in the room, and he instinctively began to observe his surroundings. Was there something peeking out from beneath the bed? A corner of clothing, perhaps? It was pink. Curiosity piqued. He lifted it slightly, only to widen his eyes in shock, quickly covering it back up and feigning ignorance. Unbeknownst to him, his face had turned crimson. He never anticipated that Nianyang had changed to such an extent. What a pity she was merely a princess of peace, otherwise, she would have been perfect. Huachun silently lamented. Nianxi returned at that moment, carrying 2 glasses of orange juice. This is all we have at home, she stated, setting the drinks on the table. Upon looking up, she noticed Huachun's flushed face. What's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you unwell? It's a bit warm in here. Is it? Then let me open the window for some fresh air. As the cool breeze brushed against him, Huachun cleared his mind, striving not to dwell on the recent incident, which helped him regain his composure. The two resumed their studies. Suddenly, Nianxi found herself perplexed by a particular problem. Huachun, whose thoughts were predominantly occupied with her, promptly noticed her troubled expression. What's the matter? This question looks familiar, but I can't recall how to solve it. Huachun glanced down and instantly remembered where it had come from. It seems De Huang discussed it in the last class. With his prompt, Nianxi recalled, right? I even noted it in my book. However, the mathematics book was on the bed, not too far yet not close enough. Feeling too lazy to get up, she strained her neck back to reach for it. Unfortunately, her arm fell short, and her face flushed red in effort without success. Let me help you with that, Huachun offered, preparing to rise. A dramatic scene unfolded, one orchestrated by the author. His little toe collided with the table leg at an unfortunate angle, causing him to stumble and lose balance, his entire body toppling towards Nianxi. All she saw was a large shadow looming over her, causing her pupils to constrict in fear, and she exclaimed, "Ah!" With a thud, Huachun's robust frame landed atop Nianxi. One hand braced against the ground while the other instinctively fell on the edge of the table, inadvertently resting on her chest. Is it hard? Could it be bound with bandages? That must be uncomfortable. Though her chest was wrapped in layers of bandages, devoid of any substantial touch, Nianxi could still distinctly sense the pressure against her. Her eyes widened, and she silently cursed, "Dog paw!" The hem of her nightgown had unexpectedly lifted, revealing her fair abdomen, the delicate navel accentuated by the visible curves of her figure, exuding a captivating allure. The two were in close proximity, so near that they could distinctly feel each other's breath and even glimpse their reflections in one another's eyes. Huachun, with an air of mischief, playfully pinched and mused, "Your pectorals." A shiver ran through Nianxi as she thought, could it be that he intends to touch me? She wondered why he had yet to remove his hand. How firm? How do you train like this? Teach me. A momentary scare, for it was all in jest. After all, having wrapped several layers of bandages, how could it not be hard? Just then, the door burst open with a bang, and the booming voice of Nian Jiangwo reverberated through the room.
Eldest-son.
Your mother has prepared braised pork. Come and taste it. The three of them froze in place. It was Nianxi who first regained her composure, hurriedly attempting to calm her father. Dad, please, remain calm. It's not as you think. For she was aware that since she had transformed into a girl, her father had regarded her as his precious treasure, a stark contrast to his previous hands-off approach. Now, witnessing her in a compromising position with Huachun, he was bound to explode. Huachun immediately straightened up, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Uncle, please hear my defense. Nianxi shot him an exasperated glance, whispering, Shut up, you're only adding fuel to the fire. It's better when you don't speak. Your words will only infuriate Dad further. Unbeknownst to them, Huachun was still perched atop Nianxi, their posture remaining decidedly suggestive. Nian Jiangwo remained silent, his expression darkening as he silently set his bowl aside. Unbeknownst to them, he had procured a baseball bat from somewhere. A monster with a bat. After a flurry of chaos, the entire situation was finally clarified. The family, along with Huachun, gathered around the dining table, where Xian had prepared a sumptuous spread, eagerly awaiting the meal. Huachun felt exceedingly uncomfortable, not out of awkwardness from unfamiliarity but rather due to the murderous glare from Nian Jiangwo. If looks could kill, he feared he would have already faced 1,000 tortures. Observing her father's displeasure, Nianxi admonished, Dad, don't be so fierce. He hasn't done anything wrong. Although Huachun had touched his own chest, it had been merely an accident. Well, I am magnanimous and shall overlook it. Nianxi thought to herself. Nothing happened. He practically. The wild boar is about to uproot the cabbage, and here I am defending my own vegetable. Yet, she could not openly reprimand him, as she wished to conceal her secret of transforming into a girl. Nian Jiangwo felt a deep sense of frustration. Xian, acting as the peacemaker, quickly interjected, All right. It was merely a misunderstanding. Old man, don't dwell on it. Even if Nian Jiangwo was still displeased, he felt compelled to remain silent at his wife's urging, only letting out a faint click of his tongue. Throughout the ordeal, Huachun appeared small, pitiful, and helpless, too afraid to speak. Remembering her father's unexpected early return, Nianxi curiously inquired, By the way, Dad, why are you back so early today? Typically, Unless something significant occurred, her father would not return at such an hour. Could it be that something had happened at the factory? Nian Shi pondered. However, the subsequent response from Comrade Nian Jiangwo filled her with trepidation. He mentioned that a certain machine in the factory had malfunctioned, and coincidentally, an inspection was scheduled for today, requiring a 3-day shutdown for repairs. Father had obtained a 3-day leave. Nian Jiangwo spoke with a cheerful demeanor, yet Nian Shi broke into a cold sweat. A malfunction? Was there truly a machine malfunctioning? She recalled that during this time in her previous life, such an incident had not occurred. Could the accident have been preempted? With this thought racing through her mind, Nian Shi urgently inquired, "It's not your machine, is it? Is anyone injured?" Both Nian Jiangwo and He Xian were taken aback by their daughter's sudden urgency and replied, "It's not your father's machine, don't worry. It's just a minor fault. No one was harmed." In conclusion, Comrade Nian Jiangwo added with a dismissive expression, "If you ask your father, those machines have been in use for quite a while. Minor issues are inevitable. As long as they work, what's the fuss about? It's overreacting." Nian Shi, however, vehemently disagreed, her expression becoming gravely serious. "That's not how we should view it, father. If small problems are not addressed, they will inevitably escalate into major ones." This was a serious matter. If her father continued to disregard safety, one day they might repeat the tragic mistakes of her previous life, a scenario she was resolutely unwilling to witness or endure again. Through her recent actions, Hu Chun had already deduced that in this life, Nian Shi, like him, had also been reborn. He felt a sense of relief and nostalgia. Following Nian Shi's words, he addressed Comrade Nian Jiangwo with a plea, "Nian Yang is correct. Uncle, as the saying goes, a tower stands on the accumulation of sand. Many significant accidents stem from the accumulation of seemingly inconsequential issues. I recommend that, after the repairs, you also take some time to inspect the machines you use, as safety must come first." Upon hearing the words of the two, Nian Jiangwo fell into contemplation. After a moment, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, scholars truly have a different way of speaking. All right, I'll heed your advice. I'll conduct another inspection once work resumes." Receiving affirmative confirmation from Comrade Nian Jiangwo, Nian Shi and Hu Chun exchanged a knowing smile. After lunch, the two returned to Nian Shi's room to catch up on homework until the evening when Zhang Wei arrived to take Hu Chun home. As Hu Chun exited Nian Shi's home, he resolved firmly within himself. He understood clearly that both he and Nian Shi were the kind of individuals who would guard a secret for a lifetime. Without external intervention, they would unconsciously remain complacent in their circumstances, believing that they could continue to conceal the truth indefinitely. In his previous life, he had suffered the consequences of such a disposition, failing to assist Nian Yang in a timely manner. In this lifetime, he was determined not to hide anything from her. He needed to find an opportunity to disclose everything. He believed that this opportunity lay with Ji-won. Chapter 19. The plan. On a certain day in a certain month of a certain year, Ji-won received an invitation to visit the residence of Hu Chun. Both the Ji and Hu families belonged to distinguished lineages. However, one thrived in the business realm while the other excelled in the field of medicine, making their connection seem rather incongruous. The reason for their engagement was rather mundane, an affair rooted in the past, as the elder generations had once been comrades in arms, bonded by life and death ties. Like many elders who forge connections for the younger generation, they had orchestrated a match, essentially an engagement arranged in their childhood. Years later, when Ji's patriarch succumbed to illness, the engagement was deemed an accepted fact by both families. For over a decade, from the moment Hu Chun learned of this engagement, he harbored a certain disdain for Ji-won. He perceived this bond as an invisible shackle, a notion he found intolerable, even though they were, in essence, childhood friends. In the presence of their parents and elders, they would feign a camaraderie to avert their incessant chatter, yet privately they maintained a distance. However, this time, it was Hu Chun who extended the invitation. At the appointed hour, Ji-won arrived as promised, her mind swirling with questions. She was greeted by the housekeeper of the Hu residence. "Miss Ji, the young master is in the study. I shall escort you there." The housekeeper's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, yet Ji-won halted him. "Wait a moment, did Hu Chun mention why he summoned me?" The housekeeper hesitated. "Well, the young master did not specify." "I see. With a disappointing response, Ji Wen's curiosity intensified. She had harbored a fondness for Huachan since childhood, albeit a modest one. Deep down, she understood that their relationship was a product of her family's desire for alliance, which was precisely why Huachan had always regarded her with indifference, displaying only a semblance of politeness in front of outsiders. Over the years, she had made countless attempts to endear herself to him, all to no avail. He had never once invited her to the Hor residence until now. Just as she contemplated giving up, he had suddenly taken action. This bewildered Ji-won. Could he possibly be masochistic? Why would he forsake the readily available affection and instead retreat? Unable to fathom it, she decided to set aside her thoughts and followed the housekeeper to Huachen's study. Knock, knock, knock. Master, Miss Ji has arrived. Come in, came the response. The housekeeper opened the door and promptly made way for Ji-won. She politely nodded to the housekeeper before stepping inside. Huachan was engrossed in a document at his desk, his brow furrowed, exuding an unmistakable air of authority. Upon sensing Ji-wen's approach, he slightly lifted his gaze and adjusted his glasses. His meticulously styled hair, handsome features, and gold-rimmed spectacles gave him an air of a refined rogue. In that moment of distraction, Ji-wen almost mistook him for Hua Jingguo, her Uncle Hua. You're here. You have never invited me to your home before? Do you seek something? He paused, contemplating whether to request Ji-wen's assistance in finding an opportunity to confess everything to Nian Shi. Before Ji-wen arrived, he had contemplated numerous phrases, pondering how to persuade her. Yet, when the moment finally came, he found himself at a loss for words. I wish to collaborate with you to unveil Nian Yang's secret. Upon hearing Huachen's words, Ji-won was taken aback, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? What secrets could he possibly have? Despite her attempts at subterfuge, she could not evade Huachen's perceptive gaze. You know precisely what I mean, the equipment room. Those 3 words seemed to carry an enchanting power, instantly deflating Ji-won, who despondently murmured to the heavens, Sissy, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. They had clearly agreed to keep Nian Shi's secret under wraps. Yet it had been exposed so swiftly, and the one culpable for this revelation appeared to be none other than herself. Achoo! Nian Shi, who was indulging in a feast at home, suddenly sneezed, prompting He Exan to chide her, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Returning to the previous conversation, even though Ji-wen had deliberately lowered her voice, Huachan still caught her recent reference. Sisi, you're not aware? Nian Yang has changed her name to Nian Shi. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Nian Shi. It does sound more feminine. Observing his pensive demeanor, Ji-wen cautiously inquired, so, do you intend to sever ties with her? She had conversed with Nian Shi previously, who had expressed her fear that revealing the truth to Huachan would drive him away. Huachan furrowed his brow in confusion upon hearing Ji-wen's question. Why would you think that? Because your earlier remarks hardly seemed benevolent. Huachan fell silent. Did I speak too harshly? Surely not. His reaction only shifted Ji-wen's perspective. I merely do not wish to conceal anything from her. To which Ji-wen retorted, yet you have not disclosed your true identity to her, have you? Huachan paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. You are correct. So, therefore, I require your assistance. With those words, Ji-wen could discern his intentions even without being particularly astute. Strangely, she felt no pang of disappointment. In fact, she felt neither anger nor jealousy. After all, the man before her was her fiancé, and as the rightful partner, she found it peculiar to feel no resentment. How can you be certain I will assist you? Our engagement was a decision made by our families, and I cannot oppose them for her sake. However, Huachen's response took her by surprise. Why not? His answer was succinct and assertive, as if she had posed a rather foolish question. Ji-won was certain he was earnest. Huachan was indeed sincere. Perhaps the youthful Huachan lacked the capability, but he had since transformed. He possessed both the confidence and the ability to protect Nian Shi. Contemplating this, Huachan solemnly addressed Ji-won. I understand you. Your parents have kept you sheltered from the outside world since childhood. I am among the first to befriend you, so the fondness you harbor for me is merely a child's camaraderie. This is not a mere fabrication by Huachan. It is, in fact, a revelation that Ji-won explicitly shared with him at the time of their separation in a previous life. After all, they were both adults then, possessing a more comprehensive and mature perspective on matters. Ji-won had a clear understanding of her true feelings for Hwa-chun. However, the current Ji-won is merely a high school girl, still struggling to grasp her own emotions. Yet, upon Hwa-chun's subtle guidance, she experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, it was no wonder she felt such peculiar sentiments towards him. Initially, she thought it was affection, but she never felt that bashfulness typical of a girl in love when she was in his presence. She recalled her previous attempts to show him kindness, often prompted by her mother's insistence that it was time to cultivate their relationship, given that they would eventually become family. However, Ji-won was reluctant. She would have preferred to immerse herself in her medical texts rather than engage in such endeavors. Thus, she approached her interactions with Hwa-chun as if they were mere tasks, fulfilling her mother's wishes. It became clear to her that she did not harbor feelings for Hwa-chun. With this realization, Ji-won understood what she needed to do and agreed to Hwa-chun's proposition. Yet, she stipulated her own condition. She would assist him, but they must first resolve the relationship between their families. Hwa-chun naturally shared the same sentiment. An agreement was reached. Chapter 20. In truth, I am the heir. Hwa-chun and Ji-won began to quietly deliberate on how to confess everything to Nyen-shi. This task was not particularly daunting, as Nyen-shi's faade was riddled with flaws, easily unraveling once she stepped beyond the school gates. However, he did not intend to act immediately. After all, with the holidays approaching, he wished not to disturb her at this time. It would be prudent to wait until the conclusion of the final examination week, allowing all matters to settle before proceeding. A week later, during the Friday afternoon class, Hwa-chun prepared to reveal his true identity to Nyen-shi. Let me share a secret with you. Oh, what secret? Nyen-shi replied nonchalantly, sensing that he was up to something once again. Observing his surroundings, Hwa-chun noticed that their classmates were engrossed in their work. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered mysteriously, "In fact, I am an heir to a wealthy family." Nyen-shi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process his words. A flicker of excitement stirred within her. Perhaps he had finally decided to be honest about his identity. Yet, recalling their previous life, she remembered how meticulously he had concealed his background, likely due to familial expectations. Perhaps they had used threats regarding inheritance to ensure he remained discreet, but he was an only child. Could such threats genuinely hold weight? Nevertheless, the precise reasons eluded her, and at that moment, she doubted Hwa-chun's sincerity. Surely, he was merely jesting with her once more. What a surprise it was to think that even the esteemed President Hwa was still a young man, possessing his own moments of immaturity. With this thought, she decided to indulge him, playfully responding, "Well then, I shall humor you just this once, dear brother, and play along." Her eyes sparkled as she exaggerated her astonishment. "Wow, is this true? My long-held wish has finally come to fruition? You can finally support me." Hwa-chun, amused, let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. From now on, all your expenses will be covered by me, young Master Hwa." "Awesome, big brother. You can reimburse me for dinner then." Silence. The teacher at the front could no longer tolerate their antics and sharply reprimanded them. Both students immediately lowered their heads, burying themselves behind a pile of books. The teacher's admonishment brought Hwa-chun back to a state of composure. Flattered by Nyen-shi's praise, he realized that she did not take his words seriously. With a hint of melancholy, he turned to Nyen-shi and confessed, "I truly am an heir to a wealthy family. I am not deceiving you." Nyen-shi, affectionately ruffling his hair, replied, Yes, I know. I truly understand." It was curious. Previously, he would have brushed her hand away, indignantly declaring that a man's head should not be touched so casually. What had changed? Or was she still processing the revelation? Wait, did he perceive something different in her gaze? Nyen-shi felt a stirring of intuition. Hwa-chun, resigned, realized that he would need to allow her to see it for herself. "Tomorrow, I will come to your house to pick you up." "Ah, where are we going?" "To my home." The following day, Hwa-chun arrived as promised. He sent a message to Nyen-shi, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity without a response, he surmised that the young lady was likely indulging in a leisurely slumber. With no other recourse, He ascended the stairs and knocked on Nianxi's door. Before long, the Xian answered. Upon seeing Huichun, she appeared somewhat taken aback. Xiaoqin, what brings you here? Hello, auntie. I have made arrangements with Nianyang to study at my place, Huichun replied, lowering his demeanor in deference to He Xian. Oh dear, look at that. Nian. Yang didn't he mention anything to me? She is still asleep. I'll go wake her. He Xian said as she welcomed Huichun inside and proceeded to rouse Nianxi from her slumber. Huichun keenly noticed the subtle shift in how He Xian referred to Nianxi. It dawned on him that her parents were aware of her name change, indicating that they were informed about the developments in her life. Well, it's acceptable for her parents to know, but even Ji1 is in the loop. While I remain oblivious, Huichun thought, feeling a twinge of discontent. However, he adeptly concealed his emotions, not allowing them to surface in front of He Xian. No need to trouble yourself, auntie. I'll go and call her, he said, feigning intent to stride towards Nianxi's room. He Xian, startled, quickly interjected, no, please just sit. I'll handle it. Considering the state in which her daughter might be, she feared that it would not be appropriate for Huichun to witness such a sight. With that thought in mind, He Xian wasted no time and dashed to Nianxi's room. Shortly thereafter, Nianxi found herself being roused by her mother, who tugged at her ear. Just as she intended to feign a pout and playfully complain, her mouth was covered. Stop being coy, Xiaoqin is outside. Don't let him hear you. Nianxi was momentarily flustered. Coy? Mother, is that how you should refer to your daughter? She paused. Wait, Xiaoqin? Huichun? Yes, out there? Oh my goodness. Is he really here? This was perplexing. It was unlike her previous life. After a considerable delay, Nianxi finally donned her disguise, changed her attire, and emerged from her room. Brother, you can't be serious? Upon seeing him, Nianxi immediately voiced her confusion. Huichun nodded, exuding confidence. Of course it's serious. Let us go. With that, he gestured for her to follow. Nianxi, still skeptical, trailed behind. Auntie, we're off now. Study well, but don't get too carried away, He Xian cautioned. Today, Huichun made a bold statement by having Zhang Wei switch to a different vehicle, returning to the lavish Rolls-Royce. Upon seeing the luxury car, Nianxi was rendered speechless. Wait. A Rolls-Royce? Though she was aware of Huichun's family possessing such an extravagant vehicle, witnessing it in the flesh was astonishing. Such a luxury car was something she had only ever seen on television, a rarity in reality. To her surprise, it was now right before her eyes. Nianxi held no doubts about the authenticity of the car, nor its ownership by Huichun, for she had seen him arrive at events in this very vehicle in her previous life, even recognizing the license plate. Yet, this was still a multimillion-dollar luxury car, an object she could never hope to afford in a lifetime of labor. Upon contemplating this, Nianxi felt a twinge of hesitation to approach. The thought of accidentally causing a mishap weighed heavily on her mind, for the consequences would be too great for her to bear. Observing Nianxi's reaction, Huichun displayed a hint of playful arrogance. He strode forward with confidence, opening the car door for her and graciously inviting her to take her seat. My lady, please. Zhang Wei, seated in the driver's position, was taken aback. Though he was aware that his young master was close friends with the youth named Nianyang, he was astonished to witness Huichun lowering his stature for the sake of a friend. Huichun's address of my lady indeed eased Nianxi's tension, allowing her to enter the vehicle with grace. Chapter 21. A fortuitous encounter. Luxury cars glided down the thoroughfare, the scenery outside rushing past in a blur. Other vehicles instinctively maintained their distance, wary of any misfortune that could jeopardize their fortunes. Nianxi felt a twinge of anxiety, still unable to believe that Huichun genuinely intended to reveal his true identity to her. Where exactly are we headed? Huichun, relaxed and nonchalant with his legs crossed, feigned ignorance. To my home, of course. We agreed on this yesterday, did we not? Nianxi was incredulous, suspecting he was jesting. Are you serious? Huichun, perceptive to the subtle shift in her demeanor, sensed something amiss. There was a profound disquiet, a troubling sense of foreboding. It sounds as though you have prior knowledge of my identity. Is that even a possibility? It indeed could be. If Nianxi, like him, had been reborn, she might already be privy to his true self. After all, in their previous lives, he had already made his presence known to the public. No. I know nothing. Nianqi hurriedly masked her anxiety, yet her faade crumbled with ease. However, Huachen's thoughts were elsewhere. If the Nianqi of the past had known his identity, why had she never sought his assistance? His expression darkened. In their previous lives, she had asked to borrow small sums of money during her struggles, but those paltry amounts were trivial compared to her father's medical expenses. Did you wish to spare me the impression that you were coveting my wealth? Believing she had successfully deflected his inquiry, Nianqi exhaled in relief as Huachan fell into a contemplative silence. She felt that he had grown increasingly astute, a fleeting sensation reminiscent of conversing with his former self. In their past life, whenever she felt discontent, she would confide in him, and his concise replies would often reveal his understanding. It was as though he were a worm in her stomach, knowing her thoughts intimately. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the luxury car entered a grand estate. Towering buildings gave way to an expansive garden, revealing an opulent 3-story villa. Gazing through the car window, Nianqi's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. The hedges were meticulously trimmed, workers were mowing the vast lawn, and trees were sculpted into intricate shapes. This was a place she had never visited in either of her lifetimes, each blade of grass exuding the scent of affluence. So this is the realm of the wealthy. It was not until the car came to a steady halt before the entrance of the villa that Nianqi regained her composure, urgently grasping Huachen's arm. Wait. I'm not prepared to meet your parents. I can't arrive empty-handed. The prospect of meeting his family loomed, and she had made no preparations. Her attire was unrefined, and she had brought no gifts. What if his parents disapproved of her? What if she inadvertently offended them with her words or actions? And how should she face his extended family, should they be present? Observing her flustered demeanor, Huachan understood her concerns and took hold of her hand. My mother is on a business trip abroad, and my father works during the day, returning home quite late. Therefore, I must apologize for any disappointment. As Nianqi felt the warmth radiating from her hand, her face flushed slightly, prompting her to withdraw her hand immediately. Huacheng feigned calmness as he exited the car, fearful that she might detect his embarrassment. As Huacheng walked away, Nianqi came to a realization. I am currently a boy visiting as a friend, not as a girlfriend. Why should I concern myself with such matters? She promptly followed Huacheng. The grand entrance of the villa slowly opened, revealing an impeccably polite butler, whose demeanor exuded gentlemanly charm. Approaching noon, having heard that the young master would be bringing a friend, the chef had prepared a sumptuous feast. The exquisite presentation, complemented by red candles despite it being daytime, and the champagne at hand, created an ambience reminiscent of a candlelit dinner. No, rather, a candlelit luncheon. Nianqi thoroughly enjoyed this meal. The culinary skills of the Huacheng family's chef surpassed those of many restaurant chefs. Intrigued by the taste of champagne, she indulged in several glasses. Little did she know that her tolerance for alcohol was exceptionally low. After just 2 or 3 glasses, she began to feel tipsy. Huacheng, having also consumed a few glasses without a hint of inebriation, couldn't help but tease Nianqi about her slightly dazed expression. How disappointing, Nianqi retorted, feeling displeased. You're the one who's disappointing. I am exceptionally brave, thank you very much. Oh, Huacheng's playful nature emerged as he imitated a Hong Kong accent, playfully patting Nianqi's thigh. Very brave indeed, quite impressive, and your physique is rather nice as well. Nianqi frowned and swatted his hand away. What are you doing? How old are you? Still so shy? You clearly don't understand. With a mischievous grin, Huacheng produced a pair of black-rimmed glasses from seemingly nowhere. What do you want to understand? Nianqi, slightly tipsy, found her reactions sluggish, momentarily unable to grasp what was amiss with his words. Do you want to understand? I have some delightful surprises in my room. Delightful surprises. Is it a new game? Huacheng shook his head, replying, what new game? This is even more exhilarating than a game. You'll find out when you come. With that, he took Nianqi's hand and led her to his room. The maid, who had been observing the entire exchange, was left uncertain on how to evaluate the situation. Is this truly the young master's nature? And that young man, how strikingly handsome. Let there be no misunderstanding. Huacheng indeed prepared a new game quite literally. No matter how peculiar Huacheng may be, he would never take advantage of the situation. especially while their intentions remained unspoken. Upon entering Huicheng's room, Nianqi felt that her own room, often scolded by her mother for its disarray, paled in comparison. The room was decorated in a simple yet elegant manner, spacious yet cozy, featuring a plethora of well-organized furnishings that were pristine and immaculate. This was undoubtedly thanks to the diligent work of the maid. A plush carpet lay beside the expansive bed, and directly opposite was a wall entirely dedicated to a television. At this moment, Nianqi regained some clarity. Having always been a child fond of running barefoot, she harbored a peculiar obsession with carpets. Were it not for her parents' restrictions, she would have likely carpeted the entire house. Upon seeing the exquisite carpet of the Hua family, an immediate intrigue washed over me, prompting me to remove my shoes and leap onto it. My joyous spirit also captivated Huicheng. Our television is connected to a gaming console, and there is a game you have long desired to play. We can play together. Really? That is splendid. Huicheng adeptly retrieved 2 controllers from the television cabinet. Let the game commence. Chapter 22. Temptation time flowed by unnoticed, and the sun quietly descended. The room was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the gentle glow of the television screen. On the display, 2 combat characters were engaged in an intense battle, yet the tide of the conflict was decidedly one-sided. The look of satisfaction on Huicheng's face indicated that he was playing with ease. In stark contrast, Nianqi furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth, her fingers nearly pressing down so hard on the controller that it seemed they might smoke. Clearly, she was the one being suppressed. As defeat loomed, Huicheng intentionally made a misstep, allowing Nianqi to seize the opportunity to counterattack with a slick series of moves, ultimately securing victory. "Yay! I won!" Nianqi exclaimed, her joy palpable as she nearly jumped for joy. Huicheng, however, was unfazed. After 10 rounds, she had only managed to win this one, and he thought it was only fair to let her enjoy her moment of triumph. Once the euphoria of victory subsided, Nianqi noticed that night had fallen, and the time had already surpassed 8 o'clock. Is it already this late? Her phone buzzed with over a dozen messages from her parents urging her to return home, prompting her to hastily respond. Huicheng suggested, "Since you're here, why not stay at my place tonight? The guest room is all set up." Nianqi paused, her hands faltering, still uncertain. Although she and Huicheng maintained a brotherly bond, she was aware that she had now transitioned to being a young woman, and staying over might not be appropriate. Sensing her hesitation, Huicheng pressed on. "This is my home. What's there to fear? Are you worried I might ambush you?" His half-joking tone and demeanor only served to ignite her rebellious spirit while simultaneously making her conscious of her own unease. "Forget it. Fine, I'll stay for one night. It's just the guest room and I can lock the door. You won't be able to get in, and I can always wake up early tomorrow." She then informed her parents about her plans to stay at Huicheng's residence. Both He Xian and Nian Zhangwo were taken aback by the news, bombarding her with a flurry of messages. Nianqi found herself both amused and exasperated, taking considerable effort to clarify the situation to her parents. Meanwhile, Huicheng, having successfully executed his plan, was secretly delighted. Nianqi's guest room was conveniently located just next to Huicheng's, a mere few steps apart. Since she would be staying the night, the two naturally dove back into the world of gaming, engaging in a spirited match. As the night deepened, fatigue began to overtake Nianqi. After all, with a bandage wrapped around her chest, each breath was a struggle, and the thought of succumbing to slumber only to suffocate in her dreams was terrifying. With the moon high in the sky and the night growing ever darker, Nianqi, utterly exhausted, fell onto her bed and soon began to breathe softly. However, unbeknownst to her, she was in a den of wolves. Huicheng's home featured several rooms on the second floor with connected balconies, allowing for easy passage through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Coincidentally, their rooms were in such a configuration. Huicheng, unable to find rest, felt his heart racing. Summoning his courage, he stepped onto the balcony and approached Nianqi's window, reaching out to push it open. What began as a tentative exploration turned into a surprising reality when the window actually opened. The luminous moonlight streamed through the window, casting a sanctified glow upon the darkened room. With utmost stealth, Huicheng approached the bedside of Nianqi, remaining motionless. Simply gazing upon her was sufficient. Nian Xi's sleeping posture was rather ungraceful, yet at this moment, she lay still. Her delicate, porcelain arms were raised above her head, and her gentle breaths resembled the soft purring of a cat, enchanting anyone who listened. Nian Xi, the cherished brother from his past life, the one whose name seldom graced his lips yet lingered in his thoughts. Initially, he regarded Nian Xi solely as his dearest companion, but upon his rebirth and the revelation of her transformation, his feelings began to shift. He was uncertain of this new sentiment, fearful that, upon revealing his truth, Nian Xi might come to despise him. Yet, if he were to do nothing, he would gain nothing. Take a chance. After all, a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Huachun gazed tenderly at Nian Xi's sleeping visage, wishing that this moment could be eternally frozen in time. Perhaps feeling the warmth, Nian Xi abruptly kicked off her blanket, revealing a glimpse of spring. Huachun inhaled sharply, a flush of crimson instantly creeping onto his cheeks as he hastily turned away. How could he forget this young one's poor sleeping habits? Do girls not wear anything while they sleep? Moreover, this guest room, unlike others, had remained unoccupied for a long time and was rather chilly. Nian Xi's exposed midriff could easily lead to a chill. With his eyes closed, Huachun clumsily grabbed the blanket, hoping to cover her. However, before he could manage it, Nian Xi swung her arm and wrapped it around his neck. Huachun stumbled forward, quickly bracing himself against the edge of the bed to avoid landing directly on her. If he were to fall atop her, it would spell disaster. A profound chasm lay before him, and an alluring fragrance wafted into his senses. How substantial! Although he was aware that Nian Xi must possess such attributes, he never anticipated them to be so pronounced. Had she previously bound them with bandages? How uncomfortable that must have been. Huachun felt a surge of compassion and bewilderment. He had never encountered such an exhilarating experience in either life. Nian Xi, lost in deep slumber, instinctively sought to embrace something in the absence of her beloved stuffed bear, thus inadvertently granting Huachun an unexpected advantage. With something to hold on to, Nian Xi found greater comfort in her sleep, rolling over and inadvertently pulling Huachun onto the bed. Before him lay a vision of beauty, presenting an immense challenge for Huachun. However, he dared not speak or act, remaining motionless in his restraint. The night was eerily quiet. Even the frantic beating of his heart seemed to resonate with clarity. Huachun feared that a careless movement might rouse Nian Xi. Though he longed to confess everything to her, this was certainly not the opportune moment. Otherwise, he would find himself in quite the predicament. After an indeterminate passage of time, perhaps a mere 10 minutes, Nian Xi shifted positions once more, finally releasing Huachun, only to deliver him a swift kick as an afterthought. Huachun winced in pain, unceremoniously propelled off the bed and hastily retreating to his own room. Thus, the night passed uneventfully. Chapter 23. Examination week. On the following morning, Huachun emerged, having endured a sleepless night, his eyes resembling those of a panda. In contrast, Nian Xi was blissfully asleep, stretching like a contented cat. Upon stepping outside, she unexpectedly collided with the fatigued Huachun, startling her momentarily. "You! Didn't he sleep well?" Huachun's face flushed a deep crimson, the events of the previous night vividly replaying in his mind. Ahem. Perhaps I played too many games. A thought crossed Nian Xi's mind, and with a dismissive expression, she patted his shoulder. "Young man, moderation is key." She then shifted the conversation. "By the way, I had a dream last night." A flicker of unease crossed Huachun's face. "What dream?" Nian Xi reminisced, stating, "I dreamt that my Malaka was alive, all fluffy, and holding it felt more comforting than ever before." As the memory faded, she noticed Huachun's face had turned even redder. "What's wrong? Why is your face so flushed?" It's nothing. Your dream is quite unique." Images from last night played more vividly in his mind. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the end of the semester. The final examinations at High University differed from those in high school, as other departments also participated. Thus all written subjects were scheduled within a single week. This is precisely why the term examination week is employed. The remaining subjects that could be tested in class were termed practical examinations and had already been conducted prior to this week. Meanwhile, The incident involving a girl in their class and the campus bully had escalated, creating a significant uproar throughout the school, leading to both parties being summoned with their parents. They were mandated to end their relationship, and the girl, tearful and unwilling to part ways, ended up quarreling with her family. The boy, hailing from a privileged background, appeared indifferent, with his family merely observing the situation. However, the displeasure etched on his parents' faces suggested their dissatisfaction with the relationship. Ultimately, both were taken home, leaving their future uncertain. Only a few knew that the girl had a childhood friend, a boy from her class. Those aware felt sympathy for him. He remained silent throughout the ordeal, absorbed solely in his studies, disregarding the external chaos. Once the dust settled, discussions faded, and the classroom atmosphere was filled with the palpable tension of review. On the first day of examination week, Nian-shi's finance class was not scheduled for an exam, allowing her to spend the day at home. On the second day, an examination awaited in the afternoon. Drawing from her past experiences, Nian-shi felt no anxiety, understanding that this was merely a small test, far less daunting than the college entrance examination. However, her parents, He Xian and Nian Jiangwo, were evidently more anxious than she was. Early in the morning, they prepared breakfast, preventing her from indulging in a leisurely sleep. Upon arriving at the examination hall, they incessantly reminded her to bring her admission ticket and pens, even insisting she carry a red ribbon in her pocket, symbolizing a prosperous start. Nian-shi found their concerns excessive, perceiving this as merely a minor examination. On the third day of examination week, she successfully navigated through the morning test. On the fourth day of the examination week, there was a respite. By the fifth day, during the morning, it was an uneventful passage. At this juncture, all subjects that Nian-shi needed to undertake were successfully completed. Subsequently, a period of rest ensued. The remaining 2 days would be occupied by students from other departments, thus rendering any connection to the finance students inconsequential. Once the examinations concluded, a holiday commenced, and the students, feeling a wave of relaxation, eagerly coordinated their schedules to gather and indulge in leisure activities. With no assignments to contend with during their break, their only concern was to enjoy themselves. They had ample time to orchestrate their plans. Meanwhile, Hu Chen's agenda came into focus. What was the course of action? Quite simple, really. He merely needed to choose a time when Nian-shi would be at the hospital for a follow-up appointment to intercept her. According to information gleaned by Ji-won from her sister Ji-fei, Nian-shi never took care to conceal her femininity during these visits. Therefore, should he decide to confront her, it would be an assured success. However, as is often the case, plans are perpetually subject to unforeseen changes. Chapter 24. Discovering Nian-shi felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Ever since Hu Chun matured, his father, Hu Jingua, had taken notice and began to gradually assign him various company matters to manage. One day, while Hu Chun was diligently engrossed in reviewing a contract in his study, a sudden call from Ji-won disrupted his focus. Hu Chun, hurry to the hospital. Nian-shi has been hospitalized. Ji-won's voice came through the line immediately upon connection. Hu Chen's heart raced, and disregarding his ongoing work, he dashed out without hesitation. Thanks to the exceptional driving skills of the chauffeur, Zhang Wei, Hu Chun arrived at the hospital in under 10 minutes. Upon exiting the car, he rushed into the inpatient department, heading straight for the nurse's station. "Excuse me, is there a boy named Nianyang hospitalized?" he inquired, his words spilling out in a flurry. However, the intern nurse, caught off guard by his urgency, failed to grasp his question. Realizing the misunderstanding, Hu Chun quickly corrected himself. "No. I mean, a girl named Nian-shi." At last, the nurse comprehended and flipped through the hospitalization records, eventually locating the name. "Yes, she's in room 424. Just take the elevator straight ahead and turn right." "Thank you." Hu Chun expressed his gratitude before hurrying off, oblivious to the nurse's murmurs behind him. "Room 424 is for menstrual pain. Why the fuss?" Another nurse chimed in. "I wish I could find a boyfriend who cares for me so sincerely and is handsome too." A friend nearby quipped, "Just don't treat your boyfriend like a guinea pig." Meanwhile, Hu Chun had already arrived at Nian-shi's hospital room. Inside, Nian-shi was explaining to her parents why she had indulged in cold and spicy foods, despite being aware of her impending discomfort. Her condition had always been more intense than that of other girls, and now she found herself in the hospital as a consequence of her indiscretion. However, it was not a grave issue. The doctor had prescribed a few medications for recovery and advised her to take better care of her health in the future. Xian was engaged in a session of moral instruction with her daughter, while Nian Jiangwo expressed his unwavering support.
Yivan, observing silently,
Thought to herself how Huachun had yet to arrive despite this perfect opportunity. Just then, the door to the room swung open with a click, and Huachun rushed in, his urgency palpable. Nianqi's mind momentarily went blank. Nian Yang, how are you? Huachun asked anxiously, his eyes betraying deep concern for her well-being. Xian and Nian Jiangwo were taken aback by Huachun's sudden entrance, fully aware that their daughter wished to keep her transformation into a young woman a secret from him. Faced with the situation, they were at a loss for how to proceed. Regaining her composure, Nianqi quickly curled up under the covers, attempting to conceal her body. The thin fabric of her hospital gown did little to obscure her form, and she hoped fervently that Huachun had not noticed anything amiss. Her mind raced with thoughts of how she would explain herself if her condition were to be revealed. After much contemplation, it became apparent that her single-core processor was of no use, even if it were to overheat. On the other hand, Huachun immediately noticed the changes in Nianqi. However, upon learning from Ji Wen about her hospitalization, he lost interest in anything else, regardless of the severity of her condition. How are you feeling? Are you ill? Do you have enough money? If not, I can provide for you. With concern overwhelming him, Huachun leaned against Nianqi's bedside, delivering a flurry of smooth inquiries that left her momentarily stunned. At that critical juncture, it was the steadfast comrade Nian Jiangwo who intervened, saying, I say, young man, we are still here. Ah! I apologize, uncle and aunt. I was too anxious. Huachun quickly apologized, his face revealing an unusual blend of youthful awkwardness and tension. The couple understood that Huachun genuinely cared for their daughter and felt a sense of relief. Do not worry, Xiaochun. Yang is fine, it's just. At a loss for an explanation, Xian subtly nudged Nian Jiangwo with her elbow. It's just. Nian Jiangwo, being a straightforward man, struggled to come up with a suitable reason. Consequently, the couple turned their attention to Ji Wen, who had remained silent. Don't look at me. Ji Wen turned her face away, indicating that it was not her affair. After all, she could already imagine how fearsome Nianqi would be upon regaining her composure and seeking retribution. From the trio's reactions, Huachun concluded that it was nothing serious, which was a relief. For a moment, the heavy burden in his heart lifted. However, another weight soon took its place. Having rushed in without a second thought, he now faced the daunting prospect of being honest with her, having learned that Nianqi was indeed well. At this moment, Huachun found himself at a standstill. The one he had longed for was so near yet felt unattainable. Though he had always envisioned a candid confession followed by a blissful life together, the reality was starkly different. Since discovering that Nian Yang had transformed into Nianqi, he had even contemplated names for their future children. Aspirations are often beautiful, yet they diverge sharply from reality. He was certain that he would treat Nianqi wholeheartedly once they were together. Yet, the transition from 0 to 1 is invariably the most challenging. What if Nianqi rejected him? What if she viewed him as a pervert and shunned him? The thought terrified Huachun. Thus, for the first time, the once commanding Hua, who had thrived in the business world, found himself tongue-tied and anxious. After a brief silence, Nianqi could no longer endure the stifling heat of the blanket and cautiously emerged with a flushed face, saying, Why? Are you here? Huachun's mind raced. What should he do? Should he be direct or more subtle? No, that wouldn't work. Given her intellect, he ought to be straightforward, for subtlety would surely elude her understanding. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Ji Wen took Xian and Nian Jiangwo by the hand and led them out of the hospital room. Dear uncles and aunts, since Huachun has arrived, let him take care of Cici for now. I just overheard the nurse mentioning that we need to fill out some forms, so we should hurry over. In this remark, Ji Wen did not disguise her address to Nianqi, subtly urging Huachun to take action. She has already made an effort to provide him with the space he needs. If he does not act now, then when? The couple, somewhat bewildered, was gently nudged away by Ji Wen. Oh, wait! By the time Nian Shi attempted to intervene, it was already too late. The hospital room now contained only her and Hu Chun. Hu Chun understood Ji Wen's intentions and resolutely made up his mind, considering Ji Wen a remarkable ally. I understand now. What do you understand? Nian Shi's heart was already racing with anxiety, and now, due to Hu Chen's words, it felt as though it had leaped into her throat. I know you have become a girl. Hu Chun dropped the pretense and laid everything bare. So, be with me. I promise to treat you well for the rest of my life. Chapter 25. I shall treat you well for a lifetime. After a brief silence, Nian Shi was taken aback, her cheeks flushed with the unexpected confession from Hu Chun. What? The tension that had enveloped her was instantly dissipated by his sudden declaration. She flung aside the covers, her graceful figure accentuated by the flimsy hospital gown, exuding an alluring charm. No, no. What are you thinking? Look closely. I am your brother. Nian Shi rose to her knees on the bed, fully revealing her feminine identity before Hu Chun, even exuding an air that demanded he see clearly. I know. At that moment, Nian Shi held the upper hand, clearly perceiving the determination and sincerity in Hu Chen's eyes. Yet, she still could not believe her ears. No, how can you say such things with a straight face? Are you a pervert? What is happening? I thought you would despise and loathe me after discovering my secret. Yet here you are, presenting such a scenario. What do you intend to do? I am your good brother. I am not a pervert. Hu Chun immediately retorted, but upon reflection, he quickly changed his tune. No, I am indeed a pervert, but only for you. His declaration, filled with righteousness, only served to further confuse Nian Shi. What? After a heated confrontation, their emotions gradually stabilized, and their tones softened. Hu Chun began to speak earnestly. Nian Shi, I am truly delighted that we can meet again. After you left in my past life, I felt as though I had lost my pillar of support, wandering aimlessly each day. I could not believe that I had lost my dearest brother, that I would never see you again. In this rebirth I am genuinely relieved. You need not have concealed anything from me. Our bond would not waver because of such matters. We remain the best of friends, the closest of brothers. Once you were a man, and I merely wished to stand by your side, supporting each other through thick and thin. That desire remains unchanged. I still wish to be with you. In the future. Hu Chun paused abruptly, as if withholding his next words. I am serious. You truly are a pervert. Though his words were indeed moving, the notion of wanting to be with her for her soul rather than her appearance felt like a profound blow to Nian Shi, who had no experience in matters of the heart. However, such sudden declarations felt overwhelmingly abrupt. Nian Shi was flustered, her face crimson as if it could bleed, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her singularly focused mind could not fathom what thoughts occupied Hu Chun's mind. Ultimately, she could only shout, "Go away!" Though rejected, it was an anticipated outcome. Yet, despite the clear dismissal, Hu Chun did not feel disheartened. For in Nian Shi's eyes, he did not see disgust or disappointment, only confusion and shyness. This was a promising sign. At the very least, he had a chance. On the other side, the couple, Nian Jiangwo and his wife, guided by Ji Wen out of the hospital room, were not oblivious to the implications of the young girl's sudden actions. It was noteworthy that their daughter seldom mentioned her classmate, Ji Wen, yet today, upon her unexpected hospitalization, it was Ji Wen who was the first to visit. She claimed that her elder sister worked at the hospital and had fortuitously learned of their daughter's situation. The couple was momentarily taken aback, but observing the amicable exchange between their daughter and the girl, which seemed devoid of any intention to conceal their feminine identities, they realized that Ji Wen was indeed aware of their daughter's secret. Soon thereafter, Hu Chun burst into the room. The noticeable change in their daughter's demeanor indicated that she had not informed Hu Chun of her hospitalization. This left only one potential informant. Reaching this conclusion, the couple cast discerning glances at Ji Wen. The scrutiny sent chills down Ji Wen's spine, prompting her to internally lament the difficulty of her actions and vowing to confront Hu Chun later. After considerable effort, she managed to alleviate the concerns of Nian's parents. Recognizing that the young couple likely had much to discuss, Ji Wen seized the opportunity to lead them to a more distant location, ostensibly to procure some gifts for Nian Shi. She relished the notion of being a benefactor. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hospital room, Huachan and Nianxi laid bare their truths to one another, both acknowledging their shared experience of reincarnation. When Nianxi inquired about Ji-Wen, she discovered that, in their previous lives, external familial pressures had compelled them to feign a relationship devoid of genuine affection, ultimately leading to an amicable separation. In that moment, their bond deepened immeasurably, as it dawned upon them that they were perhaps the only individuals from the future in this world. Before understanding each other's circumstances, they had felt a profound sense of solitude. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, transitioning from poetry and literature to existential philosophy, each recollection of their past instilling joy. Nianxi sensed in Huachen's demeanor and gaze an absence of disdain towards her. His recent words instilled in her a sense of relief. It was wonderful to realize that they could maintain their previous camaraderie, remaining good friends and brothers. It was perplexing that, despite their deep understanding of one another, she had previously harbored such fear. With clarity emerging, Nianxi felt liberated in her interactions with Huachan, shedding her previous reservations entirely. Chapter 26. Two hearts drawing closer. What has become of my parents? Surely they must be heartbroken upon learning of this? In the immediate aftermath of revealing everything, Nianxi inquired about her parents from Huachan. He gazed at her with gentle eyes, filled with compassion and sorrow. Nianxi had endured so much. Despite her weathered experiences, she found herself returned to a time of vigor, able to shed the burdens of her past life and embrace an entirely new existence. Yet, her heart remained tethered to the concerns of her former life. I attended your funeral and spoke extensively with your uncle and aunt. Rest assured, they are stronger than you might think. In her previous life, He Xian and Nian Jiangwo did not succumb to despair over their son's passing. This did not signify a lack of love for their child. They simply wished to carry on with their lives, honoring their child's memory. At this juncture, Nianxi recalled her father's illness. I passed away in such a manner, and my remains were not even able to be donated, were they? I had hoped to raise some funds through that. The thought of her body reduced to mere remnants was overwhelming. Ugh! I know how I met my end. Imagining the aftermath is rather nauseating. Could you not express it with a bit more delicacy? I shall do my best. However, regarding your uncle and aunt, you can take solace in the fact that I am here for you. Nianxi felt a flicker of uncertainty. While she had indeed entrusted Huachan with her affairs, she doubted it was to the extent of requiring no further concern. Just the thought of her father's medical expenses was enough to cause her distress. Yet, Huachan soon provided clarity. In the past, you were stubborn and reluctant to borrow money from me. Even after learning of my background, you hesitated to seek my assistance. I could only help you discreetly, unable to prevent you from making such foolish decisions. I knew your father's surgery required substantial funds, so I personally covered the amount you were hoping to raise through the donation of your remains. Thus, rest assured your father is fine. That is a relief. Upon hearing Huachen's words, Nianxi exhaled in relief. To her, her parents were resilient individuals. As long as they were free from illness, they could overcome any adversity. Suddenly, a thought struck her. You covered the costs out of your own pocket? That's a significant amount. What are we to each other? Huachan waved his hand dismissively, treating it as a trivial matter. However, to Nianxi it was anything but trivial. How am I to repay you for such generosity? She began contemplating how she might express her gratitude throughout her remaining years. Although the past life was the past, and this life was distinct, one must always repay even the smallest kindness with great generosity. Such a monumental act of kindness could not be overlooked. Perhaps. Huachan met her with a knowing gaze. Though unspoken, Nianxi discerned his intentions and retorted with a playful shout. Get lost. Huachan teased, taking her reaction as a form of flirtation. In the end, Nianxi fell silent once more. In retrospect, her reluctance to be open with him seemed rather foolish. Indeed, they were such good friends. Yet why was there an unwillingness to draw closer, always hiding this and that? Nianxi was reluctant to share her troubles with Huachan, and Huachan, in turn, hesitated to reveal his true identity to her. He expressed his understanding, saying, We are all alike. During my childhood, many approached me due to my status. It was only upon meeting you that I discovered the essence of true friendship. Yet, I fear that our bond might be tainted by monetary concerns, which is why I refrained from disclosing my circumstances. Nianqi chuckled softly, responding, well, we are quite evenly matched. Now that we've clarified things, it feels refreshing. If we were to delve deeper, money has indeed been the root cause of our previous lives' entanglements. By the way, what happened to the little girl I saved before my demise? Did I manage to rescue her? With their hearts unburdened, Nianqi recalled the child whom she had sacrificed her life to save. The haunting memories of her final moments lingered vividly, and in the initial days of her rebirth, she found herself revisiting those memories in dreams, which stirred her heart anew. Huichun, anticipating her concern, had already devised a response. Thanks to you, that girl only sustained minor injuries and is otherwise unharmed. While this was not a falsehood, the scene had been quite harrowing. The girl had been so terrified that she fainted on the spot. As far as Huichun knew, it took her a considerable time to overcome the psychological trauma. He chose to withhold these details from Nianqi to spare her further distress. Upon hearing that the girl was safe, Nianqi felt a wave of relief. Though she had perished, she had at least saved a blossoming flower of the nation. I suppose this counts as an act of kindness, doesn't it? It must be a significant deed, or else I wouldn't have been granted rebirth. As their conversation progressed, they touched upon the topic of their reincarnation. The mysteries surrounding such phenomena offered ample avenues for discussion. Moreover, the inexplicable changes within Nianqi herself paralleled the enigma of their rebirth. Curiosity piqued. She inquired about Huichun's own experiences leading to his resurrection. So, how did you meet your end? Surely, it wasn't as fortuitous as my own circumstance? That was quite painful, and I still feel a chill at the thought. Nianqi shivered involuntarily. Huichun, feeling a pang of compassion, gently patted her head in a comforting gesture. It's all in the past now. While Nianqi took solace in his words, she couldn't help but grow more intrigued by the story behind Huichun's rebirth. Perhaps due to her extensive reading of contemporary romance novels, she had even conjured a dramatic narrative involving corporate rivalries and underhanded schemes leading to a fatal accident orchestrated against a CEO. Alas, reality was far less theatrical. High-stakes business conflicts often unfolded in a straightforward manner, devoid of such societal transgressions. That day, as I reminisced about you, I had a few drinks and became somewhat tipsy, inadvertently wandering to the bridge where your accident occurred. And then, I stumbled upon my own fortune. Huichun couldn't help but chuckle at her guess. Not quite. Try again. Did you jump into the river? After a moment's contemplation, Huichun feigned mystery. To be honest, I'm uncertain how I met my end. I woke up in a daze and found myself reborn. Therefore, I perceive my experience not so much as a rebirth but rather as an inheritance of my past life's memories. Nianqi was rendered speechless. She had joyfully envisioned a grand drama of commercial warfare, only to find that your reincarnation was executed so hastily? You do not even know whether you have truly perished or not. Or perhaps the author is at a loss as to how to resolve your fate. You remain oblivious and expect me to guess? In a fit of frustration, Nianqi raised her small fist and struck out. No, wait, don't hit. Huichun raised his hand to block, and the two engaged in playful banter. In the midst of their frolic, Huichun inadvertently brushed against the forbidden territory of Nianqi's chest. That brief contact sent a shiver through her, akin to a jolt of electricity. Nianqi instinctively covered her chest, her gaze towards Huichun brimming with reproach. Go away. Not long after, Ji1 and Nianqi's parents returned, carrying gifts for her. Upon opening the door, they found Huichun apologizing profusely to Nianqi, offering the fruit he held with a seemingly humble demeanor. Yet, Nianqi repeatedly turned her face away, and from the corner of her eye, she cast a disdainful glance at Huichun, clearly infuriated. It seemed that during their absence, quite the intriguing events had unfolded. Unfortunately, neither Nianqi nor Huichun was inclined to discuss it. Chapter 27. Your command. My queen. After a brief 2-day hospitalization, Nianqi returned home. In the aftermath, she harbored no goodwill towards Ji1 and Huichun. One had revealed her secret, albeit with benign outcomes, while the other harbored desires for her body. Neither of them were virtuous souls. Anger welled within her, prompting a resolution to ignore them for an entire week. In an effort to atone, Huichun once again paid a visit. His luxury car parked steadily downstairs. He uneasily retrieved an array of gifts from the trunk, which filled his arms and made walking somewhat cumbersome. "Young master, shall I return for you in the evening or?" Driver Zhang Wei ventured a question, noting the absence of instructions. Truth be told, Huichun himself felt uncertain. Although Nianqi's initial reaction had not been overly dramatic, he was acutely aware that his actions had undoubtedly left a significant psychological impact on her. Afterward, his apologies via text had gone unacknowledged, as Nianqi resolutely ignored him. Whether she would even permit him to enter her home this time remained uncertain. Perhaps it would be prudent to keep Zhang Wei waiting for a while, so that he wouldn't have to take a taxi back should he be turned away. Huichun braced himself for the worst. "Let's wait a moment, Zhang Wei. If all goes well, I'll send you a message." "Understood, young master." With a heart full of trepidation, Huichun ascended the stairs. Arriving at Nianqi's doorstep, he struggled to free a hand from the pile of gifts to knock on the door. Moments later, the door swung open. "Finally, you've arrived. I was starving." Nianqi leaned out, her expression brimming with anticipation. She had assumed her takeaway had arrived, but her excitement turned to dismay upon seeing Huichun, burdened with gifts. "What are you doing here?" She frowned, her tone sharp. The memories of their hospital encounter flooded back, and to her, Huichun now resembled a rogue driven solely by desire, masquerading his feelings for her as affection. Mere excuses for his lustful intentions. "I made a mistake and have come to apologize," Huichun said with a wry smile, extending a bouquet of flowers toward her. Nianqi cast a frosty glance at the pink roses, beautiful, yet at that moment, utterly displeasing to her. "No need. I'm not angry. You may leave now," she replied, preparing to close the door. Huichun quickly wedged his foot in the doorway, pleading, "Wait. She. I truly regret my actions. I shouldn't have behaved that way. I won't deny my feelings for you. But I was simply caught in the heat of the moment." The scene replayed vividly in her mind, igniting a flush of anger across Nianqi's cheeks. "Are you still talking? All right. I won't say another word," Huichun said hastily, fearing to provoke her further. He swiftly shifted the conversation. "Look at what I've brought for you." He then retrieved a large box from the collection of gifts, adorned with an image of a dashing robot. As she quietly cast a glance, Nianqi's eyes sparkled with delight as she seized the object to examine it closely. An MBX Strike Freedom. In her past, Nianqi had been an enthusiast, enamored with various assembly models. This particular one was a model she had longed to purchase but had hesitated due to its price. She had planned to work for a few days to save enough money, never expecting it to be presented to her as a gift by Huichun. "This is a Gundam model produced by Bandai, and I am particularly fond of this Strike Freedom." Observing her reaction, Huichun sensed his success and quickly pressed his advantage. "I knew you would like this. What do you think of my taste?" However, at that moment, Nianqi's attention was entirely captivated by the model in her hands. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Huichun cautiously inquired, "In light of this gift, can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" At this point, Nianqi was tightly cradling the model's box in her arms. She cherished the model deeply, and Huichun's gift felt like a direct appeal to her heart. Nianqi understood that accepting this gift implied her forgiveness. Yet, refusing it would mean returning it to Huichun, and she would have to toil for at least another month to afford it herself. Between forgiving Huichun and waiting another month, she made her choice. "Well, begrudgingly, I suppose. Let us see how you perform," Nianqi said with a touch of pride, turning to enter the house while casting him a flirtatious glance. Instantly, Huichun's face lit up with joy, knowing this signified her forgiveness. He promptly gathered the remaining items and followed her inside. Nianqi wasted no time in placing the model in her room, eagerly anticipating the moment she could assemble it with fervor. Huichun found a spot to set down his belongings and noticed Nianqi emerging from her room, approaching her with a mischievous grin. "At your service, your majesty." Could you not?" "It's rather unsettling," Nianqi shuddered. Although Huichun had always been a bit outrageous, he seemed even more so now. "How have you become so cheeky?" Huichun felt no shame and boldly declared this was merely liberating his true nature. To be honest, he found it quite refreshing, and with her, he felt no need to pretend to be the well-behaved boy of his youth. Suddenly, Nianqi recalled their previous life. Despite their infrequent encounters as they grew older, Huachun had always sent cheeky emojis during their chats. Perhaps those earlier glimpses of his playful demeanor had already hinted at this side of him. Who would have imagined that the formidable figure in the business world harbored such a facet? Alas, why had she never noticed it before? By the way, where are your parents? Huachun scanned the surroundings but found no sign of He Xian and Nian Jiangua. It had been Nianqi who answered the door moments ago. He could easily guess that Nian Jiangua had gone to work, as his factory never seemed to have holidays or breaks. But what of Aunt He? He recalled that she was a university professor, yet many universities should be on break at this time. Why was she not home? Before long, Nianqi provided him with the answer. My father has gone to work, and my mother, who teaches at the university, is supervising exams this week. So, it seems that it's just the two of us at home. A mischievous thought crossed Huachun's mind, but to his disappointment, Nianqi did not take the bait, or perhaps she simply did not register his intention. Well, you certainly have a knack for timing, arriving just at mealtime, Nianqi remarked as she settled onto the sofa, glancing at the clock. An hour had already passed since she placed her order. Observing the delivery person's location on the app, which seemed quite distant, she felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Although she understood that lunchtime was peak hours and that deliveries would inevitably be slower, this wait felt excessively long. May I sample your culinary skills? Huachun inched closer at that moment, seizing the opportunity to speak. Chapter 28. Whose little boyfriend gave these flowers? I recall a conversation from my past life when Nianqi mentioned how she hesitated to order takeout every day while renting an apartment, so she decided to learn cooking, and her skills improved remarkably. At that time, he expressed his desire to taste her culinary creations one day. Nianqi readily promised to prepare a lavish Manchu Han imperial feast for him. Little did they know that, despite their untimely demise, this promise remained unfulfilled. Now, confronted with Huachun's request in this life, Nianqi found herself declining. The reason was simple. She had already ordered takeout. The thought of cooking seemed tedious. She had opted for spicy hot pot, and there was no portion for him. Huachun feigned shock, clutching his heart as if it were shattered. You wicked woman, do you have the heart to let me go hungry? Better you starve, she retorted. Very well, I shall cook for myself. Realizing that his pitiful act bore no fruit, Huachun resolved to fend for himself. This was not his first visit to Nianqi's home. Humming a cheerful tune, he confidently opened the refrigerator and selected a few ingredients that could potentially be useful, making his way to the kitchen. Can you actually cook? Nianqi challenged him, raising an eyebrow. A wealthy young master, accustomed to having everything handed to him, would he truly step into the kitchen? Nianqi was filled with skepticism. The truth was, Huachun could not cook. However, he reasoned that preparing a meal couldn't be that difficult. Hadn't he seen enough cooking to grasp the basics? He had observed the housekeeper in action at home, and he had picked up a few tricks along the way. Just you wait and see, Huachun declared, rolling up his sleeves, ready to embark on this culinary endeavor. After a cacophony of clattering pots and sizzling sounds for several minutes, Nianqi felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain whether Huachun could indeed cook. Even if he couldn't, such a simple task shouldn't lead to disaster, should it? Peeking her head out from the bedroom, she hesitantly asked, Do you need any assistance? No need, it's all under control. Come and eat, he replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sizzling ceased, and Nianqi proceeded to the dining table, harboring a flicker of anticipation. Yet, upon inhaling the aroma, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling. Was that a burnt scent? Huachun emerged, donned in a pink-frilled apron, proudly presenting a dish as if unveiling a masterpiece. Nianqi gazed at the dish before her, a dark concoction that left her with an ominous premonition. What was this dish? While it wasn't entirely burnt, its color obscured the original ingredients. How much soy sauce had been poured in? Nianqi mentally scoffed. She glanced at Huachun, who seemed utterly oblivious to any flaws in his creation, which left her feeling increasingly uncertain. What exactly is this? Stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. Can't you tell? Hurry, taste it. I painstakingly developed this recipe. What the hell? Are you sure nothing went awry during the cooking process? Absolutely, Huachun asserted with conviction. Well, perhaps aside from a plastic bag with something that might be salt or sugar. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Nianqi contemplated that her delivery had likely arrived, and she prepared to rise and open the door, only to be gently pushed back by Huachan. You stay seated. I shall fetch it. As Huachan went to open the door, Nianqi summoned her courage to sample the dish before her. Cannot be that bad. Even a novice's efforts cannot be entirely dreadful. She recalled her first cooking attempt, which, though unappealing, was still edible. Moreover, even if Huachen's culinary skills were lacking, she would undoubtedly praise his efforts and finish the meal, for discouraging a beginner's enthusiasm was not an option. Grasping her chopsticks, she picked up what appeared to be an egg-like morsel and placed it in her mouth. At that moment, Huachan returned with the takeaway. Nianqi endeavored to maintain a natural expression, yet it only seemed to convey her struggle, as tears threatened to spill forth. If it is not to your liking, you may express it. I assure you I do not mind. Observing her demeanor, Huachan felt a sense of uncertainty wash over him. No, it is quite delicious. Nianqi slumped over the table, unwilling to revisit the nightmarish taste, yet she still managed to give him a thumbs up, albeit with great difficulty. It was salty, exceedingly salty, as if he had poured salt directly into her mouth. But promise me, to avoid the kitchen in the future, avoid, not completely abstain. That shouldn't be too damaging to one's confidence, Nianqi mused. However, Huachan, witnessing her struggle to conceal her distaste, understood that she was merely comforting herself, and it seemed his cooking had reached an unpalatable level. He furrowed his brow, said nothing, and decisively took the plate, unhesitatingly tossing it into the trash. Hey, what are you doing? It was my first attempt. I anticipated it wouldn't be perfect. You could have just told me if it was unappetizing. There was no need to endure for my sake. Why must it be about enduring? Nianqi recognized the potential devastation a blow to one's enthusiasm and self-esteem could bring. In her previous life, after pouring countless hours into crafting a proposal, it had been discarded by her superior without so much as a glance. While she eventually adapted and improved, she knew deep down that she would always have an aversion to writing copy. In the present moment, as she and Huachan shared a bond of friendship, she mused that had it been a second attempt and if it had been just as dreadful, she would have readily belittled him with a barrage of teasing remarks. Yet, it was the first try. Huachan approached her slowly, enveloping her in his embrace. To her surprise, Nianqi did not resist or push him away. No matter the time or circumstance, before me you need not compromise your true self. Laugh freely when you are joyous, and weep unreservedly when you are not. Should you require a shoulder to lean on, I shall always be here. Nianqi instinctively nestled her head against him, inhaling his refreshing scent, her heart fluttering with undeniable emotion. Fearing she might become too immersed, she hurriedly chuckled. How cheesy. Please, stop. After a brief moment apart, she suddenly inquired, do you often use such words to charm those little girls? How heartless. You are well aware that I have always been solitary. Following our previous conversation in the hospital, Nianqi has come to understand that his relationship with Jiwen during university was merely a fade, a mere title of a romantic connection devoid of any genuine intimacy. In truth, he has indeed been perpetually solitary. Nianqi herself is not much different. Despite harboring affections for a girl, she too has never ventured into a romantic relationship. Thus, perhaps these sentiments should be reserved for your future girlfriend, as they do not quite suit me. This subtle rejection did not dishearten Huachan. Rather, Nianqi's demeanor appeared entirely normal to him. After all, having lived as a man for a considerable portion of his life, a transitional phase is to be expected. If he were to confess and she accepted his feelings immediately, that would certainly raise questions regarding Nianqi's sexual orientation. Ultimately, Nianqi took it upon herself to prepare a few delightful dishes, and only then did they indulge in a satisfying meal together. Huachan had intended to linger longer, but was suddenly called away by work, leaving in a hurried fashion. Consequently, the spicy hot pot was pitifully forgotten in the corner. While tidying up, Nianqi noticed the bouquet of pink roses leaning against the wall, and for some reason, they began to appear increasingly appealing. Beautiful and fragrant, she decided to keep them. With that thought, she found a vase and placed the roses inside, positioning them prominently so that she could admire their scent each time she passed by. That evening, when He Xian returned home, the first thing her eyes fell upon was the bouquet of roses. Oh, whose little boyfriend sent these flowers? Upon seeing them, she immediately deduced their sender. Mom, please don't say that. What little boyfriend? Nianqi blushed deeply, snatching up the bouquet and hurriedly retreating to her room. After the incident at the hospital, Nianqi and Huichun had also clarified their situation with her parents. At that time, Huichun had solemnly declared his intention to be with Nianqi and sought their approval. He Xian was, of course, overjoyed. It seemed that comrade Nian Jiangua had developed quite the affection for him. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law. With Nianqi free from burdens during her break, He Xian now finds herself in this cheerful state, observing how perfectly matched her daughter and Huichun appear, even envisioning the prospect of grandchildren in the coming years. Initially, she had worried that her son might struggle with his new identity or engage in extreme behavior, or perhaps develop feelings for women. However, it now appears that there are no such concerns, as their interactions with Huichun are harmonious, showcasing a blend of talent and beauty. Since the petals of love have fallen, it remains to be seen whether the currents of fate will reciprocate. Chapter 29. Joyous holiday life. Nianqi and Huichun have been engaging in conversation over their phones with a frequency that surpasses their previous interactions. Once merely brothers who spoke every few days, they now share a romantic bond, eagerly seeking topics to discuss. Although Nianqi feigns reluctance, she finds herself irresistibly drawn to his advances, her flustered and bashful reactions only serving to heighten Huichun's excitement. In essence, she has unwittingly provided him with positive reinforcement, and their relationship is gradually warming. Perhaps, unbeknownst to her, her feelings for Huichun have subtly transformed, though she has yet to realize this change. Huichun has begun to make his presence felt within the Hu Group, appearing in its subsidiary companies. While he holds no official position in the headquarters, several subsidiaries have come under his purview, and employees have taken to referring to him as young president in private. Were he an ordinary, privileged newcomer, dissatisfaction among the staff would likely abound, for who could tolerate an inept leader? However, Huichun is anything but ordinary. He possesses formidable tactics and a visionary perspective. Whispers circulate within the company that many directives are now issued by the young president through the official channels. Regardless of the veracity of such rumors, no one dares to underestimate him. The business world is gradually being stirred into a tempest by Huichun's arrival. On the other hand, Nianqi's life appears rather tranquil. In recent days, she has been tirelessly immersed in assembling the model Huichun gifted her. He Xian, having returned home for the university break, spends her days idly in the house. Once doting on her daughter, she now finds herself growing weary of Nianqi's lethargy, perceiving her as a slothful creature who eats and sleeps without a care in the world. One day, He Xian stormed into Nianqi's room, where the sun was already high in the sky, only to find her still ensconced in bed, lacking the demeanor of a young lady. Upon noticing the disarray of her daughter's room, her frustration reached a boiling point. She flung open the tightly drawn curtains, and the blinding sunlight instantly roused Nianqi from her slumber. How can you still be in bed at this hour? Can't you tidy up your pigsty? All you do is eat and sleep. Why don't you help your mother around the house? The barrage of reprimands jolted the groggy Nianqi into awareness. With a quivering voice, she protested, "Once I was called a little lazy cat, and now I'm being likened to a pig. Hurry up and find something to do." Thus, Nianqi was unceremoniously expelled from her home. Yet, with no pressing matters at hand, she could only sit idly on a bench downstairs, lost in thought. As she pondered how to pass the time, her phone chimed with a message. Upon inspection, she discovered it was from her father. "Sissy, Dad is returning home for a bit. Is there anything you would like me to bring you?" Nian Jiangua, her father, needed to return home briefly for work-related matters. Just then, Nianqi, having been cast out, seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations. "You don't need to bring anything. Dad, please come back quickly. Your wife has kicked me out." "What?" "She has gone too far. Just wait." With her father's support bolstering her spirits, Nianqi stood tall, emboldened by his impending return. Soon, comrade Nian Jiangwo returned, closely followed by Nian Shi as they ascended the stairs. Unsurprisingly, both father and daughter were soon ejected from the premises. This incident clearly illustrated the hierarchy within their family. Undeterred, Comrade Nian Jiangwo attempted once more, ingeniously leveraging his daughter's predicament to gain re-entry into their home, leaving Nian Shi utterly bewildered. Frustrated, she realized that returning home today was a futile endeavor. However, she had already devised a plan. Without hesitation, she dialed a number from her contacts. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Hua Corporation, the previously tense atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Everyone turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, which emanated from the device in Hua Chun's hand. A wave of apprehension swept through the room. Their young president despised being interrupted during meetings, and given the company's recent underperformance, his mood was already sour. A phone call at this moment could lead to a scolding. Yet, their concerns were misplaced. As Hua Chun recognized the caller and the furrow in his brow relaxed considerably. Without a second thought for the meeting, he stood up and exited the room. As Hua Chun departed, the employees in the conference room exhaled in relief, though they remained cautious since their president had not dismissed the meeting. Outside, Hua Chun answered Nian Shi's call, inquiring with curiosity, "What's the matter? I heard you've taken charge of your family's company. Am I disturbing you?" He glanced back toward the conference room and reassured her, "Don't worry. You're not interrupting. It's rare for you to call. Are you missing me? Enough with that. I've been kicked out by my mother. Are you home? I'm coming over. I'm at the office. Come here. All right. I'll have Zhang Wei pick you up. No need. Just send me the address and I'll manage on my own. Okay then." Aware that Nian Shi preferred not to inconvenience others, Hua Chun did not press the issue further, merely advising, "Be careful on the way." Okay. After hanging up, Hua Chun promptly sent her the company's location before returning to the conference room. On the other end, Nian Shi reached the main road and quickly hailed a cab. The driver was an overly enthusiastic gentleman, almost to the point of being socially overwhelming. In contrast, Nian Shi struggled with social anxiety and found it challenging to engage with someone so exuberant, even if he meant no harm. Thus, she could only respond to his incessant chatter with soft agreements. After a ride of about 10 minutes, they arrived at the destination. Stepping out of the vehicle, Nian Shi realized that this was the very company where she once worked in her past life, albeit under a different name. So, it now belonged to the Hua family? In her previous life, she must have traversed this location countless times, able to reach it even with her eyes closed. Returning to this familiar ground in this lifetime felt strangely surreal. Entering the building, the minimalist decor exuded an air of sophistication. The lobby was bustling with a number of young individuals, likely recent university graduates. Most of them were clad in professional attire, clutching resumes, appearing quite eager. The receptionist, who had been idly passing the time, noticed their arrival and promptly stood to greet them. Today, Nian Shi chose not to disguise her feminine identity. After all, her previous attempts at concealment were primarily to keep her true self hidden from Hua Chun, but now that the truth was out, there was no need for pretense. Moreover, constantly binding her chest with bandages was quite uncomfortable and detrimental to her health over time. She wore casual, somewhat androgynous clothing, yet her sweet visage and the loose garments could not entirely obscure her impressive figure. Her gender was unmistakably apparent. Upon realizing she was a young woman, the receptionist assumed she was another intern there for an interview. "Are you here for an interview? Just fill out this form and wait here," she said, her voice melodious and welcoming, yet it left Nian Shi feeling somewhat perplexed. Not exactly, I'm here to find someone." The receptionist then realized her mistake. Feeling a bit embarrassed, "My apologies, I thought you were a student." "That's all right, I am indeed a student, just not quite in university yet." Nian Shi jested lightly to ease the tension. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" "Hua Chen. I wonder if you know him?" "Of course. He must be well known, being the son of the CEO." "The young president?" The receptionist was taken aback but quickly regained her composure. "Do you have an appointment?" Nian Shi furrowed her brow. She was uncertain whether her direct phone call to him constituted an appointment. "It should." "Not really, I just called him a moment ago." This left the receptionist somewhat flustered. She was new, having only been at the company for a couple of months, and had never dealt with such a situation before. Furthermore, the young president held no official position within the company, making the idea of appointments irrelevant, and hardly anyone would schedule time with him. But no appointment? And she had just called him? Who should she contact now? Should she reach out to the young president directly? How could she possibly have his number? The receptionist was beginning to panic. Wait, this young lady looked to be around the same age as the young president, had his number, and referred to him by his first name. Could she possibly be his girlfriend? Chapter 30. It turns out she is the young president's girlfriend. As the young lady was formulating this conjecture, an elderly woman approached. What is the matter? The young receptionist immediately lowered her head and respectfully replied, Director Zhao, this young lady is here to see the young president, but she does not have an appointment, and I am unsure. Before she could finish speaking, the director interrupted sharply. The company has rules. Without an appointment, one cannot enter. Do I need to teach you this as well? The director, clad in a pinstriped suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuded the image of a shrewd and competent businesswoman. Her displeasure was evident, her brows furrowed, and the wrinkles etched on her face seemed to deepen, creating an impression of a formidable temperament that was not easily trifled with. Witnessing her stern demeanor, Nianqi couldn't help but furrow her brows, reminiscent of the supervisor from her past life who frequently sought to provoke her. The group of interns in the lobby, awaiting their interviews, were also drawn to Director Zhao's elevated voice of reprimand. Yet, after all, she was the young president. The receptionist's voice dwindled in strength. However, before she could complete her thought, the director's sharp tone cut her off again. If you cannot perform well in this position, we can find someone else. You are not indispensable. I'm sorry, director. Upon seeing her apologetic demeanor, the director huffed disdainfully, her unkind gaze shifting to Nianqi. Before issuing commands to the receptionist, what are you still doing? Send this blonde girl away. Anyone can see the president? But she might. The receptionist attempted to explain that this young lady could potentially be the young president's girlfriend, but was silenced by a piercing glare from the director. Ultimately, she could only tremble and respond, All right? Having concluded her orders, the director turned to walk towards the group of interns. Just moments ago, the interns had observed the director's fierce disposition and began murmuring among themselves. Who is that woman? Is she in menopause? I believe she is Director Zhao from the sales department. How terrifying. She's comparable to my high school dean. If your dean discovers you speaking ill of her, she will definitely punish you. Let us hope we pass the interview. I really don't want to end up in Director Zhao's department. Shoo, keep your voices down. She's coming this way. Meanwhile, the receptionist looked at Nianqi with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, young lady. Director Zhao has been dealing with some personal issues lately, which has affected her mood. Nianqi was not one to harbor grudges. She waved her hand dismissively. It's quite all right. Everyone has moments of discontent. Perhaps Director Zhao is not usually this stern, but negative emotions can lead one to behave in ways that starkly contrast with their usual selves. As long as no grave errors have been committed, it is understandable. However, the receptionist, constrained by Director Zhao's orders, found herself in a predicament. I will call Huachun myself. Nianqi, displaying her understanding, stepped aside and dialed Huachen's number once more. During the meeting, Huachen's phone rang once more. Yet this time he chose not to step away but instead answered the call directly. After all, the meeting was nearing its conclusion, requiring merely a summary, and the conversation would not disrupt his thoughts. I have arrived. Could you come to fetch me? I'm in the lobby. Huachun felt a twinge of confusion. Why not just come up? Although Nianqi appears delicate, she is not one who requires constant tending. As mentioned previously, she would find her way here with just an address. It seems she has encountered some trouble. Is someone obstructing you? Well, it is a bit of a hassle. All right, I shall wait. After hanging up, the meeting summary concluded simultaneously, and he simply stated the meeting is adjourned before leaving his seat. Upon reaching the lobby, he observed Supervisor Zhao confronting Nianqi once again. What are you still doing here? Do you think our company is a marketplace? After reprimanding the interns, Supervisor Zhao returned to find Nianqi leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Her already foul mood intensified upon seeing Nianqi's calm demeanor. It appeared the newly hired receptionist had disregarded her earlier admonitions, and Zhao's vitriol was directed at Nianqi. Caught off guard by this unwarranted hostility, Nianqi, who was inherently patient and courteous, found herself taken aback. Though she had remained silent in the face of Zhao's obvious malice, merely sitting there was now subjecting her to belittlement. Despite her typically good-natured temperament, she began to feel her composure fraying. "Madam, I seem to have done nothing to provoke you, have I?" She furrowed her brow, preparing to engage in a discussion. However, Zhao, lacking in decorum, interrupted her once again, shifting the blame elsewhere. "What is your method of working? Do you treat my words as mere wind? I see you do not wish to remain. You need not return tomorrow." She barked at the diligent receptionist. This time, the receptionist found her courage. "But supervisor, this young lady is indeed acquainted with the young president. She had just witnessed Nianxi on the phone with him." Due to some audio leakage from Nianxi's phone, the receptionist had inadvertently overheard their conversation. Who could have anticipated that the young president would be summoned by this girl with such ease? From that moment, the receptionist was even more convinced that this young lady was indeed the young president's girlfriend. Thus, she felt it was imperative not only to refrain from dismissing her, but also to treat her with utmost respect. After all, a single word from her could determine one's fate. Although she had only recently entered the workforce, the receptionist understood this well. Moreover, Zhao belonged to the sales department, while she was part of the administrative department. Any decision to terminate employment rested with the administrative or human resources departments. Despite Zhao being her superior, she had no authority over her. Nevertheless, Zhao clearly dismissed the receptionist's words, casting a scornful glance at Nianxi. "Anyone can lie. Do you truly believe she is the young president's lover?" In this day and age, the youth seemed to harbor no good intentions. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was taken aback. "Supervisor, your statement is quite excessive, I assent it." The young lady vehemently reproached the supervisor for his inappropriate remarks. Surrounding individuals cast disapproving glances at Supervisor Zhao. However, due to his position as a company leader, they could only mutter their criticisms softly. After all, he is an elder, and the young girl appeared to be quite youthful, perhaps just having reached adulthood. Is it not shameful to speak such words to a girl so young? Indeed, how did he even attain the position of a supervisor with such qualities? I believe we should consider other companies. Faced with the surrounding criticisms, Supervisor Zhao's anger intensified, his emotions growing ever more agitated. The look he directed at Nianxi morphed from mere displeasure into outright hatred, as if he had come to regard her as someone entirely different. Where is the excess in my words? Must one play the role of a saint while engaging in unseemly behavior? Have the audacity to act yet lack the courage to face the consequences? The more Zhao spoke, the more agitated he became, and just then, Huachan arrived in the nick of time. "Supervisor Zhao, I implore you to mind your language." Chapter 31. Never tiresome Huachan emerged from the crowd with a grim expression. Though still youthful, he exuded an imposing presence that captivated everyone around him. His tightly clenched fists and eyes brimming with fury revealed the depth of his anger. "Young President." "I." The moment Huachan appeared, the previously agitated Supervisor Zhao instantly deflated. This young president's capabilities rivaled those of the actual president. Despite lacking an official position within the company, his words were far from inconsequential. Faced with Huachen's menacing gaze, Supervisor Zhao wished to offer an explanation but found herself at a loss for words. "You have been with the company for a long time and possess considerable ability. I do not wish for you to bring personal emotions into the workplace, nor do I want this to affect others. Yes, I grant you a week's leave to resolve your personal matters. If you continue to speak indiscriminately, you need not remain with the company any longer. Do you understand?" "Understood." There were no outbursts nor harsh threats of termination. Huachan opted for a balanced approach, delivering a reprimand followed by a semblance of kindness, albeit one that lacked sweetness. After all, he was somewhat aware of the reasons behind Supervisor Zhao's inappropriate behavior. If possible, he did not wish to sever ties completely, as Supervisor Zhao was indeed a capable individual. His gaze shifted to Nianxi, who appeared an outsider in this scenario. While it was his prerogative not to impose severe punishment on Supervisor Zhao, he felt that Nianxi had undoubtedly been wronged, and an apology from Zhao was imperative. With this thought in mind, Huachan approached Nianxi and enveloped her in his arms. "She is mine, and I expect you to apologize to her." Nianxi remained silent, rolling her eyes inwardly. Although reluctant to admit it, she recognized that a vehement refusal in this situation would undoubtedly embarrass Huachun, a scenario she wished to avoid. Nevertheless, she subtly pushed against him, attempting to free herself from his embrace. Yet, her feeble strength was no match for Huachun's grip, which held her firmly in place. Though Supervisor Zhao was older, she was not one to shy away from humility, even in the presence of someone a decade her junior. Realizing the gravity of her earlier words, she understood that an apology was a relatively lenient consequence. "My dear young lady, I am truly sorry. My earlier words were misguided." Supervisor Zhao lowered her proud head, feeling genuine regret. What had come over her? Here she was, an adult, venting her frustrations on a child, allowing a scoundrel to make an innocent bystander bear the brunt of her fury. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. Noticing her sincere demeanor, Huachun spoke once more. "An apology has been made, but whether or not to forgive you is not my choice. Do you understand?" "Understood." As Huachun turned, his previously cold and stern voice transformed into one imbued with tenderness. "Shi, what do you think?" Upon hearing him openly use her affectionate nickname, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Was he attempting to publicly proclaim their relationship? In truth, she felt little in response to Supervisor Zhao's apology. Although she had just experienced a moment of anger, she was not inherently a person prone to emotional fluctuations. Moreover, with Huachun's timely intervention resolving the situation, she had only been subjected to a few comments and had not suffered any substantial consequences. However, now that she had the support of the young president, she could afford to carry herself with a certain air of authority. There was no question of forgiveness. The receptionist had mentioned that her behavior stemmed from a bad mood, and like Huachun, she hoped that the individual would manage their affairs without causing distress to others. She spoke with a serious tone, her expression as composed as Huachun's earlier. "Understood. Thank you, Mrs. Young President." Zhao, the supervisor, replied gratefully, eager to comply, as he sensed that she was not pursuing the matter further. However, this form of address caused Shi to falter. While she could dismiss Huachun's earlier declaration of her as his girlfriend with a smile, the title of Mrs. Young President was far more difficult to overlook. "I am not." Shi immediately sought to clarify, but was promptly halted by the perceptive Huachun. "All right, my lady, let us ascend," he said, wrapping an arm around her waist and leading her away with determination, deliberately emphasizing the title of lady. As they departed, the lobby returned to tranquility. The group of interns, having witnessed Zhao's earlier display, began to reconsider their positions but were resolute in their decision to remain at the company after Huachun's appearance. "Come on. The president is undeniably cool." The young president appeared even younger than they, likely just a freshman or sophomore. Reflecting on their own freshman and sophomore years, they had either squandered time in frivolity or toiled for a living. Meanwhile, here was someone already managing an entire company at such a young age. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. As Huachun and Shi distanced themselves, they too found it difficult to settle. "Honestly, when did I become yours?" Shi wriggled free from Huachun's embrace, frowning in mock anger. "Just a moment ago," he replied. "I did not agree to that. You did not refuse either." "You?" Shi was at a loss for words. As they entered the elevator, Huachun unexpectedly fell into a pensive mood. "I'm sorry," he suddenly apologized, leaving Shi somewhat bewildered. "Why are you apologizing?" "It was my oversight that caused you distress." Upon hearing this, Shi realized that he was overthinking the situation. With a sigh, she turned to face him, gently tapping his forehead with her finger. "Why have you become so sentimental? In the past, you would mock me for days whenever I faced setbacks. Now it seems as though I am some fragile being easily hurt." "Things have changed," Huachun countered. "In the past, you were a man, steadfast. Now you are a woman, deserving of protection. Moreover, my feelings for you. I cannot allow you to endure even the slightest discomfort." In response to Huachun's rebuttal, Shi had her own explanations. "Indeed, I concede that my transformation into a girl has rendered my physique somewhat more delicate. However, this does not imply that my thoughts have also grown frail. Even in your absence, I was prepared to confront her." Upon hearing such words from Shi, Chun was momentarily taken aback. Then he broke into a smile. It is precisely this quality that I admire in you. A faint blush crept upon Nianqi's cheeks, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. In an attempt to mask her feelings, she feigned disdain and shot him a glance. Here we go again. Are you not yet tired of this? Never tiresome. A gentle voice whispered in her ear as Chun launched another playful advance. With a chime, the elevator arrived at the designated floor. Chapter 32. We are brothers. As the elevator doors slid open, the two swiftly adjusted their demeanor. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous employees, Chun led Nianqi into his office. The office was quite unadorned, featuring merely a desk, a computer, a sofa, a coat rack, and a bookshelf, nothing more. I have some official matters to attend to. You may amuse yourself for a while, he stated. There is a snack area just to the left outside. Feel free to help yourself anytime, no charge. Chun settled into his chair behind the desk, not out of disregard for Nianqi, but because pressing tasks demanded his attention. Understood, Nianqi replied cheerfully. Yet, she was unfamiliar with the company and feared that wandering about might lead to complications, so she chose to remain near Chun. Although she found it dull to be idle while he worked, she sprawled on the sofa, playing with her phone, her legs draped over the armrest, swaying gently. By the way, how did you end up being kicked out by your mother? I thought she was quite fond of you, Chun inquired after completing a task. Without glancing up from her phone, Nianqi replied nonchalantly, I've been at home all day. My mom found me annoying. And what do you plan to do about it? He asked. Maybe find a job. It would be nice to earn some pocket money, she mused. A mischievous thought flickered across Chun's mind. In that case, since we are both working, would you consider joining me here? Nianqi raised an eyebrow. Are you offering to pay me? Are you going to support me? We are brothers. As long as you are willing, Chun said with a smile. Unfortunately, Nianqi was unlikely to agree. As if, that's a fanciful thought, she scoffed. While she trusted Chun and often jested about him supporting her, she feared that if it were to become a reality, she might lose her way. Best to avoid that. No, I wouldn't want to work for you. Who knows how I'd be taken advantage of? Am I truly that dreadful in your eyes? You're not just bad. You're quite terrible. Predictably, Nianqi declined Chun's proposal, yet he felt a flicker of joy that she thought of him first in times of trouble. Throughout the afternoon, they remained in the office, not venturing elsewhere. Occasionally, company employees entered to deliver documents, and upon seeing Nianqi lounging casually on the sofa as if it were her own home, they couldn't help but speculate about her relationship with their young president. Unbeknownst to her, Nianqi was entirely oblivious to this, which was precisely what Chun hoped for. As dusk fell, he concerned for her daughter, called Nianqi. Where have you been? Have you eaten? Don't stay out too late. Come home early, she admonished. Hearing her mother's voice, Nianqi playfully retorted, Madam, have you forgotten that you were the one who kicked me out? Experience has its merits. Your mother will always be your mother. Little girl, are you still complaining about being fat and out of breath? Go sleep on the street. And don't come back tonight. Mom, I was wrong. Where are you now? Do you need me to come pick you up? The conversation between Nianqi and her mother, was clearly overheard by Chun, who seized the moment to interject. Rest assured, Auntie, I will escort Nianqi home shortly. Nianqi had no intention of concealing her visit to Chun from her parents, but his loud declaration made it seem as though she had come specifically to seek him out. Consequently, as soon as Chun finished speaking, he received a sharp glare from Nianqi. Are you spending time with Chun? Her mother inquired. Yes. Honestly, with a man around, you seem to forget about your mother. Mom, I have to go now. I can't talk any longer. What do you mean a man? Yes, a man too. You know? Upon realizing that her daughter was safe and perhaps even content, he felt a sense of relief. All right. Just be careful on your way back and don't trouble Xiao Chun. Understood? Got it. With that, the call concluded. Nianqi turned on her heel, determined to confront Chun. You did that on purpose, didn't you? She accused, placing her hands on the edge of the desk, towering over him. Feigning ignorance, Chun replied, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. You're trying to win favor with my mom. Realizing he had been found out, Huachun merely chuckled and admitted, "Aha! You caught me." Sighing in resignation, Nianqi found herself confounded by Huachun's intentions. Despite his claims of being just friends, there always seemed to be an underlying meaning. Remembering Huachun's words from that day at the hospital, she fell into deep contemplation. Could it truly be possible for her to be with someone she considered a brother? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. "When do you finish work?" "I'm a bit hungry." Huachun smiled at her inquiry, glanced at the wall clock, and noted that it was nearly time to leave, as he had completed his tasks. Now, with that, he shut down his computer and stood up to exit. "Let us go, I'll treat you to a meal." "Sounds good." Chapter 33. The promise of travel after a half-month vacation. Nianqi's family returned to their rural hometown to inform the elders about her situation. Although their family had long lost touch with relatives, it was essential for the elders to be aware. However, the fantastical nature of this reality was beyond the comprehension of the elderly. Even her parents took some time to accept it. Nianqi's grandparents, who hailed from farming backgrounds, held rather rigid beliefs. They found it hard to believe that their grandson had transformed into a granddaughter, making it difficult for them to maintain the same affectionate demeanor as before. Consequently, Nianqi chose to stay in her hometown for a while to help her grandparents adjust. Externally, it was claimed that Nianqi was the child born after Nian Jiangwo's family settled in the city, raised by her maternal grandparents. Her grandparents, being intellectuals now residing abroad, were not concerned about the possibility of being exposed. Unfortunately, in the village, news of any event spread like wildfire. Despite her attempts to return quietly, relatives soon flocked to visit, forcing Nianqi to once again experience the overwhelming sensation of nervousness. Having been away for so long and with so many relatives, she had forgotten how to address many of them. On the other hand, Huachun was in a predicament. He had initially planned to invite Nianqi on a trip for 2 during the holiday to relax and unwind. However, Nianqi had abruptly returned to her hometown without a word, leaving him empty-handed when he came to visit. Thus, he resorted to calling her to express his grievances. Nianqi, feeling aggrieved herself, retorted, "Who told you not to inform me sooner? Shall we go out together next time?" "We'll see," she replied, intending to end the call. Just as Nianqi was about to hang up, her grandfather, Nianyi, interrupted her. "Xiaoxi, who are you on the phone with?" Though Nianyi was advanced in age, his robust health was a result of years of hard labor. His white hair, dark complexion, and the wrinkles etched on his face made him appear older than his peers. "No one. Just a friend." Nianqi shook her head in response. "Oh, I see." Nianyi stroked his stubble, not pursuing the matter further. At that moment, Nianqi noticed her grandfather carrying a pitchfork, seemingly preparing to go out. "Grandpa, where are you headed?" "There are some chores to tend to in the fields. I need to clean up." "I'll go too," Nianqi exclaimed, feeling enthusiastic. During previous vacations, she often helped her grandparents with farm work, so she was quite adept at it. After a moment's thought, Nianyi agreed, "All right, but it's sunny outside. Take an umbrella. You have delicate skin, so don't get sunburned." "Okay, I understand." Nianqi promptly went inside to find an umbrella, unaware that the call was still active. As she focused on her search, Huachun suddenly interjected. "No one? Just a friend." "Ah, you startled me. Why are you still on the line?" Nianqi exclaimed, taken aback. She had forgotten about the call, not realizing that Huachun had not hung up either. "If I weren't here, would I no longer count as a friend?" Huachun gritted his teeth, clearly displeased with Nianqi's recent introduction. "What am I supposed to do? My grandfather doesn't know you. How else can I introduce you? Just say I am your man. Get lost." "I knew you would say something so ridiculous." Since their mutual confessions, their interactions had lost the previous simplicity they once shared. Oh, how he longed for the innocent Huachun from before. He did not want this reincarnated version who only bullied him. "Nianqi, have you found it?" Outside the room, Nian's grandfather called out, noticing she had yet to emerge. Snapping back to reality, Nianqi hurriedly replied, "Not yet. Grandpa, just a moment, I'll be right there. There's no rush." Meanwhile, Huachun remained undeterred. "So, have you given it any thought? How about a trip? You still haven't given up?" "Huh? Of course. Hurry up and answer me." Huachun was resolute, as if he would not relent until she acquiesced. He even reminded her of their previous life's agreement to travel together, a promise that, like many others, had gone unfulfilled. While it seemed reasonable to honor their past commitments in this life, her grandfather was still waiting outside. She needed to find her umbrella quickly and couldn't afford to ponder Hu Chen's words deeply. She replied dismissively, I know. We'll go when we have time. Just the two of us. Hu Chen detected her urgency and seized the moment to add a condition. Without much thought, Nianxi agreed, all right. Just the two of us. I'm hanging up now. Grandpa is urging me. Chapter 34. A new life in sophomore year. After undergoing numerous examinations at the hospital, Nianxi confirmed that she was in perfect health and had completely transitioned into a woman on a physiological level, eliminating the need for periodic checkups. However, having embraced her new identity, she was unwilling to spend her life masquerading as a man. With the winter break approaching during her freshman year, she felt it was a temporary reprieve. Yet, with 3 more years of university ahead, her identity remained an inescapable topic. After much contemplation, her family ultimately decided to allow Nianxi to attend school as Nianyang's sister, officially recognized as a female. The hospital facilitated the process, and it proceeded remarkably smoothly. In addition, during this holiday, Haida relocated to a new campus, moving from the east side of the city to the west. It was said that the new campus was larger and offered a better environment, eliciting mixed reactions from the students. While some rejoiced at the prospect of an improved educational atmosphere, others lamented the fact that many commuting students who once lived nearby would now need to reside on campus. Although there were rental options available around the new campus, they could never match the convenience of living close to home. Nevertheless, the students had no choice but to accept this change, which had been rumored for several years and had finally come to fruition. Thus, upon the commencement of her sophomore year, Nianxi had to leave home. Time flew by, and before she knew it, the holiday had come to an end. On the day of departure, Hu Chen arrived at Nianxi's building to accompany her to the station. As Nianxi struggled down the stairs with her luggage, Hu Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. After spending 2 months in the countryside, Nianxi had not only maintained her fair complexion but appeared even more radiant and rounded, without any hint of gaining weight. This was a testament to her grandparents' continued affection, even after coming to terms with their grandson's transformation into a granddaughter. Her hair had grown to shoulder length, and she wore a light touch of makeup, completely shedding any remnants of her former masculine appearance. As for her attire, although she still resisted wearing skirts, she had donned feminine clothing. A fitted black woolen top that accentuated her slender waist and highlighted her figure, paired with form-fitting jeans that showcased her long legs, exuding both elegance and allure. Knee-high boots further enhanced her fashionable appearance, rendering her more feminine. She topped her outfit with a long coat, subtly concealing her silhouette while evoking an air of mystery. Of course, all of this was thanks to the persuasive efforts of Ms. He Xian. Without her influence, Hu Chen would not have been treated to such a delightful sight. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Hu Chen too had matured, shedding the naivety of his high school days. Clad in a black double-breasted striped suit, adorned with a playful pocket square, he exuded sophistication. Like in his previous life, various styles of suits remained his favorite. A black trench coat added a touch of casual elegance to his formal attire. As Nianxi struggled to manage her luggage, Zhang Wei, with his keen perception, quickly exited the vehicle to assist her in placing her bags in the trunk. Nianxi was initially miffed that Hu Chen had not come to assist her, but upon opening the car door, she was taken aback to find him in a trance. A playful impulse surged within her. She twisted her body, casting him a flirtatious glance, adopting a tone that was soft and beguiling, reminiscent of a coquette. "Brother, do I look good?" "Indeed," Hu Chen replied succinctly. In the next moment, Nianxi shed her earlier tenderness and sharply retorted, "If I look good, then make some room for me." Hu Chen finally snapped back to reality, promptly moving to the back seat to create space for her. The car gently roared to life, merging onto the main road within moments. "You're so fierce. Be careful or no one will want you," he teased. "Close that ravenous mouth of yours." "Actually, I'd prefer it if no one wanted me," she countered. "If no one wants me, then I want you. I truly cherish you." "I do not cherish you." Listening to the playful banter between the couple in the back seat, Zhang Wei, who was driving, felt increasingly uneasy. Though he knew little about the girl named Nianqi, he was acutely aware of his young master's affections. To ensure that his master and mistress enjoyed their time together, he pondered whether to install a partition in the car to afford them some privacy. However, with the young master set to attend university out of town and not taking him along, Zhang Wei began to worry about his own future as an employee of the Hua family. After over half an hour on the road, Nianqi began to feel drowsy, her head bobbing but refusing to lower. Huachun noticed this and gently guided her head to rest on his shoulder, allowing her to lean against him. Although Nianqi was not yet asleep, she sensed his gesture and did not resist. She soon relaxed and drifted off. Another half hour passed, and they arrived at the new campus of Haida University. The long-awaited university life was about to commence, and both felt a rush of excitement at returning to a familiar place. In their previous life, they had shared a dormitory, but due to Nianqi's unique circumstances, she could not join the male dorm. The female dorm, while offering many perks, felt unsuitable to her as a paragon of virtue, leading her to forego that option. Thus, the only viable path was to rent an apartment off-campus. Nianqi had suggested this idea over a week prior, and Huachun had wasted no time. His efficiency was commendable. The very next day, he arranged for an apartment to be rented just a street away from their school, ready for their arrival with their belongings. When Nianqi inquired about it, he playfully replied, "Just trust my arrangements." Naturally, this apartment would be a shared rental. Huachun declared that if she agreed to co-rent, her rent would be halved, and utilities would be free. For Nianqi, who had spent the entire holiday indulging in leisure, this was an extraordinary boon. As the saying goes, a fool does not seize a bargain, and thus Nianqi readily agreed. She harbored no fears that Huachun would act inappropriately. If he could indeed restrain himself in the presence of a male, she would commend him as a true gentleman. On the first day of school, there was no rush. They had the entire day to complete their registration. The two first made their way to the rented apartment. Huachun received the key from the landlord, and with a place to reside, they embarked on their university journey. The apartment, a beautifully furnished two-bedroom unit, was equipped with all the necessary amenities, allowing them to move in effortlessly. After dropping off their luggage and tidying up a bit, they proceeded to complete their enrollment. Upon arriving at the campus, they were greeted by a cacophony reminiscent of drums and firecrackers, a vibrant atmosphere enveloping them. The college was teeming with students, with senior students eagerly assisting freshmen in carrying their belongings, not out of sheer altruism, but largely to earn extra credits. Additionally, some sought to engage with juniors, hoping to discover their own fortunes. A portion of the seniors seized the opportunity to market campus cards to new students. It was not long before Nianqi and Huachun encountered several of these individuals. Amidst the throng, the two inevitably became separated on their way to registration. In the crowd, Nianqi spotted a familiar figure, Ji-Wen. With two suitcases in hand, Ji-Wen looked towards the sound and beamed upon seeing Nianqi waving at her. She. The two finally reunited after a long separation, their excitement palpable as they clasped hands. "It's been ages. I knew we would run into each other here,"
Yvain exclaimed, equally thrilled.
They had not seen each other since the holidays, and after more than 2 months apart, both had undergone significant changes. Ji-Wen had begun to enhance her appearance, embracing a more mature look. "I thought the same," Nianqi replied. "But where's Huachun?" Ji-Wen glanced around, unable to spot him. Given that Nianqi and Huachun often spent time together, Ji-Wen was puzzled by his absence. Nianqi shook her head, saying, "I don't know, we got separated. Forget about him for now. Let us focus on registration." "Sure, I'll help you with your luggage." Nianqi, feeling quite strong, took the initiative to carry Ji-Wen's suitcase. Thus, the two friends joyfully made their way to the registration office. Meanwhile, where was Huachun? At that moment, he was not far off, engaged in conversation with several senior girls who were vying for his contact information. Chapter 35. A fortuitous encounter. As for Nianqi and Ji-Wen, students from different departments were required to report at distinct locations. Fortunately, the venues were not far apart, and after completing their registration, the two soon reunited. Nianqi, now recognized as Nian Yang's sister, encountered no unexpected occurrences during the process. The new campus of High University was impressively decorated, exuding an air of solemnity. It was deep autumn, with maple leaves carpeting the ground in vibrant hues, and a gentle breeze wafted through, refreshing and pleasant. "Are you planning to stay in the dormitory?" Jiwon suddenly inquired. Nianxi had previously been a day student, returning home after classes. However, with the relocation to the new campus, which was farther from home, it seemed impractical to endure over an hour's commute daily. Nianxi shook her head, stating, "Given my circumstances, I cannot reside in the dorms. Neither the male nor female accommodations are suitable. Renting an apartment is the only option." Upon hearing Nianxi's words, Jiwon immediately grew concerned. "By yourself? You must be cautious. It is quite dangerous for a girl to be alone." Indeed, despite the present society's stability and peace, venturing out alone always harbored a degree of peril, particularly for young women. If one lived alone, they could easily become targets for those with ill intentions. Nianxi, with her carefree disposition, left Jiwon feeling somewhat anxious. "Rest assured, I am co-renting with Huachan. Should any trouble arise, he will be there," Nianxi reassured, alleviating Jiwon's worries with a smile. Jiwon sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. "You two are off enjoying yourselves, while I'm left all alone in the dormitory. Why don't you come live with me? Having you around would ease my mind," Nianxi suggested, aware that Huachan's increasingly inappropriate glances made her uneasy. However, considering their two-bedroom arrangement accommodating 3 people, well, perhaps Huachan could sleep on the couch. Nianxi had already devised a plan, but Jiwon declined. "No, I need to save some money for my family. Staying in the dormitory is preferable." Nianxi pondered this, recalling that she too had chosen dormitory life in her previous life to alleviate her family's financial burden. As for Huachan, a wealthy individual, why he opted for dormitory living in the past remained a mystery. Notably, in this life, Huachan was shouldering 2/3 of the rent for their apartment, significantly easing Nianxi's financial pressures. But what was the cost? The price was to exchange her labor in return. "Were it not for my situation, I would have saved as well," Nianxi lamented. After carrying Jiwon's suitcase for a while, Nianxi felt fatigued, uncertain whether it was due to the weight of the suitcase or a decline in her physical condition since becoming female. In the past, she would have confidently claimed she could run with such a load. Alas. "Never mind, a true hero does not dwell on past glories," she muttered. "What on earth did you pack in this suitcase? It's so heavy." Jiwon felt a bit embarrassed, believing she hadn't packed much, though managing 2 suitcases was indeed a bit overwhelming. "It's not too bad. Perhaps I should take over," she suggested. Both Nianxi and Jiwon were stunningly beautiful, and their simultaneous presence created a breathtaking scene. At that moment, as the 2 lovely ladies required assistance, eager senior students naturally seized the opportunity to lend a hand. "Allow us to assist you, Junior." A young man with a stylish side-parted hairstyle suddenly emerged, accompanied by 3 other boys who appeared to be his companions. "Which dormitory are you in? We can help you carry your things," he said, without waiting for a response, as he reached for the luggage of the 2 girls. "Thank you, Senior, but that won't be necessary." Although she understood this was a customary gesture in university, Nianxi was determined not to inconvenience others. Nevertheless, the seniors, fueled by their enthusiasm, insisted on taking their belongings. "No need to be polite. Let's go, guys." With their luggage taken from them, Nianxi and Jiwon could only reluctantly allow the gentleman to assist them.
Dukai.
"May I ask your names, junior sisters?" The side-parted young man introduced himself. Nianxi felt somewhat uncomfortable with the term junior sister, but out of courtesy, she responded graciously, "I'm Nianxi, and this is Jiwon." On their way to the dormitory, the seniors engaged the 2 girls in conversation. "Are you freshmen? Which department are you in?" Nianxi was hesitant to respond, as she had once been in their position and could easily discern their intentions. However, given that they had kindly helped with her luggage, it would be impolite to scowl at them. She thought to herself that she must protect Jiwon, a good girl, from these potential suitors, and thus subtly position Jiwon behind her. Jiwon, on the other hand, was quite pleased with the arrangement. After a summer of reflection, her mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Now deeply engrossed in medicine, she believed that romantic entanglements would only hinder her progress. With Nianxi actively shielding her, she was content to remain in the background. However, if someone were to discover this, he might become quite jealous. We're not freshmen, we're both sophomores. I study finance and she studies medicine. Upon learning that the two girls were not freshmen, Sukai maintained his composure, as his primary motive was not to assist newcomers but rather to engage with Nianqi. Promising fields. You'll both become formidable figures in the future. Oh no, not at all, Nianqi replied with a polite smile. We are all finance majors. In our junior year now. Soon we'll be like senior siblings. Ah, that is wonderful. Nianqi laughed awkwardly. Sukai noticed that Nianqi was keeping her distance, despite her polite remarks, which gave off an air of aloofness. He had observed them earlier when they were calling each other's names amidst the crowd, making it hard not to notice them. Sukai quickly found himself drawn to Nianqi. Her elegant demeanor and charming appearance captivated him. It was almost love at first sight, though he hesitated at first, having been single for several years and unsure of how to pursue a romantic relationship. Yet, encouraged by his friends, he gathered the courage to approach. However, it seemed that his sudden arrival had startled the two girls. The new campus of Ocean University has indeed expanded significantly compared to the old one. It took over 10 minutes to walk from the registration area to the dormitory where Jiwon resides. Upon arriving at the dormitory, a few individuals set down Jiwon's luggage. Junior, we cannot enter the girls' dormitory, so you'll have to carry the rest yourself, they remarked. All right, thank you, seniors, she replied graciously. It's nothing. Let's exchange contact information. You can reach out to me if you have any questions in the future. Sukai seized the opportunity to propose. All right, she consented. Since they were from the same department, it seemed reasonable to stay in touch, as they would undoubtedly encounter each other frequently. Although she felt a twinge of hesitation, she ultimately agreed. After all, they had not exhibited any inappropriate behavior. To refuse outright would have come across as overly self-important. It was best to clarify things later if needed. Taking the luggage, Nianqi followed Jiwon into the dormitory building. Sukai and his companions did not linger for long and soon departed. In contrast, things were proceeding much more smoothly for Huachun. However, having lost sight of Nianqi and repeatedly calling her to no avail began to fray his nerves. He thought he had heard her calling Jiwon just moments ago. Had she gone to the girls' dormitory? The girls' dormitory was not far from the boys', and being familiar with the university from a previous life, Huachun easily found his way there. Upon arrival, he spotted Nianqi engaged in cheerful conversation with several unfamiliar boys, causing a pang of disquiet in his heart. Chapter 36. The jealousy of a certain someone within the confines of the girls' dormitory. Jiwon had already found her abode for the next 3 years. The thought was somewhat daunting. The pursuit of a medical career is a long and arduous journey. Who knows? Perhaps in the future, Huachun and Nianqi will have children while she remains steadfast on her path of learning. The new dormitory in the campus had transitioned from 6-person rooms to 4-person accommodations, providing ample space with lofted beds and desks below. However, this arrangement necessitated that 2 individuals from the original group would have to depart, an inevitability that was somewhat reassuring as those remaining had a decent rapport with Jiwon. After exchanging greetings with a few close friends, they shared a smile. Inquiring about Nianqi, they learned she was merely there to accompany someone, not from their department, so they paid it no mind. Nianqi, having escorted her friend, hurriedly took her leave. The reason was simple. She had been preoccupied earlier and upon checking her phone, discovered an onslaught of messages from Huachun. Having set her phone to silent, she had been oblivious to the notifications. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Huachun, whose expression was anything but pleasant. However, Nianqi, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, curiously inquired, "What's wrong?" Huachun was not one to be overly complicated and immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Who were those few individuals just now? Ah, you mean the upperclassmen? I don't know them, she replied. Huachun's eyelids twitched. He understood he had no right to be angry with Nianqi, as she was merely engaging in normal conversation. Yet, inexplicably, seeing her laugh and converse with other men stirred a disquieting frustration within him, igniting an unwarranted ire. Unfamiliar, yet you add them as friends. At that moment, Nianqi sensed his unfriendly demeanor, her brows knitting together as she responded, "What is the issue? They were just helping us with our luggage. Then why not add Jiwon instead?" Why only you? How would I know? Are you out of your mind? She found Hu Chen's confrontational stance utterly baffling. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she asked with a teasing smile, "Can I assume you're feeling jealous?" To her surprise, Hu Chen's handsome face flushed red as he unabashedly admitted, "Yes, I am indeed jealous, although you've always disagreed, perhaps thinking I'm jesting, but I stand by my feelings. My affection for you remains unwavering." She had not anticipated such a declaration, her cheeks blossoming with a rosy hue, leaving her momentarily speechless in response. Hu Chen let out a sigh, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze as he turned to leave. This stirred a sense of urgency within Yan Shi. Resolutely, she dashed after him, leaping onto his back. Hu Chen, taken aback by the suddenness of her action, quickly regained his composure, securing her with ease, grateful for her light weight. With her arms wrapped around his neck, their bodies were intimately aligned, front to back. "Don't be angry, okay? I promise I won't add any more male friends casually in the future," she murmured softly by his ear, a blend of playful teasing and earnest appeasement. Such words, spoken in a tone she would have never uttered before, were foreign to her nature. After all, this kind of conciliatory sentiment did not align with her usual demeanor, nor was it fitting for someone in her ambiguous position. At this moment, she could not conceive of any means to soothe the jealous figure before her. Moreover, how could such a splendid visage go unutilized? It was evident that her playful charm was quite effective on Hu Chen. He felt an immense pressure emanating from behind, distinctly aware of the allure of Nianxi's presence. Her bosom pressing against him, his hands cradling her thighs, the sensation delightful. Clearly, Hu Chen, as a seasoned admirer of beauty, was quite taken by Nianxi's affectionate demeanor. "Did this imply that you—" "No." Realizing he intended to seize the opportunity to advance his affections, Nianxi promptly interjected, "Let us hurry. I'm famished." Hu Chen chuckled, unperturbed, and replied, "It's all right. We have ample time." With that, he carried her towards the dining hall. Upon hearing this, Nianxi said nothing further, burying her head into the crook of his neck, lost in thought. After a modest meal in the cafeteria, the two returned to the apartment they had rented off campus. They unpacked their belongings from the suitcase, arranging them neatly, and after a cursory cleaning, the home finally began to exude a semblance of warmth. However, there was one matter that left them both perplexed. They discovered a rag, largely shoved into the kitchen sink's drain, tattered and worn, the cause of which remained a mystery. They simply regarded it as refuse and disposed of it. Observing their home gradually transforming into a tidy abode, Nianxi felt an unusual sense of accomplishment. "Not bad, right?" she declared, hands on her hips, chest lifted, as if flaunting her achievements. "You truly are capable. You have a touch of the ideal wife about you." Nianxi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly turned away, exclaiming, "I'm going to take a shower." Hu Chen, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. In the past, Nianxi would have retorted sharply. Today she seemed more endearing. "Can I join you?" "Get lost," she replied playfully, feeling quite at ease. Chapter 37. Men are all big pigs. The beginning of university life inevitably involves the military training that every student must endure. Of course, this experience was not new to Nianxi, who had already gone through it during her freshman year. Now, as a seasoned participant, she relished the sight of the new freshman enduring the same week of hardship she once faced, and it brought her joy. The following day, Nianxi donned an outfit that leaned towards a more feminine style. Her figure was already commendable, and with the cinching of her belt, her perfect waist-to-hip ratio was accentuated. Even she could not help but indulge in a bit of self-admiration, striking various alluring poses to showcase her stunning physique. Knowing that Hu Chen was nearby, Nianxi harbored an unintentional desire to entice him, a thought she was not even fully aware of. While she marveled at her own beauty, she also thought to herself, "Aren't you just going to be captivated by me?" Hu Chen was indeed entranced, momentarily lost in admiration. Though he wished to savor the moment longer, he soon realized time was slipping away. Reluctantly, he urged Nianxi to hurry. "My dear, you look beautiful enough. Let us go." Coming. What did you just call me? "My dear, get lost." Outside the teaching building, The freshmen stood in line under the scorching sun, enduring the heat. Inside, the upperclassmen engaged in a battle of wits with their teachers. Nianqi entered the finance department classroom with ease, her striking appearance immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Familiar friends recognized her but could not quite place where they had seen her before, assuming she was a junior or senior from another department. As class time approached, the petite beauty showed no intent of leaving, even taking the seat that originally belonged to Nianyang, chatting and laughing with Huachan. This left everyone even more astonished. Where's Jiwen? Where's Nianyang? Who's going to manage this? The first class of their sophomore year was taught by the instructor, De Huang. However, De Huang would soon be occupied with freshmen, resulting in less interaction with Nianqi and her classmates than before. De Huang first asked Nianqi, the new student, to introduce herself. Honestly, the self-introduction segment was a torment for those with social anxiety. Sitting alone while all eyes focused on her made Nianqi feel like a crane among chickens. She believed only a rare individual could remain calm under such scrutiny, something she could not achieve. Thus, she stumbled through a brief introduction, revealing to everyone that she was Nianyang's sister and that Nianyang had gone abroad for studies. Classmates who had previously been close to Nianyang expressed their disappointment, lamenting how he had left without a word. However, they begrudgingly accepted the arrival of his sister, thinking, well, we can somewhat forgive that guy. Those who coveted Nianqi ultimately received Huachen's menacing glare as a warning. During class, it became evident that the new girl shared a close bond with Huachan, reminiscent of the relationship between Nianyang and Huachan in the past. One might say, truly, they are siblings. After class, a charming young girl approached Nianqi. Hello, Nianqi. I am Li Shui, the class monitor. Do you live on campus? Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Nianqi looked up and recognized her clearly. Their class was evenly split between boys and girls, so to facilitate better management, a leader was chosen from each gender, resulting in 2 class monitors. Li Shui was the monitor for the girls' side, known for her amiable nature, and enjoyed a good reputation among her peers. Nianqi was not entirely unfamiliar with her, as she had once been a boy and was more acquainted with the boys' dynamics. I live off campus, Nianqi responded, taken aback by Li Shui's unexpected approach. However, it made sense. With a new girl in class, Li Shui, as the monitor, would naturally want to introduce herself. Li Shui casually took a seat beside her, and they began to chat. You rent a place? That's wonderful, Li Shui remarked with a hint of envy. Although dorms are inexpensive, living alone offers much more freedom. It's not bad, mainly for the freedom, Nianqi replied. I'll call you CC then. You can just call me Xiaoshui. Li Shui's warm demeanor quickly endeared her to Nianqi, allowing their conversation to flow more freely. Their light-hearted banter was soon interrupted as the exhilarating new classes commenced once again. Coincidentally, after class, Nianqi encountered Su Kai. Su Kai was the class monitor for the third-year finance students and also the vice president of the student union. With his handsome looks, fashionable attire, and eloquent speech, he quickly garnered the admiration of many younger students. As they crossed paths, he winked at Nianqi, exuding an air of protectiveness. Nianqi felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Su Kai seemed oblivious to Huachen's unfriendly gaze. At lunchtime, the freshmen, exhausted, surged into the cafeteria like a horde of zombies, a spectacle that occurred annually. Being off campus, they arrived much earlier than the upperclassmen who were still in class, leaving the latter scrambling to find food. Nianqi and Huachan struggled to secure a bowl of rice amidst the chaos, managing only a few bites in the cafeteria. With little time for a proper break, they couldn't return home, even though it was nearby. The hassle was simply not worth it. The afternoon classes commenced swiftly, and the students regrouped once more. As evening fell, the first day of the new semester finally came to a close. Nianqi had anticipated that second-year courses would be less arduous, yet she found them just as demanding. She felt utterly drained. I'm exhausted, she lamented, collapsing against Huachan. You carry me. Every time you want me to carry you. I'm tired too. Have some sympathy for me. What nonsense. When did I ever say that? You could just walk on your own. But you promised to pamper me always. You can't even carry me once now. Humph. Truly. A man's words are deceiving. Just a big oaf. This is a completely different matter. You have yet to acquiesce to my request. Even in indulging you, one must first grant my wish. A playful slap, perhaps. The two of them engage in light-hearted banter. While it may seem trivial to them, onlookers perceive it as a budding romance, a delightful display of affection, and an inadvertent offering of sweet nothings. Chapter 38. Remember your preferences. As night fell, Huo-chun ultimately succumbed to Nian Shi's charming antics and relented, carrying her home. Nian Shi, being light in weight, found the journey quite effortless, thanks to Huo-chun's robust physique. After changing and freshening up, they donned their comfortable loungewear. This marked the second night of their cohabitation as an isolated man and woman. Though the evening was still young and dinner had yet to be consumed, Nian Shi decided to showcase her culinary skills once more, ordering a variety of vegetables and meats for delivery, which had not yet arrived. The two settled into the sofa, idly scrolling through their phones while the television played a drama that failed to capture their interest, serving merely as background noise. The sofa was spacious enough for Nian Shi to recline on one side, engrossed in her phone, her mood seemingly buoyant as she hummed a cheerful tune. Huo-chun, meanwhile, was reviewing a document on his device. A fleeting glance caught Nian Shi browsing a shopping app, her little feet playfully swaying back and forth, exuding a charming vivacity. The gravity caused her pants to slip down to her knees, revealing her smooth, delicate calves. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every aspect of Nian Shi was a reflection of Huo-chun's desires. Each gentle sway of her foot tugged at his heartstrings. Huo-chun found himself increasingly distracted from his work. "Could you please stop swaying?" he implored. Nian Shi, bewildered, retorted, "What are you talking about?" Huo-chun, his face flushed, simply stated, "You are tempting me." Nian Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning her own ears. "Who is tempting you?" At that moment, the male lead from the drama echoed, "You are quite flirtatious." This prompted Nian Shi to reflect on her own behavior, recalling that she often struck playful poses in front of Huo-chun, but it was merely in jest, a playful tease. Witnessing a tall, muscular man like him become bashful was undeniably amusing. She swore she had no intention of enticing him. In a moment of desperation, she retorted, "I am not flirtatious." After a brief silence, Huo-chun erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Nian Shi, you are too adorable." Her reaction had thoroughly entertained him, and he could not contain his amusement. "Don't call me that," Nian Shi exclaimed, flustered. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. In a fit of indignation, she leapt at Huo-chun like a cat, straddling him and delivering playful punches. However, her assault had little effect on him, only serving to amplify his laughter. Ding dong! Just as they were engaged in their playful tussle, the doorbell rang. "The food is here." "I'll get it," Huo-chun announced. "Humph!" Nian Shi huffed in a mock display of indignation, finally releasing Huo-chun. Opening the door, Huo-chun was taken aback by the sheer volume of Nian Shi's order. 2 hefty bags filled to the brim, each weighing over 20 kilograms, were delivered by the delivery man, who was panting from the exertion. Yet, the substantial tip made the effort worthwhile. Maneuvering the cumbersome bags inside proved to be a challenge, as their weight caused them to sway, requiring Huo-chun to exert considerable effort to bring them in. Upon entering the living room, Huo-chun noticed that Nian Shi was still sulking. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, "All right then, let me showcase my culinary skills." With that, he made his way to the kitchen. Nian Shi had purchased an ample array of ingredients: vegetables, fruits, meats, and spices, so Huo-chun was determined to impress. After a rather disastrous first attempt at cooking, he had spent considerable time watching culinary videos, and this time he was eager to redeem himself. "Stop!" Upon hearing Huo-chun's renewed intent to cook, Nian Shi recalled the horrific taste of his first meal, and the memory made her cringe. She hurriedly intervened. She could not allow him back into the kitchen. Ultimately, she took the reins of the cooking herself, though it was her original plan all along. Selecting the necessary ingredients, she instructed Huo-chun to store the rest in the refrigerator. Donning an apron and tying her hair back in a manner reminiscent of a devoted wife, she began preparing dinner. Huo-chun had initially wanted to assist Nian Shi, but she unceremoniously shooed him out of the kitchen. Unable to remain idle like a lord enjoying leisure, Huo-chun understood that should Nian Shi emerge from the kitchen to find him doing nothing, he would surely face her wrath. Thus, he resorted to sweeping the floor, attempting to alleviate some of the household chores. As he observed Nianshi diligently working in the kitchen and glanced at the broom in his hand, Huichun felt an overwhelming sense of warmth in this home. It was a sentiment he had long been deprived of. After all, with his mother residing abroad and his father perpetually occupied with work, their spacious home had always felt rather desolate. This sense of isolation persisted even after he took over his father's company upon graduating from university. Yet now, this apartment, though merely a temporary rental during his school days, radiated warmth and coziness, all thanks to Nianshi. After more than half an hour, a delightful array of hot dishes was served at the table. Huichun, who had a penchant for sweet flavors, was pleased to find that all 3 dishes prepared by Nianshi were on the sweeter side. They were not only visually appealing but also tantalizing to the palate, embodying the perfect harmony of color, aroma, and taste. The two sat across from each other. "Go ahead, try it," Nianshi said, her hands clasped and a beaming smile gracing her face, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Having already experienced Nianshi's culinary prowess, Huichun felt assured that the meal would be delectable. All he needed to do was dive right in. However, noticing her eager expression for praise, he took a bite and theatrically critiqued the dish. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. A splendid combination of colors and flavors, with a tender mouthfeel, sweet yet not cloying, spicy without being harsh, perfectly balanced. The meat is succulent and tender, and the vegetables are crisp and flavorful. The creator of this dish is nothing short of a divine being. No, an angel. A goddess. Seeing Huichun's exaggerated compliments, Nianshi couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a bit bashful. "You're being too dramatic. I merely threw some ingredients together." Yet Huichun, full of enthusiasm, continued to lavish praise. "If what you casually made is this delicious, then your serious efforts would surely surpass even those of 5-star chefs." "Oh, stop it. You're making me blush." Nianshi covered her face, yet the joy in her expression was unmistakable. Huichun, growing increasingly animated, began to envision their future together. "I have decided that these dishes will undoubtedly be must-haves at our wedding." Nianshi, suddenly coming to her senses, changed her expression. "Go away. Who wants to marry you?" Feeling a sense of relief, Huichun realized he might have developed a slight masochistic tendency, as it seemed that a day without Nianshi's playful scolding left him feeling quite unsettled. Chapter 39. Betrayal of Our Revolutionary Friendship. The 7 days of military training swiftly passed, ushering the freshmen into the realm of university life. Nianshi and Huichun's sophomore year also embarked on a new trajectory. As previously mentioned, the course schedule in the first year was quite rigorous, nearly mirroring that of high school. However, the second year brought a slight alleviation, with 2 fully packed days per week and 2 afternoons free, leaving 3 days for respite. Nianshi, buoyed by her association with her younger sister Nianyang, garnered considerable popularity among the female students. Yet, she found herself struggling to adapt. She had long heard that topics among girls were more candid than those among boys, and although she anticipated this, the reality exceeded her expectations. Each conversation rendered her at a loss for words. Huichun, since his freshman year, had attracted numerous admirers due to his striking looks, even receiving confessions of affection. Though he had coldly rebuffed them all, Nianshi felt an indescribable pang of bitterness in her heart. Overall, this renewed university experience was quite delightful. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would undoubtedly be the presence of the senior Sukai, who had become a source of distress for Nianshi. Whether by coincidence or fate, she frequently encountered him unexpectedly. On several occasions, she had feigned ignorance to slip away, yet he always managed to call her over for trivial chit-chat. Since becoming friends online, Sukai had often initiated conversations under the guise of official matters, occasionally presenting her with small gifts and inquiring after her well-being. This pattern had persisted for over half a month, and it was evident to all what his intentions were. Sukai had subtly attempted on multiple occasions to invite Nianshi out alone, only to be met with her refusals. A normal person would likely give up after being turned down so many times, but Sukai seemed determined, repeatedly approaching her. Curiously, his overtures were always veiled. Though his feelings were apparent, he refrained from stating them outright, leaving Nianshi in a quandary about how to react. Consequently, she had developed a slight psychological aversion to him. One afternoon during a break, Sukai seized the opportunity to deliver yet another small gift to Nianxi. He placed it down and dashed away, leaving her no time to refuse. Reluctantly, she set it aside. After class, she would have to make the trek back to the third-year area, and each time this occurred, Nianxi felt increasingly exasperated, contemplating whether she should confront Sukai directly. However, despite her resolve to be stern, her inherently gentle nature made it exceedingly difficult. Seeing Nianxi casually place the youthful, affectionate gift aside without a glance, Li Shui couldn't help but inquire, "Cici, can't you see that Sukai from the third year likes you?" "Of course I can see it," Nianxi replied helplessly. At that moment, the other girls who were close friends immediately became intrigued, bombarding her with questions about her thoughts on the matter. Nianxi furrowed her brows, perplexed as to how the conversation had shifted to her. "What are you asking about? Are you not considering embarking on a sweet romance? It's only been a month since school started, and I can already sense the palpable scent of love in the air." "Me? Let it be. I simply am not suited for romance," Nianxi declared, shaking her head. This sentiment was not a mere excuse. Nianxi genuinely believed she was ill-fitted for love. Having been accustomed to solitude in her previous life as a man, she now found herself as a girl, yet her spirit remained masculine, leading her to feel intrinsically disconnected from romantic relationships. Even if she were to engage in a romantic affair, it would require a partner who appreciated her for who she was, without any reservations about her past as a man. However, her steadfast belief in the virtue of singlehood was met with disapproval from her close friends. Li Shui was the first to voice her disagreement. "How can you say that? Cici, you are beautiful and have a wonderful personality. If I were a man, I would undoubtedly pursue you." Another chimed in, No, I would prefer Cici to be a boy. I would absolutely marry you." Faced with the flattery from her friends, Nianxi felt a sense of helplessness. "Please, one Sukai is already enough trouble. You don't like him? Sukai is quite handsome," one friend remarked. "What does being handsome matter? Can it earn me extra credits or prevent failing?" Nianxi retorted. "True, and besides, you already have Huachun. Why are we talking about him all of a sudden?" Nianxi could not maintain her composure at the mention of Huachun. However, her reaction only led others to assume she was shy. "Oh my, Cici is blushing. You must like him," they teased. "Indeed, you are Nian Yang's sister and sit next to him, acting so close. You aren't hiding a secret relationship from us, are you? How could you betray our friendship? What are you all on about? Your imaginations are far too vivid." At that moment, Nianxi finally grasped the strength of gossip among girls. Yet, the notion of romance with Huachun? Did that even count? She fell into contemplation. After the final class, students surged out of the building like a horde of zombies, rushing towards the cafeteria. Nianxi and Huachun chose not to join the throng and decided to head home for a meal. However, before returning home, she had a minor yet troublesome task to complete, finding Sukai to return the small gift. Nianxi believed she should clarify her feelings to him. Otherwise, continuing in this manner would be untenable. "Thank you, senior, but I am currently not in the right mindset for romance. I wish to focus solely on my studies, so please do not gift me any more." This phrase about focusing on studies proved to be a universal formula for rejection, neither harsh nor embarrassing for the other party. Nianxi had heard this line in her previous life, and now she found herself on the other side of the equation. Sukai gazed at the gift in his hands. It was not an extravagant item, merely a bracelet, yet the packaging remained unopened, indicating that she had not even taken a glance at it. The youth's affection was rebuffed, and the disappointment in his eyes was palpable. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself. "Nianxi, I recall you have no classes tomorrow, correct?" He knew Nianxi was single. Otherwise, he would not have persisted so ardently. As the vice president of the student council, he frequently engaged in official meetings and communications with the class leaders. From Li Shui, the leader of Nianxi's class, he learned that Nianxi had always been single, yet she had a childhood friend who was in the same class. But what of it? Through his observations, Sukai had not discerned any behaviors between Nianxi and that individual that would align with a romantic relationship. He believed he had the merit to compete. Nianxi paused and responded, "Yes, what is it? Do you have plans for tomorrow? I would like to invite you out." Unsurprisingly, Sukai extended yet another invitation to Nian Shi. This marked the third time. Still no, I have plans. Nian Shi shook her head, continuing to decline. Having said this, she turned and walked away, joining a young man who leaned against the door nearby. In that moment, the previously indifferent expression on Nian Shi's face blossomed into a smile. It was then that Sukai realized that, unbeknownst to him, his romantic pursuit had ended before it even truly began. Little did they know, a girl had been quietly observing their interaction, and upon witnessing Sukai's rejection, she fixed her gaze on Nian Shi's retreating figure, clenching her fist in silence. Chapter 40. Today is also a day of peace. Is he trying to take you out again? Asked Huichen. Yes, what can I say? My sister's charm remains as captivating as ever. Nian Shi replied, tossing her hair with pride. How about gracing me with your company? We attend high university, yet we have yet to explore the beauty of high city, Huichen suggested. Upon hearing Huichen's invitation, Nian Shi hesitated, her mood instantly dampening. Not really. I'm just not in the right frame of mind. Huichen seemed to sense her unease and inquired, Is it because of your father? Yes. I recall that it was around this time in my previous life when Uncle Nian encountered his misfortune. You were so distracted and burdened with worries every day. Huichen, I am truly afraid. Our life trajectories have altered to varying degrees in this lifetime. Although we urged Dad to be cautious with the machinery and prioritize safety, I still fear that the events of my past life may recur. She recalled a similar pivotal moment in her previous life when a machinery malfunction at her father's factory led to a tragic accident, irrevocably ending his career. The mere thought of it cast a shadow over Nian Shi's spirit, her inner turmoil evident. Huichen noticed her distress and gently enveloped her in his embrace, saying nothing. He understood that the girl in his arms, though seemingly fragile, possessed an unwavering strength. She could analyze situations rationally and handle them with composure, requiring no verbal counsel, just a shoulder to lean on. His role was to be that shoulder, providing her with solace through his steadfast presence. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Nian Shi reciprocated, the two holding each other tightly. Time seemed to slip away, and after an indeterminate period, Nian Shi's mood lightened slightly. It was then she realized they were still in the bustling street, their intimate embrace attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Thank you, I feel much better, truly. Gently pushing against Huichen's chest, he reluctantly released her, and they finally parted. If you ever wish to cry it all out, I will be here for you. No need really, Nian Shi immediately declined, but after a moment's silence added, if I find it necessary. I will. Upon returning home, after dinner and a refreshing shower, Nian Shi initiated a video call with comrade Nian Jiangwo to catch up with her parents. He Xian and Nian Jiangwo expressed their concern for Nian Shi, inquiring if she was comfortable living there. Were her needs being met? Did she have enough to eat? Was she warm enough? Did she have sufficient funds? Having been away from home for a month, He Xian's worry intensified, even contemplating traveling to provide her daughter with care for a while. Nian Shi was hesitant to let her mother visit, as she had not disclosed her cohabitation with Huichen. It was not out of fear, but rather that, if they were to learn of it, their imaginations would run wild, leading to endless nagging. Nian Shi cherished her parents deeply, yet the thought of their incessant chatter filled her with trepidation. Thus, she chose to remain silent about the matter, simply stating that she was renting an apartment alone. Subsequently, Nian Shi inquired about her father's work. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety until comrade Nian Jiangwo mentioned that their factory had received a substantial order, yet the client requested a machine overhaul, necessitating a 2-week halt in operations. While the need for maintenance was understandable, the duration of the shutdown was indeed an unusual stipulation from the client, leaving Nian Jiangwo perplexed by such a peculiar demand. Nevertheless, Nian Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a fortunate turn of events. No matter how much she advised caution, it paled in comparison to the safety of avoiding peril. The current machine maintenance would surely allow them to evade the problematic time frame of her previous life. However, it was curious that her father's factory received an order at this juncture, coupled with an odd requirement for machinery repairs. It was evident that such a scenario had not unfolded in her past life. Yet comrade Nian Jiangwo possessed scant knowledge regarding this enigmatic client. In the end, Nianqi reminded her parents to rest and not overexert themselves. The matter that had weighed heavily on her heart passed peacefully, and the day unfolded much like any other. One might assume that cohabiting under the same roof, even the closest of companions would encounter friction. Yet Nianqi and Huachun rarely experienced such discord. They seamlessly accommodated one another, living in peace and joy, reminiscent of a long-married couple. Of course, some conflicts did exist in life. For instance, at this moment, Nianqi had just hung up the phone when Huachun emerged from his shower, draped in nothing but a towel to conceal his lower half. His well-defined upper body was fully on display, droplets of water glistening upon his skin, an undeniably enticing sight. Huachun's physique was impressive, boasting a high muscle mass coupled with a low body fat percentage. His pectorals and biceps were robust and sculpted, resembling a work of art. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he was quite handsome, though admittedly not quite as much as her former life's ideal. His physique was admirable. Yet she wondered about its firmness, referring to his muscles, of course. Nianqi realized she had been lost in thought while gazing at Huachun, and quickly patted her flushed cheeks, attempting to regain her composure. Nianqi, how could you lose your composure like this? How can you be so captivated by a man? Surely, you haven't developed feelings for him? That's simply unacceptable. You are a man too. What would he think of you? Envy. Yes, it must be envy. She was merely admiring his physique and nothing more. Despite Nianqi's earnest attempts to conceal her feelings, Huachun perceptively detected her embarrassment. With a roguish grin, he flexed his biceps and teasingly asked, "So, what do you think? Are these muscles impressive? Would you like to touch them?" Nianqi's eyelid twitched, rendered speechless. My mute brother, how can such a handsome man ruin the moment with words? He was far more alluring when silent, though she certainly found herself intrigued by the idea of touching them. As night deepened, Nianqi's thoughts were tumultuous, preventing her from finding rest. In a state of half-sleep, she heard a faint rustling sound. Chapter 41. Sharing the same bed. In the dead of night, a piercing scream jolted the slumbering Huachun awake. What on earth? He hastily flicked on the bedside lamp, still adjusting to the sudden brightness when he saw a shadow lunging toward him. With a thud, Nianqi landed squarely in his lap. A scene that set one's heart racing unfolded. Nianqi clung tightly to Huachun's head, rendering his mind utterly blank. There, something black, covered in fur. Nianqi, her eyes tightly shut and body trembling, seemed to be gripped by fear. I can hardly breathe. The allure of a gentle embrace is enchanting yet perilous, prompting Huachun to swiftly soothe Nianqi's frayed nerves. Startled, Nianqi immediately released Huachun, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry, At that moment, Huachun had adjusted to the light, and the sight before him was strikingly vivid. You're rather exposed." Nianqi, still in shock from the earlier fright, was momentarily oblivious to his words. Looking down, she realized she was brazenly exposed before Huachun. It was akin to a delicate beauty partially veiled, only enhancing the scene's allure. A wave of embarrassment surged through her, and she hastily covered herself, tears brimming in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Pervert!" Huachun, feeling equally wronged, retorted, "Who is the real pervert here?" Seeing that no matter how she shielded herself, she was still inadvertently offering Huachun a view, Nianqi quickly grabbed his blanket and wrapped it around herself, defiantly stating, "I had my reasons." With the blanket now covering her, Huachun found himself equally exposed. In this regard, he was much more generous. Remembering Nianqi's earlier scream, curiosity piqued within him. What exactly transpired? It seems there's a mouse in my room. What? Did you see it clearly? I'm not sure. I was half asleep, and I heard rustling noises coming from the desk. So, I turned on the light to investigate and saw something furry, about the size of my fist, dart away. It must have been a mouse. As Nianqi recounted the scene, her words sent chills down her spine, prompting her to clutch the blanket tighter. Witnessing her palpable fear, Huachun felt a mix of affection and amusement. It's just a mouse. Does it warrant such terror? He thought Nianqi far too timid, especially considering she often boasted of her bravery. However, this remark ignited Nianqi's indignation. Just a mouse. Do you have any idea where it might have come from? Who knows how many germs it carries? It's not like it's just wandering around your room, is it?
All right, I concede.
After receiving a scolding, Huachan quickly sought to appease her. Now was the moment for him to step up as a man. You stay put. I'll go take a look. With that declaration, he rose and departed. A mere mouse posed no threat to Huachan. Though he had never encountered one in either of his lifetimes, he certainly wouldn't react with such alarm as Nianqi did. Nianqi's room was just next door. With a quick turn after stepping out, he arrived there in no time. The creature known as the mouse is inherently cunning. Once discovered by Nianqi, it undoubtedly scurried away in haste. Coupled with her earlier shriek, it was now utterly impossible to locate it. As expected, Huachan returned empty-handed, realizing the mouse had likely fled. He raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, stating, "It's too late. Let us rest for now. I shall assist you in capturing it tomorrow." "Did you ensure the door was closed?" "We mustn't allow it to escape," Nianqi inquired. "It is securely shut. Do not fret," he assured her, and only then did she feel a measure of relief. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, recalling how awkward she had been, allowing Huachan to witness her folly. "Where will you sleep tonight?" Huachan asked. Nianqi, feeling shy, fell silent. Huachan understood her unspoken thoughts. It seemed he would be relinquishing half of his bed that night. "How splendid! Shall I fetch you a blanket?" he offered. "Do not. Who knows if that thing has touched my bedding? The thought sends chills down my spine." Nianqi quickly interjected. In truth, it was not the mouse itself she feared, but the germs it might carry. She felt that even the slightest contact could lead to infection. With the mouse having invaded her room, she was hesitant to use anything inside it. Thus, the two lay under a single blanket on his bed, sharing the space. Huachen's bed was merely a single, and the blanket was of the same size. Their proximity felt exceedingly cramped. Every time their skin brushed against one another, they recoiled as if jolted by an electric shock. The other's breath was palpable, heightening the tension and making sleep elusive, as they could even hear the rapid beating of their own hearts. This was not their first time sharing a bed. In the past, they had been merely brothers, and such closeness had not been cause for embarrassment. However, the present circumstances were different. Was it not a waste of a beautiful night to let it pass without some form of interaction? Huachan thought to alleviate the awkwardness with conversation, but in his nervousness, he blurted out a question without considering it. "Do you sleep like that? What on earth am I saying?" He thought, mortified, because it's rather constricting and uncomfortable. "Oh, has it grown again? Do not think about it. Sleep. I warn you not to touch me." "I am quite proper when I sleep," she retorted, "but you might have forgotten how poorly you sleep." Nianqi's confidence faltered. It was indeed true that her sleeping posture left much to be desired, and when in deep slumber, it was uncertain who might touch whom. "I shall strive to restrain myself," she promised. As night deepened, fatigue enveloped them, and they unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Perhaps sharing a bed with Nianqi was too stimulating for Huachan, for he dreamt a vivid dream of springtime blossoms. In this dream, Nianqi transformed into a captivating enchantress, clad in battle attire, presenting herself before him. Her demeanor was strikingly different from her usual self. Yet, seizing the opportunity, Huachan indulged in the pleasures of the dream. Morning arrived, and with no classes scheduled for the day, they reveled in a long, leisurely sleep. Huachan, groggy and half awake, lingered on the delightful memories of his dreams, only to be interrupted by the sound of soft breaths coming from beside him. Chapter 42. A year of raising twins. Nianqi found herself in an unbearable predicament. For over 20 minutes, this man had exhibited an astonishing strength that left her utterly defenseless. Her body trembled, overwhelmed by an electric sensation that rendered her powerless. "Stop!" Suddenly, Huachen's movements halted. Could it be? Nianqi, initially believing that Huachan had awakened, felt a glimmer of hope for her liberation. After all, she could not endure this much longer. However, just as she exhaled in relief, a sharp gasp escaped her lips, confirming Huachen's awareness of the situation, and he realized he had landed himself in trouble. At this moment, the formidable president, known for his prowess in the business world, found himself at a loss. Should he awaken or continue to feign sleep? Either option seemed fraught with consequences. You're awake, aren't you? Hu Chen's body tensed, hastily reverting to his act of slumber. Don't play dead. If you're awake, then let me go. Or do you wish to pursue something else? Nianqi's voice was laced with a slight breathlessness that masked her underlying irritation. I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me? Hu Chen replied cautiously. He braced himself for the impending wrath of Nianqi, expecting a torrent of fury. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated storm did not descend. After a brief moment of regaining her composure, Nianqi slowly rose, grasped one of Hu Chen's shirts, and fled his room as if escaping a tempest. Hu Chen was left bewildered. He had never anticipated that he would act so recklessly in a moment of unconsciousness. If this had occurred under ordinary circumstances, Nianqi would have surely retaliated with a punch, as even playful teasing over voice messages often earned him her ire. Why, then, had she not reacted more violently today? Perhaps she secretly enjoyed this dynamic? No, surely that could not be the case. Meanwhile, Nianqi curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, her head buried in them. She was uncertain how to confront Hu Chen. Should she be angry? Initially, when she sensed his advances, she felt a surge of indignation. But as time passed, that anger dissipated. Strangely enough, the experience felt rather pleasant. She found herself curious about where this might lead. No. Nianqi chastised herself. How could she entertain such thoughts? Was she truly transforming into a different person? To succumb to such feelings would be a descent into moral decay. Absolutely unacceptable. Yet, she found herself lost in contemplation. Was her body truly so alluring to him? They had merely shared a bed, and it had stirred such reactions in him. Did he genuinely harbor feelings for her? Or was it all a jest? No, he must simply be after her physical form. But how could he? After all, they were brothers. How could he dare to cross that line? Just then, as Nianqi wrestled with her conflicting emotions, Hu Chen emerged from his room clad in comfortable loungewear. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a breathtaking sight. Nianqi, having escaped in nothing but one of his shirts, was now crouched in a position that only heightened the allure of the moment. Nianqi suddenly felt a jolt, her previously calmed emotions resurfacing, and her face instantly flushed a deep crimson as she hurriedly adjusted her posture to shield herself. Huaqing swiftly turned his face away, earnestly apologizing to Nianqi, saying, I'm truly sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Please don't be angry. Huaqing had anticipated that Nianqi would be furious upon their next encounter. Yet the reality was starkly different from his expectations. Consequently, he formed a new interpretation, believing that Nianqi was so infuriated that she had reached a state of mute fury, likely harboring thoughts of vengeance against him. In response to Huaqing's apology, Nianqi pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not that angry. Really. This statement was devoid of deceit. While she could not claim to be entirely unperturbed, she also did not feel the extreme urge to harm Huaqing. However, her response was misinterpreted by Huaqing, who assumed that Nianqi intended to bottle up her grievances, considering the nature of what transpired between them. After all, she had previously been a man, and where could she seek justice? With this thought, Huaqing felt even more sympathy for Nianqi. At such a moment, as a man, if he failed to take responsibility, could he still consider himself human? What face would he have to remain her brother? How could he dare to entertain feelings for her? Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. I have everything planned out. You are aware of my family situation, so you need not worry about our life together. Buy what you desire, do what you wish. I will support you and be by your side. I have even thought of names for our future children. If it's a boy, he shall be called Mingxian, symbolizing integrity and grandeur. If a girl, she shall be named Curson, embodying cuteness and joy, just like you. Huaqing rambled on, envisioning their future, leaving Nianqi to think him a fool. Reflecting on her past life, she had once deemed him reliable, making her feel rather foolish in turn. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing caught Nianqi's attention. Children can wait. I need to take this call. Without considering whether Huaqing was listening, she answered her phone, which was ringing from Comrade Nian Zhangwo. Chapter 43. Thank you for your help. The conversation with my father was brief, yet it profoundly altered Nianqi's state of mind. Just moments ago, Comrade Nian Zhangwo received a call from a colleague, who informed him that the machine he operated harbored a severe hidden flaw. On the surface, it appeared to function normally, but prolonged usage could lead to catastrophic accidents, the consequences of which were unimaginable. The early detection was made possible by the requirement set forth by the Hua group to inspect the machinery. While feeling a lingering unease, Comrade Nian Jiangwo also drew a connection between this Hua group and Huachan. Given their shared surname, they might indeed be related. He shared this matter with Nianqi, who, upon hearing it, realized the truth. Was it you? She looked up at him, thinking. So he had a plan all along, keeping his intentions hidden. Huachan smiled gently, not concealing anything, and candidly acknowledged his involvement. He had no ulterior motives. To him, it was merely a small effort, as long as it brought comfort to Nianqi. Moreover, he had no intention of using this incident to morally coerce her. Whether he spoke of it or not made little difference. However, his response caught the attention of Nian Jiangwo. Ah, son, did I hear a male voice next to you? That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Nothing of the sort, Dad. There's no male voice, you must have misheard. Nianqi jolted, realizing that the video call had not been disconnected, and hurriedly sought to divert her father's attention. Comrade Nian Jiangwo's intellect surged as he gleaned crucial clues from the small screen of the phone. No, the shirt you're wearing is significantly larger than your frame. It is clearly a men's shirt. Is that rascal Huachan beside you? Are you two living together? His conclusion erupted in fury, drawing the attention of Madame He Xian. What? Cici, you said you lived alone. Suddenly besieged by both parents, Nianqi panicked. Oh, the signal is poor. What are you saying, Mom and Dad? The signal is too weak. I'll hang up. With that, she disconnected the call, plunging the world into silence. Phew, that was close. Nianqi exhaled. The earlier scene felt like a battlefield. Did I cause trouble? Huachan scratched his head, feeling increasingly awkward about his earlier missteps. What's the worry? Even if they found out it's just a 2-hour round trip from the city center. Could they really come to interrogate us? Nianqi said defiantly. Then, shaking her head, she shifted the conversation, saying more importantly, Thank you for helping me, for saving my father. There's no need for thanks. What are we to each other? Consider it a small act of atonement on my part, especially after what just happened. Hearing him mention the earlier incident again, Nianqi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, firmly interjecting, Do not mention it again. We are not allowed to. Huachan nodded in understanding. Such matters are best left unspoken. By the way, did you just say you would wait to have children? Huachan remarked with a mischievous smile, testing whether Nianqi is truly no longer angry. Conclusion. She really isn't angry anymore. Following the morning's encounter, Nianqi dared not share the bed with Huachan again, promptly sending him off to the sofa. Aware of his own shortcomings, Huachan had no choice but to comply, relinquishing his room. Nianqi ordered him to swiftly find a way to resolve the troubles in her room. Thus, another week passed. Throughout this week, Nianqi wrestled with her feelings for Huachan. Yet, such matters often confuse those involved while leaving observers with clarity. After her secret was uncovered by Jiwen, the two became close friends, and Nianqi immediately thought of Jiwen. Although Jiwen had never been romantically involved with Huachan in this lifetime, there remained a bond of affection, making her a suitable confidant to help unravel Nianqi's heart. However, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Would it not feel odd to seek advice from a current partner regarding an ex? She pondered whether Jiwen might feel displeased discussing matters related to Huachan. Yet, in reality, her concerns were unfounded. Jiwen, now engrossed in her medical studies, had long since cast aside any remnants of adolescent infatuation with Huachan. It is often said that doctors remain indifferent to matters of gender. To Jiwen, Huachan had merely transformed into an aesthetically pleasing presence. Upon hearing Nianqi's troubles, Jiwen was elated. Being a medical student, she understood that romantic feelings between individuals are heavily influenced by various hormones, and one's self-perception is likewise shaped by these factors. For someone like Nianqi, who transitioned from male to female, it was worth investigating whether her thoughts remained fixed in a masculine framework or evolved into a feminine perspective. Presently, her ambiguous feelings towards Huachan might symbolize her transformation into womanhood. Unable to articulate this over text, the two arranged to meet at a CAF during their free time, eager to engage in a substantial conversation. After a brief exchange, Jiwon grasped the essence of Nianxi's distress. "So, you wish to ascertain whether you have feelings for Huachen?" Jiwon mumbled through a mouthful of cake. Her exuberant demeanor starkly contrasted with Nianxi's demure disposition. One could say that Nianxi replied, savoring her milk tea and resolving to order from the CAF in the future. "Have you ever been in a relationship?" No, Nianxi shook her head. "Neither in this life nor the last. I've been single long enough to almost attain enlightenment." "I haven't either," Jiwon shrugged, indicating her lack of experience in that realm. "I did have a crush on Huachen in high school, but I've nearly forgotten that feeling." "Then why did you invite me out?" Nianxi retorted, exasperated. Indeed, it was Jiwon who had requested this meeting, and Nianxi had expected constructive advice, only to discover they were equally inexperienced. "This is for scientific research. Oh please. I see you merely wish to take advantage of me." Nianxi rolled her eyes internally at the sight of the lavish array of cakes and drinks before Jiwon. "All right, I've studied the psychology of romance. Let me ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully. Well, please refrain from asking overly peculiar questions." Subsequently, Jiwon conducted a series of preliminary assessments on Nianxi based on her acquired knowledge. The final conclusion revealed that Nianxi harbors feelings for Huachen. Chapter 44. The Emperor's New Pants. On Saturday, a day of respite, Nianxi rose early, diligently attending to every matter within her home. When Huachen awoke, he beheld Nianxi meticulously adorning herself. She wore a soft, high-collared sweater that rendered her demeanor even more gentle and amiable, its length gracefully covering her lower back. As for her lower half, the Emperor's new pants remained concealed beneath the sweater, leaving the specifics of her attire a mystery. On her feet, she sported a pair of black suede over-the-knee boots, which, coupled with the sweater, revealed a glimpse of her fair, shapely thighs, an evident testament to her carefully curated outfit. She was even engaged in makeup, clearly preparing to venture outside. "Are you going out?" Huachen inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his voice as he approached her. Nianxi, engrossed in applying eyeliner, inadvertently parted her lips. Didn't you say you would take me out to play? What's the matter? Are you backing out?" Upon hearing this, Huachen paused for a moment. Nianxi's tone was so nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter, that he found himself momentarily bewildered. "You agreed? I haven't really explored Haiching, so this is a great opportunity. Hurry and change your clothes. Don't tell me you plan to go out in your pajamas." "All right." Huachen promptly dashed back into his room to change. Nianxi watched his retreating figure, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Once Huachen had finished dressing, having taken care to groom himself as well, he scrutinized Nianxi's ensemble and posed a rather profound question. "Are you Mei Chuan Kuzi?" "I am wearing it," Nianxi retorted through gritted teeth. How could he always manage to provoke annoyance in the most unexpected ways? As noon approached, the two found a restaurant to satisfy their appetites. "Sir, madam, what would you like to eat?" the waiter inquired, handing them two exquisite menus. "You order," Nianxi replied, closing the menu and relinquishing the decision-making to Huachen. He did not hesitate, selecting a few small dishes, each a favorite of Nianxi's, but refrained from ordering too much. After all, they planned to enjoy some leisure activities afterward, and overindulgence could lead to discomfort. "By the way, I noticed there is cilantro in this dish. Please omit it," Huachen stated. "Certainly, sir," the waiter responded before departing with their order. Huachen turned back to find Nianxi smiling at him, her eyes seemingly sparkling with myriad emotions. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Nothing. I just recalled something joyful," she replied with a smile. The dishes he had ordered were all to her liking, even remembering her aversion to cilantro. Huachen furrowed his brow. Today, Nianxi seemed particularly enchanting. "Why do I feel like you're somewhat different today? Why do you care? Are you happy only when I scold you? I would gladly endure your scolding for a lifetime." Huachen ordered a plate of large shrimp, taking it upon himself to peel them. He would handle the labor, while Nianxi would relish the fruits of his efforts. After their meal, both were pleasantly satisfied, and it was time to embark on their afternoon adventures. In Haicheng, a renowned amusement park attracts a considerable number of visitors daily, and they are eager to explore its delights. After a 20-minute journey, they finally arrive in the bustling city, where the vibrant amusement park awaits. Couples in love, Groups of students and harmonious families seek thrilling experiences, alongside adventurous seniors, all amid the cheerful atmosphere. The roller coaster hurtles above, accompanied by the exhilarating screams of visitors, with joyous laughter echoing throughout the park. Nianqi and Huichan are equally swept up in the jubilant ambience, their hearts aglow with genuine smiles. With an abundance of entertainment and delectable treats, the park caters to every desire. After a thrilling ride, they take moments to rest, savoring delightful snacks before plunging back into the festivities, reveling in the joy of the day. They share laughter and excitement, indulging in desserts, traversing the glass bridge, riding the roller coaster, bouncing on trampolines, capturing memories in photo booths, and purchasing various souvenirs. Though costly, the happiness it brings is priceless. Huichan even entices Nianqi to the haunted house, anticipating the joy of her leaning on him in fright. Understanding his intentions, Nianqi, though unafraid, feigns terror to indulge Huichan's whim. After a long day of amusement, Nianqi rests on a bench while Huichan ventures off to procure ice cream. At that moment, she hears a soft sobbing sound. Turning her head, she notices a little boy, glancing anxiously around, looking quite distressed. Clad in denim overalls, he clutches a dinosaur model in his hands. Nianqi approaches, kneeling to meet his gaze, and gently inquires, "Little one, what troubles you? Please tell your sister." I can't find my mommy and daddy," the boy replies, his voice quivering with tears. Clearly, he has become separated from his parents. Such occurrences are common in crowded places, but thankfully, in today's society, the threat of abduction is minimal. Nevertheless, one can only imagine the anxiety his parents must be experiencing at this moment. This little boy is so well-behaved and adorable, not at all like those unruly children. Gazing into his bright, expressive eyes, Nianqi's heart swells with maternal affection. How unfortunate! Come with sister, and I will help you find your mother, she assures him. Yet, the boy hesitantly responds, "But my mommy said not to go with strangers," taking a cautious step back to maintain a safe distance from Nianqi. Chapter 45. A true demon. Although the lovely young lady before him radiated charm and beauty, the boy recalled his mother's words. The more alluring a woman, the more deceptive she might be. One should never converse with strangers or accept gifts from them. This wisdom lingered in his mind. In that moment, Nianqi found herself even more enamored with the little boy. Good heavens! What an extraordinary child! In this day and age, such a well-behaved youth still existed? Just thinking of her cousin from her aunt's side, who would snatch her model toys, made the contrast glaringly apparent. "How about this?" she proposed gently. "I will stay here with you while we wait for your mother, and that way you won't feel as frightened." Aware that she perhaps shouldn't be alone with a child, Nianqi decided it best to remain by his side. After a moment of contemplation, the boy ultimately succumbed to Nianqi's tender words. Shortly thereafter, Huichan returned, holding 2 ice creams. "Who is this child?" he inquired, noticing the boy beside Nianqi with a hint of confusion. "He got separated from his parents, and I'm keeping him company," she explained, and Huichan nodded in acceptance. Nianqi then offered her own ice cream to the little boy, sharing hers with Huichan. But in the next instant, the boy astounded them both with his innocent inquiry. "Sister, are you and this big brother husband and wife?" Nianqi nearly choked on her ice cream, coughing violently. Cough, cough. How does such a little child know these words? "Mommy and daddy are husband and wife," the boy replied simply, his eyes devoid of any pretense. Just friends," Nianqi replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Boyfriend and girlfriend," Huichan interjected, fanning the flames. "Be quiet. Do you kiss?" the boy asked again, his curiosity unabated. Nianqi was taken aback, pondering how a child so small, appearing no older than 5 or 6, could be familiar with such vocabulary. "Where did you learn that? Mommies and daddies always kiss." Once more, the child's innocent reference to his parents left Nianqi astonished. It seemed his guardians were rather unreserved in front of him. No, we won't." "Yes, you might," Huichan teased once more. "Go away." "Why not?" The little boy was perplexed. He noticed that while the big sister's attitude towards the big brother was not particularly warm, she clearly cared for him. The way the big brother looked at the big sister reminded him of how his father gazed at his mother. So, The big sister and big brother must indeed be husband and wife, he reasoned. Why then, he wondered, wouldn't they kiss? His young mind struggled to comprehend such complexities. There's no reason. Kissing is a very important matter, and only adults can do it. You mustn't imitate. Nianqi now found the child less endearing, deeming him quite the little demon. Why don't you go to the security office? The amusement park hasn't made an announcement yet. Perhaps his parents haven't realized he's missing. No need for that. I can just make a call. With that, Huichun took out his phone and dialed a number. It required no further elaboration. This amusement park was, after all, a property of the Hua Group. Huichun swiftly issued several commands and inquired about the name of the young boy, discovering that he was called Dan Dan. A few minutes after hanging up the phone, the amusement park broadcasted a missing persons announcement. Shortly thereafter, an elegantly dressed couple hurriedly approached. The woman, though mature, possessed a striking beauty and appeared remarkably well preserved, showing little evidence of the passage of time. The man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exhibited a resolute demeanor, his eyes filled with concern and affection for their child.
Dan Dan,
The woman exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed with joy. Mom! Dan Dan leapt from the bench and embraced the beautiful woman. Where have you been? Your father and I were worried sick. Mom, I'm fine. I was with the big brother and sister. The mother and son reveled in their reunion, while the man approached Nianqi and Huichun, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for taking care of Dan Dan. If he had been lost, we would have been devastated. It was nothing, just a small effort. Huichun waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Nianqi concealed herself behind Huichun, reasoning that such diplomatic matters were best left to him. Huichun found the man somewhat familiar, and it wasn't until the man presented his business card that recognition dawned upon him. The man was the chairman of Tengxiao Technology, a figure with whom Hua's family had both competitive and cooperative ties in the past, existing in a relationship that was both adversarial and amicable. However, at this juncture in their previous lives, Hua's family and Tengxiao had not yet forged a profound bond and had never collaborated. Huichun had not anticipated encountering an old acquaintance while out on a date with Nianqi. Coincidentally, he had several projects he wished to implement. Establishing a partnership with Tengxiao at this moment would be mutually beneficial. Thus, he revealed his identity. The chairman of Tengxiao was equally astonished, not expecting that the young man before him was the illustrious young president of the Hua family. The two magnates promptly shifted into a professional mode, scheduling a time to discuss further details. After exchanging another round of sincere gratitude, the couple departed with their child. Chapter 46. Together as the interlude came to a close, the sky gradually darkened. The amusement park remained bustling with energy, and as night fell, the dazzling neon lights ignited one by one, illuminating the park in a resplendent glow. Nianqi and Huichun had nearly experienced all the attractions, save for one, the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park was quite grand, taking nearly 20 minutes for a complete rotation. Regardless of day or night, it was the most prominent feature in the entire park, attracting the longest lines. Nianqi had grown somewhat impatient from the wait. After all, it was merely a Ferris wheel. Whether she rode it or not seemed inconsequential. However, Huichun insisted on sharing the experience with her, and she could not refuse him. After waiting for a solid half-hour, it was finally their turn. The giant wheel began to rotate slowly, lifting their enclosed compartment into the sky, and everything below started to appear diminutive and distant. In that moment, Nianqi's previous irritation vanished without a trace. The breathtaking view made the half-hour wait worthwhile. The surroundings shifted from a cacophony to a serene quiet, and the atmosphere in their small compartment grew increasingly intimate. Seizing the opportunity, Nianqi decided to have a serious conversation with Huichun. Tell me, when you say you like me, is it truly sincere? Huichun furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why would you think that? Because you are a wealthy young gentleman. Although we were once close friends, I have never deeply understood you. What if you have some psychological issues and, upon discovering that a man has transformed into a woman, you merely find it intriguing? At Nianqi's words, Huichun's eyes twitched, and he erupted in anger. So, this is how you perceive me, Nianqi? Am I so unworthy in your eyes? Sensing that his anger was more theatrical than genuine, Nianqi teased. No, no, you're quite wonderful. Huachun fell silent, pondering her concerns, which were not without merit. He had indeed contemplated his feelings for her. This is something I have considered. After all, developing feelings for my brother does seem rather unconventional. So, eventually, he came to a realization. I actually don't like you. Nianqi was at a loss for words. Was he out of his mind? Yet, his next words sent a shiver down her spine. I love you. These 3 simple words carried immense weight. What is the difference? Of course, there is a distinction. Liking you means being attracted to a particular trait of yours, such as your eyes, your hair, your kindness, or your sincerity. But love is different. It has no expiration date. It encompasses everything about you, accepting your flaws and cherishing your strengths. No matter how you change, you will always captivate me. Even if you were to become a frail old woman, I would still love you. Huachun gazed at Nianqi with profound affection, his eyes brimming with limitless love as he envisioned the beauty within his heart. Upon hearing his heartfelt confession, Nianqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ah! The atmosphere was disrupted, and Huachun expressed his dissatisfaction. What is so funny about this? True love is invincible, you know. I mean, I was just thinking, you haven't really been in many relationships, have you? A single dog lecturing another single dog about love is quite amusing. It has nothing to do with how many relationships one has had. Moments later, after enough laughter, Nianqi reflected on Huachun's words. If this is what love is, then I believe I love you too. Huachun was overjoyed. She loves me. She likes me. The corners of Huachun's mouth couldn't help but lift, barely containing his elation. The plan he had in mind felt perfectly timed. Close your eyes. Why? Someone is still confessing their feelings. Just close them. Their essay surprise. Seeing his eager demeanor, Nianqi, though puzzled, complied and shut her eyes. To prevent her from peeking, Huachun covered her eyes with his hands and helped her to her feet. Nianqi felt somewhat anxious, uncertain of Huachun's intentions. The observation pod they occupied was gradually lifted to the highest point. Sensing the moment was right, Huachun sent a communication via his phone, then softly said to Nianqi, "All right, you can open your eyes now." As Nianqi opened her eyes, a sound echoed ahead, and a brilliant stream of light ascended from below, slicing through the night sky, and after a brief silence, exploded into a magnificent display, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms. Vibrant and colorful fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating countless faces and sparkling in numerous eyes. Nianqi, these fireworks are for you, just like my feelings for you. Bright, passionate, and enduring. I hope our love can be as beautiful as this, lasting forever. Huachun stood behind Nianqi, tenderly expressing his feelings for her. In that moment, Nianqi's heart underwent a transformation. Where did you copy this from? The Huachun she knew was not particularly eloquent. She was already surprised that he could speak so freely about love. Baidu. Huachun, feeling embarrassed and flustered, was caught off guard. Ha ha ha, Nianqi burst into laughter. This guy is truly something. He is so awkward that he has to copy a confession. However, that was also one of his charming qualities. She turned to face Huachun. This trip to the amusement park was, in fact, a process of evaluating him for her. The test conducted by G1 had revealed her fondness for Huachun. Now, she was even more certain that her feelings for him were different from mere friendship, and those feelings had significantly intensified. Accepting his quirks, viewing him as a support, and even feeling jealousy for him. Nianqi, who had remained single in both her past and present lives, was unaware of what this emotion was. Even in her previous life, she had never dared to admit such feelings in front of G1, yet she felt them now in front of Huachun. If this is what Huachun calls love, then indeed, she loves him. The falling flowers harbor intentions, and the flowing water bears affection. Perhaps I should give it a try? The two individuals gazed into each other's eyes, their depths brimming with tenderness. Reflections of one another danced within their irises, and unbeknownst to them, they inched closer, until their noses almost brushed, allowing them to distinctly sense each other's breath. Nianqi, be quiet. I have mustered considerable courage. With that, Nianqi boldly leaned in. A tentative kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, revealed that she felt no aversion. She pressed her lips to his once more, this time with more fervor and depth. They embraced tightly, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloping them, as if they wished to meld into one another. Their dreamy eyes slowly closed, savoring the beauty of that moment. Although Nianxi initiated, it was evident that Huachun was more assertive. As passion deepened, he began to explore uncharted territories. Nianxi had anticipated a sense of resistance, yet to her surprise, she found herself unwittingly reveling in it. After a few minutes, feeling a bit breathless, she gently tapped his shoulder, and they reluctantly parted. Nianxi's cheeks flushed, unsure whether from the heat of the moment or embarrassment. "You rogue, are you trying to suffocate me? What gain would you have from murdering me?" "I apologize. I lost myself in the moment." Huachun lingered on the sweetness they had just shared, a trace of lipstick adorning his lips. Nianxi touched her own crimson lips, slightly swollen from Huachun's audaciousness. "Let me tell you, that was my first kiss. If you dare to betray me in the future, I shall not forgive you. Everything is at the behest of my beloved." After solidifying their relationship, Huachun's manner of addressing Nianxi grew increasingly audacious. "Don't call me that recklessly." Nianxi's face flushed crimson as she admonished him. "Then call me husband, let me hear it. Are you asking for too much? Go away." Nianxi firmly rejected, striking him playfully, though the punch carried an undertone of flirtation. "How about once more?" Recalling the sweetness of their earlier encounter, Huachun yearned for another taste. This time, Nianxi did not refuse. "MMM." The simple response seemed to activate something within Huachun, igniting his excitement as he lunged toward Nianxi. In an instant, she found herself pressed against the wall, and the two engaged in another fervent and passionate kiss. Chapter 47. Do you wish to see? Allow me to fulfill your desire. In the depths of emotion, Huachun found himself unable to restrain his feelings. Realizing his intentions, Nianxi was taken aback and quickly seized his wandering hand. "I'm not ready yet. Could you grant me a little time? Furthermore, this place is not appropriate." Her earlier fervor had left her somewhat dazed, her tone gentle, tinged with a hint of pleading. To Huachun, this version of Nianxi appeared all the more alluring. Reluctantly, Huachun restrained himself, not wishing to overwhelm her. The fact that Nianxi could accept him was already a great fortune. He decided that further advancements could wait for another time. At that moment, the Ferris wheel had just completed its rotation. The two exited the observation cabin, their cheeks flushed, fingers entwined, gazing at one another with eyes full of tender affection. The staff guiding the rides had grown accustomed to such displays, as their Ferris wheel was a popular spot for couples, and every pair disembarking was invariably deepening their bond. Hand in hand, they strolled along the path. Nianxi reminisced about the fireworks, a day she would cherish for a lifetime. Initially, she thought they had merely coincided with the amusement park's fireworks display, but upon reflection, she wondered if Huachun had orchestrated it himself. "By the way, how did you persuade the amusement park to agree to the fireworks?" Nianxi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Huachun, who had anticipated she might overlook this detail, chose not to conceal the truth. "Because this amusement park is part of my family's estate." Nianxi was taken aback. "What? Then why did they still charge me for admission? Are you trying to cheat me?" "They're just doing their jobs," he replied. "Besides, I'm the one spending money here, while you're merely enjoying yourself. What's the matter? Are you unhappy?" "On the contrary, I'm quite pleased. From now on, you can manage my finances," Huachun retorted, his survival instincts kicking in. "That's more like it. Wait a moment. Isn't the country supposed to prohibit fireworks?" "Indeed," Huachun responded nonchalantly. "What do you mean, indeed? Aren't you afraid the police will catch you?" Nianxi exclaimed, exasperated as she playfully kicked him. "Thus, we should prepare to pay a fine," he said, leaving Nianxi momentarily speechless. It turned out he had already devised a straightforward yet logical plan, leaving her at a loss for words. "Well, I'm impressed. Compared to those." Huachun paused, shifting his gaze back to Nianxi. "How about we have another? Are you addicted now?" Nianxi gasped in astonishment. Yet Huachun remained resolute. "Just one kiss." As he drew closer, Nianxi hastily pushed against his chest to halt his advance. Let us discuss this at home. We can kiss when we return, all right? There are too many people around. Surrounded by passers-by, Nianxi felt that displaying affection in public was rather embarrassing and impolite. Huichun understood her concerns and did not press further. All right, but remember this. I will, she assured him. Why does having a boyfriend feel akin to caring for a child? It seems I must coax you. Upon descending from the Ferris wheel, Huichun seemed utterly enchanted, leaving Nianxi somewhat apprehensive about whether acquiescing to his request had been prudent. They had traversed nearly every attraction in the amusement park and, feeling fatigued, decided it was time to return home. Against the backdrop of the Ferris wheel, they captured a few photographs that would lead any observer to believe they were a couple. Subsequently, they posted on social media, tagging each other in what could be deemed their official announcement, even changing their profile pictures to reflect their newfound relationship. Friends who saw their posts showered them with likes and blessings. Afterward, they paid a considerable fine to the relevant authorities before finally boarding their ride home. The taxi driver, seemingly a warm-hearted chatterbox, sensed the tender emotions between Nianxi and Huichun, who had just embarked on their romantic journey. Throughout the ride, he offered Huichun advice on how to treat a woman with care and responsibility, emphasizing that a man must never hurt his beloved's heart. He also instructed Nianxi on the importance of pampering her partner, warning against becoming overly demanding and placing undue pressure on him. Drawing from his own experiences, Nianxi and Huichun found themselves enriched by his insights during the journey. Upon returning home, Nianxi hurried into Huichun's room, locking the door behind her, and changed into comfortable loungewear before emerging. Huichun had already donned his own attire, waiting in the living room. However, upon seeing her secure the door while changing, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Given how close we are, there's no need to lock the door when you change, he remarked. Nianxi shot him a knowing glance, fully aware of his intentions. If you want to see, just say it. I want to see, Huichun replied, sitting up straight, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Well, if that's what you desire, Nianxi mused for a moment before astonishingly agreeing. As she approached him, she began to unbutton her loungewear, one button at a time. Huichun's surprise mingled with delight. Nianxi's sultry gaze was strikingly different from her usual demeanor, transforming her into a captivating enchantress reminiscent of Huichun's dreams, exuding an alluring charm. As each button was undone, a tantalizing glimpse of her figure emerged, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Just as she neared the precipice of revelation, Nianxi abruptly clasped her garment shut and provocatively quipped, "Dream on." Huichun slumped in disappointment, having anticipated this reaction. After all, despite her affluence, Nianxi was unlikely to be so generous. Seeing him crestfallen brought Nianxi joy, and she settled beside him with a radiant smile. Nestled on the sofa, their bond, now confirmed, felt more intimate than ever. With her head resting on Huichun's chest, their bodies entwined, Nianxi felt a rush of warmth. This was her first experience of such closeness with another. Typically averse to physical contact, she felt no discomfort with Huichun, who was an exception to her usual reservations. Previously, as a man, she had not minded his touch, but it had been limited to her limbs. Now, as they embraced the roles of partners, the emotional and physical distances between them had undeniably diminished. However, it was evident that Huichun was far more anxious than she. The delicate form of his beloved rested in his embrace, the weight of her ample figure pressing against him, and he could sense an undercurrent of danger even through their clothing. The torment of being able to see yet not touch was profound. Meanwhile, Nianxi remained blissfully unaware of the immense pressure she was placing upon Huichun. She scrolled through humorous videos in an attempt to distract herself, occasionally erupting into laughter reminiscent of a honking goose. As Huichun observed her, his frustration intensified. "No, it cannot be that I suffer alone. See, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Chapter 48. In spring, one awakes unaware of dawn. Everywhere the sound of birds chirping. What? For a moment, Nianxi was taken aback. Observing her innocent demeanor, Huichun felt compelled to remind her. "Have you forgotten what you said at the amusement park? You promised to kiss me when we got home. It is time to fulfill that promise, is it not?" At this, Nianxi finally recalled the promise. Startled, she retreated to the corner of the sofa. Huichun, relentless, pounced upon her like a hungry tiger, pinning her beneath him. With just one hand, he easily restrained her flailing hands. Nianqi found herself trapped, her arms raised above her head, utterly devoid of any ability to resist. I believe we should exercise some restraint. Sensing the formidable nature of an awakened man, she attempted one last struggle. So, you are not planning to honor your promise? Huichun, resolute in his intentions, remained silent. How does this still count as a promise? In that case, I shall not hold back. With that, he launched an assault with his other hand. What are you doing? Nianqi exclaimed, her most ticklish spot. The waist was under attack. Ah ha ha ha. Stop. Don't tickle me. I'm too ticklish. Ha 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 ha. I was wrong. I admit it. Huichun, thoroughly enjoying himself, grinned wickedly. No more playing coy?
No.
I won tea. That's more like it. With his objective accomplished, Huichun could no longer contain himself and descended upon her lips. After a while, feeling as though she might suffocate from the kiss, Nianqi kicked her legs as a signal. Huichun reluctantly released her, his eyes still gleaming with mirth. Will you allow me to sleep in your room from now on? Nianqi, panting lightly from exhaustion, still dazed from their previous entanglement, retorted with mock irritation. You only wanted that, didn't you? I won't deny it, but kissing you was my primary intention, judging by your performance. But you must not lay a finger on me. Thus, Huichun fulfilled his desire and once again lay in bed. In the dead of night, Nianqi nestled in Huichun's embrace, feeling both secure and slightly melancholic. Huichun, do you think I am quite peculiar? Why do you ask? Huichun furrowed his brow, aware that Nianqi was beginning to overthink things again. Ever since she transformed into a girl, she had become somewhat sentimental and lacking in confidence. Because I once boasted that I was all man, yet here I am, kissing you to the point of losing myself. I feel as though I have become someone else entirely. If anyone is peculiar, it ought to be me. For I am the one who has fallen for you, and I am also the one who dares to touch you. But if you were to regret it one day. Before she could finish, Huichun silenced her with a kiss. Upon pulling back, he gazed at her with tender affection, his eyes filled with love. That possibility will never arise. I wish to be with you, in this life, the next, and even the one after that, regardless of whether you are male or female. Nianqi felt her spirit soothed, reflecting on how she had been amusingly vexed with herself. I find myself rather dramatic. I initiated things, yet now I am the one who fears. You are a girl, and being a little sentimental is perfectly acceptable. So shall we sleep? The night has deepened, and the two of them snuggle into the blankets together. Moments later, a reprimand pierces the tranquility of the evening. Oh no, you're pulling my hair. Get off. The following day, as the sun ascends high in the sky, Nianqi awakens from Huichun's embrace, acutely aware of the man's presence beside her. She finds it astonishing that she is sharing such an intimate space with a man, especially one who has been her closest friend in both past and present. Feels surreal, almost like a dream. Sensing that the man beside her is gradually coming to, Nianqi swiftly rolls over and positions herself atop him. Upon opening his eyes, Huichun is met with Nianqi's affectionate gaze, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Until last night, he had been convinced that the events of the day were merely a fleeting dream, one that would dissipate upon awakening. But now, seeing her, he realizes with joy that it was not a dream at all. They are truly together. Observing his drowsy state, Nianqi finds him quite endearing. Good morning, my dear. With that, she bestows a gentle kiss upon his cheek, akin to a chick pecking at grains. The sweet morning kiss jolts Huichun awake, but Nianqi, seizing the moment, slips away like a cat. In contrast, Huichun is nearly bursting with excitement, hastily rising to dress, eager to capture the playful feline. Nianqi, having donned an apron, prepares to cook in the kitchen. Huichun stealthily approaches and, taking advantage of her distraction, wraps his arms around her from behind. His strong embrace encircles her slender waist, holding her captive in his warmth. Startled, Nianqi quickly realizes it is merely Huichun's playful antics. Behave yourself. I have a knife in my hand, and it's quite dangerous. Huichun buries his face in her hair, indulging in the sweet fragrance that envelopes her. As he continues to hold her tightly, Nianxi urges, I'm trying to cook. You need to let me go. Huachun shakes his head, resembling a spoiled child, and playfully demands, say you love me. I love you. Nianxi has completely opened her heart, and the words flow naturally from her lips, unencumbered by hesitation. Huachun's heart blooms with delight, yet he feigns discontent, teasing, not sincere enough. As if to punish her, he playfully shakes her. Nianxi hastily sets down the knife in her hand, concerned about any potential mishaps. Faced with this playful side of Huachun, she can't help but laugh, retorting, Are you a child? Then give me a kiss. Didn't I just give you one? The position was wrong. With a sigh of resignation, Nianxi turns to Huachun's soft lips and gives him another kiss. Moo. Only then does Huachun leave the kitchen, thoroughly satisfied. As he steps into the living room, he gazes thoughtfully at Nianxi's room. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone interrupts his reverie. Glancing at the screen, the name Jiao Ru Rixing in his contacts is impossible to overlook. Hello, Mom. Chapter 49. The forgotten engagement. Nianxi arranged a series of exquisite dishes on the table, beckoning Huachun to prepare for the meal. Huachun had just concluded a conversation with his mother. I understand, Mom. You need not worry. I will handle it, he said before hanging up. What's the matter? Nianxi, seated at the dining table, perceptively noticed his distraction and inquired with concern. Huachun snapped back to reality and shook his head. It's nothing. It's just a matter at home. You needn't fret. Nianxi's expression dimmed. I can't be of much help with your issues. Do you think I am utterly useless? She felt somewhat melodramatic. How could she interpret his simple words in such a manner? Huachun hastily clarified, Of course not. I merely fear you might worry. As long as you prepare this splendid meal for me, appear before me, and stay by my side, that is already the greatest support and comfort I could ask for. A single kiss from you can invigorate my spirit. You are quite the charmer. I never realized you possessed such a knack for flattery. Nianxi's mood shifted swiftly, her earlier discontent dissipating. However, Huachun understood that he should not conceal this matter from her, lest it provoke unnecessary thoughts, so he decided to share. My mother saw my posts on social media and called to inquire about me. Furthermore, she seems to have some words regarding my engagement with G1. This issue could have been resolved back in high school, yet he had never taken it seriously, as it had not required much effort to resolve in his past life. His focus had consistently been on Nianxi, causing him to overlook this matter. Had it not been for his mother's unexpected call today regarding inquiries from the G family about him and G1, he might have completely forgotten about his engagement. I recall you mentioning that your engagement with G1 was a familial arrangement. Are arranged marriages still a thing in this day and age? Nianxi felt a surge of indignation, not merely at the notion of an arranged marriage but also at the thought of someone else potentially claiming the affections of the person she cherished. Huachun reached out, gently clasping Nianxi's small hand in his palm. Fear not. Do you remember I told you? I resolved this matter in my previous life. Nothing transpired between G1 and me, so there is no need for concern. He emphasized the phrase nothing transpired deliberately, perhaps to reassure Nianxi. I trust you, Nianxi replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Huachun's mother, far abroad, gazed at a photo on her phone of a girl standing intimately alongside Huachun, deep in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, she resolved to return home sooner than planned. After all, her current work was nearing completion and could be left to her subordinates to finalize. As for Huachun and Nianxi, after the meal, Huachun had just finished washing the dishes and was about to seek a moment of intimacy with Nianxi when his phone chimed with notifications, one after another, creating an irritating cacophony. Frowning, he picked up his phone to discover a group chat from an unfamiliar contact flashing on the screen. The individual who drew him into this situation is none other than his father. Clearly, the true chief of the company has a plethora of tasks he wishes to delegate to his exceptionally talented son. Upon a cursory glance, it became evident that the company was preparing to embark on the production of a historical drama. The Hua Group's ventures span a wide array of industries, including a significant presence in the entertainment sector. Interestingly, around this same period in his previous life, his father had similarly included him in this work group, albeit in the capacity of an overseer with minimal involvement. The following day, as the respite came to an end, the agonizing hours of academia loomed ahead. Fortunately, university life is considerably more flexible and liberating than that of high school. Furthermore, as commuting students, Nianqi and Huachan were exempt from the torturous early morning classes and evening study sessions, affording them ample time. They arrived at the classroom before the teacher, taking their seats together amidst the curious gazes of their classmates, who were not surprised given their earlier social media interactions. The spacious classroom at the university featured large tables and chairs, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals in a circle. Seating arrangements were generally dictated by personal preference, although as familiarity among classmates grew, certain unspoken rules began to emerge. For instance, some individuals consistently occupied specific spots, while others remained untouched. Boys often congregated at one table, girls at another, or dormitory mates would sit together, while couples typically maintained their own table. Prior to today, Nianqi had always sat with her female classmates, while Huachan was with the boys, leading their peers to acknowledge their childhood friendship without considering a romantic angle. After all, if they were indeed a couple within the same class, how could they not sit together? Their class had several existing examples of couples who seemed inseparable. Yet, following today, their class had gained another couple. Shortly thereafter, the teacher arrived to commence the lesson, taking attendance before beginning the day's instruction. In this particular subject, the instructor maintained a lenient approach, resulting in a diverse range of activities among the students. Some were diligently engaged in the lecture, while others dozed off, flirted, or immersed themselves in games. University differs from high school in that it largely relies on students' self-discipline. As long as their behavior does not disrupt the class, students are free to engage in various activities, though excessive behavior, such as setting up a hot pot, would be deemed inappropriate. Nevertheless, Nianqi and Huachan remained among the diligent students, although their subtle interactions did not go unnoticed. For instance, Nianqi drew a heart in her textbook for Huachan, who reciprocated with a similar drawing, adding an arrow piercing through both hearts. Their gazes toward one another were filled with affection. The sweet exchanges between Nianqi and Huachan did not escape the eyes of the envious singles lurking in the background, who could only watch in frustration, their bitterness intensifying as they witnessed such sweetness, a stark reminder of their own solitude. Chapter 50. A familiar face upon dismissal, Nianqi received a message from G1, suggesting a meeting with Huachan to discuss the resolution of their engagement. Although Huachan and G1 were once close friends, their communication had significantly diminished.
Ivan,
Having seen their posts on social media and aware of their newfound companionship, hesitated to contact Huachan directly, fearing it might provoke unnecessary thoughts in Nianqi. They agreed to meet at the cafeteria, where they conversed while dining. Coincidentally, Huachan received a call from his mother, and Jiwen had also received a call from her family the day before, both inquiring about the status of their relationship. Jiwen candidly expressed her lack of interest in such matters, urging her family not to concern themselves with her. However, leaving the situation unresolved was not an option, so she intended to have a serious discussion with Huachan about how to navigate their predicament. To her dismay, Jiwen found herself overshadowed. Nianqi focused intently on her meal, while Huachan gazed affectionately at her, leaving Jiwen talking to herself until her throat became dry from speaking to an inattentive audience. Frustrated, she snapped her chopsticks in half and finally exclaimed, "What on earth is wrong with you two? When did you become so inseparable? I came here to resolve an issue, not to be bombarded with your affection." Nianqi felt unjustly accused, having been quietly enjoying her meal. It was then that Huachan shifted his gaze from Nianqi. "Why don't you find someone you like as well? If we all have partners, our families can't impose their will on us." While there was truth in his words, Jiwen found Huachan's arrogance intolerable. "Oh, so you think your new romance makes you special? Do you dare believe I wouldn't swoop in and take your girlfriend?" Jiwen's resentment simmered, and she deemed Huachan's suggestion impractical, as she had no desire for a romantic relationship. "I have no interest in such things. I fail to see the appeal of being glued to someone all day," she scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the affectionate couple across from her. "Regardless, I have made my position clear to my family. Their approval is of no concern to me," Huachan stated, his gaze softening as he looked at Nianqi. Upon hearing this, Nianqi felt a jolt of anxiety. "You may not care, But I certainly do. A relationship involves two people, but marriage pertains to both families. She was untroubled by her own parents' opinions, yet the thought of Huichen's parents filled her with trepidation. After all, she had never truly met them in either life. She had encountered his father on a few occasions in her past life, though they were hardly familiar. As for his mother, she had never laid eyes on her. Nianqi recalled that Huichen's mother had always been abroad for work, and she had only seen her on television in her previous life. A formidable woman. She exuded an aura of command, intimidating enough for Nianqi to feel entirely unprepared. Suddenly, Nianqi felt overwhelmed. Wait a moment. Did his mother see his social media posts? Oh dear, when I posted, did I accidentally leave my parents unblocked? Could they have seen it too? Doubt crept into Nianqi's mind. Taking out her phone, Nianqi scrolled through her previous moments shared on social media. Among the likes and well wishes from over 20 friends, she indeed spotted her parents, who had even left a heartfelt blessing. Nianqi pondered how to explain to her parents the situation, considering she had deceived them into believing she lived alone, only to suddenly embark on a romantic relationship without a word. After much internal struggle over what to say in the input box, she ultimately decided to abandon the effort. Meanwhile, Jiwen, observing Nianqi's distress over Huichen, could only sigh in exasperation, transforming her frustration into appetite, and began to eat voraciously. However, upon glancing up, she noticed a familiar figure in the distance, and without regard for her image, she exclaimed, "What the heck?" Hastily gathering her belongings, she declared, "The nemesis has arrived. I can't talk to you guys anymore. I must leave." And with that, she hurried away. Nemesis? Seeing Jiwen suddenly turn pale with fright, both Nianqi and Huichen were left bewildered. Wenwen. Just as Jiwen dashed off, a resounding male voice called out, "Don't go. Wait for me." Turning around, they saw a cheerful young man in a purple sweatshirt jogging towards them. Unfortunately, Jiwen was too swift, disappearing into the throng of the cafeteria in no time. The sunlit boy lowered his head in disappointment. "Who are you?" Nianqi inquired, puzzled. In her previous life, when he had intended to pursue Jiwen in college, he believed he had thoroughly explored her social circle, yet he couldn't recall this individual. The bright young man, now aware of their presence, remembered that Jiwen had been sitting with them. He greeted them warmly. "Hello, are you friends of Wenwen?" "Yes, and who might you be?" Nianqi asked. "Why do you call her Wenwen so affectionately?" At that moment, Huichen was lost in thought, staring at the young man's face, feeling a sense of familiarity. "Amu Huai. My name means pasture. And Huai is from the Qinhuai River. I'm in the same class as Wenwen. And what brings you here?" Nianqi pressed. "To be honest, I am pursuing her," Mu Huai admitted, blushing at Nianqi's question. It was evident that this pursuit was not merely physical. Oh? Nianqi was even more perplexed. She had no recollection of anyone else pursuing Jiwen at this time in her previous life, much less so openly. At that moment, Huichen finally recalled who this sunny boy, Mu Huai, was. He leaned slightly towards Nianqi and whispered, "I remember him. I'll tell you later." "All right." Observing Mu Huai still gazing ardently in the direction Jiwen had just departed, his eyes filled with youthful innocence, Nianqi could offer no further advice and simply said, "Well, I wish you success." "Thank you. I'll do my best." After bidding farewell to Mu Huai, Huichen finally clarified Nianqi's confusion. It turned out that Mu Huai had harbored a crush on Jiwen in their previous life. However, upon discovering that Huichen and Jiwen were together, he suppressed his feelings and never expressed them. It was only after they resolved their engagement and broke up that Mu Huai felt ready to genuinely pursue Jiwen. However, due to the simplicity and naivety of his pursuits, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him with the term devoted admirer, and he is indeed a champion of pure love. Much like the present-day G1, the G1 of his past life regarded him as a rival, eager to avoid him at all costs, despite the online discourse at the time, filled with phrases such as "another champion of pure love has fallen." Devoted admirers end up with nothing, and the fool Mu Huai remained steadfast and ultimately prevailed. He managed to penetrate the icy exterior of G1, and their love blossomed, fervent and untainted. This time, the champion of pure love did not falter. He is the true embodiment of such devotion. Of course, in this lifetime, Mu Huai still has a long journey ahead of him. Chapter 51. A game of desire. Upon returning home that evening, the newly entwined couple was in the throes of affection. Huichun embraced Nian Shi, swaying from the entrance to the bedroom. Nian Shi wrapped her arms around his neck, her height necessitating that she rise on her tiptoes. Huichun, in turn, encircled her slender waist, his hands playfully wandering. Aware of his intentions, Nian Shi swiftly returned his mischievous hand to its rightful place. Yet Huichun persisted in his exploration, thwarted by her repeated interventions. While Nian Shi was responsible for igniting the flames of passion, she had no obligation to extinguish them. Despite having indulged him the previous night, she was not one to yield to his every desire. It is often said that a man understands another man best. A constant acquiescence inevitably leads to ennui. To maintain a sense of mystery and freshness, a delicate balance of allure and resistance is essential for lasting development. At that moment, Nian Shi, feeling a surge of defiance, ceased to cling to his neck and instead boldly grasped his rear, squeezing with both hands. Startled, Huichun's surprise provided her with an opportunity to escape his grasp. "If you continue to act so shamelessly, you shan't lay a finger on me tonight," she declared through gritted teeth. However, rather than being deterred, Huichun's interest only intensified. It seemed my little wife craved a thrill. Huichun easily seized her hands, launching an audacious advance. Nian Shi's meager strength was no match for his, and she found herself pinned against the wardrobe door, realizing that his prior gentleness had merely been a facade, and now his true nature emerged, revealing a predatory intent. Minutes later, Huichun finally released her, leaving Nian Shi dazed and disoriented. During their initial kiss, Huichun's technique had been rather clumsy, but with practice, he had honed his skills to the point where a few tender moments could lead Nian Shi to lose herself entirely. In contrast, while Nian Shi occasionally felt a sense of triumph, she had made no progress and had grown increasingly passive. As clarity returned, her gaze towards Huichun was filled with a mix of resentment and shyness. Yet in Huichun's eyes, her expression was merely adorably fierce, devoid of any real threat. After dinner, the pair opened their computers and launched a certain blue-linked software, initiating their favored fighting game, ready for a spirited duel. For Nian Shi, her current boundaries allowed for a little playful teasing, but any philosophical discussions about the meaning of life with Huichun were off the table. Thus, they sought to pass the time with some light-hearted amusement. After several rounds of fierce competition, Nian Shi suffered a crushing defeat. Huichun had intended to be lenient. After all, their relationship had evolved, and he wished to cherish her. However, the familiarity of the game and the presence of a familiar companion ignited his competitive spirit, leading him to take the match more seriously than anticipated. Despite the disheartening loss, Nian Shi was not dismayed. Instead, she felt a sense of gratitude that Huichun had engaged with her earnestly. This indicated that he did not view her as a complete stranger, and their deep friendship remained intact. The male figure represents her past, while the female embodies her future. Only when viewed together do they form a complete version of herself. If Huichun were to treat her merely as a young girl, constantly shielding and accommodating her, then she would indeed have every reason to be upset. Nian Shi's smile bloomed like a flower, her eyes crescent-shaped and her laughter as melodious as the chime of bells, captivating Huichun completely. As the days passed, mundane yet fervent, she transcended the time when her father had faced calamity in her previous life, and the heavy burden that had weighed upon her heart was finally lifted. Concerning her relationship with Huichun, her parents had not inquired, leaving Nian Shi at a loss for words, and thus the matter remained unaddressed. With the nurturing warmth of love, Nian Shi radiated joy daily, her complexion blossoming and her confidence growing. Freed from the vexation of unwelcome suitors, her life became simple and joyous. The sole source of her distress was Huichun's relentless advances each night. Nian Shi was certain he too was tormented by unquenchable desires. Yet, sharing the same bed afforded him no chance for self-relief. Worried for his well-being, Nian Shi suggested they sleep separately for a while. However, given an unresolved complication in her own room, she hesitated to return there, leaving Huichun to reluctantly endure the sofa. In a fit of anger, Huichun vehemently rejected the idea, declaring, "I relish the current dynamic. I advise you not to meddle." He then imposed a punishment on her. Nian Shi was left speechless, perplexed by his persistence despite his evident discomfort. Although she was equally entangled in her own feelings, she occasionally pondered whether to relax her boundaries and indulge him a little. Yet, she promptly dismissed the thought, recognizing that with one concession would come another. Human nature is insatiable. Moreover, this aspect of their relationship was of great significance. She couldn't afford to yield so easily. After all, dating is one thing, but the culmination of it is entirely different. Nianqi found herself grappling with her own hesitations. Chapter 52. Mother's arrival on this day of leisure. The two indulged in a slumber that extended well into the afternoon. Nianqi rested her head upon Hua Chen's arm, embracing him tightly like a koala, her slender legs entwined around his waist. Hua Chen was the first to awaken, not shocked by Nianqi's intimate gesture, but rather by the realization that the arm serving as her pillow had succumbed to numbness. The commotion stirred Nianqi from her dreams, prompting her to emit a soft, alluring murmur as she gradually roused. Just a little longer. Though his arm was practically unresponsive, Hua Chen affectionately addressed Nianqi. She replied, stretching languidly like a cat, her drowsy eyes slowly opening as she turned to straddle him. Hua Chen's arm was finally liberated, and with this release came a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of snowflakes dancing across a television screen. Yet, the stimulation Nianqi provided was far more overwhelming. As she rose, the blanket slipped from her form, revealing her alluring physique. The buttons of her nightgown had become undone during the night's escapades, leaving only a few desperately clinging to conceal her voluptuous curves. The neckline slid from her fragrant shoulder, unveiling an enticing collarbone. The thrill. Nianqi could sense the presence of desire behind her, prompting her to flash a mischievous smile. Good morning, she greeted, a cherished ritual since they became a couple, never growing tiresome. Not at all. My arm is numb. Hua Chen feigned a pitiful expression, conveying his grievance. Nianqi glanced at his incapacitated arm, marked by the imprint of her hair. My apologies, let me massage it for you. With that, Nianqi leaned down to offer her assistance. However, as she bent closer, Hua Chen seized the moment, swiftly wrapping his other arm around her and capturing her lips in a kiss. Wait, I haven't brushed my teeth. Nianqi was not averse to morning kisses but rather to the idea of a passionate embrace, as the morning breath could be off-putting. Hua Chen disregarded her concerns, pressing her head down as he kissed her. Yet, aware of her discomfort with a fervent kiss, he merely teased her with a gentle peck before releasing her. Are you toying with me? Nianqi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She playfully smacked Hua Chen's chest to express her dissatisfaction. Do not be upset. You are simply too adorable to resist, Hua Chen teased, reaching to gently pinch her nose. Nianqi, with a flicker of inspiration, transformed into an enchanting siren, her voice sultry as she purred. Oh, you find it hard to resist? Then how do you manage in other matters? Her fingers danced through the air, tantalizing Hua Chen's senses. This was an unprecedented thrill for him. Be careful, or I might just take advantage of you, Hua Chen warned, his tone playful. You! Nianqi raised an eyebrow, about to retort, when a series of knocks interrupted them. Knock! 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 Both were startled. They had moved in for over a month, and apart from attending school, they had seldom ventured out or mentioned their residence to anyone. So, how could someone knock on their door at this moment, especially when they had not ordered any takeout? Nianqi furrowed her delicate brows, pouting slightly, her enthusiasm dissipating as she reclined on the bed, saying, You go answer the door. Hua Chen, however, was visibly displeased, an unmistakable anger flickering across his face. He detested interruptions during tender moments with Nianqi. Yet, he had no choice but to respond to the call. His previously restrained arm had regained its strength, and he quickly dressed and stepped out, shutting the door behind him. Knock! 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 3 more knocks echoed, seemingly urgent. Who could it be? Hua Chen's brows knitted tighter, his expression darkening further. As he opened the door, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Auntie? The displeasure on Hua Chen's face vanished, replaced by palpable astonishment and alarm. You. What brings you here? Xian was clad in a trench coat and sunglasses. Though her youthful radiance had waned, she did not appear aged. One could discern her affluent lifestyle and familial well-being. She lugged a suitcase and several bags, looking somewhat travel-worn. With a sigh and a furrowed brow, she remarked, "Why do you ask? You two children have been together without informing us. How long did you intend to keep this a secret?" Her tone bore a mix of reproach, irritation, and an air of entitlement. "And no, please come in." Huichun, flustered, hastily stepped aside. The sight of He Exan genuinely unnerved him. He had never anticipated her sudden visit. Although he had frequently visited Yanxi's home before, having met her mother numerous times, their interactions had always been as friends, classmates, or brothers, devoid of any pressure. However, the dynamics had shifted. He was now Yanxi's lover, and her mother was consequently his future mother-in-law, a relationship that inherently carried a weighty gravity. "Do not be so tense. I am not here to reprimand you, merely to see how you both are faring," He Exan stated as she entered. Upon stepping into the living room, she noticed Yanxi was absent and inquired, "Where is she?" Huichun dared not divulge that they had just been intimate. Instead, he fabricated an excuse. "She is still sleeping." Oh, He Exan acknowledged, though it was unclear whether she believed him. "I will go call her." As Huichun spoke, he intended to seek Yanxi's assistance, finding the prospect of facing his future mother-in-law alone quite daunting. However, He Exan waved her hand dismissively, effortlessly severing his retreat. "No need, let her continue sleeping." Aware of her daughter's fondness for sleeping in, He Exan gazed at the room Huichun had just been about to enter and affectionately remarked, "What a little lazy pig." Chapter 53. The sinister plan. While Huichun was flustered and preoccupied with attending to his future mother-in-law, Yanxi remained cocooned in her blanket, reluctant to rise. As the weather gradually turned cooler, the blanket's hold over her grew increasingly potent. It was not until she grew weary of scrolling through her phone that she finally pushed open her bedroom door and ventured out. What was Huichun doing? One might wonder. He was sweeping the floor. Upon seeing him, Yanxi adorably spread her arms, yearning for an embrace. She anticipated that Huichun would, as per usual, gather her into his arms. To her surprise, he declined, firmly stating, "That is not appropriate." Huichun's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more, for he had earlier assured his mother-in-law that his affection for Yanxi was pure and devoid of any impurities. However, here Yanxi was requesting a hug. He dared not indulge her or entertain such desires, knowing that He Exan was watching from the kitchen through the glass door. What is inappropriate about that? Yanxi furrowed her brows in confusion, having not noticed the additional presence in the house. She then lunged toward Huichun, intent on a vigorous embrace. "This is truly inappropriate." Huichun hastily retreated. His step back incited Yanxi's ire. "Are you repulsed by me? Just a moment ago, you called me cute and couldn't resist kissing me, and now you won't even give me a hug?" Huichun panicked. "My dear lady, do you wish for my demise?" He quickly grabbed an orange from the table, attempting to placate her. "I was wrong. Have an orange, and let us not dwell on anger." Yanxi, appeased by the offering, beamed with delight. "I am no longer angry." "Humph. Wait a moment. When did you buy these oranges?" "It was I who purchased them," came a familiar voice from behind. Yanxi turned in astonishment to see her mother, clad in an apron, standing there, evidently having arrived quite some time ago. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Yanxi felt a wave of embarrassment so profound that she could practically dig a hole to hide in. She had been utterly oblivious, even performing a mortifying scene in front of her mother. "Oh heavens, obliterate me." He Exan, having noted that it was well past noon and Yanxi had yet to rise, took it upon herself to prepare lunch for them. As she simmered soup, she relished the opportunity to engage in conversation with her daughter, whom she had not seen in a long while. Yanxi had initially feared her mother was there to reprimand her, but the demeanor suggested otherwise. She contemplated how to explain her romantic involvement with Huichun to her parents, only to discover that her mother was quite supportive, albeit displeased with Yanxi for concealing the relationship. The purpose of her visit was twofold: to ascertain how her daughter was faring in a foreign land and to assess Huichun as a prospective son-in-law. In just a few short minutes, she and Huichun had found common ground. "Mom, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I could have come to fetch you." The Exan waved her hand dismissively. No need for that, you both have classes to attend. I'm more than capable of finding my way. By the way, how did you know where we live? Have you forgotten that you sent me the address? Have you become so foolish in love? Xian affectionately brushed her nose, causing Nianxi to recall the embarrassing moment her mother had witnessed, her cheeks flushing crimson. Stop it, Mom. I'm utterly mortified. Xian, however, was beaming with delight. You are increasingly resembling a true young lady. Haha, giving birth is no longer just a saying. Nianxi replied with a smile. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had harbored some resistance to her identity as a girl back then. Little did she expect to be able to share tender moments with Huachan now. With that thought, she instinctively glanced towards Huachan, who was in the kitchen, tending to the stove in place of Xian. Yet, if a stranger were to touch her, she was certain her heart would race with fear. Speaking of which, Mom, you traveled all this way. Don't you have classes to attend? The school where you work has opened, hasn't it? I took leave from school. There's no trouble, Xian replied. Oh, I see. Then how long do you plan to stay? What? Are you eager to shoo your mother away so soon after my arrival? So impatient to indulge in your little world together? Oh please, Mom. That's not what I meant. Nianxi pouted, resembling a little fish. Xian was amused by her daughter's adorable demeanor, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. You truly are oblivious to jest. I was merely teasing and you took it seriously. After a moment of contemplation, she added, well, I'll stay for about half a month. I noticed you both aren't eating properly. The trash bin is filled with takeout boxes. Eating like that isn't good for your health, especially since you've lost some weight. Xian remarked, pinching Nianxi's cheeks, which were not thin at all, but rather pleasantly plump. Not at all. Yes, while the food is delicious, I'm not particularly fond of cooking. I was only diligent during those first few days with Huachan. After that, I grew lazy. Most of the time, we rely on takeout. My mother just caught me red-handed. Before long, Xian's culinary skills graced the table with an array of exquisite dishes. It was evident that Nianxi's talent in the kitchen was inherited from her mother. At the dining table, Huachan diligently served Nianxi, barely touching his own food. Although she occasionally reciprocated, for the most part, she was engrossed in her own meal. Xian noticed this and frowned. There is a fine line between pampering a child and indulging them. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Nianxi taking advantage of Huachan's affections. Xiaochen, you should eat as well. Stop serving Nianxi all the time, Xian couldn't help but interject. Ah right, Huachan replied, finally beginning to eat his own meal. Nianxi remained indifferent, unaware that this moment was merely the beginning of a tumultuous phase in her life over the next half-month. At that moment, Xian calling Nianxi by her full name was already a subtle indication of the changes to come. Huachan had intended to showcase his affection for Nianxi in front of Xian, but it had backfired unexpectedly. After the meal, the three of them settled on the sofa to watch television. Nianxi and Huachan did not often indulge in this activity, but they accompanied Xian, who enjoyed it. During ordinary times, they would likely be nestled together, relishing each other's closeness. However, with Xian's arrival today, the two dared not approach each other, and even their seating arrangement had become considerably distant. There was no alternative, as the pressure from their elder was too formidable. Watching the serene Nianxi from the sidelines, Huachan recalled Xian's demeanor towards him at the dining table, and a wicked plan began to take shape. Chapter 54. The dark era of Nianxi. As night descended, new troubles emerged. Nianxi and Huachan were residing in a rented two-bedroom apartment, but Nianxi's room was currently uninhabitable. Only Huachan's room remained available for sleeping. Previously, the two of them found it a bit cramped, but with an additional person, it was inevitable that someone would have to make sacrifices. Nianxi was undoubtedly the one to suffer, and it was clear that Huachan would be chosen as the victim. However, Xian could not bear to see her child endure such injustice and immediately offered to sleep on the sofa, insisting that they should take the bed. She even declared with righteous fervor, "You two have been together for so long. It is time to get accustomed to having someone nearby." Her words were understandable, as Huachan had insisted that his relationship with Nianxi was entirely innocent, and the awkwardness between the two in her presence led Xian to believe they had never engaged in any intimate acts. Upon learning that Nianxi's room was unusable, She assumed it was Huachun who had been enduring the discomfort of the sofa all along, which only deepened her sympathy for him. Nianqi exclaimed, "Mom, is there anyone who sells their daughter like this? You're sending me into the jaws of a tiger." Nianqi had initially thought that with her mother present, she would have support and would no longer have to endure torment that night. Little did she know that it was the head of their ship, the CP leader, who had arrived. Xian had already regarded Huachun as her son-in-law, so it was of no concern for her that the two children shared a bed. In a certain sense, her affection for Huachun even surpassed that for Nianqi. Xian continued to ignore Nianqi's protests and began to make the sofa into a bed. Huachun could not bear to watch his mother-in-law sleep on the sofa, so he finally revealed a monumental secret. Actually, the mouse in Xiaoxi's room has already been driven away. This was the greatest secret he had kept from Nianqi. "What did you say?" Nianqi was taken aback. "The mouse is gone. Why has he never mentioned this?" "Oh, so not telling me allows him to keep taking advantage of me, does it?" Accompanied by Nianqi's furious inquiries, Huachun finally disclosed the truth. It turned out that he had caught the mouse and disposed of it just a few days after Nianqi first discovered it. Moreover, he had discovered that the mouse had likely come up through the sewer. Do you remember that rag that had been dragged into the drain and torn apart when they first moved in? It had not been torn apart but rather gnawed by the mouse. Due to historical construction issues, there was no seal between the sewer pipe and the drain, allowing the ravenous mouse to enter the house through the drain. Thus, the problem was resolved. Nianqi could not remain calm. "So, all those days of my tofu were given to him for nothing?" I was worried that he might be uncomfortable and thought about sleeping separately, and yet he remained silent, surely not holding back anything good. "Oh, you, gaining some audacity while daring to keep secrets from me?" In her fury, Nianqi tugged at Huachun's ear, her fierce expression reminiscent of a female demon, strikingly similar to Xian when she was angry with Nian Jiangua. "Auntie," Huachun urgently called for help, invoking his great summoning technique. Xian could no longer watch the scene unfold. "Isn't it just that the mouse has been dealt with and you forgot to tell her? Why are you bullying her over such a trivial matter?" She scolded sharply, "Nianqi." When her mother called her full name, Nianqi froze in her tracks, turning her head with a pitiful expression. It seemed as if she were conveying her grievances. "It's one thing to be lazy at home, but you're also flaunting your authority outside. Just look at how you've bullied Xiaoqun," Xian reprimanded. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Nianqi found it difficult to confide in Xian about her experiences, so she swallowed her anger. She could only cast a few resentful glances at Huachun to express her dissatisfaction, which Xian promptly noticed, leading to another round of scolding. After a chaotic scene, tranquility finally returned, and Nianqi and her mother settled down in Nianqi's room. Huachun, left alone in his empty room, felt a profound sense of loneliness, which could be considered a form of self-inflicted suffering. Lying on her bed, Nianqi gazed at the ceiling in an unusual silence. Her mother's unexpected arrival was a rare opportunity for her to share her inner doubts with the two people in the world who trusted and supported her the most. "Mom, yes? Do you think Huachun and I can last? What's wrong? Are you afraid he will abandon you? He wouldn't dare." "That's not it." Nianqi shook her head. She understood his character. Once Huachun made a decision, he would never easily give up. Looking back, it seemed foolish that she once doubted his seriousness towards her. "I fear I may not be able to endure. You know my situation. I'm afraid I won't be able to overcome my own barriers and end up wasting his precious youth." Upon hearing her words, Xian fell silent for a moment. Indeed, her daughter's circumstances were unique. How many people in the world had transitioned from male to female? Even among transgender individuals, most had a different intrinsic gender identity and later adjusted accordingly. Few, like her daughter, had originally identified as a boy and then suddenly transformed into a girl. Therefore, Xian felt ill-equipped to offer any advice regarding her daughter's emotional matters. "I can't give you advice, but remember, your father and I will always be your support." "Yes. By the way, Mom, did you know Huachun's family is quite wealthy? The Hua Group." "Oh, you seem completely unfazed. When your father's factory received orders from the Hua Group, we figured it out. Xiaoqun is the son of the Hua family, right? Don't you think that's a mismatch? Whose family hasn't been farmers for 3 generations? Xiaoqun is a good boy. I don't know about his family, but if you ever feel wronged over there, just come back. Your parents will always have your back. Thank you, Mom. Her mother's support instilled immense confidence in Nianxi. But that doesn't give you the right to bully Xiaochen. Mom. I really didn't bully him. Nianxi felt like crying without tears. He Xian's arrival as the head of the family opened up an entirely new way of life for their small household. With the support of the mouse incident, Huichen's nefarious plans unfolded remarkably smoothly. The mother-in-law grew increasingly fond of her son-in-law, and within a few days, he and Xian stood united on the same front. Xian advised him that if Nianxi were to bully him again, he should certainly inform her, for she would stand by him. To her mother, Nianxi had transformed into a chaotic and unruly spirit. In fact, she had always been perceived as such by Xian. Huichen was deeply moved by this. Thus began the dark era for Nianxi. With the support behind him, Huichen grew emboldened and, buoyed by affection, became somewhat arrogant, finally able to hold his head high. Whenever Nianxi refused his demands, Huichen would invoke his grand summoning technique, exclaiming, "Auntie, Nianxi is hitting me." Xian would promptly rush over, grasping Nianxi by the ear to reprimand her. What? Not peeling the apple? Grand summoning. Refusing to feed him? Grand summoning. Hitting him for not washing the dishes? Grand summoning. Daring to scold him? Grand summoning. Not offering a massage? Grand summoning. Nianxi found herself in a predicament, unable to voice her grievances. Yet, her mother would not listen to her explanations, leading Nianxi to question whether she was indeed her biological daughter. Of course, Nianxi did not let these trivial matters truly infuriate her. She merely noted them down in her little book, intending to settle the scores later. However, their playful antics were so raucous that they left numerous gaps. Eventually, Xian discerned that Huichen was being deliberately mischievous, yet she continued to side with him without inquiring about the reasons, simply to indulge in their little games. Ironically, it was Huichen's wicked scheme that allowed Xian to entrust her daughter to him entirely, a reliable, charming, and spirited husband, who was both steadfast and lively, could surely never allow her daughter to suffer. Chapter 55. Joining the fray a few days later during the morning break. Over the past few days, Nianxi had been subjected to bullying by Huichen, who wielded his influence with a sense of authority. Unable to seek vengeance at home, she found no ally at school. As for her form of retaliation, it was rather juvenile, denying him a kiss when her mother was not around. Just as Huichen attempted to draw closer to Nianxi again, she disdainfully pushed him away, leading to their usual playful banter. At that moment, Li Shui approached Nianxi with enthusiasm. "Xiaoxi, will you accompany me to the Performing Arts Department after class for an audition?" Taken aback by her request, Nianxi quickly recalled the context. Just a couple of days prior, a registration notice for auditions for a historical drama had circulated in their class group. The production company, Guangming Entertainment, was reputable and publicly listed. Since they were casting for supporting roles, the requirements for acting skills were not overly stringent, yet they had specific expectations for the overall appearance of the actors. Thus, the production team was openly recruiting from all departments to find the most fitting actors for the roles. "Did you sign up for that audition?" Nianxi inquired, surprised that their class monitor harbored aspirations of becoming an actress. Li Shui, avoiding eye contact, appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I just wanted to give it a try. There's no harm in it, and the filming location is in Haicheng, not too far away." However, Nianxi felt no inclination towards this venture. Aren't Zhang Tong and the others accompanying you?" Zhang Tong, Li Shui's close friend, was well known to Nianxi. "They're going shopping and didn't invite me."
Li Shui lamenta.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong could no longer contain herself and retorted, "What do you mean didn't invite you? You were the one who insisted on leaving the group to participate in this audition and mentioned wanting to see some Gigi." "Gigi? Who is that?" Nianxi asked, puzzled. "Xiao Yuan. He is playing the male third lead, a well-known idol who has recently gained popularity." Seeing the starry-eyed expression on Li Shui's face, Nianxi sighed. After contemplating for a moment, she relented. "Fine, I'll accompany you this once." "Great, let us leave together after class," Li Shui said, elated, and cheerfully returned to her seat. Yet, Nianxi truly had little interest in the audition. Her agreement stemmed solely from a desire to support her friend and avoid returning home to face her mother's ire. By the way, did this happen in my past life? It seemed there was indeed some production team that had come by. The adaptation was based on a wildly popular cultivation novel. What a coincidence. Li Shui was a devoted fan of that very novel, which explained her enthusiasm for the audition. Nevertheless, these matters were far from Nianxi's concerns. She perceived the entertainment industry as a distant realm, merely tuning in for amusement and nothing more. After all, as a finance major, why should she concern herself with acting? It was unlikely that they would ever seek her out for a performance anyway. The same applied in this lifetime. Huichun had gathered a fair understanding of the audition and affectionately remarked to Nianxi, "Do you want me to accompany you?" "No need. I'm not so weak that I require your company for something so trivial." "All right then. Just a kiss. Get lost. Mind the impact, will you?" Huichun left, somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, even so, the impact on the surrounding single individuals is quite profound. After class, Li Shui and Nianxi set off together towards the audition venue for the drama department. It happened that they had no classes in the afternoon, allowing Nianxi and her companions the opportunity to participate in the casting call. The drama department was not far from the finance department, and they arrived in just a few minutes. During this brief interval, Li Shui was diligently rehearsing the lines for the role she was auditioning for, clearly indicating her earnestness towards this opportunity. However, despite her efforts, Nianxi still found Li Shui's delivery somewhat stiff. Yet, she was not a professional and could offer no guidance. Due to its open nature, the venue attracted numerous onlookers among the student body. The auditioning students stood in line, anxiously awaiting their turn to be called by the judges, nervous about how to present themselves when the moment arrived. As anticipated, the majority of applicants were from the drama department, as specialization is key. Although there were a few interested individuals from other faculties like Li Shui, they remained in the minority. Upon arrival, Li Shui hurriedly signed in at the registration desk, taking her number and joining the throng of hopefuls in line. Since this was an audition for supporting roles, elaborate makeup and styling were deemed unnecessary, leading to a streamlined approach. With many people ahead of her, Li Shui felt a twinge of anxiety, prompting Nianxi to stand beside her and engage her in conversation, attempting to ease her nerves. "Are there really so many supporting roles?" Nianxi inquired, observing the bustling crowd with curiosity. The adapted novel is particularly captivating, and there are many memorable supporting characters.
Li Shui replia.
Seemingly struck by a thought, she suggested to Nianxi, "Sisi, you are so beautiful. Why not give it a try? You might just get selected." "But hasn't the registration closed?" Nianxi countered. "That's just for the department tally. You can actually register on-site, though it means you'll have to wait longer," Li Shui clarified. Nianxi, however, was not particularly interested, waving her hand dismissively. "I think I'll pass. I really have no interest. Moreover, even if I tried, being an actor isn't just about looks, and I certainly lack any talent for performance." Li Shui teased, "If there were a role for you in the drama, even with poor acting, I would still watch the entire series just for your face. You're the one who loves that novel, yet if the actors lack skill, you'd still watch, wouldn't you? Oh, come on. Who doesn't know that live-action adaptations often ruin the original works? I merely fangirl over the visuals, and since good dramas are rare, I usually watch without thinking too much," Nianxi retorted. Some authors even warn their readers in advance to leave their brains behind if they fear their writing might not be up to par. After a while of idle chatter, seeing that Li Shui had relaxed her mindset, Nianxi felt reassured and moved to the side to wait. Approaching the front, they were nearing the audition room. At that moment, Huichun silently approached from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Ah!" Nianxi gasped in surprise, turning around to find a familiar face, and playfully scolded, "You startled me. What are you doing here?" "I came to keep you company," Huichun replied, resting his chin atop Nianxi's head. The affectionate display between the two truly evoked envy among onlookers. "Come on. You're just afraid to be alone with my mother, aren't you? There exists a formidable pressure from my mother-in-law. Is it true that you are capable of fear? My greatest dread is that my dear wife might forsake me. Go away." After a brief embrace, Huichun reluctantly released her. "Very well, I must now take my leave." Nianxi, perplexed, inquired, "What? They are auditioning. What is your purpose there?" Have you applied as well? Not at all, I merely wish to oversee the filming of this project, as it is orchestrated by our company. Ah? She was taken aback. Are you serious, my dear brother? Just how many industries does the Hua family possess? She had initially assumed the Hua family was merely affluent, but it appears their ventures are vast. Previously, they managed to transport a large amusement park over a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers, and now they are stepping into the entertainment realm. What is there that they cannot achieve? Mind your language, Ms. Nianxi, it is our Hua family. Hua Chun corrected her phrasing before calmly revealing an astonishing truth. Essentially, we have ventured into nearly every domain conceivable. However, despite our considerable presence, we do not dominate every industry entirely. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Hua Chen's stature loomed even larger in Nianxi's eyes. In truth, Hua Chun had not intended to involve himself with this production. His presence was not solely for the sake of accompanying Nianxi, but rather out of concern. After all, in his previous life, a young actor within this very crew experienced a catastrophic downfall of a particularly severe nature. He needed to address this matter proactively. Chapter 56. Auditioning as a villain one by one, the students entered the audition room, only to leave shortly after, leaving their success or failure ambiguous. At this moment, Li Shui emerged from her audition. As soon as Nianxi spotted her, she rushed over and inquired, "How did it go? I'm so nervous. I feel utterly hopeless." Li Shui replied, her spirits dampened, reflecting on her performance, which she deemed worse than Aunt Mary's apple pie next door. For someone who had never formally studied acting, such a sentiment was almost inevitable. Yet, Li Shui, being the cheerful soul she was, refused to succumb to despair. "By the way, what's up with your man? He was sitting there like a lord, completely dazed when I walked in. Just treat him as if he were air." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they noticed the day had begun to wane, the sun setting into dusk, with only a handful of auditioners remaining. "I'm all set now. Are you heading back, Nianxi?" "No, I need to wait for Hua Chun." "All right. But seriously, aren't you gonna give it a try? I thought it was quite fun." Li Shui reminisced about her audition experience. Despite her nerves, she had surprisingly found some enjoyment in it. She found her amusing and teased, "You just said you were nervous. How come you think it's fun now?" "Well, one gets used to it after a while. Besides, there's no harm in trying. It doesn't cost anything, and who knows, you might discover a hidden talent for acting." She pondered for a moment. Initially indifferent, she found herself intrigued by Li Shui's enthusiasm. Reflecting on her own life, she realized she possessed no particular talent. In her past life, she had led an exceedingly ordinary existence, achieving good grades yet never making a mark, suffocated by familial and societal pressures. What about this life? She largely followed the trajectory of her previous existence. Although some regrets had been altered, she wondered what her future should hold. Could she rely on Hua Chan and be a mere parasite for the rest of her days? Alas, the prospect of her future felt just as bleak as in her past life. Perhaps exploring new skills and traversing uncharted paths could prove beneficial. How about trying it? She tentatively suggested. Li Shui was not willing to let this opportunity slip away, and immediately dragged her to the registration desk. The staff, surprised to see someone arriving at this hour, nonetheless assisted her earnestly in filling out the registration form. When they inquired about which role she wished to audition for, they learned she had no idea what character to portray, instantly recognizing her as someone brought along by a friend for the fun of it. The staff, far from irked, understood that such situations were not uncommon. They promptly provided her with several alternative scripts. She selected the shortest and easiest to memorize, retreating to the side to begin studying her lines. Meanwhile, Li Shui elaborated on the character's personality and life trajectory, aiding her in grasping the essence of the role. The excerpt featuring the character chosen by Nianxi, though sparse in dialogue, holds significant importance as it portrays the youthful days of the novel's female antagonist, laying the groundwork for her role as the formidable villain. Nianxi was indifferent to whether her character was a hero or a villain. Her primary concern was the simplicity and memorability of the lines, as she approached the audition with a spirit of experimentation. With Li Shui's guidance, Nianxi swiftly immersed herself in the character. Remarkably, She memorized the lines with astonishing speed and accuracy, committing them to memory in mere minutes. Before long, it was her turn to perform. Under the direction of the staff, she entered the audition venue, where the director, assistant director, screenwriter, producer, and other key members of the crew sat attentively behind their tables, observing the auditions. Meanwhile, Hui-chan, seated off to the side, was distractedly playing on his phone. Upon catching sight of Nianqi entering, he was taken aback, nearly losing his grip on the device. Instantly, he straightened his posture, adopting a more serious demeanor, unwilling to display any unseemly behavior in front of his wife. Witnessing his reaction dispelled Nianqi's initial nervousness, allowing her to relax further. Yet, with Hui-chan seated in the audience, she found herself unable to resist glancing in his direction, often stifling a laugh. After a considerable time spent adjusting her state of mind, she felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if she hadn't been the last to audition. The director might have deemed her bothersome and sent her away. Following a brief self-introduction, she commenced her performance. The question posed was, how does one portray a villain? The role Nianqi was portraying was that of a young royal princess, unwilling to be treated merely as a pawn in political alliances. In a society that revered men above all, she boldly proclaimed that women too could ascend to the throne. Consequently, she would stop at nothing to eliminate any obstacles in her quest for power. This young antagonist, despite her naivety, was imbued with ambition, undeniable authority, and grand aspirations. Although the character's traits starkly contrasted with Nianqi's own, she found a connection. While she may have hesitated to portray a princess, embodying an ambitious female emperor felt entirely plausible. After all, having once been a man, she inherently aspired to be a person of great stature, traversing the path of sovereignty in a woman's guise. Why should that be impossible? Thus, in an instant, Nianqi fully embraced her character, articulating the lines and bringing the role to life. With each blink, the once sweet and charming girl transformed, radiating an entirely different aura. Ambitious words flowed effortlessly from her lips. Indeed, the girl before them was no longer a mere student, but a woman boldly declaring, "Who says a woman is inferior to a man? Who says a woman cannot reign supreme? I shall seize my destiny with my own hands." In the brief span of 10 minutes, her audition left a profound impact on all present. The director was visibly impressed, exclaiming in enthusiasm. He even contemplated dismissing all previous contenders for the role, declaring Nianqi as the definitive choice. However, adhering to a rigorous professional ethic, he allowed Nianqi to conclude her audition, instructing her to await further news. As a professional director, he also prepared an evaluation of Nianqi's performance. Review: nearly perfect with a minor flaw. This time, Nianqi portrays the youthful years of the Empress, whose ambitions and aspirations are still in their infancy. However, she fails to embody the innocence of youth, instead conveying the hardships endured on the path to sovereignty. Yet, this imperfection does not overshadow her brilliance. Nianqi's performance remains stunning. In truth, the production team had not intended to delve deeply into the character's early years, focusing instead on her unscrupulous actions in pursuit of power and her ruthless opposition to the protagonist, thereby highlighting the latter's righteousness. However, after witnessing the performance of the young actress, they have decided to invest more effort into developing this character. In the end, unable to contain his curiosity, the director asked Hui-chan, "Do you know that young lady?" The director, perceptive and quick-witted, had already noticed the silent exchange between Nianqi and Hui-chan. He had refrained from inquiring earlier, but now seized the opportunity for clarification. Can you imagine? Hui-chan was overjoyed at his wife's stunning performance. Raising an eyebrow, he chose not to answer the director's question. Little did he know, his beloved spouse possessed such extraordinary talent yet to be discovered. With his mind consumed by thoughts of Nianqi, Hui-chan could no longer remain and stood up to leave. "Oh, and don't forget what I told you," he remarked to the director before walking away, leaving the rest behind. As for the nature of his relationship with Nianqi, that is for you to interpret. The director sighed in resignation, pondering what had irked this young actor to provoke Hui-chan. It was a shame that a role so painstakingly secured was now relinquished. That young actor still held considerable popularity. Had he participated, the entire production would have reaped significant benefits due to his star power. Chapter 57. Let us not mention the dark past. As Huachan stepped outside, he spotted Nian Shi conversing animatedly with Li Shui. She was recounting how her recent performance had garnered praise, and Li Shui repeatedly congratulated her, expressing confidence in her success. As dusk approached and Li Shui had no further engagements, she bid farewell and departed. Turning around, Nian Shi was delighted to see Huachan and approached him with a radiant smile, asking, "Did I perform well?" Her enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed to implore him to compliment her. Huachan, perceiving her subtle desire for affirmation, smiled indulgently and reached out to affectionately pat her head. "Not just well, but absolutely perfect. Is that all?" Nian Shi inquired, somewhat taken aback, yearning for kisses, embraces, and to be lifted high. "Aren't you curious why I also auditioned?" "I support whatever you wish to pursue," Huachan replied earnestly. "However, I truly did not anticipate your talent for acting. You astonished me. I approached it with a mindset of merely trying my luck, never expecting such high praise." Nian Shi felt a touch of bashfulness from his compliments. Reflecting on her recent experience, she marveled at how surreal it had been. She had stumbled into the audition, somehow performed well, and was commended for her talent. Who knows, perhaps she possesses the potential to become an award-winning actress. Just kidding. How could that be possible? She recalled nearly breaking into laughter at the start. Had it not been for Huachen's reputation, she mused, she would likely have been dismissed long ago. "This only proves that my wife is exceptionally gifted. I had thought your talents lay solely in being a succubus, but it appears you are equally adept at being a fierce tigress," Huachan teased, embarking on his daily antics. Initially, Nian Shi felt shy from his praise, but upon hearing him call her a tigress, her mood shifted dramatically. "What did you say? Who are you calling a tigress?" Nian Shi exclaimed furiously, playfully punching his chest. "I misspoke. You are not a tigress," he corrected. "That's more like it. You are a mother T-Rex. That's outrageous." Their playful banter continued as they made their way home, their joyful and harmonious interaction evoking envy from onlookers. Even the gatekeeper sighed as they exited the school grounds, remarking, "Youth is truly wonderful." Upon returning home, Xian emerged from the kitchen donning an apron, welcoming them with warmth. "You're back. Clean up and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." Nian Shi and Huachan replied cheerfully. With Xian at the helm, their household had been filled with a vibrant atmosphere. Before long, Xian presented several exquisite dishes at the dining table. Nian Shi had more exhilarating news to share with her. "Mom, you will never guess what I did today," she said, feigning mystery. "What is it? You seem so secretive." "Our school had a film crew come for casting, and I auditioned, though it was just a minor role." Huachan chimed in, "Even if it's a small role, Nian Shi performed splendidly. Participation is surely within reach." "Really? I never imagined my daughter had such talent." Upon hearing this, Xian felt a surge of joy for her daughter, and she promptly served her a generous piece of meat. However, her expression soon shifted to one of concern. "But what about your studies if you decide to act?" she inquired. Although university life does offer considerably more freedom and students enjoy greater leisure time, Nian Shi has only just begun her freshman year. It is commendable to cultivate skills, yet academics should remain the priority. Nian Shi felt a twinge of anxiety. She had initially thought the filming location was at Haida University, which would certainly make commuting convenient. She hadn't considered the possibility of it conflicting with her academic schedule. However, Huachan interjected, alleviating the worries of both mother and daughter. "Don't worry, Auntie. The filming will take place in Haicheng, and I will ensure that Nian Shi's shooting schedule aligns with her free time, so her studies will not be affected." Nian Shi immediately chimed in, explaining, "Hua Group is the major backer of that production." "Oh," Xian replied, her understanding deepening. This revelation made everything clearer. Having weathered many storms, Xian remained composed. "Still, I'm the last to audition, and there are certainly others who perform better than I do," Nian Shi remarked, recognizing the need for humility. Despite Huachan's influential words securing her the role, she did not wish to be perceived as having taken advantage of connections, as it would be unfair to others. On the journey home, she repeatedly instructed Huachan not to advocate on her behalf. Xian, of course, unconditionally believed in her daughter and promptly encouraged her. "Our Nian Shi will surely succeed. I still remember when you were little and wet the bed. You were too embarrassed to admit it, claiming you spilled water on the bed instead. You acted so convincingly that your father and I almost believed you, if not for the smell. Xian chuckled, unwittingly sharing an embarrassing childhood story of Nianxi. Nianxi gasped, her face flushing crimson as she half pouted and half complained. Mom, please don't bring up my dark history. Huichun, hearing this for the first time, laughed heartily. Haha. I didn't know Nian she had such a side to her. After dinner, concerned that her mother might be too fatigued, Nianxi insisted that Xian take a rest, assuring her that household chores would be handled by herself and Huichun. Unable to resist her daughter's wishes, Xian acquiesced. In the brief moment that Xian was resting, Nianxi and Huichun secretly engaged in a couple's activity. Later that night, as the mother and daughter lay in bed, Xian suddenly said to Nianxi, Nianxi, I will be leaving tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Nianxi felt a wave of disappointment. But Mom, you've only been here for a little over a week. Didn't you promise to stay for half a month? Although Huichun often took advantage of his mother as support to tease her, Nianxi did not wish for her mother to leave so soon. After all, they lived over 1,000 kilometers apart, and opportunities to see each other were scarce throughout the year, with holidays often not affording the time to return home. And travel expenses were not insignificant. Yet Xian was resolute, stating, your father is lonely at home. He cannot do without me. Though it is said so, in reality, Xian finds herself yearning for her own partner, as she daily witnesses the subtle displays of affection between Nianxi and Huichun. Chapter 58. Come, punish me. Nianxi and Huichun dared not display too much intimacy in front of Xian, their mother. Instead, they took advantage of her absence to engage in clandestine antics. Ah, how familiar this path was. Did they truly believe she was oblivious? By the way, during Xian's recent visit, Nian Jiangua, free from his wife's oversight, reveled in his solitude at home, enjoying himself to the fullest. Returning to the matter at hand, Nianxi realized her mother's mind was made up and knew that persuasion was futile. At the very least, we could see you off when we have no classes, she suggested. However, they had a full schedule the next day, requiring them to leave early for class and returning only in the evening, leaving no time to bid farewell to their mother. Why bother? I've already purchased the tickets. Just focus on your studies, Xian replied. Nianxi understood that her mother's decisions were rarely swayed and resigned herself to the situation. The following day, Xian saw Nianxi and Huichun off before dedicating the rest of the day to tidying up the household. Once finished, she gathered her belongings and departed, sending a message to Nianxi. Darling, I've left some money under your pillow. Spend it wisely. Don't always rely on Xiao Chen's funds. You two aren't even married yet, and no amount of money falls from the sky. At that moment, Nianxi and Huichun were attending their last morning class when the message arrived. Nianxi smiled wryly upon reading it, knowing her mother could not resist offering a few words of advice even before leaving. All she could do was remind her mother to travel safely. Yet, Xian added, make sure to come back early for the holiday. And remember to bring Xiao Chun along to celebrate the new year with us. I'll ask him, Nianxi replied. He must come. A mother's command was not to be defied, and Nianxi had no choice but to relay it faithfully. My mom wants you to celebrate the new year at our home. Will you go? Huichun pondered for a moment, then leaned closer, his voice dripping with charm. So, Shishi, do you want me to go? You. If you want to go, then go. Nianxi's cheeks flushed as she met his gaze, feeling shy despite being accustomed to their close encounters and lingering French kisses. Yet, simply gazing at him without any action made her bashful, although she often blushed during their kisses due to excitement. The teacher, unable to contain herself any longer, coughed lightly to discreetly remind them. Ahem, we are in class. Do try to maintain some decorum and allow your classmates some breathing room. The two quickly separated, flustered and awkward. After class ended in the afternoon, Nianxi and Huichun wasted no time and headed straight home. Accustomed to the lively atmosphere that filled the house with their parents present, the sudden stillness felt odd. However, they soon found themselves distracted from this realization. Nianxi recalled the humiliation she had endured at the hands of Huichun over the past few days and began plotting her revenge. My mother has left, and now there's no one to support you. Nianxi cast a mischievous glance at Huichun. Hua Chun quickly pleaded for mercy. Wife, I was wrong. Too late. Not long after, Hua Chun was punished to kneel. Of course, Nian Shi, displaying a touch of humanity, placed a cushion beneath his knees. She sat on the sofa opposite him, crossing her legs, and looked at him with an expression of mock indignation. These past few days, with my mother backing you, you've been quite arrogant. Did you ever envision this day would come? A teasing smirk danced on her face as she reveled in Hua Chun's predicament, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. Her long legs were elegantly crossed, with one bare foot, pristine and delicate, swaying with an air of defiance. Hua Chun observed this with a restless heart. In truth, I have a far better idea. Wait, why does this guy's gaze seem increasingly inappropriate? Tread on me. Explosive. Oh my, you're a pervert. Nian Shi suddenly jolted, realizing that Hua Chun might be more depraved than she had imagined, and she instinctively tried to retreat. Yet, Hua Chun was quicker, seizing her fidgeting foot with determination. Come on. Punish me, he declared, exuding an aura of irresistible dominance. No, help, Nian Shi cried out, struggling but finding herself unable to escape. Weren't you going to punish me? Come on. Rape. At that moment, the sudden ringing of Nian Shi's phone startled both of them. Both felt a twinge of irritation. Nian Shi glanced at the screen, her brow furrowing at an unknown number. Hello? Yes? Is this Nian Shi? Your audition was successful. When can you come to the set to discuss the details? Nian Shi was taken aback, astonished that she had truly passed. After a lengthy conversation with the crew, they settled on Saturday for a detailed discussion. Hanging up, she turned to Hua Chun. I passed the audition. Will you accompany me on Saturday? Sure, Hua Chun replied eagerly, but he noticed Nian Shi's earlier joy had vanished. Isn't it wonderful that your talent has been acknowledged? Why the long face? Nian Shi shook her head, hesitating. I don't know. I've never acted before and I feel uncertain. Don't worry, I'll be there for you. Though it was a heartfelt sentiment, Nian Shi found it hard to believe, particularly because, if you weren't clutching my foot with a look of infatuation, I might actually trust you. Oh, daring to mock me? Hua Chun retorted fiercely, pouncing on her like a hungry tiger. No, Nian Shi exclaimed, forced into a split. This position was exceedingly perilous. As a form of punishment, Hua Chun subjected her to a relentless invasion. However, when bedtime arrived, it was he who faced misfortune. He had assumed that once he Xian departed, Nian Shi would return to sleep beside him. These past few days had been torturous for him. Merely indulging in fleeting touches was unbearable. Yet, seeing and not being able to touch was even more agonizing. Hua Chun was prepared to unleash his pent-up frustrations, but Nian Shi had no intention of making it easy for him, continuously pushing him away despite his advances. Ultimately, it was Hua Chun's heartfelt pleas that finally moved her. Chapter 59. Allow me to assist you on Saturday? Nian Shi took a taxi to the designated location based on the address provided by the crew. The security guard at the entrance, having been notified in advance, did not impede their entry. After inquiring with a few staff members, the two swiftly located the director. At that moment, the crew was engaged in filming a scene. Nian Shi felt a surge of excitement. The inner workings of the film set were a realm she had never encountered in either her past or present life, and everything here felt remarkably novel. She glanced around, hesitant to move forward, fearing any misstep. The director, named Li Lei, was a renowned figure in the entertainment industry, celebrated for his exceptional talent, as evidenced by the saying that anything produced by Li Lei is bound to be a masterpiece. Just as he completed a segment of shooting, he hurried over to greet them. The other crew members were somewhat taken aback, astonished by the presence of these two young individuals, especially considering the director's personal welcome. Although Hua Chun was well known, he did not hold an official position, and many who were unfamiliar with him could not recognize him. Among those present, only the esteemed director and Hua Chun had previously met. Subsequently, Nian Shi designated Hua Chun as her negotiator to discuss the particulars on her behalf. After all, how could the crew dare to take advantage of her with the son of the big boss personally involved? Meanwhile, Nian Shi was led by the assistant director to explore the set, allowing her to familiarize herself with the work environment. On Hua Chun's end, after a thorough negotiation, he secured absolute authority over the terms, stipulating that the filming schedule must align with Nienxi's free time, avoiding any conflicts with her studies while also ensuring adequate rest periods.
Lei readily acquiesced.
As for the remuneration, it remained at a standard level, untainted by any preferential treatment due to her familial connections. Turning to Nienxi's side, the assistant director who accompanied her was a portly middle-aged man named Qinjun, sporting black-rimmed glasses and possessing a somewhat endearing demeanor. With the director absent and the crew on a break, the tour proved quite convenient. A substantial number of actors had come for the shoot, as the Hua Corporation had invested considerable resources into this production, securing many capable supporting roles filled by seasoned actors. The lead roles were also occupied by some of the more talented young performers. Even the actress portraying the antagonist was an award-winning figure. Of course, in pursuit of popularity, a few trending stars were also cast, though their acting skills were satisfactory. In her past life, this drama had maintained its excellence even in the face of scandals involving actors, perhaps due to the insignificance of the roles in question. However, Nienxi was a person who remained oblivious to the affairs of the outside world, wholly devoted to her studies, and had never shown interest in those celebrities. Before long, Huachun had successfully negotiated all the arrangements. The crew scheduled Nienxi's filming to be completed within 2 months, coinciding closely with their school's vacation. Upon receiving the script, Nienxi immediately set to work, applying makeup, changing costumes, and familiarizing herself with her positioning and lines. Understanding her role clearly, she swiftly found her rhythm. In the subsequent scenes, she was able to deliver her lines with remarkable vivacity and emotional depth, achieving this within just 3 or 4 takes. Her articulation was clear and devoid of ambiguity. When performing alongside other actors, Nienxi displayed no trepidation, flawlessly embodying the commanding presence of a future empress. This even garnered admiration from the acclaimed actress portraying her character in adulthood. As a newcomer without formal training, Nienxi stood out significantly in comparison to her peers. This clearly illustrates her exceptional talent in acting. Among the multitude of young performers, several shared her academic background from the same theater program. However, there was one finance student named Zhang Lian, who had previously witnessed Nienxi's rejection of Su Kai, and her disdain was palpable upon seeing Nienxi. As it was the first day, the filming schedule was light to allow for acclimatization, and Nienxi concluded her work early in the afternoon, returning alongside Huachun. Just as they departed, a handsome young man from the crew approached, visibly agitated. He was the very actor whom Huachun had instructed to be dismissed. That night was eerily silent, destined to be extraordinary. When Nienxi announced her intention to move back into Huachun's room, he was elated, not due to any sweet words he might have uttered to charm her, but because Nienxi recognized that the myriad benefits she had enjoyed thus far were largely due to Huachun. She understood that had she been merely an ordinary newcomer, the crew would not have afforded her such favorable treatment, particularly in terms of salary. Moreover, he had altered her father's fate, providing an unforgettable kindness that had rescued her family. Thus, her decision to return to Huachun's room carried an implicit sense of gratitude. Yet, Nienxi was acutely aware that sharing a bed with Huachun would lead to complications. As predicted, he once again began to take liberties, driven by a pent-up desire that demanded release. Despite his own discomfort, he was relentless in his advances. "It's late. Are you not planning to sleep?" Nienxi, feeling increasingly overwhelmed, attempted to remind him that the hour was late, implying that he should cease his actions. However, Huachun showed no inclination to stop, wrapping his arms around her from behind while his hands roamed inappropriately. "After all, there are no classes tomorrow," he murmured, conveying his intent to remain unsatisfied. Nienxi found herself unable to endure the escalating situation. Deep down, she recognized the torment of such restraint. In a moment of vulnerability, she uttered a phrase that led her closer to the precipice of temptation. "How about, I help you?" The instant the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, for words once spoken cannot be retracted, and Huachun was fully alert to her proposition. Startled, he sat upright. You mean it?" I just don't want you to feel too stifled. Don't overthink it." In the dead of night, Nienxi went to brush her teeth. Chapter 60. Bidding farewell to the mother-in-law and welcoming the mother time passed swiftly. After several days of filming, Nienxi had fully acclimatized to the rigors of the film crew, gradually finding her footing and developing a burgeoning interest in the craft of acting, even reveling in it. Before she knew it, another half-month had slipped by. One day, upon observing the actresses in the crew, Nianqi felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her. Why was this so? It was neither due to feelings of inadequacy in beauty nor in physique. Rather, it was when the actresses gathered to compare figures and subsequently weighed themselves that she was taken aback. To her shock, she discovered she weighed more than the others. Indeed, she had gained over 10 pounds compared to her previous weight. Nianqi could hardly believe it. Upon returning home, she found herself repeatedly stepping on the scale. At that moment, Huachun returned from outside and was greeted with the sight of her incessantly weighing herself, muttering, "The scale must be broken." Huachun, perplexed, approached her and inquired, "What are you doing?" Frowning, Nianqi pinched the slight flesh on her abdomen, expressing her distress. "Do you think I've gained weight?" Huachun paused, scrutinizing Nianqi earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "To be frank, your waistline has indeed expanded a bit. However, it feels softer to the touch, which is quite pleasant." Nianqi's countenance immediately darkened, and she glared at him in displeasure. "So you're commenting on my appearance now? Looking for a fight?" Huachun was rendered speechless, feeling wronged as he silently accepted her ire. "But you asked me if you had gained weight, and I answered you honestly. Why are you upset?" Nianqi retorted, "I can say that about myself, but you must not genuinely think I am overweight. Your words imply you find me unappealing." After a playful bout of banter, they finally settled down. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, Nianqi was greeted by a strikingly elegant woman clad in a white woolen coat, adorned with exquisite makeup and sunglasses, exuding an air of affluence. Nianqi paused momentarily, her mind racing to recall where she had seen this woman before, yet she could not place her. The woman, upon realizing it was Nianqi who had opened the door, appeared equally surprised. "Hello, is this Huachen's home? I hope I haven't come to the wrong place?" "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Nianqi furrowed her brow, struggling to recollect where she had encountered her. At that moment, Huachun emerged from where he had been hiding, and upon catching sight of the woman at the door, his brow furrowed. "Mom?" This call jolted Nianqi's memory, and with a mixture of astonishment and confusion, she exclaimed, "Mom?" The woman removed her sunglasses, scanning the interior to get a clear view of Huachun. Her stern expression instantly softened as she joyfully entered the room, enveloping Huachun in an embrace. "Chanchin, it's been so long. Have you missed your mother? Come here for a hug." Huachen's mother, named Xiao Xian, is a renowned fashion designer who has spent much of her career abroad. Coincidentally, aside from their differing surnames, Xiao Xian and He Xian share the same first name. What a delightful twist of fate! Since the rebirth of Nianqi and Huachun, the fates of all those connected to them have diverged from their previous lives, an occurrence that was anticipated. However, the sudden visit from Xiaoxin caught them off guard. In their past life, Xiaoxin returned to the country only after Huachen's graduation, but this time she arrived 2 years earlier and even sought them out. Yet, her arrival was evidently not as harmonious as when He Xian visited previously. After clarifying her identity, Xiaoxin cheerfully entered the house, carrying luggage that suggested she was not merely staying for a brief moment. Although Huachun had not seen his mother for a long time, he felt an overwhelming displeasure. He had finally managed to advance his relationship with Nianqi, only to face the prospect of being interrupted once again. It was as if he had forgotten his mother in the presence of his newfound love. As for Xiaoxin, perhaps accustomed to the freedom abroad and now surrounded by family, her vivacious personality, influenced by a more liberal environment, made her feel entirely at ease. She wandered around the house, her curiosity piqued by everything she saw. Upon inquiry, Huachun learned that Xiaoxin had decided to return early upon hearing about her son's romantic relationship, eager to meet his future bride. She had come straight from the airport, her suitcase still bearing the check-in tag. "How did you know where I live?" he asked. "Your father told me. Look at you, so nervous. I just came to see you. Now that you've seen me, can you go back?" Huachun replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxin's expression turned bittersweet as she pulled out a handkerchief, feigning tears. "Oh, my son has grown up. And doesn't he even want to be with his mother anymore? I arrive without even having a sip of water. And you want me to leave? Hua-chun glanced at the glass of water Nianxi had just brought and sighed in resignation. As you wish. It was not that he loved his parents any less. It was simply that the distance had created a rift. After 4 or 5 years apart, even when his mother returned in their past life, their family gatherings were infrequent due to her demanding job. Loneliness had become a habit. Nianxi, feeling as if she were sitting on needles, was acutely aware of the tension. Having never interacted with Hua-chen's mother in either life, she found herself at a loss for words. Now that she faced the real Shoshin, she was even more convinced that her type was not one she could easily handle. In her heart, she desperately sought rescue. Help! How can I possibly interact with this socially adept mother-in-law on our first meeting? The moment she heard Shoshin's complaints, she could hardly contain her anxiety. Chapter 61. Smile. My darling. When dinner time arrived, the unexpected visit from Xiao Xian left no time for preparations, compelling them to order takeout. Xiao Xian was astonished by the remarkable speed of the delivery service in the country, deeming it nothing short of miraculous. Typically, Nianxi could devour 2 large bowls of rice with the appetite of a ravenous tiger. Yet today she ate with unusual grace, contenting herself with just half a bowl before declaring herself full. This was not only due to her apprehension in front of her mother-in-law, but also a desire to leave a favorable impression. After the meal, as anticipated, Xiao Xian planned to stay for a few days, much to Hua-chen's displeasure, as it meant Nianxi would have to sleep apart from him once again. However, he felt powerless to oppose his mother. That night, in Nianxi's room, the pair of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law lay quietly on the bed. Nianxi was hesitant, yearning to foster a connection but unsure of what to say. Ultimately, it was Xiao Xian who broke the silence, her tone considerably cooler than before. How did you and Chun-Chin meet? Nianxi, relieved to have a topic, began to speak about Hua-chan, her heart easing slightly. The conversation largely revolved around Hua-chan, with Xiao Xian asking casual questions, to which Nianxi responded fluidly, though it seemed Xiao Xian remained unsatisfied. Unbeknownst to them, they eventually drifted off to sleep. In the following days, the two navigated a delicate atmosphere. One night, Xiao Xian suddenly inquired, "You do know that Chun-Chun is engaged, right?" Xiao Xian and He Xian were completely different types of mothers. He Xian was gentle and composed, preferring the comforts of home, while Xiao Xian was more carefree, filled with curiosity about everything in the country. On this particular day, she had ventured out early to explore the local shops. It was unclear how a newcomer to the country could navigate the streets so confidently, but she had managed. Finally, Nianxi found the opportunity to express her concerns to Hua-chun. "I feel like your mother doesn't like me." Hua-chun furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. He had sensed the strange atmosphere between them in recent days but was unsure how to address it. Now, hearing Nianxi's words, he became more attentive. Gently, he took her hands in his and asked, "Did my mom say something to you?" "Well, last night, your mother." Nianxi proceeded to recount her conversation with Xiao Xian from the previous night. Although Xiao Xian had not explicitly stated it, Nianxi had filled in the gaps with her own assumptions, believing that Xiao Xian harbored disdain for her, perceiving her as a temptress who knowingly pursued a man already engaged. As the conversation drew to a close, Xiao Xian's stance was unmistakable. She did not acknowledge Nianxi as a daughter-in-law of the Hua family. To her, it was simple. The women of the Hua family should not merely be parasites but rather a source of strength for their husbands. In contrast to Ji Wen, she was distinctly wary of this unfamiliar girl, having never met or heard of her before. Even while abroad, she was not entirely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding her son. Nianxi appeared in her life unexpectedly, and suddenly found herself entwined with her son, even sacrificing her relationship with Ji Wen for him. It was difficult for Shoshin not to wonder if this girl had employed some charming words or tactics to deceive Hua-chen, harboring ulterior motives. Thus, when Nianxi claimed to have known Hua-chen for over a decade as classmates, Shoshin was skeptical, leaning more towards disbelief. Of course, she could not voice her doubts too strongly, as she was unaware of Hua-chen's acquaintances from school. "Is that truly what she told you?" Upon hearing his mother deny Nianxi's existence, Hua-chen was filled with rage. After spending so many years abroad without a visit, she now sought to assert her authority over his partner. Anger and frustration swirled within him. Had he been too convincing in portraying a close bond with Ji-won during their childhood to appease his elders? Hwa-chun rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of distress. In their youth, to handle the incessant chatter of their elders, he and Ji-won had always feigned an amiable relationship. Little did he expect that this falsehood would later serve as a weapon to hurt his beloved. When my mother returns, I will clarify everything. She simply does not yet comprehend how significant you are to me. But I cannot possibly reveal to her that I was once a boy, can I? Hwa-chun pondered aloud, though I believe in honesty. If you are unwilling, I shall concoct a more palatable excuse. Yet, he realized such deception might not last long. After all, his parents were no fools. With a bit of time, they could easily uncover Nianxi's background. Should they accept and bless their union, it would indeed bring joy to all. However, should they seek to thwart his relationship with Nianxi or even harm her, he would never allow it. Hwa-chun suddenly felt a stark contrast to his former life. In his past existence, he exuded an aura that kept others at bay. Living without concerns, solitary, and even daring to tread the edges of legality for personal gain. Yet this life was different. With Nianxi by his side, he found himself considering her in every action and word. Was it love sickness? Perhaps, but true love is invincible. Noticing Nianxi's lingering melancholy, Hwa-chun playfully lifted her chin, teasingly saying, "Smile, my dear. Why concern yourself with the opinions of others? In my eyes, you have always been perfect. Who could resist you?" Nianxi, feigning disdain, pushed him away, arching an elegant brow. "What if your family truly disapproves? We would have no choice but to return to our respective homes, seeking our own families." Upon hearing this, the corner of Hwa-chun's eye twitched, and he grinned mischievously. "I could never allow you to be given to another." With a sudden lunge, Hwa-chun tackled Nianxi onto the bed, without hesitation, his lips capturing hers in a fervent kiss. After a flurry of passionate exchanges, he finally relented, slightly satisfied. "Dare you defy me again?" Nianxi gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed, yet a playful smile danced at the corners of her lips. "Is that all you've got?" Nianxi, with a defiant spirit, retaliated, and once more, they became ensnared in a tender whirlwind of affection. At last, Hwa-chun tenderly caressed Nianxi's head and reassured her, saying, "Rest assured, my parents cannot dictate my desires, nor can they alter the undeniable reality that we are together." Nianxi, feeling a sense of relief, replied, "You're right. However, I must take my leave now. I have a scene to shoot today. Although the director is unlikely to reprimand me, being late is never a good practice." "Shall I escort you?" he inquired. "No need," she responded. "I am well acquainted with the route, and besides, we have no vehicle. Your journey would be in vain." With that, Nianxi departed, yet Hwa-chun etched her words into his memory. Chapter 62. My pursuit of her upon returning from her shopping excursion. Xiao Xian entered the house to find Hwa-chun seated on the sofa, his expression grave, lost in thought. Aware of her mother's arrival from the sound of the door, he inquired, "Mom, what do you think of Shi?" Noticing Hwa-chun's serious tone, Xiao Xian immediately composed herself. "Should I be honest? I think she is rather unimpressive, quite petty, and not worthy of you." Hwa-chun's brows furrowed even more. "Petty? That is merely her reaction to your unexpected visit, which made her anxious. As for worthiness, that is for me to decide. I cannot do without her." Xiao Xian felt a surge of anger at her son's defiance after so many years apart. "Child, what is wrong with Wen? Why do you choose such a delicate flower? What else can she do besides being a mere ornament?" Delicate? Hwa-chun, knowing the true essence of Nianxi, did not perceive her as fragile at all. It was evident that his mother was either nitpicking or had not taken the time to understand Nianxi properly. Moreover, why bring up Ji-won at this moment? "Mom, can we refrain from discussing Ji-won? The engagement is merely a verbal agreement between our families. Neither of us is concerned about it. Let us set that matter aside for now. Do not blame me for my harsh words, but to me, she seems like a seductress, aware of your engagement yet still pursuing you, lacking in virtue. Furthermore, you and Wen were quite close as children. How has that changed? My feelings for Ji-won are non-existent. Our childhood bond was merely a facade to appease your nagging. Besides, Both Nian Shi and I disregard the engagement. I am the one who actively pursued her, so if blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon me. In modern society, love is celebrated as a freedom, and my grandfather is not an unreasonable man. Please do not invoke the engagement again. I wish to avoid such discussions, especially if they might hurt Nian Shi. Regardless, I fail to see what is so special about Nian Shi. Finding herself outmatched in argument, Xiao Xian crossed her arms, somewhat petulantly. You should endeavor to understand her better, rather than making subjective judgments. You have known her for only a few days, while I have known her for over a decade. I understand her far better than you. She is a wonderful girl. Xiao Xian fell silent, forced to acknowledge that, having spent many years abroad, she had neglected Hu Chen's companionship. Upon realizing that her son no longer required parental oversight, she felt a sense of panic, hence her immediate desire to assert control, which colored her perception of Nian Shi unfavorably. Moreover, Ji Wen had always been regarded by her as a fine child, a suitable match for her son. Therefore, she naturally scrutinized the sudden emergence of Nian Shi with heightened skepticism, especially since this girl was aware of his engagement. Seeing his mother wavering, Hu Chen seized the opportunity to share anecdotes from his life with Nian Shi, recounting the conflicts and reconciliations, the laughter and sorrow they faced together, hand in hand. This revelation illuminated to Xiao Xian that her son truly loved Nian Shi, reminiscent of the story she shared with Hu Chen's father in their own youth. However, in the end, Xiao Xian still did not confess to Nian Shi. As evening fell, Nian Shi completed her duties with the film crew, changed into her running attire, and tied her hair into a high ponytail, exuding a more spirited demeanor. Having noticed her weight gain, she had started running daily to shed the extra pounds. The distance from the film set to her home was just under 5 kilometers, a perfect route for a leisurely jog while enjoying the scenic views along the way. She had managed to return to her weight from when she first transformed. Although she had gained some weight previously, it was not particularly noticeable, as her figure retained its alluring curves. Perhaps the weight had settled in the right places. Just as she was about to leave, she was called by a girl she had previously acted alongside. She believed her name was Zhang Lian, a senior from the same department. Xiao Shi, I'm finishing up tonight. Let's go out for a meal together. I've invited several young actors from our crew, and it's just nearby. Nian Shi hesitated. She was not adept at navigating social gatherings, especially alone, so she promptly declined. I think I'll pass. I'm not familiar with the crew. While she recognized them, the connections were superficial. To her, work was work and life was life. Unless it was for work, she had no desire to partake in unnecessary dinners. Seeing her refusal, Zhang Lian appeared somewhat displeased, yet maintained a friendly demeanor, even playfully taking her hand. Oh, come on, Xiao Shi, it's not suitable for you to be alone every day. Think of it as a chance to bond with your classmates. Besides, Yuan Gu will be there. Who is Yuan Gu? Nian Shi was puzzled. You don't know? Nian Shi tilted her head, her face a picture of confusion. By the way, Xiao Shi, you rarely come around, and you always miss Yuan Gu during filming. So who exactly is this Yuan Gu? Xiao Yuan, a rising star playing the male lead in our show. He watched your performance and wants to chat with you again. I think I'll pass. I have no interest. However, that name did sound somewhat familiar. Never mind, if she couldn't recall. He must not be significant. Despite Zhang Lian's enthusiastic invitation, Nian Shi firmly reiterated her refusal and swiftly departed. With her scheme thwarted, Zhang Lian's resentment towards Nian Shi intensified. Just as Nian Shi left, a man emerged from behind the curtain. He was none other than the male lead, Xiao Yuan, whom Zhang Lian had mentioned. As Xiao Yuan observed Nian Shi's graceful figure and exquisite features, he couldn't help but lick his lips. He then signaled Zhang Lian to implement Plan B. Zhang Lian's expression darkened as she pursued Nian Shi. Having distanced herself from the unfolding drama, Nian Shi did not dwell on the incident and continued her planned jog home. Most of the route consisted of residential areas and commercial streets, adorned with vibrant neon lights that sparkled brilliantly, making the night scene quite enchanting. However, there was a stretch of about 200 meters that was relatively desolate and sparsely populated, where even the streetlights appeared dimmer than elsewhere. Whenever she approached this stretch, Nian Shi would quicken her pace, for darkness often evokes a sense of fear. However, as I approached this place today, I was unexpectedly met by several figures ahead. Upon drawing nearer, I recognized them to be Zhang Lian and a few unfamiliar female students. She gradually came to a halt, puzzled by Zhang Lian's presence in this location. Senior Zhang Lian, were you not supposed to be at a gathering? Chapter 63. She is far from fragile. In response to Nianxi's inquiry, Zhang Lian remained silent, her gaze directed at Nianxi, brimming with hostility. Nianxi immediately furrowed her brow, recognizing the aggressive demeanor of the girls surrounding her, which suggested they harbored ill intentions. What do you intend to do? I have no enmity with you, do I? Nianxi retorted, retreating cautiously as alarm bells rang within her mind. Meanwhile, Huachun received news at home that Nianxi had finished work. Glancing at the time, he anticipated her return and set aside his tasks to prepare for her arrival. At that moment, Xiao Xian was deep in contemplation regarding Nianxi. Earlier that day, she and Huachun had engaged in a meaningful discussion about Nianxi, which had shifted her perception of her somewhat. Subsequently, Huachun had discreetly taken his mother to observe Nianxi on set, witnessing her professionalism firsthand. Unbeknownst to Nianxi, they had been quietly observing her, yet the question of whether she was worthy of his affection remained unanswered. After waiting for over 10 minutes without sight of Nianxi, Huachun began to worry. Although he was aware of her recent commitment to weight loss and that her jogging routine made her return slightly delayed, he found it unusual that she was taking so long to cover a distance of 5 kilometers in half an hour. Given the late hour and the fact that she was a young girl alone, concern naturally crept into his mind. Mom, I'm gonna pick up Shishi, Huachun finally declared, unable to remain idle any longer. I'll accompany you, his mother replied. Returning to Nianxi's situation, Zhang Lian finally broke her silence. No enmity? Have you forgotten that you rejected Sukai? Nianxi was momentarily taken aback. Who is Sukai? Are you serious? You actually forgot him? Zhang Lian's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, now I remember. Nianxi recalled who Sukai was, yet her expression darkened, though she remained unperturbed, exuding calmness. So you're confronting me on his behalf? What is your relation to him? Is it really necessary to seek revenge simply because I declined his advances? A grown man should not be so petty. In that instant, Nianxi's previously neutral feelings towards Sukai plummeted into disdain. Meanwhile, Sukai, innocently caught in the crossfire, sneezed heavily in his dorm room. Faced with Nianxi's question, Zhang Lian faltered. I have no connection to him, but your rejection was unacceptable. Unacceptable? What relation could you possibly have that warrants such a reaction? Are you aiding him or harming him? This is quite abstract for a friend. And considering how long ago this incident occurred, why do you choose now to seek revenge? Have you been biding your time? Nianxi pondered the absurdity of the situation, reflecting on the countless instances of misguided romantic notions she had encountered online, now manifested in reality. Yet, in terms of fear, she felt none. After all, Nianxi was not a true damsel in distress. Though physically delicate, her mental fortitude remained robust. Regarding the few young ladies before her, in her eyes, they were merely girls, their stature even shorter than hers, yet their audacity was quite formidable. Bullying? Apologies. But you have mistaken your target. Nianxi is socially anxious, yet she harbors no fear of confrontation. The cumulative age of her 2 lifetimes has endowed her with a psychological maturity that might be likened to that of a seasoned elder, leading her to view these university students as mere children. Their methods of revenge are so juvenile and simplistic. Although she could easily teach them a lesson through even simpler means, there exist far more effective approaches. Oh, and so? Nianxi's expression remained unfazed as she coldly remarked. As she spoke, she discreetly activated the voice recording on her phone concealed within her pocket. Witnessing her haughty demeanor ignited the ire of several girls. They were not exactly virtuous themselves, indulging in smoking and drinking. Today, they had been summoned by Zhang Lian to support her. Now, it seemed their adversary exhibited no fear and even displayed arrogance, stirring an inexplicable sense of pride within them. Wow, this woman is quite bold. I truly find her insufferable. Is it merely because she possesses a pretty face? I shall see how she maintains her bravado. Let us strip her of her clothes and cast them onto the street. Perhaps we could take a few embarrassing photos of her to threaten her. The girls revealed their malice as they dispersed, effectively blocking Nianxi's escape route. It appears I cannot flee? Nianxi surveyed her surroundings, contemplating how she should respond should the situation escalate to violence. May I inquire once more? Is it simply because I rejected Sukai that you intend to assault me? Is it truly that straightforward? Is this insufficient? Zhang Lian retorted. In Nianxi's eyes, she had become a mere fool. We simply find you displeasing, responded the other girls. Ha! Nianxi chuckled lightly, retrieving her phone from her pocket. With a gentle press of her finger, the recording replayed their recent words. The group fell into stunned silence. Did you hear that? I wonder if this recording delivered to the authorities could result in a charge of attempted bodily harm against you all. What of your recording? You 1T have the opportunity to submit it. Though they spoke defiantly, their movements halted, and none dared to make the first move. My phone is linked to my boyfriend, and all information is shared in real time. Should I encounter any trouble, none of you will escape unscathed. With this declaration, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. They had presumed Nianxi to be a fragile girl who would crumble under a slight threat, but she proved to be a rose with thorns, managing to intimidate them with just a few words. After all, they were not true ruffians. They were students who instinctively feared escalating matters. In contrast, upon observing their reaction, Nianxi felt increasingly composed. Initially, she had anticipated they might act more recklessly and resort to physical confrontation. Now, however, it seemed to spare her the effort. She extended her palm, calmly stating, I shall remain right here, awaiting your move. In any case, modern medical technology can easily ensure the absence of scars. However, at that point, the repercussions you face will not merely be an unfulfilled attempt. The costs will only escalate. What might those be? Allow me to ponder. Medical expenses, lost wages, nursing fees, transportation costs, compensation for mental anguish, and the fees for legal counsel. A myriad of expenses that, when added up, could easily amount to 300,000 to 400,000 for each individual. I am not concerned about your escape, as it is under constant surveillance. As she spoke, Nianxi raised her hand to point at the seemingly innocuous surveillance camera, obscured beneath the broken streetlight, which was intently monitoring their every movement. Although the lens did not emit a red light, who could guarantee it was not operational? Exchanging my pain for your future is indeed worthwhile. Nianxi's words resonated like a devil's whisper, melodious yet each syllable struck like a hammer upon their hearts. The group fell into silence, exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. They had anticipated an easy victory, only to find themselves facing a sudden reversal. Now, they had unwittingly handed over the leverage, losing their advantage without gaining anything. Yet, to concede would be an affront to their fragile pride. TCH, let us go. Faced with the inability to subdue her, they retreated, leaving with a final boast. Remember this. However, Nianxi was not one to indulge them. She waved her hand and called out, Do not forget the 500,000. Chapter 64. A continuous stream of embarrassing history in a brief interlude, filled with excitement yet devoid of peril. Nianxi wiped the cold sweat from her brow, letting out a sigh of relief, and could not help but lament the childishness of today's youth. The disturbance had dampened her enthusiasm for running, and noticing that home was not far off, she decided to take a leisurely stroll instead. After a few steps, she encountered a familiar figure. Nianxi joyfully bounded over, leaping into Huochun's embrace. What brings you here? Huochun caught her securely, cradling her thighs with both hands. I noticed you hadn't returned in a while, so I came to fetch you. Did you see what happened? Indeed, the fierce demeanor of the mother tiger remains. You're teasing me again. Come here. Nianxi playfully delivered a light punch to him. Those young ladies cannot intimidate me. Their antics are too juvenile. Can you guess what prompted them to provoke me? Huochun shook his head. I cannot guess, but I am certain it is not due to you. Well, it seems they are upset because I rejected Sukai's advances, though the girl in question has no ties to him. I simply cannot fathom her reasoning. Who is Sukai? Nianxi burst into laughter. Oh, you've forgotten. You were jealous of him back then. It is natural to be jealous of you. Just as their playful banter continued, a soft cough interrupted the jovial atmosphere. Nianxi turned to see Xiao Xian standing not far away. The dim lighting had caused her to overlook the presence of another person. Recalling her earlier intimacy with Huachan, a wave of embarrassment washed over Nianqi, prompting her to hurriedly leap down from Huachen's arms, her words tumbling out in a flustered manner. Auntie, her earlier warrior-like demeanor had transformed into that of a timid kitten upon seeing Xiao Xian, which, in turn, made Xiao Xian view her more favorably. A charming contrast. The previously stern expression on Xiao Xian's face softened, and she jested, "It's quite all right. Continue as if I am not here." Later that night, in Nianqi's room, she and Xiao Xian lay on the bed, the atmosphere between them noticeably more relaxed. Xiao Xian reflected on her previous judgments of Nianqi, realizing she might actually make a wonderful daughter-in-law. "Nianqi, I have some childhood photos of Chun Chun. Would you like to see them?" At this, Nianqi, who had been lying on her side, turned to Xiao Xian with a look of surprise and delight. "Sure." Xiao Xian smiled, shifting closer to Nianqi. "Come. Lean over a bit." Just as Xiao Xian intended to share the childhood pictures of Huachan, a familiar voice called through the phone. Without hesitation, she answered. "Hello, darling. Please don't be angry. I just miss our son. I miss you even more. I'll return to see you in a couple of days." "Well then, come pick me up." "All right, it's settled." With that, the call ended. Although Nianqi did not hear the entirety of what Hu Zhenghua had said, she could infer a fair amount from Xiaoxin's responses. With a sigh, Xiaoxin playfully remarked to Nianqi, "Sometimes men can be rather clingy." Nianqi recalled how Huachan could also be as tenacious as a stubborn plaster, and she understood her sentiment. After all, like father, like son. At that moment, Huachan, resting in the adjacent room, heard the faint laughter of the two women and smiled with satisfaction. The next day, upon rising, Huachan found Nianqi and Xiaoxin seated closely together, engrossed in a video. The phone emitted the nonsensical babble of a child, making it difficult to discern what was being said. Comparing the now serious Huachan to the child in the video, Nianqi couldn't help but chuckle. "What's so amusing?" Huachan inquired, puzzled. "Nothing. Just think you look good," Nianqi replied, her face lighting up with an enchanting smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Huachan was aware that her compliment was merely a pretext. While he was indeed handsome, her laughter stemmed from something else entirely. As the sounds from the video reached his ears, he furrowed his brow. That voice, why did it seem so familiar? "Chunchin, come look. Do you remember the video of you bouncing on the bed that your mother recorded?" Xiaoxin called, displaying the video for Huachan. In the footage, a small child danced exuberantly on the bed, chattering away in what seemed to be his own invented language. Huachan gasped, his eyes widening in shock as memories he had long buried resurfaced. The child in the video was none other than himself. This was an embarrassing relic, far more mortifying than any other secret he held. Its public revelation would surely lead to social disgrace. He had thought that such childhood antics were long forgotten, yet here was his mother preserving it all these years, and now Nianqi was witnessing it over a decade later. How utterly humiliating. "Mother, why do you still have that video? Delete it, please." Huachen's heart surged like a tempest, though he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. He attempted to snatch the phone away, but he was a moment too late. Nianqi swiftly retrieved Xiaoxin's phone, cradling it protectively. "Don't. That child is so amusing. Why delete it? I never knew you were this adorable." Huachen's efforts fell short, leaving him awkwardly smiling. "Auntie, could you send me a copy? I want to keep it," Nianqi said as she returned the phone to Xiaoxin. Her request only deepened Huachen's sense of despair. "Of course," Xiaoxin replied cheerfully, growing increasingly fond of Nianqi. "Let me tell you, Chanshin was quite the character as a child. He used to drape himself in blankets, proclaiming himself a superhero and running around the house. That was all back in kindergarten. I've matured significantly since I entered elementary school," Huachan retorted. Huachan could not help but retort, still wishing to salvage a semblance of his image. However, his past misdeeds extended far beyond this. Nianqi, with her playful glances, teased him, "Have you forgotten how childish you were in middle school? Do you need me to remind you of the names you gave your muscles? Did Chun really name his muscles? Do tell, I am utterly unaware." Xiao Xian, upon hearing this, became quite intrigued and eagerly grasped Nianxi's hand, pressing for more details. Initially believing that her son would lose his charm as he matured, she was pleasantly surprised to discover such an endearing side beneath his cool exterior. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two women, Huichun pondered what had transpired between them the previous night. Yet, if this could foster a better relationship between them, he was willing to sacrifice a bit of his dignity. After all, both were formidable women capable of keeping him in check. Resisting their influence was hardly an option. Huichun desperately tried to convince himself that there was no shame in Nianxi knowing about his past. Nevertheless, the joyous laughter shared by the two women ultimately proved too much for him to bear. "Oh God! Save me!" he exclaimed, retreating to his room. Chapter 65. The day I anticipate you placing a wedding ring on my finger. Huichun initially sought refuge within the confines of his home, yearning for solitude, until Nianxi summoned him outside. It turned out that Xiao Xian was preparing to depart. Huijingguo's efficiency was astonishing. Merely the night before, he had made a phone call, and by the next day, someone was dispatched to escort her. Huichun wished to persuade her to stay, as it had indeed been many years since he had last seen his mother. However, Xiao Xian firmly declined. "I cannot linger. If I do not return, your father will surely grow anxious. He has already sent someone to fetch me. You must take good care of Nianxi and ensure she is not mistreated." And thus it was. As the vehicle gradually receded, Nianxi felt a twinge of melancholy. "Are you reluctant? When I first introduced you to my mother, you were trembling like a frightened puppy. You are the one who resembles a dog," Nianxi retorted, unable to contain her irritation, and delivered a playful elbow to his ribs. She then sighed. "After all, I have only just begun to mend my relationship with Auntie. There's no rush. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future." Nianxi's playful jab did little to harm Huichun, who affectionately ruffled her hair. At that moment, a couple strolled past them, and suddenly, Nianxi's eyes sparkled with mischief as a wicked smile graced her face. "Do you know what day it is today?" Huichun was taken aback. "What a dreadful question. What day is it? Is it our 100th day together?" "Not quite yet." "Is it her birthday?" "That has long passed." "My birthday?" "That's still far off." The calendar appeared to hold no significance for the day. "What is it, then?" Seeing Huichun's perplexed expression as he pondered in vain, Nianxi's spirits lifted, and she could not suppress her laughter. "Ha ha ha! Look at you so anxious. It's nothing special, I was merely bored." "So you dare to toy with me?" Huichun realized her trickery and decided to teach her a lesson. Seizing the moment, he launched a tickling assault. No, please. That was a mistake." Nianxi, who was quite ticklish, quickly begged for mercy. Fortunately, they were in a public place, and Huichun refrained from being too excessive, giving her a light reprimand before relenting, though he still felt a lingering desire for mischief. Even in jest, Nianxi felt a sense of boredom creeping in. It occurred to her that they had not spent time together in quite a while, and today she had no filming commitments, leaving her with a rare moment of leisure. "Since we have some free time, let us go shopping together. I'll accompany you if you call me by a sweet name," Huichun mischievously suggested. Nianxi, inspired by a sudden thought, swiftly turned and planted a playful kiss on Huichun's cheek before darting away, skipping several steps ahead. "Come on. Dear husband, what did you just call me?" Huichun, though he did not catch it clearly, was certain it was something delightful. His heart soared with joy. Typically, Nianxi addressed him by his full name with a stern demeanor, only using affectionate terms during playful banter. Today marked a delightful departure from the norm, as she was unusually forward. "And nothing?" Nianxi stammered, her face flushed as she hastily escaped. On the route from home to school there lies a grand shopping mall, a favored venue for students seeking amusement during holidays. Today, an abundance of flower stalls surrounds the mall, perhaps a common sight, yet it eludes Nianxi due to her infrequent visits to such places. This locale also serves as a splendid rendezvous for couples, who wander together, indulge in culinary delights, partake in merriment, exchange gifts, and reminisce joyfully amidst laughter. However, their bond possesses a unique, ineffable tranquility and understanding that sets them apart from typical couples. Upon learning that his mother had accepted Nianxi, Huichun seized the moment and took her to purchase rings. The arrival of new customers delighted the sales staff, who warmly welcomed them. Within the same store, another couple was also selecting rings, but it was the woman who dominated the selection process, dismissing one ring after another with disdain, while her partner remained preoccupied with his phone, seemingly indifferent. Only when she expressed her desire for an engagement ring did his demeanor shift. He nervously employed sweet words to sway her decision, ultimately taking on the role of merely paying for the purchase. In stark contrast to the harmonious affection shared by Nianxi and Huachan, they were introduced to a pair of rings by the sales assistant. Upon glancing at the price, Nianxi gasped in astonishment. The number of zeros following the initial figure was staggering, and the ring's appearance alone suggested an extravagant cost. Perhaps a more modest option would suffice. Clenching her teeth, she tugged at Huachen's sleeve, hoping to temper his enthusiasm. "I know you're wealthy, but my heart aches at the thought. You need not worry about the price. My card can easily cover the most expensive here," Huachan reassured her, misinterpreting her hesitation as concern over affordability. "Is there something even pricier?" Nianxi exclaimed. "No, it's not that I'm solely worried about the cost, but this ring is obviously extravagant. If I were to wear it, I fear losing it or drawing unwanted attention." Huachan gazed at the ring, which featured a dazzling diamond for both men and women, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors under the lighting. Indeed, it resembled a wedding ring. "Perhaps it is a bit too ostentatious," he conceded. "That makes sense. Let us find something more understated," the sales assistant quickly obliged, presenting them with a simpler design that was also more reasonably priced. Huachan was immediately taken with it. They adorned each other with the rings, and as they slid onto their ring fingers, it symbolized the binding of their hearts. The ring felt cold, yet his hand radiated warmth. His sweet words were heartfelt, and his emotions burned fervently. With the mood set, Huachan gazed deeply into Nianxi's eyes and earnestly declared, "Once you wear this ring, you will be completely mine, and my mother approves, so there's no reneging." "I won't renege," Nianxi replied with a radiant smile, extending her palm to reveal the ring glimmering brilliantly in the light. "Excellent taste. I adore it. I eagerly anticipate the day you wear my wedding ring." Nianxi's smile radiated like a blooming flower, illuminating her entire being and profoundly touching Huachen's soul. Even the store clerks were moved by the scene. It is rare to witness young individuals of their age valuing one another so deeply. When it came time to settle the bill, the clerk instinctively approached the male for payment, but Nianxi swiftly stepped forward to take charge. Why, you may wonder. It is because Huachan had entrusted her with the financial reins of their household, leaving him with nary a penny to his name. As they exited the store, the couple inadvertently caught sight of two familiar figures fleeting by. Jiwen walked ahead, arms crossed and radiating pride, while Mu Huai trailed behind her, laden with an array of shopping bags. It seemed that whatever Mu Huai had said had irked Jiwen, for she appeared to be in a huff. Nevertheless, she would intermittently halt to wait for him, only to stride ahead once more. This playful chase unfolded in a harmonious manner. From a distance, Ji1 and Mu Huai remained oblivious to Nianxi and Huachan, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. It appears that Ji1, too, is beginning to embrace the warmth of spring in her heart. I recall the last time we met. She was wary of Mu Huai, yet here they were, together enjoying a day of shopping. Chapter 66. Clumsy yet playful. Subsequently, Nianxi and Huachan ventured into a clothing store. This establishment was expansive, showcasing a myriad of fashion styles. Huachan selected a floral shirt paired with flared denim jeans, an aesthetic that starkly contrasted with mainstream fashion, truly rebellious. Nianxi, with an expression of disbelief, could not help but critique. "What an eccentric taste you have. You look like a beach hippie." Aside from when he donned a suit, Huachen's fashion sense was nothing short of disastrous. Nianxi was certain that if she did not assist him in choosing outfits, he would undoubtedly attire himself like a flamboyant peacock. Prior to their cohabitation, he had been somewhat more conventional, yet his personal preference leaned towards such styles. Well, respect and understanding it is. In contrast, Nianxi's fashion choices were entirely reasonable. Regardless of her gender, she had always enjoyed dressing up. While perhaps not overtly fashionable, she certainly looked appealing. A burnt yellow coat was layered over a V-neck knitted top, and a black pleated skirt accentuated her pristine thighs, complemented by knee-high boots that rendered the ensemble all the more alluring. How about that? Clearly more tasteful than your choices. Nianqi posed in front of the mirror, proudly addressing Huachun. In truth, it was a rather commonplace outfit, nothing particularly stylish, as Nianqi often dressed this way. However, today Huachun seemed somewhat critical. I think your outfit is lacking something. What is it missing? She inquired. The overall look is quite perfect, yet it lacks a certain mystique, Huachun replied seriously, his critique surprisingly insightful. Nianqi was puzzled. Mystique? Could it be? Thus, she decided to add a pair of black stockings to her ensemble. Perfect, Huachun exclaimed. Let us try another outfit. Still lacking. Add the black stockings. 100 points. You could have simply said you wanted to see the black stockings. I want to see the black stockings. Get lost. The two of them bickered endlessly over whose fashion sense was superior. They ultimately agreed to each choose an outfit for the other, with the stipulation that whatever was selected must be worn when they returned home. At the checkout, the cashier regarded them with a perplexed expression, finding their playful antics rather bizarre, unsure whom to sympathize with. Later that evening, upon returning home, Nianqi prepared to try on the outfit Huachun had chosen for her. Beyond the pieces she had tried on in the store, she was completely unaware of what he had selected. She felt a tinge of anticipation, hoping it would be something respectable. However, as she pulled the mysterious garment from the bag, her eyes widened in shock. The sheer fabric, adorned with lace trim, was almost transparent. It covered the essentials yet tantalizingly hinted at what lay beneath. The precarious design could reveal the most intimate areas with the slightest tug. Well, let the imagination run wild. Nianqi's cheeks flushed crimson. She had known that Huachun, with his peculiar tastes, would never select anything remotely conventional. Is it possible that such items are sold in that store? Must I truly wear this? However, having already agreed to let him choose, he would undoubtedly wear what I selected for him. The thought incites frustration within me. I had chosen respectable attire for him. How could he possibly select something like this? How am I to wear it? If I put it on, it would feel as though I am presenting myself, meticulously wrapped, before him. After much inner turmoil, it was only when Huachun called for her from outside that Nianqi finally resolved to make her appearance. When she emerged, Nianqi had wrapped herself in the quilt, resembling a fuzzy caterpillar, while her exquisite black silk-clad feet remained conspicuously exposed. In stark contrast, Huachun appeared quite presentable. Nianqi had purchased a clown costume for him, complete with oversized red shoes, rendering him utterly ridiculous. Bursting into laughter, Nianqi could no longer contain herself. I knew you wouldn't select anything remotely decent, Huachun remarked with resignation. Yet, observing Nianqi's appearance, it was clear she had donned the outfit. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Nianqi became flustered. How dare you say that about me? What you picked is the least respectable, okay? Compared to this outfit, isn't the clown costume utterly inappropriate? At least it can be worn outside. As she spoke, seemingly to showcase her attire to Huachun, she let the quilt slip down to her shoulders. The enticing curve of her shoulders and delicate collarbone, highlighted by a sheer black fabric, caught Huachun's eye. He felt a rush of excitement, swallowing hard, secretly reveling in the moment. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, saying, "But you still wore it." Nianqi's eyes twitched in annoyance. Why was this man able to feign innocence despite his misdeeds? Never mind. Since you chose this for me, I shall make you suffer with longing. After all, his self-control is quite strong. He shouldn't lose control. I hope. With that thought, Nianqi shifted her demeanor, blending her innocent charm with a hint of seduction. I know what you desire, she purred. Huachun was momentarily taken aback. You mean, to ravage me, right? Nianqi leaned against the doorframe, her graceful figure partially obscured by the quilt. What? Huachun was bewildered by her bold words, although he was aware that Nianqi often played by her own rules, teasing without ever extinguishing the flames. Today felt particularly charged. Otherwise, why would you buy me such an outfit? I've told you if you want something, just say it plainly. This roundabout approach only makes me think you desire more. As she stepped closer to Huachun, the quilt she wore began to slip. Huachun's heart raced. Today, Nianqi was more alluring than ever, yet he felt even more hesitant to reach for her. Retreating step by step, he ultimately found himself cornered by the sofa, losing his balance and sitting down abruptly. Seizing the opportunity, Nianqi perched herself on his lap, the quilt falling away completely in that instant. The youthful beauty of the girl was undeniable, her already exquisite figure rendered even more alluring by her attire. Yet, at that moment, Nianqi remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, becoming bolder instead, beginning to tease open Hu Chen's clothing. "Are you truly certain that I won't do anything to you?" Hu Chen's hands glided over her slender waist, gradually descending. The roundness of her form was quite inviting, suggesting that it could be embraced while standing. A chilling touch startled Nianqi, but she promptly regained her composure, her seductive gaze becoming even more enchanting. "Well, I might consider it," she said, every smile and frown enticing the heart. Hu Chen found himself ablaze with desire, yet he sensed something amiss. Wasn't Nianqi always one to uphold her boundaries? Today she seemed to jest.
Wait, yes.
Given her playful nature, it was indeed a possibility. In that fleeting moment, Hu Chen recalled the dream he had the first time he shared a bed with Nianqi. A gamble. In the next instant, he seized her waist with fervor. "Ah!" Nianqi exclaimed as their positions flipped. The roles had reversed. Hu Chen seized the opportunity, capturing her lips and roaming hands. The once fierce white tiger had transformed into a docile kitten. Nianqi felt a jolt of electricity surging through her, leaving her in a state of delightful disarray, instinctively clenching her legs. The scene was both beautiful and bizarre, a jester entwined with a succubus. After an extended entanglement, Hu Chen shed his earlier tension, his breath now laced with aggression. "You're teasing me, my darling. What emboldens you so? Have I been too gentle with you?" His gaze was predatory, as if a wild beast was poised to pounce. At that moment, Nianqi panicked, quickly placing her hands against his chest to stave off his advances. Haha. You know I was just joking, right?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Hu Chen was certain that her prior actions had been utterly intentional. Since being with Nianqi, their intimate moments had been scarce, frequently interrupted by the presence of their mothers. Now, Hu Chen felt a surge of pent-up desire, ready to erupt. "My dear, you have delivered yourself to me." "I don't see it that way," he replied, his tone low and magnetic, akin to a devil's whisper. Nianqi realized she had overstepped. Given the current atmosphere, it seemed that a mere kiss would not suffice. "Do not panic. Take a deep breath." "Ah!" Seizing her off guard, Hu Chen abruptly lifted her into his arms. Without further ado, he decided to carry her into the room. Chapter 67. The banquet at Hongmen. In the stillness of midnight, Nianqi awoke to brush her teeth, chastising him for failing to inform her beforehand on one occasion. The following morning, she stirred groggily, instinctively reaching for the man beside her, only to find the space empty. A wave of realization washed over her. He had vanished without a trace, yet the warmth of his bedding lingered. Hu Chen, just rousing from slumber, still carried a hint of drowsiness. She called out softly, but received no response. Had he left? As Nianqi sat up, the covers slipped away, revealing her translucent nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure. Her legs, clad in black stockings, bore several tears, rendering them unwearable. Just as she prepared to rise, her delicate foot touched something unexpected. A startled gasp escaped her lips as she recognized a familiar voice. Nianqi peered under the bed and discovered Hu Chen sprawled on the floor, half covered by the blankets. To her astonishment, one of her petite feet rested on his chest, while the other inadvertently graced his face. "Hu Chen, why are you sleeping on the floor?" she inquired, bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, her expression adorably naive. She could only recall their late-night escapades from the previous evening. Hu Chen, vexed yet devising a plan, retorted, "Isn't this your doing?" "Me?" she replied, her surprise palpable. "Your sleeping habits are atrocious. You pushed me off the bed in the middle of the night." Seizing the opportunity while she was off guard, he grasped both of her tiny feet. This was purely accidental. Nianqi faltered under his accusation, acknowledging her own restless sleeping patterns, which may indeed have contributed to his predicament. Moreover, after the events of the previous night, she felt a twinge of apprehension toward him, fearing that he might unleash his primal instincts once more. Thankfully, he had not lost control completely, or else he would not be so composed now. "Please, let go of me," she implored. "Are you not going to apologize for your misdeeds?" Hua-chun smirked, as if he had unearthed her vulnerability, teasing her with newfound confidence. I'm sorry. It was unintentional." Nianqi hastily sought to placate him, aware of his mischievous intent. However, Hua-chun was not inclined to adhere to the expected script. "I do not accept that." Before she could react, he lunged forward, pinning her beneath him, her long legs draped over his shoulders. A gasp escaped her lips. This position was decidedly precarious. "Hua-chun, calm down. Such public displays are inappropriate." "I cannot calm down," he declared, and in an instant, he descended upon her, their lips meeting in a fervent embrace. Since Nianqi had inadvertently provoked Hua-chun, he had grown increasingly audacious in his pursuits. In the past, there was at least some restraint, but now, she finds herself constantly tested against her limits. Over the course of several days, Nianqi expressed her inability to be provoked further, retreating to her room with her blanket in hand. Yet, despite her efforts, she was once again carried back by Hua-chun. Nianqi felt as though she was being mentally tormented daily. The overwhelming sensation of being caught in a tug-of-war left her both furious and agitated, while her frail constitution rendered her no match for any man. On the production side, Zhang Lian's intentions towards Nianqi remained unspoken, yet Nianqi held evidence of her nefarious designs. Whenever they crossed paths, it was as if a mouse encountered a cat, causing Zhang to scurry away in fright. Meanwhile, a fellow actor, playing the third male lead, frequently hovered around her, incessantly seeking her attention and inquiring about her well-being. Nianqi recalled that Li Shui had mentioned her admiration for this actor, named Xiao Yuan. The name seemed familiar, yet she could not place it, although instinctively he irked her. His smile struck her as disingenuous and overly theatrical. Days turned into weeks, and before she realized it, 2 months had slipped by. The filming schedule for Nianqi was drawing to a close. As the sun began to set and dusk enveloped the sky, she prepared for her final scene, which would mark the completion of the shoot. This pivotal moment depicted the princess confronting her father, the emperor, for the first time. She portrayed a character driven by ambition yet lacking in guile, boldly demanding the same succession rights as her royal brothers. Such audacious demands naturally provoked outrage and condemnation from the majority of the court. Undeterred, the princess believed her father would recognize her capabilities, convinced she could become a true emperor, having adeptly managed political affairs just as well as her elder brother. However, her naivety led to a severe rebuke from the emperor, resulting in her confinement for 6 months. This setback ultimately set her on a path toward villainy. Having participated in the filming for 2 months, Nianqi's talent flourished under the guidance of professional instructors, and her acting skills advanced significantly. In this particular scene, she delivered a poignant portrayal of her character's grievances and indignation. With the director's call of cut, "That's a wrap," the crew erupted in applause. Surrounded by her colleagues, Nianqi was enveloped in their shared joy. After the initial celebrations, she sought a quiet corner to rest, and upon regaining her composure, she realized her work was complete. At that moment, Assistant Director Chenjun approached her. "Xiaoxi, today marks your wrap, and we are moving into the next phase of production. We are having a team dinner, and you should join us. Teacher Zhang Lingyu will be there as well." Zhang Lingyu, the acclaimed actress portraying the adult version of the princess, had been a source of support for Nianqi during their time together on set, offering guidance to enhance her performance. In her previous life, Zhang was known for her remarkable talent and virtuous character, which earned Nianqi's deep respect and trust. Upon hearing that Zhang would also attend, Nianqi readily agreed without hesitation. Chen Jun's face lit up with delight. "Great, I will inform teacher Zhang Lingyu right away." Having spoken, he hurriedly departed, clearly with more pressing matters to attend to. Nianqi subsequently sent a message to Hua-chun on her phone. "The film crew is having a dinner gathering today. You can dine by yourself." "Nianqi, you heartless woman." Nianqi smiled gently, already envisioning Hua-chun's exasperated expression on the other side of the screen. However, she remained composed, entirely unperturbed. Remember to pick me up, all right? Huichin, well aware of Nianqi's stubborn nature, understood that once she made a decision, it was unlikely to change, and he could only acquiesce with a sigh. All right. Stay safe, don't drink, and be sure to inform me of the time and location. Got it. By the way, I have a surprise in store for you. Nianqi felt a twinge of curiosity, unsure of what mischief he was plotting this time. Can you give me a hint? I won't tell you. So mysterious. If only you could be this reserved with me, I would be eternally grateful. Nianqi sensed her own boundaries were diminishing, inching ever closer to breaching that wall. That is utterly impossible. Chapter 68. The shrimp headman. Shortly after the conversation concluded, the illustrious actress Zhang Lingyu personally sought out Nianqi. As a renowned figure in the film industry, Zhang Lingyu maintained her appearance impeccably, exuding grace and poise with every gesture and smile. Congratulations on wrapping up the shoot. Your performance was commendable, she remarked. Thank you, esteemed teacher. It is your guidance that made it possible, Nianqi replied. Zhang Lingyu smiled warmly. I have taken a liking to you. You possess both talent and diligence. Do you have any interest in delving deeper into the entertainment industry? So, I could mentor you. Upon hearing this, Nianqi was momentarily taken aback. To be recognized by such an influential figure was undeniably a cause for joy. Yet, as a freshman in college, she felt constrained by time. Moreover, her recent experience over the past 2 months, akin to social practice, had rekindled memories of her previous life as a corporate drone. Exhausting labor accompanied by incessant criticism. Being an actress, it seemed, was not as delightful as it appeared. She realized that remaining at home as a carefree individual was far more appealing, especially with Huichin providing for her needs. Sighing, she reflected on her earlier thoughts of self-sufficiency, only to find herself now in a contradictory state. Thank you for your kind offer, but I wish to complete my studies before considering any other pursuits. Zhang Lingyu, upon hearing her response, did not press the matter further and expressed her understanding. Indeed, education is paramount. Let us exchange contact information, so we may stay in touch. Nianqi accepted this suggestion, and they promptly exchanged their details. Soon, the day's filming for the entire crew came to a close. Under the director's direction, everyone proceeded to a nearby restaurant named Fula. With a large crew, the entire establishment was reserved for their gathering. Before taking their seats, Zhang Lingyu suddenly spotted Xiao Yuan among the crowd and quickly pulled Nianqi aside, whispering, Xiao Shi, I've noticed Xiao Yuan has been hovering around you lately. You two haven't grown too close, have you? Nianqi paused in surprise and quickly clarified, You misunderstand. There is nothing between us. Zhang Lingyu sighed in relief and then cautioned, That's good to hear. Keep your distance from him. He is not a good person. Nianqi felt a twinge of confusion. Although she held no fondness for Xiao Yuan, she had not deemed him a villain. However, Zhang Lingyu soon elucidated her concerns. To put it in the words of your generation, he is a cad, a playboy, and might even be worse than that. Nianqi immediately understood. She had heard Xiao Yuan's name more than once but had no direct scenes with him, leaving her relatively uninformed about his character. She only knew that he appeared to be a member of a foreign idol group, holding foreign nationality, and upon returning to the country, he pursued both acting and singing, garnering a legion of young admirers with his striking looks and distinctive electronic music. Even now, he was the object of adoration among the young women in the crew. Indifferent to him, Nianqi felt a newfound caution instilled by Zhang Lingyu's warning. Inside the Fula restaurant, laughter and joy echoed through the private rooms. When it came time to select a room, Nianqi deliberately sought out the one where Zhang Lingyu was seated. Many of those present are young, with several being alumni of Nianqi. After more than 2 months of filming, she has become familiar with others, and dining together does not feel overly awkward. Nianqi is quite popular among the girls, engaged in discussions typically reserved for women. Yet, she finds herself at a loss for words. Despite having transitioned into a woman for quite some time, she still feels uneasy in the company of genuine females, as they are remarkably open. She has already begun to wish for time to pass more swiftly. Naturally, at a banquet, dishes and drinks are indispensable. Faced with the collective invitation to raise their glasses, Nianqi, not wanting to be a wet blanket, can only shake her head in polite refusal. She is well aware of her poor tolerance for alcohol. While she managed decently in her previous life as a man, in this life as a woman, she has become a lightweight. The prospect of becoming inebriated and speaking foolishly is far too embarrassing. Moreover, Huachun had also advised her against it. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Nianqi had thought the gathering would proceed smoothly, only to be surprised by Xiao Yuan, who doggedly pursued her like an unyielding adhesive. Seizing the opportunity when a girl next to Nianqi departed, he audaciously took her place. Ignoring the furrowed brow of Nianqi, he engaged with the others at the table. Handsome and eloquent, Xiao Yuan quickly stirred the emotions of the group with his charming demeanor. Even Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but admire his performance. It is a pity that such talent is not applied to noble endeavors. Had she not inadvertently learned of his clandestine activities, she might have considered him an exemplary young man. When the girl returned and saw her seat usurped by the popular idol, she could only begrudgingly vacate to another room. Xiao Shi, try this. It's delicious, Xiao Yuan insisted, serving her food with enthusiasm. Nianqi's eyes involuntarily twitched at the sight of the dish mixed with cilantro. I do not eat cilantro. In that moment, she wished she could produce a desert eagle and give him a couple of stern reminders. However, she forced a smile and politely replied, "Thank you, but I can serve myself." She then sought a new bowl. Yet, Xiao Yuan persistently expressed his concern, serving her dish after dish, as if to draw her attention or subtly convey to others that their relationship was exceptionally close. He remained silent, diligently serving food, disregarding Nianqi's repeated refusals. Those in the know were left speechless, while the uninformed were genuinely deceived. Is Brother Yuan dating Xiao Shi? How sweet! How wonderful! I wish I had a boyfriend like Brother Yuan. Is that something to discuss? Won't it affect Brother Yuan's career? The ignited spirits of gossipers buzzed with chatter, making it hard for anyone to interject. Xiao Yuan acquiesced, even feigning seriousness. If a girl enamored with him were to be swept away by such flattery, coupled with the handsome man's sweet words, it was likely that they would soon begin to connect, ultimately leading to inevitable entanglement. Regrettably, in the eyes of Nianqi, Xiao Yuan has now transformed into a rather undesirable figure, eliciting a plethora of disdain. Let there be no misunderstanding. I do have a boyfriend, and it is not him. Nianqi could not help but clarify, consciously shifting her chair to increase the distance between herself and Xiao Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan remained unperturbed, responding in a half-joking yet somewhat aggrieved manner. Xiao Shi, you need not fabricate a boyfriend merely to reject me. It truly saddens me. Nianqi found his demeanor increasingly irksome. Is he attempting to engage in a psychological game? Is he betting on my lack of a boyfriend? If I were single, he could persist in his pursuit, and if I were not, he could merely dismiss it as a jest without consequence. How infuriating! Xiao Shi, I recall your boyfriend came to see you, didn't he? I caught a glimpse of him from afar. He is quite a handsome lad. Zhang Lingyu, sensing Nianqi's discomfort, interjected to offer her a reprieve. Nianqi promptly responded in tacit agreement. Indeed, his name is Huachun. On my first day here, I was completely in the dark, and he negotiated the contract with the director on my behalf. The two engaged in lively conversation, subtly countering the earlier remarks, leaving the onlookers visibly awkward, especially Xiao Yuan, whose expression turned quite sour. Ultimately, unable to tolerate the uncomfortable atmosphere any longer, Nianqi excused herself under the pretense of retouching her makeup and departed. As she walked away, Xiao Yuan fell into silence, staring blankly at the tableware, lost in thought. He was aware that Nianqi had completed her filming today, and she was not part of the entertainment industry. Thus, this evening represented his singular opportunity. Xiao Yuan had noticed Nianqi long before. She was unlike any girl he had previously dated. She was optimistic, cheerful, independent, and opinionated, qualities many girls possessed, yet only Nianqi captivated him. At that moment, he entertained the notion of winning her over. A boyfriend? Ha! He likely is just an ordinary lad from a modest background. Among his past girlfriends, he had not been a stranger to subtly claiming them for himself. However, burdened by his idol persona, Xiao Yuan found it difficult to pursue her earnestly, mistakenly believing that his charm alone would be sufficient to capture her attention. In truth, this was often the case for most girls. A touch of earnestness and a modicum of care could easily establish a connection. Subsequently, employing certain tactics to win her heart would not pose a significant challenge. This had been Xiao Yuan's usual strategy, one that had never failed him before. Yet, these methods seemed ineffective with Nianxi. It appeared that he would need to resort to more unconventional means. Chapter 69. Do not touch me. Nianxi stood before the mirror in the restroom, letting out a helpless sigh. All she desired was to lead a tranquil life, yet she consistently found herself entangled in troublesome romantic pursuits. Contemplating the fact that Xiaoyuan was now aware of her relationship, she reasoned that a person of sound judgment would naturally withdraw. Steeling herself, Nianxi returned to the private room. Upon her return, Xiaoyuan hastily rose, his expression laden with regret as he nervously rubbed his hands together, resembling a timid puppy that had just received a reprimand. I sincerely apologize, Xiaoxi. I was unaware of your boyfriend and inadvertently offended you. Please forgive me, he stated, bowing earnestly as if he genuinely recognized his misstep. Nianxi was taken aback by his sudden apology. Having presumed him to be an arrogant and discourteous individual, she was surprised to find his demeanor rather sincere. Though her perception of Xiaoyuan had slightly improved, her fondness for him remained scant, primarily due to his audacious decision to serve her cilantro. Among the trifecta of things she despised most were legless creatures, those with excessive legs, and cilantro. No worries, I didn't take it to heart. Nianxi waved her hand dismissively. As she prepared to take her seat, Xiaoyuan seemed to feel that his apology was insufficient. Allow me to toast you as a gesture of my remorse, he declared, lifting 2 glasses of white liquor from the table and presenting one to Nianxi. His fingers, slender and defined, steadied the glass while his pale, delicate hand gently covered the rim. The clear liquid inside rippled from the recent movement. For reasons unknown, Nianxi sensed something amiss. However, regardless of her intuition, she was resolute in her decision not to drink. I accept your apology, but I shall refrain from consuming alcohol. I do not drink, she asserted. Does that mean you still have not forgiven me? Nianxi was rendered speechless. While his apology was indeed sincere, his persistent demeanor was exceedingly irksome. Yet, as a courteous individual, she refrained from voicing her irritation. Instead, she lifted a cup of tea from the table. In that case, I shall accept your apology with tea in place of wine, she proclaimed. Without waiting for Xiaoyuan's response, she added, I shall drink, and you may do as you please. With that, she boldly downed the tea, leaving one to wonder if it were indeed alcohol. Xiaoyuan found himself awkwardly holding his glass, suspended in indecision, unsure whether to set it down or continue holding it. Nianxi, however, paid him no mind. Having accepted his apology with her tea, she wished for no further discourse. She took her seat, dismissing Xiaoyuan entirely. Beside her, Zhang Lingyu discreetly gave Nianxi a thumbs up. Xiaoyuan, undeterred by the interaction, perceived it as an increased challenge and smirked inwardly, unnoticed by others. With over an hour remaining before the conclusion of the gathering and a hearty meal consumed, someone proposed a game to pass the time. The group readily agreed, and after a brief discussion, they began to play a game where every player, in turn, would count numbers. Upon reaching 3 or any multiple thereof, they would clap and shout pass. Should one mistakenly utter the number, they would face a penalty, whether that be drinking or another consequence, before the next participant resumed counting. Zhang Lingyu was not particularly fond of playing games, so she decided to leave early. Perhaps it was simply the initial unfamiliarity with the game. The players before her often made mistakes, resulting in penalties of drinking, which provoked peals of laughter from the others. The room was filled with a cacophony of joy and mirth. Nianxi was fortunate, managing to evade several rounds of penalties, secretly reveling in her luck. However, fortune does not always favor one, and Nianxi eventually found herself in a predicament. She could not drink alcohol. How could she possibly face such a penalty? The others were unyielding. A loss must be met with a punishment. We are all in this together, so why should you receive special treatment? Nianxi grappled with the decision of whether to sip a small amount. Surely just one drink wouldn't be too detrimental? At that moment, Xiao Yuan spoke up to her rescue. Since she cannot drink, let us not put her in a difficult position. I believe many of us here are not accustomed to drinking either. Upon hearing this, Several others who were not adept at drinking expressed their agreement. No one wished to become completely inebriated over a mere game. After all, who knows what one might say or do when intoxicated? How about this? 1 cup of alcohol shall equal 3 cups of tea. Xiao Yuan swiftly devised an alternative, pouring 3 cups of tea and handing them to Nianxi in one fluid motion. Nianxi had no choice. Having lost the game, she accepted the punishment without question and downed the tea in one go. 3 cups of tea went down without her feeling anything amiss. The game continued. After several more rounds, Nianxi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and made another mistake. The crowd erupted in cheers for her penalty. Reluctantly, she consumed another 3 cups of tea. To her surprise, the feeling of disorientation intensified. One of the cups had an unusual taste, spicy perhaps. Let us keep going. The others, engrossed in the game, cheered on. I think I'll sit this one out. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Nianxi supported her forehead, her face flushed, resembling a tipsy enchantress, captivating the gaze of the gentlemen around her, who blushed in response. No way, Xiaoxi, you can get tipsy off tea? Some of the girls, who were also enjoying the game, began to tease her. Xiao Yuan exclaimed in surprise, I'm so sorry. It seems I mistakenly poured you alcohol instead of tea. Is everything all right? Nianxi shot him a bewildered glance. You confused tea with alcohol? Was that intentional? Yet, she could not quite comprehend how a single cup of alcohol could leave her in such a daze. Had her tolerance diminished so drastically? Nianxi's mind was a muddled haze, and at that moment, she could think of nothing else but to pull out her phone and send a message to Huachun. Huachun, come pick me up. What happened? I'm on my way. Huachun sensed something was amiss from the urgency in her words. Normally, she would have said come pick me up or been more direct, rather than this hurried tone, even forgetting to include punctuation. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Did you drink? Wait for me 5 minutes. On the other side, after sending a message to Huachun, Nianxi intended to step outside for some fresh air. She felt that the room was becoming increasingly warm, and her body was also uncomfortably heated. It struck her as peculiar. No, something was amiss. This tea. This wine. Nianxi's consciousness began to blur, and even the figure before her appeared to be double. The voices around her grew increasingly distorted. Xiao Yuan, perceiving that the moment was ripe, rose and took Nianxi by the arm. It seemed she had intoxicated herself. Thus I shall escort her home. With that, he grasped Nianxi's shoulders, attempting to lead her away. Startled, she instinctively struggled, murmuring, Don't touch me. Chapter 70. The drunken concubine, however, Nianxi's voice was too faint, and her inebriated demeanor failed to attract anyone's attention as she was enveloped by Xiao Yuan and led out of the private room. Nianxi felt a pervasive heat coursing through her body, her consciousness somewhat hazy, yet her instinct warned her that the current situation was perilous, causing her body to remain tense. Xiaoxi is drunk? At that moment, they collided with Assistant Director Qinjun, who was returning from the restroom. Qinjun, with his robust figure, blocked a significant portion of the pathway. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to halt and engage in conversation with him. Had a few too many, couldn't talk him out of it. Qinjun sighed upon noticing Nianxi's dazed expression. The youth these days, really. Old Li is completely smashed too. We have some hangover soup over at our place. No need, Brother Chen. I'll just take her home to rest. Xiao Yuan hastily waved his hand in refusal. Perhaps his urgency raised Qinjun's suspicions. No. I want tea go. Nianxi struggled with all her might, but to no avail. She was merely seen as an excuse by Xiao Yuan. Look, she's already rambling. Are you sure? Qinjun still appeared somewhat doubtful. When did they become so close? SNT Xiao, she's supposed to have a boyfriend? Of course. Rest assured. Do you not trust me? Xiao Yuan assured confidently, patting his chest with a righteous air. Qinjun had heard some rumors about Xiao Yuan, but in an era where the internet was rife with both praise and disparagement, it was difficult to discern the truth. Perhaps Xiao Yuan's usual demeanor had been commendable enough that, in Qinjun's eyes, he did not resemble the person depicted in the rumors. Otherwise, he would not have been granted another opportunity to join the crew. For a moment, Qinjun lowered his guard. All right, let me know when you're safe. Sure thing. Xiao Yuan replied obediently. Chen Jun then stepped aside to allow the two to pass. Xiao Yuan led Nianxi out of the restaurant, believing they had overcome all obstacles. As winter approached, the night sky loomed overhead, accompanied by a biting wind. At that moment, Nianxi, feeling somewhat lightheaded, found herself momentarily revived by the chill. Seeing that the surroundings were deserted, Xiao Yuan revealed his true intentions. Behave, I'll take you somewhere fun.
No.
I want to go. Nianxi exerted all her strength to push him away. She stumbled and fell to the ground, only to find her body completely weakened, unable to muster any strength to rise. Just yield to me. Xiao Yuan grinned wickedly as he approached, forcibly helping her up and pulling her toward his car. He was impatient to have this enchanting figure beneath him, relishing the sight of Nianxi's awareness slowly unraveling under the influence of the substance. Nianxi desperately sought to maintain her clarity, never relinquishing her resistance. Yet her body betrayed her, growing feeble and her mind clouded, devoid of coherent thought. Huaching. Why haven't you arrived yet? Nianxi regretted ever attending this wretched gathering. She wished she had been more vigilant of Xiao Yuan, realizing she should have distanced herself from him at the outset. Who could have imagined that such a scoundrel existed in this world, let alone that she would cross paths with him? Alas, there are no ifs in life, thought Nianxi. At that moment, a crimson Ferrari roared to a halt beside them. The thunderous sound of the supercar startled Xiao Yuan, causing him to momentarily freeze. Ho Chun emerged from the driver's seat like a deity descending from the heavens, and his gaze immediately fell upon Nianxi and the forceful grip of Xiao Yuan upon her. Yet he instinctively called out, "Cici." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Nianxi's senses sharpened, and with an unexpected surge of strength, she broke free from Xiao Yuan's grasp and sprinted towards Ho Chun. With a leap, she clung to him like a koala, her body radiating warmth, subconsciously twisting in a manner that stirred the embers of desire within. In an instant, the fierce expression on Ho Chun's face softened as he gently patted Nianxi's back, as one would comfort a child. However, this tenderness was fleeting. The next moment, his piercing gaze was fixed upon Xiao Yuan with the intensity of an eagle. If looks could kill, Xiao Yuan would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. In truth, had the law permitted, Ho Chun would have relished the opportunity to inflict 1,000 tortures upon this wretch. Nianxi, having never paid attention to the entertainment industry in her past life, did not recognize him. Yet Ho Chun knew immediately who he was. This was Xiao Yuan, the disgraced star from his previous life, notorious for his numerous malevolent deeds committed under the guise of celebrity. Ho Chun had intended to expel him from the production team and later find a way to eradicate this malignant presence entirely. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Yuan would appear here, and worse yet, set his sights on Nianxi. Excellent. It seems Li Lei did not regard the scion of the Ho family with any seriousness. For now, however, the priority was to escort Nianxi to a safe haven. Remember this day. I will ensure you regret it. Ho Chun cast a disdainful remark at Xiao Yuan before turning away, cradling Nianxi in his arms as they departed. The crimson supercar roared back to life and sped away. Xiao Yuan, coming back to his senses, clenched his fists. He was not intimidated by Ho Chun. After all, he didn't even know him. What of driving a Ferrari? In this day and age, anyone could rent a luxury car. Xiao Yuan still believed Ho Chun to be an ordinary individual. Even if he were aware of his ulterior motives, what could he possibly do? The red streak of light sped through the night. Ho Chun's expression was grave as he focused intently on the road ahead. Ever since he received Nianxi's message, a dreadful thought had consumed his mind, urging him to accelerate. The joy of acquiring a new car evaporated in an instant. He knew Nianxi would never act provocatively. Thus, his anger surged. He was furious at himself for having promised to protect her, yet allowing her to come to harm. He could neither forgive himself nor the one who sought to harm her. Unbeknownst to him, Nianxi in the passenger seat was becoming increasingly restless due to the warmth enveloping her. The sweet scent of milk filled the car, teasing Ho Chun's senses and causing him to unconsciously reduce his speed. Safety. Ho Chun's arrival allowed Nianxi to finally relax, no longer needing to strain to maintain her composure. In this moment, reason shatters. Chapter 71. The first time Ho Chun could only endure Nianxi's teasing as he was still driving. Why are you not speaking? Nianxi, with her enchanting eyes and glistening skin, had a few strands of hair sticking to her forehead, adding an alluring charm to her appearance. She twisted her delicate body, her slender waist swaying like a willow in the breeze. Both her movements and stillness were utterly captivating. Yet he had to restrain himself. Not now. He needed to exercise self-control. Although Nian-shi was undeniably adorable at this moment, he was driving, and it was perilous. Nian-shi pushed away, instantly felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Do you not like me anymore? Is it because my charm is insufficient, or have you lost interest? It is I who have become ungrounded. Then do you wish for me to say something enticing? I know what you like. At this moment, the effects of the medication began to invade her mind, making her body feel increasingly feverish, causing her to tremble involuntarily. See. Can you still distinguish who I am? Ho-chun gasped for breath, his emotions stirred, and he found it difficult to suppress the rising passion within him. Of course. You are Ho-chun, my husband. Were you not the one pursuing me back then? Why do you seem to wish to deny it now? I must tell you I truly despise you. Upon hearing this, the corner of Ho-chun's eye twitched involuntarily. You really dare to say that? But soon, he burst into laughter. My disdain for you makes me feel unlike myself. My disdain for you binds me closer to you. Yet, I adore you so much. What is it you like about me? I do not like you. I love you. Now that is more like it. What is it that you love about me? Knowing full well. But do you love me? This heartless woman. Has she forgotten the daily declarations of love? Or has she grown weary of saying it too often? Despite knowing that Nian-shi was not in her right mind at the moment, he still felt a twinge of irritation. Ho-chun gritted his teeth and declared, Of course, I like you. I love you. But what if one day you grow weary of me? Weary? Why would I ever grow weary? She seemed perpetually afraid of such a scenario. Why did she worry? Did she fear that I might abandon her one day?
Impossible.
You know, I am not like other women. I was once a man. What if one day you decide to leave me because of that? I'd have nowhere to cry. Having lived together for so long, it felt as though they had returned to the time before they were together, where she wrestled with a matter that could determine the course of her life. She had once agonized over whether she could accept being with another man after having been one herself. And what about now? That day will never come, I swear. Ho-chun said earnestly. I do not believe you. Then what must I do for you to believe me? Nian-shi found herself at a loss for words. As they spoke, Ho-chun had already driven to their residence and parked the luxurious car. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, he unfastened his seatbelt and leaned over to capture her lips. After a long moment, Nian-shi found herself no longer wishing to ponder anything. Do you believe me now? If I were to disdain you, why would I even touch you? I do not harbor disdain now, nor will I in the future. What thoughts occupy your little mind? With a hint of annoyance, Ho-chun tapped her forehead lightly. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. I can no longer restrain myself. My mind is clouded. It feels as though thousands of ants are crawling within me. Ho-chun's mind momentarily faltered. Although he had often indulged in Nian-shi's charms, the two had never crossed that perilous line. At the previous pace, it would likely take a long time to sever that line. But now, all right. Late at night, Ho-chun swept Nian-shi into his arms, kicked the door open, and shut it behind them with a decisive motion. They staggered together until they reached the bedside. Chapter 72. Avenge you. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed the earth in warmth. Yet, within a certain room, a trace of crimson lay upon the sheets. They began as equals, only for the girl to gradually falter, ultimately reduced to desperate pleas. Each moment was a cherished memory. It was not until the dawn broke that the man finally lowered his banner. In the afternoon, the two stirred from their slumber. Nian-shi suddenly recalled the events of the previous night, the things she had done and said to Ho-chun, and the realization that she had been the one to take the initiative. All of it flooded back to her in that moment of awakening, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of shame. She curled herself tightly beneath the covers, as if to escape the world. My dear, you'll stifle yourself like this. Come out quickly. Ho-chun gently patted her through the blanket. Ouch! Nian-shi gasped, the light touch causing her discomfort. In response, she buried herself even deeper into the covers. Leave me alone. I won't come out. It's too embarrassing. What have I even said? I can't face anyone. Just rest well. Leave the rest to me, Huachun remarked before rising to wash up. The only reply he received was Nianxi's muffled whimper of grievance. After his ablutions, Huachun prepared to head out to address the troubles of the previous night. Before leaving, he reassured Nianxi, "Don't worry. I will not let that scoundrel who dared to harm you escape unpunished." With that, he departed, heading straight for the film set. Though Nianxi remained cocooned in her blankets, she heard his words clearly. She harbored no doubts about Huachun's capabilities, and this matter no longer required her concern. Despite the influence of the medication and the alcohol, she did not forget the events of the previous night. Rather, they were etched vividly in her mind. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the man who had attempted to violate her. Yet her thoughts were now a chaotic whirlwind. Everything had unfolded so swiftly that she hadn't had time to process it all. Reflecting on their time together, it struck her that she had been with Huachun for less than a year, merely a semester, and yet they had traversed the entire journey. The final step had been taken without even the slightest preparation. What on earth was happening? Now, she found herself utterly at a loss for what to do. She lay there for an indeterminate length of time, until the ache in her body began to subside. Nianxi decided to indulge in a refreshing hot shower to alleviate her physical and mental fatigue. However, she soon noticed something that troubled her even more. Throughout all those instances, the absence of the little umbrella had been conspicuous. Oh no, this is serious. Then, her bewilderment transformed into a torrent of anger directed at Huachun. Am I the only one being irrational? Don't you think about safety measures? What if something happens? Frustrated, she sent him a message filled with indignation. Huachun, may you meet your end. This was already quite civilized. At this moment, under the mounting pressure from the production team, Huachun observed the message sent by his wife, a wave of confusion surging within him amidst his fury. What had transpired? Just a moment ago, everything had been perfectly fine. Why was she suddenly upset? Nevertheless, this perplexity did not diminish his commanding presence. All members of the crew, including the director and producers, who had attended the gathering the previous night, stood together with their heads bowed, resembling students awaiting punishment. Director Li Lei and Assistant Director Chen Jun were at the forefront, scarcely daring to breathe. Huachun sat regally in his chair, his crossed legs enhancing his regal demeanor. I require an explanation, Li Lei. What do you have to say for yourself? Although Director Li Lei held considerable renown in the entertainment industry, he recognized that in comparison to those in higher positions, he was but a mere figure. He understood the gravity of his predicament. Not only had he defied young Master Hua's orders, but he had also nearly committed an irreparable mistake regarding the individual he had granted a favor. I sincerely apologize, young Master Hua. We shall investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Huachun scoffed. I distinctly recall instructing you to replace him. Did you presume that my lack of a position within the company rendered my words insignificant? Li Lei could not refute this. Xiao Yuan's popularity promised substantial profits for the entire production, a fact that was undeniably apparent. Young Master Hua had recently become quite renowned within the Hua Corporation and its subsidiaries across various industries, though he had experienced a slight lull since the start of the university semester. In light of the potential benefits, Li Lei had taken a gamble, but unfortunately, he had lost. As long as Xiao Yuan remained compliant, even if his breach of order was discovered, the worst consequence would likely be a reduction in salary or a monetary penalty. After all, young Master Hua was not one to relish punishing his subordinates. As long as they proved capable, there was always a glimmer of opportunity. However, Li Lei could not have anticipated that Xiao Yuan would dare to commit such a heinous act, particularly with designs on young Master Hua's wife. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? Their young Master Hua was no ordinary figure. Li Lei, Chen Jun, and the other directors and producers found themselves under immense pressure. As the details of the incident were recounted by those present, Xiao Yuan's vile nature began to emerge. Xiao Yuan, who had been hiding among the crowd, had initially been merely surprised to see Huachun, never expecting that this impoverished youth would actually pursue him. However, witnessing the deference with which even Li Lei and Chen Jun, to whom he usually had to ingratiate himself, treated Huichan filled him with dread. Upon realizing that Huichan was, in fact, the ultimate authority within the production, he began to nervously nibble on his nails. While he had some backing, he believed the capital behind him would shield him. Yet, if his misdeeds were exposed, no one would be able to protect him. Reflecting on his misfortune, he lamented how he had inadvertently provoked the ire of someone in power. His attempts at deception had backfired spectacularly. That woman, too. Why couldn't she simply enjoy her role as a canary? Why did she have to venture into acting? At this juncture, Huichan had grasped the entirety of the situation and subsequently directed his ire towards him. "You step forward." The simple yet powerful words commanded respect, prompting the surrounding actors to part and create a path beside Xiao Yuan. Without further ado, Huichan delivered his ultimatum. "You now have 3 choices. First, exit the production and pay the penalty for breach of contract. Second, in a more crude manner, kneel and apologize, and we shall consider the matter closed. Third, I will expose your past transgressions to the media and let them decide your fate." Though spoken with authority, Xiao Yuan secretly reveled in the situation, realizing that Huichan was unaware of his drugging of the woman in question. He only seemed to be aware of some of Xiao Yuan's previous misdeeds, which he appeared indifferent to. Otherwise, a man of honor would not remain so composed. Little did Xiao Yuan know, in Huichan's eyes, he was merely a jester. However, Xiao Yuan understood that resolving the matter today would be no easy feat, whether to withdraw from the production and incur a substantial penalty, face imprisonment if the truth came to light, or kneel and sacrifice his dignity before the onlookers. He was a man who knew when to yield, having navigated such choices throughout his years. Ultimately, he opted for the lesser of 3 evils. With a slight bend of his knees, he succumbed to the ground. "Wait." Just as Xiao Yuan prepared to apologize, Huichan halted him, smirking as he retrieved his phone to record. "Continue, bow your head." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's expression darkened, his anger surging within him, yet he could only suppress it. All eyes were upon him, and at that moment, he perceived mocking smiles reflected in their gazes. The humiliation tightened his fists. Those unaware of Xiao Yuan's past actions deemed Huichan's demeanor atrocious. Kneeling was insufficient. It seemed he was to bow his head as well. Was this some archaic trope of dominance? While crude, the domineering figure was undeniably striking. Under immense pressure, Xiao Yuan finally bowed his head to Huichan. With a thunderous declaration of "I'm sorry," the venue fell into an eerie silence. Huichan said nothing, merely watching him with a quiet intensity. Xiao Yuan remained on the ground, enduring what felt like an eternity, each moment a torment. Finally, a cold, detached chuckle broke the stillness. Chapter 73. Such words should not be uttered. Huichan let out a cold laugh, rising to depart without casting another glance at the still kneeling Xiao Yuan, whom he regarded as no more than refuse. As he passed Li Lei, he coldly commanded, "Tell him to leave." "Understood," Li Lei acknowledged, aware that Master Hua's vengeance was far from complete. Huichan drove away, pondering whether mere kneeling and bowing in apology would suffice. What a jest! Certainly not. Though he often jested in front of Nian Shi, he was consistently aloof and ruthless to the outside world. Having dared to lay a hand on Nian Shi, he would not easily let Xiao Yuan off the hook. It seemed the time had come to employ some of his own strategies. "Perhaps it is best to have you enter early, to prevent you from wreaking further havoc upon others." He then dialed a number, reaching the higher-ups of Xiao Yuan's agency. "Hello? Do you remember this person, Xiao Yuan? Our artist? Why is President Hua concerned about him? Ban him." There was a moment of hesitation on the other end. What had this fellow done to incur the wrath of this esteemed gentleman? Did he do something? "You know very well." "Understood. I will take care of it." After hanging up, Huichan dialed another number, this time reaching a highly reputable news outlet in Huagua. "I have a piece of news that will undoubtedly pique your interest. Since it's from President Hua, it must be substantial." "It is guaranteed to be substantial." Once he had managed matters with the media, Huichan called yet another number. "Hello, I would like to report a case." Meanwhile, at home alone, Nian Shi was in disarray, unsure how to cope, and thus summoned Ji1 for assistance. Upon learning of Nian Shi's ordeal, Ji1 was greatly taken aback. "Wow, I didn't expect your relationship to progress so swiftly." The two sat facing each other, Ji Wen taking Nian Shi's pulse, her expression grave and tinged with a hint of anger. Nian Shi, unable to contain her agitation, urged, "Are you done yet? You've been at it for 2 whole minutes." Ji Wen clicked her tongue and retorted fiercely, "Be quiet. I am thinking." Nian Shi was momentarily silenced, her momentum deflating. "I just want to know if I'm affected. I'm anxious." She poured forth her worries, but Ji Wen, already irritable from being interrupted during her date, was even less pleased. "Can you please refrain from being so detailed? I have no desire to hear it. Why so fierce? Aren't we good friends anymore? You were the one flaunting your affection first. Is that what you call flaunting affection? I'm merely providing the doctor with more information so you can make a better assessment." Ji Wen, feeling helpless, recognized that Nian Shi's knowledge of women's matters was woefully inadequate. At this moment, she appeared utterly foolish, like a fool-less mother opening the door for more fools. Even then, takes about a week to ascertain such things. Who can tell the next day if one is pregnant? Besides, I studied Western medicine. I have only been learning traditional medicine for a mere 2 months. How could I possibly predict with certainty? Nian Shi slumped back in her chair, her head drooping wearily towards the ceiling. Sigh. Is it still possible to take medication at this point? In truth, the sensations in that regard were rather delightful. Otherwise, she would not have become so exuberant and uttered such blush-inducing words. Ji Wen pondered for a moment. It seemed that she would not be able to assume the role of the aunt next year. However, there was still time, though I cannot guarantee anything. This matter is best addressed sooner rather than later. That works. Nian Shi suddenly felt rejuvenated. Yet her back ached and walking was quite laborious, making it exceedingly difficult for her to venture downstairs to procure medicine. She promptly picked up her phone and sent a message to Huichun. "Remember to buy a box of medicine on your way back." In reality, she felt a bit shy about facing him, but perhaps due to the anonymity of the online realm, conversing felt less burdensome. Huichun replied swiftly, "What kind of medicine? Don't play coy." On the other end, Huichun recalled that they had indeed crossed some lines the previous night. It was their first time, and he had been somewhat reckless. Could she be referring to? All right then. Upon seeing his pitiful emoji, Nian Shi's heart softened once more. Ultimately, it was her own lack of caution that led her into a precarious situation. Although it was a close call, if anyone was to be deemed forceful, it would be her compelling him. As if to mend fences, she inquired with genuine concern, "What are you up to?" This time, before she could receive a reply, Ji Wen, beside her, eagerly interjected, "You asked Huichun to buy medicine?" "Yes, even though I'm not sure when he will return, he will definitely come back. I could just go get it for you." "No need. He has reaped so many benefits from me. I must exploit him a bit," Nian Shi declared fiercely. "Why didn't you both consider taking precautions back then?" Nian Shi could only shrug helplessly. Who would have thought that attending a gathering would lead to encountering a scoundrel? Ultimately, it was still his fault. I acted irrationally, but did he not act irrationally as well? A despicable opportunist. Nian Shi began to exhibit her double standards. One moment, she felt she was the proactive one, and the next, she believed Huichun was taking advantage of her vulnerability. Alas, even Ji Wen found this double standard hard to bear. "I must speak on his behalf. To be fair, if you were to cling to me like that, I would struggle to resist." Nian Shi was taken aback. "Are you not my good friend anymore? Why are you defending him? I support reason over personal feelings. However, do share with me your experiences in that regard." Aspiring to become a distinguished physician, Ji Wen was naturally intrigued by the human body, and physiological responses were indeed a worthy subject of study. The moment Nian Shi heard this, she instantly recalled the sensations from last night and this morning, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily changed the subject. "You just scolded me over this. You have no conscience. I was wrong. Now tell me, how far have you and Mu Huai progressed?" Ji Wen was taken aback. "How did you know?" "The other day, I saw you and Huichun shopping together. You two looked quite lovely. By the way, you didn't greet me warmly when you entered. Were you disturbed during your date?" Ji Wen felt a pang of guilt. Unwilling to admit her intentions, she decided to procure medicine for you. With that, she fled as if in a hurry. Just as Ji Wen departed, Nian Shi's phone chimed, signaling a new message. Upon inspection, it was from Huachan. I am avenging you. Video file. Attached was a clip of Xiao Yuan kneeling and fervently apologizing. Nian she couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't anticipated this fellow's method of revenge to be so childish. Yet, despite its immaturity, it was quite satisfying. Is that all? This sour radish shouldn't escape punishment. Merely kowtowing and admitting fault is far from sufficient. Although Nian she possessed a kind heart, she was unyielding when the moment called for severity. Huachun shared this sentiment. Certainly, it is inadequate. Rest assured, within a few days, he will pay a price 1,000-fold more severe. However, from Nian Shi's words, it appeared she still regarded Xiao Yuan merely as a scoundrel with ulterior motives towards her. You truly cannot recognize him? In his previous life, his exploits were quite notorious. I am not concerned with the entertainment industry. Merely surviving is challenging enough. What heinous acts has he committed? Perhaps it is best you remain unaware. Fine. Then he absolutely cannot be let off the hook. I apologize, it is my failure to protect you. You ought to apologize. I am still in pain, and you couldn't be gentler? Just as Huachan was providing evidence to the police and had taken a sip of water, he couldn't help but spit it out upon reading her message. This topic shift was rather abrupt. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Under the disapproving gazes of those around him, he hastily replied, "Let us discuss this at home." Chapter 74. Bewildered by emotions as night fell, Huachun completed all his preparations, awaiting the unfolding of events. What? You inquire about evidence? Xiao Yuan has committed countless reprehensible acts, and evidence is the least of what he possesses. I recall that, in my past life, approximately 3 years hence, a girl who had suffered greatly from her clandestine relationship with Xiao Yuan mustered the courage to step forward. Amidst the outcry of countless fervent supporters of Xiao Yuan, she emerged victorious, leading to his sentencing and subsequent deportation. In this lifetime, Huachun merely expedited the process, and the penalties will undoubtedly be more severe. Upon returning home, Huachun unexpectedly encountered Ji-Wen, who was just about to leave. Noticing the black plastic bag in his hand, Ji-Wen's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she offered him a knowing smile, parting with the words, "Wishing you happiness." She then departed gracefully. Nian she lay languidly on the sofa, her gaze fixed helplessly on the ceiling upon seeing Huachun. Just let it be. It's too embarrassing. After Ji-Wen returned with medicine for her, she had persistently bombarded Nian Shi with questions, displaying a keen interest that was unexpected. Who would have imagined that beneath Ji-Wen's innocent facade lay a spirited heart? The barrage of inquiries left Nian Shi blushing furiously. Now, confronted by Huachun, she felt a twinge of reluctance. "Darling, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt?" Huachun placed the black bag on the table and approached Nian Shi with genuine concern. "Please, don't call me that. I'm not used to it." Nian Shi pleaded, her tone a blend of entreaty and shyness. Typically, he addressed her as she, reserving terms of endearment like wife or beloved for moments of heightened emotion. Nian Shi felt that such straightforward titles were too intimate. Yet today, he had consistently referred to her as wife or beloved, leaving her feeling both uncomfortable and flustered. "You pleading with me is futile. I much prefer the sight of you crying and begging," Huachun remarked playfully, hoping to provoke her into a spirited response. However, Nian Shi lacked the energy to retaliate. Ji-Wen had already exhausted her with relentless inquiries about her feelings, and now he seemed to add salt to her wounds. Enough already. Huachun recognized her reaction, understanding that she remained troubled by the events of the previous night. He knew that although the circumstances had been unavoidable, he was the one who had taken her. Having once been a man, Nian Shi placed greater significance on such matters than most women. The involuntary experience was undoubtedly a profound blow to her. "My love, I shall take full responsibility for you." With a gesture resembling both a farewell and a proposal, he knelt before her, holding her hands tenderly as he spoke softly. Such sweet words. That was my first time, after all. In this life and the last. It was my first. The thought of relinquishing something so precious while intoxicated was maddening, especially as she had been the one to take the initiative. This left Nian Shi feeling enraged with no outlet for her frustration, a deep sense of helplessness engulfing her. I too experienced it for the first time. I beheld the sincerity in his gaze, and in that instant, Nianqi crumpled like a deflated balloon. It seemed that whatever he said, she responded with a weary spirit, devoid of vitality. Do you regret giving it to me? After pondering his words, Nianqi fell into deep contemplation. That aspect held great significance for her. After all, once a man who ought to have been the one exerting strength, he had now become the one bearing the weight. But did she regret giving it to Huochun? Truthfully, not at all. It wasn't. Merely, oh, I had initially thought that such matters should be approached with clarity and understanding, yet unexpectedly, I relinquished it in a daze. How dramatic! If this world were a novel, the author must surely be a fool. Ultimately, it was a fortunate escape. I truly feel grateful, all things considered. It was a narrow escape. Of course you're happy. I'm the one suffering. It's excruciating. Apologies for last night. I assure you I shall be more gentle next time. By the way, do you need me to apply the medicine you requested? With that, Huochun retrieved several small boxes from the black plastic bag he had brought. One contained a pain-relieving ointment, along with several boxes of small umbrellas. What? Nianqi was so exasperated she laughed. I asked you to buy band-aids? Who told you to get these? Huh? Huochun was bewildered. Did I buy the wrong thing? No way. Didn't you say it hurt? You scoundrel. What can I say about you? Your mind is filled with nonsense. At last, Nianqi's anger ignited. She seized the small boxes and hurled them at Huochun. However, the damage was akin to a playful punch to the chest. Insufficient to truly hurt, yet slightly insulting, giving off a rather adorable aura. Realizing the ineffectiveness of her actions, Nianqi crossed her legs and turned her head away, sulking and unwilling to engage with him. Don't be upset. Allow me to tell you a joke to lift your spirits. Though she averted her gaze, she haughtily replied, All right, go on then. One day, little Xi's stomach ached unbearably. Wait. Why is it my stomach? It's just a story. Do not interrupt. Fine. So, little Xi's stomach was in agony, and she said to her stomach, Stomach, please stop hurting. I cannot endure it any longer. Guess what the stomach replied? It's a stomach. How could it respond? It's not human. It said, First of all, I am not called He. I am called Chu Yuxian. Ha 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 ha. Huochun's joke succeeded in making Nianqi laugh heartily. She doubled over in laughter, her stomach aching from mirth, tears streaming down her face. It took her quite some time to regain composure, but even a mere recollection would send her into fits of laughter once more. Nianqi's laughter was infectious, and though Huochun's expression remained largely composed, he couldn't help but join in the merriment. A joyful atmosphere enveloped the two, as if all previous discontent had vanished into thin air. Thank you. Nianqi felt her spirits lifted remarkably, her gaze towards Huochun brimming with affection. As long as you are happy, I would do anything for you, Huochun said, his tone imbued with tenderness. Nianqi was genuinely amused, even finding the leisure to tease him. If I were to ask you to sell yourself, would you? Huochun was not easily swayed by such banter. He swiftly countered, Am I not already yours? Nianqi turned her face away, yet the blush on her ears betrayed her shyness. You only know how to say sweet nothings. Observing her reaction, Huochun realized she had perked up. Yesterday was so chaotic that I didn't get to share the surprise I prepared for you. Oh? Nianqi expressed her confusion, suddenly recalling that Huochun had indeed mentioned something of the sort yesterday. However, the events had unfolded so rapidly that what should have been a delightful surprise had morphed into a shock. It's just downstairs. What is it? Is it something grand? You'll find out when you see it. Come on. I can't walk. You have to carry me. All right. Though he suggested carrying her, Huochun bent down and lifted Nianqi in a princess carry. Let us go. My little wife is about to be whisked away. Nianqi, embarrassed, nestled into his chest, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Before long, she found herself in the parking lot downstairs, where a striking red Ferrari stood out among a sea of black and white Volkswagens. Huochun pressed the car key, causing the lights to flash in response. Do you like it? It's for you. Nianqi was left utterly speechless. Such a supercar had been a distant dream in her previous life. In this life, she doubted she could ever afford one on her own. Yet, Huochun had effortlessly gifted it to her. When did you buy this? How much did it cost? Ever since you mentioned we had no car to give you, I remembered you telling me in your past life that you loved sports cars, so I bought this one. It just took a long time to arrive. It only got here yesterday. I had planned to surprise you, but fate can be unpredictable. Had it not been for the events of the previous night, it was certain that the arrival of this car would have filled Nianqi with joy. Yet now, she found herself unable to focus on it at all. Rather than leaping for joy at the sight of the luxury vehicle, she began to calculate how many years of hard work it would take her to afford one, considering her current funds. Of course, she excluded the money that Huachun had given her, but it was undoubtedly expensive. You're making me feel materialistic. I told you I would take care of you. The bank cards are in your hands. What does it matter if I seem materialistic? Besides, don't I know you well enough? The two locked eyes, their gazes deep and meaningful. Huachun's mind wandered back to the wonderful moments of the previous night. So, do you still want it? Nianqi felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, sensing that the beautiful atmosphere had been shattered. Go away. That night, thunder clashed with fire, and they reveled in the ecstasy of passion. Chapter 75. The holiday begins. Returning home the following day, the two, having overslept, unexpectedly missed their classes. 2 days later, while browsing videos in the evening, Nianqi stumbled upon a piece of news. It reported that a well-known entertainer with the surname Xiao in the entertainment industry was accused of multiple instances of sexual misconduct, as a girl with whom he had been clandestinely involved for years filed a lawsuit against him. Xiao's management company claimed ignorance of his private life, yet he soon faced enormous penalties for breach of contract. Subsequent police investigations confirmed the validity of the allegations against Xiao, and he was set to stand trial on an unspecified date. His downfall was absolute, and no one could come to his aid. Justice was served. Indeed, a week later, Nianqi visited the hospital for a minor checkup, and regrettably, the results indicated that the contraceptive she had been using was still quite effective. Following this, the dynamics between Nianqi and Huachun underwent a dramatic transformation. Nianqi often experienced aches in her back and legs, requiring assistance to walk, yet her complexion appeared rosier, and her skin seemed to glow. Her classmates, with knowing smiles, implied that they understood the unspoken circumstances. However, this only deepened Nianqi's feelings of embarrassment. She felt as though her life had become as eventful as that of any romantic drama. On several occasions, when gazing at her reflection, she fancifully imagined her pupils transforming into heart shapes. Notably, that day coincided with Huachun's birthday, adding a layer of significance to the date each year. One evening, following a particularly passionate encounter, Nianqi chastised Huachun for his reckless behavior. My stockings were not meant to be torn. They weren't expensive, but they aren't disposable either. Look at the mess you've made. How am I supposed to wear them again? Huachun turned his face away, feigning ignorance. What do you mean by that? Thus, amidst playful banter, they enjoyed their time together. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, a semester had elapsed. Haida University had a reputation for announcing holidays rather late, typically just 2 days before the break. By the time the notification arrived, train tickets would be nearly impossible to secure. Consequently, many students relied on rumors which were generally accurate. However, Nianqi and her companions had acquired a car, allowing them to drive home without concern. Despite the car being registered in Nianqi's name, she lacked a driver's license, so Huachun would have to take the wheel. After completing their exams, the students set off on their journeys home, including Nianqi and Huachun. Initially, Nianqi had intended to invite Ji-Wen to join them, but Ji-Wen declined, stating she had already made plans with Mu Huai. Thus, Nianqi had no choice but to proceed alone. Upon returning home, Nianqi packed her belongings, secured the doors and windows, turned off the utilities, and prepared for departure. As the crimson sports car hit the road, it became a striking sight, roaring with a thunderous engine that captivated the attention and admiration of countless passers-by. The drive from the west to the east of the city took over an hour, and the sports car came to a steady halt beneath Nianqi's residence. Having already informed her parents via phone, Nianqi's return did not surprise He-Xian. Instead, she bypassed Nianqi entirely and warmly welcomed Huachun inside. Xiaochun is here. Come in quickly. It's quite chilly outside, isn't it? You must have had a tough journey. Did my little troublemaker give you any trouble? Without the presence of an aunt, Cece flourished. The harmony between the son-in-law and mother-in-law resembled that of a biological mother and son. Nianqi, feeling irked, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Mom, I am your actual child." Hiexan dismissively waved her hand, saying, "Oh, go on, you are of no importance. Just bring Xiaochen back." Nianqi felt aggrieved. Her own mother and partner had conspired to bully her, and she had hoped to find solace in her father's presence upon returning home. However, as she stepped inside, she did not see the familiar figure of comrade Nian Zhangwo. It turned out that he was still at work, and had he been home, the atmosphere might have been quite different. The Xian prepared a sumptuous feast and warmly entertained Huachun. After lunch, they engaged in casual conversation, discussing plans for returning to the countryside. Subsequently, Huachun prepared to depart. After all, they were not yet married, and despite Nianqi's desire to keep him over for the night, he needed to return to his own home. She accompanied him to his car, gesturing a phone signal, saying, "You should head back now. We can contact each other by phone." Just as she turned to leave, Huachun caught her arm. "Wait, have you forgotten something?" "Huh?" Nianqi turned back, puzzled. Before she could comprehend the situation, Huachun pulled her into his embrace. After a moment, feeling her gentle struggles, he reluctantly released her. "You are becoming increasingly outrageous. You could have at least warned me," Nianqi scolded, her slightly swollen lips and flushed cheeks rendering her anger ineffective. "If I had told you, I wouldn't have had the pleasure of seeing your adorable expression," Huachun teased, affectionately ruffling her nose and speaking softly. "Stop it." Nianqi laughed. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I shall take my leave. Hurry and go. You're insufferable." Later that evening, when Nian Zhangwo returned from work and learned that Huachun had visited, he was furious and sought to confront the boor who had taken liberties with his cherished daughter. Supportive as he was, which father could calmly watch as his precious cabbage was plucked? Upon entering the house, he discovered that Huachun had already left, leaving him with pent-up frustration. Nevertheless, the return of his beloved daughter was a cause for celebration. The father and daughter planned to share a few drinks in honor of the occasion, only to be sternly interrupted by Hiexan. The family discussed plans to celebrate the new year in the countryside where Nianqi's grandparents resided. After dinner, Nianqi initiated a video call with Huachun to share the news with him. The young girl lay on her bed, her petite feet playfully swaying, exuding a lively charm. The call connected swiftly. Huachun had just bathed and wore only a shirt, leaning against the headboard. The dim light of the room accentuated his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles, making him appear alluring. Nianqi couldn't help but be captivated. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned quiet, and she felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Huachun relished her reaction, finding her utterly delightful, and felt a surge of satisfaction within. Nianqi shook her head, striving to dismiss any inappropriate thoughts. "So, will you be coming home with me for the new year this year? My mother has been nagging about it." The matter was just brought up at the dining table. Although my father wore a troubled expression, he did not voice any objections. On the other hand, Huachun did not hesitate and promptly replied, "Of course, I am eager to gain your family's approval as soon as possible. This would hasten the day I bring you home as my bride." "What about your family? Shouldn't I accompany them? What do your uncle and aunt say?" "I will discuss it with them later, so do not worry," Huachun replied, pausing slightly. It was highly probable that my father was already aware of her existence, considering I had publicly announced our relationship on social media, and if my mother had seen it, my father certainly had as well. However, Huachun remained uncertain about what my parents had discovered regarding Nianqi and their attitude towards her situation, which required further inquiry. After all, Nianqi's condition was peculiar and challenging for most people to accept. "I am more concerned about how your elders will react to my sudden visit. Can they handle it? After all, their grandson has transformed into a granddaughter who now has a boyfriend. The elderly often take time to embrace new concepts, and it is difficult to imagine how they would cope with the extraordinary event of their grandson becoming a granddaughter, now in a romantic relationship." The last time I returned home, I too was apprehensive. However, I was pleasantly surprised by how quickly my grandparents adapted. They even remarked that they had previously been saving for my bride price, but now they were saving for my dowry. Reflecting on my last visit to my hometown, Nianxi had initially been quite anxious, yet within a couple of days, my grandparents began showering her with affection, making her feel somewhat overwhelmed by their adoration. At that moment, the door to the room swung open abruptly, and Nian Jiangwo barged in, holding a bottle of beer. Eldest son, your mother is asleep. Let us have a drink together. Chapter 76 Acknowledgement from Comrade Nian Jiangwo. Nian, she was taken aback, exclaiming, Dad, I am a girl now. Could you please refrain from barging into my room without knocking? Only then did Nian Jiangwo realize his indiscretion and hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I will be more careful next time. However, he soon noticed the video call interface displayed on Nianxi's phone and inquired, Who are you talking to? Upon realizing she had been exposed, Nianxi hesitated before reluctantly admitting, It's Huichun. What? Nian Jiangwo erupted, Hand me the phone. I need to have a word with him. Nianxi hesitated. What? Are you afraid that Dad might do something to him through the screen? After pondering for a moment and feeling the weight of her father's authority, she finally relented. Fine, but please don't scare him. Although she feared her father would explode like a landmine upon hearing Huichun's name, she hoped he wouldn't take an outright dislike to him. She then handed the phone over. You little girl, not even married yet and already protective. Nian Jiangwo remarked with a hint of annoyance as he glanced at his daughter. Turning to face the phone, he cheerfully called out, Huichun. Yet to Nianxi, that amiable smile seemed as deceptive as that of a smiling tiger. Hello, uncle. Huichun promptly straightened his attire and sat upright, respectfully greeting his future father-in-law upon hearing Nian Jiangwo's voice. Ah, Nian Jiangwo replied happily, much to Nianxi's surprise. I must tell you. Nian Jiangwo took Nianxi's phone and moved to the living room, plopping down on the sofa to chat with Huichun. Nianxi leaned against the doorframe, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation, but the distance from the living room rendered her unable to hear anything clearly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Nian Jiangwo returned, his expression grave as he returned the phone to her. Without uttering a word, he walked away. Nianxi assumed her father's conversation with Huichun had not gone well, given the serious look on his face. Anxiety crept in, and she quickly asked, What did my dad say to you? Huichun chuckled, reassuring her, Don't be anxious. Uncle told me how much he values you, instructed me to treat you well and not to bully you, and not to let you down. He also asked when I plan to marry and have children, and other future plans. They even discussed marriage and children. Her father certainly was thinking far ahead. Could you possibly restrain yourself next time? I don't want to become a mother so soon. I haven't even seen the beauty of our great country yet. This was indeed her sentiment. For in her previous life, she felt swept away by the currents of existence, having never ventured beyond Yuanqing after graduating from university in Haicheng. She longed to witness the breathtaking landscapes showcased by countless travel bloggers in the videos she watched. I'll do my best in that regard, Huichun replied, somewhat sheepishly. After all, Nianxi was simply too captivating, making it hard to resist the urge to embrace her entirely. TSK. Nianxi scoffed at his mind filled with frivolous thoughts, even though she secretly enjoyed the attention. So, what did you say? I will always listen to you, said Huichun, unwavering in his support for Nianxi. Whatever you wish to do, I shall back you. If you choose not to, then we shall refrain. I possess the resources to indulge your every whim, and this is but one of the ways I express my love for you. What did my father say? I know my answer may not be perfect, but I believe Uncle is somewhat satisfied. With a sigh of relief, Nianxi felt the weight on her heart finally lift. It seemed her father, despite his stern demeanor, held a certain approval for Huichun. Turning to find Huichun gazing at her with deep affection but saying nothing, Nianxi felt a flush of embarrassment. What is it? I was just thinking how my Shi has been cherished since childhood. I feel somewhat unworthy of you. Upon hearing this, Nianxi bristled, exclaiming, You scoundrel! After doing such things, you dare speak like this? I ought to hit you. She raised her tiny fist, playfully threatening the image of Huichun on her phone. Huichun quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I won't say that again. So when shall we return to your hometown? Should we go with uncle and aunt? I would prefer not to travel with my parents. I primarily wish to enjoy our time together. Very well, just tell me when, and I shall come to fetch you. Yes, but if possible, Let us take a different car when we go back. The village roads are unpaved, and I fear the low clearance of a sports car may cause damage. Chen pondered for a moment. Zhang Wei has a Bentley. I'll borrow his for the occasion. While well off, he preferred not to be extravagant and opted to utilize existing resources. All right, you handle the arrangements. She mused that although a Bentley was not inexpensive, it should attract less attention compared to a supercar. After chatting for a while longer, they prepared to end the call and retire for the night. Just as Chen hung up, a knock sounded at his door. Upon opening it, he found his mother with a serious expression. Son, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Xiao Xian's demeanor was grave. Though uncertain of what she intended to say, Chen felt compelled to take her words seriously. About Xiao Shi, Xiao Xian hesitated, torn over whether to voice her thoughts. Upon hearing Nian Shi's name, coupled with his mother's solemn expression, Chen's heart tightened. She was a boy before, wasn't she? Xiao Xian finally posed the question. Regarding Nian Shi, she had uncovered little information and had only speculated about her past, lacking concrete evidence. Thus, asking this question filled Xiao Xian with trepidation. Unaware of Nian Shi's true circumstances, she worried that Nian Shi might be a transgender person or something else entirely. Having lived abroad for many years, Xiao Xian held an open-minded view on such matters, and she genuinely liked Nian Shi as a daughter-in-law. However, in their homeland, such situations often defied societal norms and were frequently unaccepted. If exposed, could harm both young people. Now it all rested on Chen's attitude. He, albeit slightly taken aback, openly affirmed, yes. A single, simple word. Yet Xiao Xian felt no sense of relief. Chen remained oblivious to his mother's thoughts. After learning of Nian Shi's past, would she still be able to cherish her as before? Chen was uncertain, but regardless of support or opposition, he would not allow anyone to harm Nian Shi. His mother was not the type to be overly rigid. Such situations were not uncommon abroad. However, he was well aware of the limited acceptance within their own country, and he felt compelled to protect her. Upon hearing this, Chen realized that his mother had misunderstood Nian Shi's circumstances. Mother, Nian Shi is a genuine girl, not what you might be imagining. He then recounted to his mother the story of how Nian Shi had suddenly transformed from a boy into a girl, omitting the fact that they were both reincarnated souls. He distilled his feelings for Nian Shi from his past life to the present, conveying that the issues lay with him, not Nian Shi, and imploring her not to place blame on her. Is it truly so? Such peculiarities exist in this world? Siêu Sin Ponder. Marveling at the vastness and wonders of life. I feel quite fortunate. Chen recalled Nian Shi's charming little face, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Observing her son's earnest regard for Nian Shi, Xiao Xian recognized his seriousness and sighed. I support you, dear. However, your father is rather traditional. Gaining his acceptance may prove challenging, and I have yet to discuss Nian Shi's situation with him. Chen fell into contemplation. His mother was still too naive. Given the time that had passed, she should have uncovered some truths. How could his father, with his capabilities, remain unaware? Yet why was there no indication from him? Chen could not ascertain the answer. In the end, Xiao Xian promised to seek an opportunity to gauge Huijinggua's attitude regarding the matter. Chapter 77. Assisting the elderly the following day, nestled in her blankets like a cocoon, Nian Shi was unceremoniously dragged out of her home by her mother, who insisted she procure some festive supplies for the upcoming new year. As the holiday approached, the atmosphere of celebration began to permeate both reality and the online realm, with an incessant stream of promotional activities flooding the major shopping platforms. Wandering through the streets, Nian Shi indulged in her cravings, purchasing various snacks until her arms were laden with 3 or 4 bags of seeds and treats. As she passed along Princess Avenue, she noticed a small crowd of passers-by who lingered hesitantly, seemingly reluctant to proceed. Intrigued, Nian Shi ambled closer to discern the cause of their indecision. Before her stood an elderly gentleman who appeared to be suffering from a distressing ailment, clutching his chest and drenched in cold sweat, visibly in agony. Clad in a worn Zhongshan suit that lent him an air of dustiness, his old beret was askew from a previous fall. The passage of time had etched countless lines upon his face, yet none could eclipse the ghastly scar that marred his chin. The surrounding crowd hesitated, torn between the desire to assist and the fear of being taken advantage of. What to do? Should they help? Perhaps not, for what if he were feigning injury? The memories of past incidents loomed large in their minds, where benevolence had been met with deceit. To lend a hand, one would need the means to do so. In this era, one could argue that humanity has lost its way, yet it is undeniable that people are haunted by the lessons of the past. In these times, even acts of kindness require a certain capital. Nianqi, however, possessed an inherently kind heart. Upon witnessing someone in need, she felt compelled to pause. Yet she hesitated, aware that others might be influenced by online tales of those who had been wronged for their goodwill. In her previous life, she had been a genuine victim of such treachery, having extended her hand to help a fallen elder, only to be unjustly accused of causing the fall. Although she had eventually cleared her name, the experience had left her disheartened, vowing never to assist strangers again. Returning to the present, she saw the elderly gentleman struggling to stand, his hands trembling as they rummaged through his pockets, but to no avail. A sinking feeling gripped her. He had forgotten his medication. In a moment of urgency, the elderly man lost his balance and collapsed onto the ground. Without a second thought, Nianqi rushed forward to support him. If acts of kindness required resources, then she had the means to help. "Sir, can you hear me?" She gently patted the old man's shoulder in an attempt to rouse him. Yet, he remained unresponsive, his only reply a faint breath and an almost imperceptible heartbeat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nianqi immediately dialed for emergency assistance. Before long, the ambulance, with its piercing sirens, arrived, navigating through the traffic that yielded in response. Time was of the essence in saving a life. The medical personnel swiftly transported the elderly man to the hospital, with Nianqi accompanying them as a witness to this act of valor. The onlookers dispersed in a hurry, as if the event had never transpired at all. At the municipal second hospital, Fortune smiled upon the elderly gentleman as he possessed his identification, facilitating his admission to a hospital room without delay. Under the vigilant care of the physician, the elderly gentleman's respiration and heartbeat have returned to normal, though he has yet to regain consciousness. Sophisticated instruments meticulously monitor his vital signs in real time. In a dazed state, he seems to hear someone speaking nearby, though the words are somewhat indistinct. Sensing that the old man has awakened, Nianqi and the nurse's attention shifts towards him. "Sir, you are awake. How do you feel?" The elderly man, still somewhat disoriented, fails to respond promptly. His eyes, though clouded, exhibit a keen glimmer, indicating that he is likely out of danger. "The doctor informed us that you experienced a heart attack and administered medication. Rest assured, you are now in stable condition. You appear to be in good spirits, which brings me relief. Do you remember the contact information for your family?" Nianqi inquires rapidly. The old gentleman, still in a daze, nods slightly. Nianqi exhales with relief, thankful that he has not become too confused to provide information. It seems she has been overly cautious. There are still many good-hearted individuals in the world. "Could you please contact your family? I shall settle your medical expenses and then take my leave," Nianqi states as she turns to depart, mindful of the errand her mother entrusted her with, which remains unfulfilled. The elderly man wishes to detain her, but having just awakened, he feels utterly fatigued, finding it a challenge to even lift his arms, let alone prevent Nianqi from leaving. Once Nianqi exits, the nurse, also quite loquacious, continues to work while engaging in conversation. "Sir, you truly are a rascal. Experiencing a heart attack is perilous, and this ailment has not arisen overnight. How could you not carry your medication with you?" The nurse remarks. The elderly man, feeling wronged, reveals a rare glimmer of alarm in his steadfast gaze. He hastily explains, "Young lady, you are unjustly accusing me. I take a stroll every day and always carry my medication, but today, I simply forgot. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence?" Sighing, he continues, "What an unfortunate coincidence. However, you must indeed express gratitude towards the two kind souls who saved you. The doctor mentioned that had that young lady not called for an ambulance promptly, you might not have made it to the hospital." Upon hearing this, the elderly man's eyes brighten. "I truly owe my thanks to that young lady. Yet, in the moment of confusion, I forgot to ask for her name. Young lady, do you know what they are called?" The nurse finds herself in a predicament, replying, "Well, I did not inquire either." The elderly gentleman, filled with regret, realizes he cannot extract further information from the nurse and resigns himself to the situation. However, he reassures himself that he has committed her appearance to memory, and employing his family's resources to locate her should not prove too difficult. Chapter 78. The wild boy. The elderly gentleman promptly contacted his family. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a navy blue striped suit hurriedly arrived, accompanied by a cadre of impeccably dressed corporate elites. The man, appearing polished yet anxious, clearly demonstrated his concern for the elder. Upon seeing the old man, he rushed forward, urgently inquiring, "Father, how is your health?" With a firm slap on his son's head, the elder expressed his disappointment. "What are you panicking about? I'm still alive." At that moment, a nurse intervened reassuringly. "Sir, please do not worry. Your father experienced a sudden heart attack, but he is now stable." Relieved to see his father in good spirits and hearing the nurse's explanation, the man relaxed. He tidied his slightly disheveled attire, regaining his usual elegance, and then turned to the nurse with a gesture of gratitude. "I am Huojingua. Thank you for taking care of my troublesome father." Indeed, the man was Huochen's father, Huojingua, and the elderly gentleman was his father, Huozheng. Upon hearing his son's remark, the elder was not pleased. "What did you say, you little rascal?" The nurse then briefly updated Huojingua on the situation preceding his arrival. The elder began to lament. "I simply forgot to take my medication today, and this is what happened. If it weren't for a kind-hearted young lady who brought me to the hospital, we might have been separated forever today. Father, please refrain from speaking such ominous words. However, where is that kind soul? We must express our gratitude." Huojingua, not one to be ungrateful, immediately instructed his subordinates to search for the two benevolent individuals. Subsequently, Huojingua conducted a series of health checks for his father, and after confirming his well-being, they finally left the hospital. Although the elder intended to return to his courtyard residence, Huojingua insisted on taking him back to the Hua household. Given that his father had narrowly escaped a grave incident, Huojingua could not bear to leave him alone. Nonetheless, the elder remained vibrant and full of life, leaving no trace of the frail figure he had been on the hospital bed. He was overjoyed. His eldest grandson had returned. Although the matter with the Ji family had not come to fruition, this did not diminish the elder's desire for a harmonious family reunion. He promptly began to arrange a matchmaking session for Huochun. Since Huochun had not added his grandfather as a friend, the announcement of his relationship with Nian she had gone unnoticed by the elder. Reluctantly, Huochun had to reveal that he already had a girlfriend and intended to visit her family this year, omitting Nian Shi's name for the time being, as he was uncertain of his father's stance and wished to tread cautiously. Little did he anticipate that the elder would not adhere to conventional reasoning, mistaking Huochen's words as mere excuses to evade the matchmaking. Adhering to the principle that hearing is but illusion and seeing is believing, he tirelessly sought suitable matches for him. However, it appeared that Mr. Hua held no objections to this endeavor. In truth, the elderly gentleman did not care who his granddaughter-in-law might be, as long as his grandson was fond of her. Yet, if it were possible, the kind-hearted young lady who had saved him today would be an excellent choice. If there were no partner, pairing her with his eldest grandson would also be quite delightful, provided that the girl his grandson chose was not of commendable character. After a lengthy discourse about the eldest grandson, Mr. Hua instructed his eldest son to arrange for someone to acquire the contact information of the girl from earlier that day. Meanwhile, after returning home, Nianqi did not dwell on the events of the day. To her, it was merely a trivial episode of performing a good deed. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, she showcased a large bag of sweet tangerines, staining her thumbnail a vibrant yellow. Initially intending to video chat with Huochen, her numerous messages went unanswered, leaving her puzzled about his activities. Lying in bed, she found herself utterly bored. Just then, the notification sound of WX chimed. Startled, she thought it was Huochen replying. To her surprise, it was not. Rather, it was a friend request. A glance revealed the username, Wild Boy, with an avatar depicting a black and red silhouette of Che Guevara, exuding a sense of wildness. The request showed it was from a WX number search, leaving Nianqi bewildered. When had she attracted the attention of a rock musician? The request included a message. Miss, please accept this as a token of gratitude. Although she initially hesitated to accept, the phrase token of gratitude was too compelling to ignore. Moments after accepting the request, Wild Boy sent a greeting. Hello, Miss. Nianqi promptly replied, Hello, who are you? After a few minutes of silence, he responded, Miss, you truly are a forgetful benefactor. A few moments later, he added, earlier today regarding the princess on the road. Nianqi suddenly realized that the day's events connected to that road, specifically her kind act of assisting an elderly gentleman. The grandpa? On the other end, Mr. Hua, delighted by her recognition, beamed with joy. His fingers meticulously tapped out the pinyin letters on his phone, pronouncing each character aloud, laboriously crafting a message that took quite some time to complete. It is I, the old man. Miss, do not misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. You saved our life, and I must express my gratitude. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of grace. Nianqi was taken aback by the old gentleman's resourcefulness in locating her WX number. However, she had acted out of goodwill, never expecting any form of recompense. Grandpa, you are too kind. I merely administered first aid, nothing more. You need not thank me. But Mr. Hua would not hear of it. A few minutes later, he insisted, that simply will not do. I am a person who values gratitude. Ah, how forgetful of me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hojing, residing on the outskirts of Yuan City, where I possess both a house and fields, leading a life of boundless joy. Nianqi was amused by this old rascal and teased, You have quite the sense of humor, sir. It seemed rather coincidental that we both share the surname Ho, yet unbeknownst to her, within my steel universe, such coincidences abound. May I inquire your esteemed name, young lady? He asked. Nianqi, please refrain from calling me young lady. You may simply refer to me as Cici or Xiaoxi. Being addressed as young lady by someone significantly older felt rather peculiar to her. Very well, then. In this instance, I shall indulge in my seniority. You may call me Grandpa Ho. Is there anything you desire, Xiaoxi? Feel free to speak candidly. I assure you, I possess certain capabilities that may fulfill your requests. Grandpa Ho, there's truly no need. If I must say, it would suffice if you took care of your health and remembered to bring your medication when you go out. Agreed, I promise to do so. By the way, Xiaoxi, do you have a boyfriend? If not, my grandson is quite a decent fellow. Nianqi broke into a cold sweat. Why are the elderly so keen on matchmaking? She quickly replied, No need for that, Grandpa Ho. I already have a boyfriend, and he is wonderful. The old man felt a pang of disappointment but did not press the matter further. I see, what a pity. In the end, Grandpa Ho generously sent Nianqi a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan as a token of gratitude, but she promptly returned it without a second thought. Chapter 79. The arena of Azura. Early the next morning, after working through the night, Huachan was bombarded by a flurry of messages from Nianqi on his phone, which left him feeling utterly despondent. He hurriedly called Nianqi to apologize. It turned out that the day after Huachen's return, Hua Zhenghua appointed him as the president of the largest subsidiary under the Hua Corporation. This was ostensibly to hone his abilities, after which Hua Zhenghua relinquished control. As the year-end approached, the company's affairs grew increasingly burdensome, and Huachan found himself thrust into the role without respite. Coupled with the several companies he had developed since his rebirth, his workload was indeed overwhelming. However, drawing upon his past experiences, managing these challenges was not insurmountable. Will you still have time to accompany me during this period? Nianqi inquired, already feeling a touch of loneliness. Huachan, of course, missed the intimate moments they shared, which felt like paradise on earth, evoking a sense of a sovereign who no longer needed to attend court. Alas, the court still beckoned, for how else could he provide for his family? I apologize. I will be quite busy for a while, but I assure you that our plans to return home together remain unchanged. All right? Nianqi replied, somewhat disheartened. At that moment, a knock sounded at Huachen's office door. Come in, he responded, and the door opened to reveal Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was originally assigned by Hua Zhenghua, serving not only as a driver but also as a bodyguard. Recognizing his capabilities, Huachan had recently added the role of secretary to Zhang Wei's duties, thus further increasing his workload. As Huachun matured and his capabilities expanded, Zhang Wei transitioned in his address from young master to President Hua. President Hua. Zhang Wei called, gesturing to his watch, indicating that Huachun should not forget the upcoming schedule. I'm sorry, Huachun glanced apologetically at Nianxi. Understanding the situation on his end, Nianxi voluntarily ended the call. Huachun's next engagement was none other than a blind date arranged by his father. On his way to the meeting, Huachun suddenly recalled something. Oh, Lao Zhang, may I borrow your Bentley for the new year? Zhang Wei was taken aback. That car was his recent purchase, acquired after years of saving, and he had intended to showcase it to relatives and friends during the holiday. Yet, how could he refuse his boss? Reluctantly, he handed over the keys. 2 days later, as the factory where comrade Nian Jiangwo worked completed its tasks and closed for the holiday, the couple returned to their rural hometown. Huachun still had some work to finish, and Nianxi chose to wait for him, believing it would only take a day or two longer. However, with Huachun preoccupied with company matters, she found it inappropriate to disturb him. Left alone at home, Nianxi felt a sense of ennui washing over her. Amidst her boredom, Ji-wen sent her an invitation to go shopping. Nianxi accepted. Ji-wen had returned a few days earlier, and they had yet to enjoy an outing together. She was also curious about Ji-wen's relationship with Mu Huai, making this a perfect opportunity for a gathering. Meanwhile, in the charming CAF Princess, Please Proceed, a young man and woman sat opposite each other. The young lady was adorned in a horizontally striped sweater that gracefully draped over her shorts, while her bare legs added a considerable allure to her ensemble. White over-the-knee socks gathered at her ankles, complemented by dainty round-toed leather shoes, bestowing upon her an air of refinement and charm. She sipped her black coffee with elegance, her gestures poised, and her alluring glances occasionally flitted towards her companion. Huachun, impeccably clad in a formal suit, maintained a demeanor of composure, casting furtive glances at his watch, yearning for time to hasten its passage. This marked the third such meeting arranged by his father, with potential matches predominantly drawn from his circle of comrades. Whether they were the granddaughters of old friends or the daughters of his subordinates, none piqued his interest. His thoughts were solely consumed by his beloved Nianxi. Were it not for his father's insistence on a 2-hour minimum stay, he would have turned and departed at once. Despite having stated from the outset that he was in a relationship, the young lady before him had invoked his father's wishes as leverage, compelling him to endure the full duration. It was truly a torment. The young woman clearly harbored a fondness for Huachun, frequently attempting to engage him in conversation. He responded with minimal enthusiasm, maintaining a considerable emotional and physical distance from her. Just then, a new tempest emerged. With a chime, the CF door swung open, ushering in 2 vibrant young ladies, arm in arm. Cici, the chocolate cake here is exceptionally delightful. I highly recommend you try it, albeit it is a tad pricey, Ji-wen exclaimed, pointing animatedly at the cake display. Indulging in too much cake may lead to weight gain. You might want to exercise moderation, Nianxi advised, glancing at her friend. She was particularly vigilant about her figure, as Huachun had a penchant for wrapping his arms around her waist, and she had no desire to develop unsightly love handles. Ji-wen, however, held a differing opinion, boldly asserting, I care not. If it's delicious, one must indulge. As the two continued their conversation and ventured further inside, Nianxi suddenly halted. Ji-wen, distracted by the cake display, stumbled forward, nearly losing her balance. Intending to turn back and voice her complaint, she was instead met with a shocking sight. Huachun, upon catching sight of Nianxi, was momentarily rendered speechless. He had never anticipated encountering her at this juncture. She was typically a reclusive homebody, so what could have prompted her to venture out? Surely, it was Ji-wen's influence. Yet, the pressing issue was that Huachun had not disclosed to Nianxi the circumstances of his forced rendezvous, as he himself had not intended to attend. He viewed this as merely a professional obligation, believing it unnecessary to burden her with such details, lest it provoke unnecessary concern. However, he had not considered that his silence might lead to even greater misunderstandings should they cross paths unexpectedly. Indeed, a predicament had arisen, and the atmosphere was thick with tension, akin to the stillness that precedes a storm. Nianxi lowered her head, obscuring her expression, yet her clenched fists and slight tremors betrayed her struggle to contain her fury. "Sissy, do you believe this is a misunderstanding?" Huichun inquired cautiously. Observing Huichen's reaction, the woman quickly deduced the nature of his relationship with Nianqi, a glimmer of triumph flickering in her gaze. Before Nianqi could speak, Jiwen interjected, unable to contain her indignation. As Nianqi's close confidant, how could she remain unperturbed by such a scene? She reprimanded, "Huichan, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 80. Continue. Do not stop. Nianqi did not express anger. Instead, a gentle smile graced her face. The atmosphere was charged with a subtle tension. She softly inquired, "And who might this be?" Before Huichan could respond, the woman interjected, "I am Huichen's blind date, and potentially his future wife." As she spoke, she leaned slightly towards Huichen, her intentions clear. Her tone was soft yet laced with a hint of provocation. However, Nianqi remained unfazed, her smile unwavering as she replied, "Oh, then do your best." The woman, sensing Nianqi's indifference to her taunt, felt as though her words had struck nothing but air. Undeterred, she pressed on, "And who might you be, miss?" Nianqi confidently replied, "I am Huichen's wife." With that, she leisurely moved behind Huichen, her hands resting on his shoulders, her form bending slightly to whisper in his ear. The warmth of her presence was palpable, yet Huichen found no solace in it. The wrathful Nianqi was fearsome, but her calm demeanor was even more daunting. "Nianqi, let me explain." He tentatively called out, but she gently interrupted him. "Sure," she said, her voice soft like a gentle breeze, refreshing yet commanding. However, her grip on his lips was firm. "I will wait for you at home. Do not keep me waiting too long." With that, Nianqi dismissed all else. Her appetite for cake vanished, and she felt utterly disheartened. She promptly took Jiwen by the hand and departed. Once outside the CAF, Jiwen was still bewildered, unable to comprehend Nianqi's approach. "Wait, Nianqi, are you just going to let that woman be? Are you really going to let Huichan off the hook? He is playing both sides. Aren't you even a little angry? You two were so affectionate, and now he is going on blind dates behind your back. How can you not be furious?" Jiwen could not fathom it. If Mu Huai were to engage in such deceit, she would surely make him regret it. "Don't be ridiculous." "I trust him," Nianqi countered. Jiwen was at a loss for words. "Should I call you foolish or simply naive?" "You are the foolish one," Nianqi retorted. "But trusting him does not mean I am not upset. I will make him pay." Nianqi had faith that Huichan would not betray her. This conviction stemmed from her understanding of him in both this life and the previous one. Although she believed he would not do anything to hurt her, the fact that he went on a blind date, regardless of the reason, was something Nianqi could not easily overlook. She was genuinely angry. The notion that her boyfriend was out seeking a blind date was something anyone would find intolerable. Nianqi was seething with rage, but out of respect for his reputation in public, she refrained from an outburst, choosing instead to settle the score later. Upon hearing her words, Jiwen realized her worries had been unfounded. This couple was fiercer than most, and they could not be judged by ordinary standards. At that moment, Huichan rushed out, frantically explaining the earlier situation to Nianqi. She maintained a frosty demeanor, turning away from him as he approached. As Jiwen sensed the atmosphere turning sour, she decided to leave. Inside the CAF, only the woman remained, disheveled amidst the wind. "What? Pay the bill?" Huichan retorted. "I didn't order anything, so why should I pay? I am a gentleman, but I am not a fool." Throughout the journey, Nianqi maintained a dark expression, striding ahead with an air of formidable pressure surrounding her. This only heightened Huichen's anxiety. Having been together for so long, he had never witnessed Nianqi truly enraged. To the outside world, she appeared calm and composed, and even when he teased her to the point of annoyance, she mostly responded with playful pouts, which were not only endearing but also charming. Today, however, it was evident that she was genuinely upset. He understood the immense psychological toll she had endured in her transition from male to female, and the resolute decision she made to be with him. If she felt betrayed, he could only dread the repercussions. Yet, he could not blame anyone but himself. He had acted without thorough consideration, naively believing he could handle everything on his own without informing others. He never anticipated such a fallout, and if she no longer trusted him, it was entirely justifiable. Now, Huachun could only strive to explain himself, seeking ways to cheer her up, hoping to mend their relationship. Sissy, the blind date was forced upon me by my grandfather. I initially intended to clarify things and leave, but she threatened me using my grandfather's words. Oh, so the illustrious President Hua can be threatened? How enlightening. She replied coldly. You managed to explain to your date, yet you couldn't clarify things with your grandfather? I did, but he didn't believe me. He insisted on meeting the person in question, Huachun hastily clarified, subtly hinting at his desire for her to meet his family. She was at a loss for how to respond, prompting him to continue. I just think it's not a big deal, and I've always made it clear from the start that I have a girlfriend. Sisi, you must believe me. I do trust you, she replied, a statement of truth. Yet Huachun interpreted it as her teasing him, which only heightened his urgency. She found his demeanor unexpectedly endearing. Upon reaching her doorstep, Huachun anticipated being turned away, but to his surprise, she said nothing and abruptly yanked him by his collar, dragging him inside. Now this is the real punishment. Once in the room, she seized a pillow and hurled it at Huachun, unleashing all her pent-up frustration. I let you go on blind dates. I allowed you to seek other partners. Have I been too gentle with you? Wife, please calm down. I was wrong, Huachun pleaded while dodging the onslaught. Who is your wife? Go find your blind date and leave me alone. The two of them tussled from the living room into the bedroom. Huachun stumbled and fell to the floor, fortunately cushioned by the carpet in Xi's room, emerging unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, she launched a relentless assault, her small foot repeatedly stomping on his side while she berated him. You scoundrel! Perverted fiend! Certainly, Shi had moderated her strength, careful not to cause any real harm. However, this punishment seemed to bring not pain but rather a peculiar sense of comfort to Huachun, leaving him with a sense that something was amiss. Shi's kicks were notably powerful, a fact well known to Huachun, who had often been on the receiving end. Yet, at this moment, she appeared to exert all her effort, yet her strikes felt light, inadvertently evoking a sense of enjoyment within him. Please, don't stop. Upon noticing his unexpected enjoyment, Shi gasped in surprise, her movements ceasing. Continue, it's quite pleasant. You're a weirdo. Shi scooted away, regarding him with a look of disdain, as if he were refuse. Sensing an opportunity, Huachun employed every charm at his disposal to win her back, performing antics, cracking jokes, and making extravagant promises of flowers, gifts, and the most expensive models. Of course, Shi had always harbored trust in him, but her ire stemmed from his failure to inform her of his blind date. Other matters could be overlooked, but a blind date was an entirely different affair. At this juncture, Huachun had apologized profusely, exchanged sweet nothings, and had not truly wronged her, leading Shi's anger to dissipate gradually. Her eyes glimmered with mischief as she witnessed his desperate attempts to appease her, ultimately leading her to stifle a laugh. Huachun's face brightened instantly as he grasped one of her hands. So, you're not angry anymore? Are you willing to trust me? I always believed in you. It's just that you were being foolish, Shi replied with a radiant smile, playfully tapping his nose. Ah! Huachun was momentarily bewildered, for Shi's tone bore no hint of jest. Just a moment ago, she had been furious, and now she radiated warmth and joy. You have no idea how adorable you look when you're anxious. It's a shame I didn't capture it on camera, or I would tease you with it every day. Shi chuckled at Huachun's dazed expression, unable to resist pinching his cheek. Huachun's face flushed from her playful teasing, and while he realized he had been outwitted by Shi, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She had always believed in him. What are you standing there for? Lost in thought. I'll remind you, you swore to buy me gifts. I didn't twist your arm, so no backing out. Huachun replied gently, no backing out. I'll buy you everything. With that, he slowly leaned closer to her. Shi hurriedly retreated, only to find herself cornered against the headboard. The handsome man was now mere inches away, and she could distinctly catch the subtle, pleasant scent emanating from him. Shi's cheeks flushed crimson. Though flirtation had become a regular aspect of their interactions, each close encounter still rendered her bashful and blushing. What are you doing? Chapter 81. The wanderer returns home realizing that he had been played by Nianqi. Huachan reprimanded her throughout the night. No amount of pleading or surrendering on her part could change the outcome. It was only the following afternoon that Nianqi regained her composure, regretting her decision to tease a man as formidable as him. By that time, Huachan had already returned to his work, having not forgotten the promised gift of apology, which was neatly arranged in her room, awaiting its unveiling. On another day, once Huachan had concluded all matters concerning his company, the two set off on their journey back to their hometown. Nianqi's grandfather resided in the county, and after leaving the city, they drove for over an hour before finally arriving. The village was called Yuanjia Village, though very few families bore the Yuan surname, comprising a total of just over 300 households. As the year drew to a close, many young people who had been working away returned home for the festivities, and numerous vehicles were parked in front of various homes. By midday, a group of elderly men and women were gathered at the village entrance, engaged in gossip about the latest happenings among the households. They had heard that the youngest son of the Wang family next door had passed the civil service examination, a truly stable career. How fortunate it would be to have such a capable person in our family. Alas, there are still many ordinary folks. If everyone became a leader, who would tend to the fields? Amidst their chatter, a royal blue Bentley glided into the village entrance, instantly capturing the attention of all the elderly onlookers, who began to speculate about which family's son had returned. Nianqi's grandfather was among them. Though he often took leisurely strolls out of boredom, today was different. He had come out to await his granddaughter's arrival, having heard from his son and daughter-in-law that she would return today. As he waited, the approaching hour for lunch brought a sense of anticipation as he spotted yet another vehicle pulling in. Could it be his granddaughter? The car came to a gentle stop before the crowd, and as the driver's window lowered, a handsome young man and a charming young woman came into view. Nianqi was unbothered by being seen. Her presence had ceased to be a secret after her last visit, so there was no need for stealth this time. It was publicly stated that she had been raised by her grandparents abroad. Whether others believed it or not was beyond her concern. In any case, her current appearance was almost a mirror image of her brother Nianyang, and no one would doubt their sibling relationship. "Grandpa!" Nianqi called out from the front passenger seat, reaching across Huachan to greet her grandfather amidst the crowd. After a year apart, her grandfather appeared to have gained considerable weight. "Xiaoxi, you're back!" he exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of his granddaughter. He resembled a newly crowned emperor, proudly striding toward her amidst the envious gazes of the other elderly villagers, his demeanor seemingly proclaiming, "Behold, this is my granddaughter. She is a university student." Nianqi hurriedly exited the car to open the rear door for her grandfather. "Come on, let us head home." "Ah," her grandfather responded, clumsily settling into the back seat. Nianqi swiftly joined him, greeting him warmly. "Hello, Grandpa." As soon as he was seated, Huachan politely acknowledged him as well. The car roared to life once more, swiftly turning a corner and vanishing from the sight of the gathered crowd. On the return journey to grandfather's home, the pair of grandfather and granddaughter could not suppress their chatter within the vehicle. "Grandpa, I remember the last time I was back. There was an ancient tree at the village entrance. What happened to it?" "Ah, the brigade had it felled, claiming it was for road repairs." "What a pity. I used to play beneath that old tree so often." "Aren't you going to introduce this handsome young man to your grandfather?" Grandfather Nian was quite curious about the dashing companion accompanying his granddaughter. However, Nianqi seemed intent on maintaining an air of mystery. "Let's keep it a secret for now. You will find out shortly." Though she spoke lightly, Grandfather Nian had already begun to form some conjectures in his mind. Could he be the son-in-law that his daughter-in-law had mentioned? Unlike Nian Zhangwo's immediate hostility, Grandfather Nian found himself quite intrigued upon learning of Hua Chen's existence. He pondered whether this young man treated his granddaughter well, considering her unique circumstances and how well they interacted. Upon seeing him now, he certainly appeared handsome and quite polite, but the true measure of his character would require further observation. Grandfather Nian's residence was situated at the eastern end of the village, the first household in the second row. This row comprised 4 households, with 2 flanking residences long abandoned, leaving only the last one to stand as a neighbor to Grandfather Nien's home. Before long, the trio arrived at their destination. The layout of the village was largely uniform, yet Grandfather Nien's home was notably well appointed, exuding an air of distinction. At the entrance, a vehicle belonging to Nien Jiangwo was already parked. The village roads were too narrow to accommodate two vehicles side by side, necessitating that they park behind. Grandfather Nien's abode was a typical courtyard house of the village, featuring white walls and red tiles, though the vibrant hues had faded with the passage of time. The courtyard itself was quite spacious, capable of accommodating two vehicles, yet the entrance was too narrow for vehicular passage. A black dog was tethered at the gate, a pet Nienshi had adopted years prior, named Sesame. However, it was evident that only Nienshi used that name, as Grandfather and Grandmother Nien, the dog's caretakers, simply referred to it as dog. Nienshi and Huichun followed closely behind Grandfather Nien as they approached the gate. Perhaps due to the presence of its owner or the memories of Nienshi, Sesame did not bark upon seeing Huichun. Rather, it wagged its tail in a most endearing manner. Shoo! Shoo! Grandfather Nien gently kicked at Sesame, who, startled, scurried aside yet remained eager to greet them. Nienshi was certain that had it not been for the chain restraining it, Sesame would have bounded over joyfully. As the two trailed behind Grandfather Nien, the courtyard scene unfolded before their eyes. The main room faced south, connected to the side rooms by a central hall, with a separate side room on the western side. A small building on the western edge of the courtyard, not particularly large, was uncertainly designated as a guest room or a utility space, now serving as a storeroom. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney atop the roof, indicating that a fire had been lit in preparation for cooking. In front of the house lay a concrete drying platform, laden with cylindrical granaries of corn, each securely encircled with wire mesh. In the autumn and winter seasons, when all life seemed to wither, the courtyard, devoid of vegetables and fruits, appeared somewhat desolate, save for a series of inconspicuous earthen embankments that hinted at the cultivation of crops in times past. However, it matters not, for the coming year shall once again be adorned with the vibrant hues of spring. As Nien Grandfather stepped through the door, he called out, "Wife, come quickly and see who has arrived." At that moment, Nien Grandmother was at the well in the courtyard, drawing water into a bucket. Upon hearing her husband's words, she became quite flustered. "Are you out in the fields catching snakes again? I've told you, those creatures are not to be trifled with. They can leap and bite you." Nien Grandfather furrowed his brow and corrected her. "I have not caught any snakes. Our granddaughter has returned." Upon seeing the figure who followed him in, Nien Grandmother's face lit up with joy, and she hastily turned off the water tap to greet her. "Oh my eldest granddaughter has come back." She took Nien's small hand in hers, her eyes brimming with genuine concern. "Why are you so thin again? Have you not been eating well?" "I have plenty of good food, Grandma. How is your health?" Nien, she inquired with heartfelt concern. "I am well, all is well," Nien Grandmother replied with a warm smile, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. At that moment, Nien Grandfather approached with a benevolent grin. "Everything is splendid, except your grandmother's hearing seems to be increasingly unreliable. It comes and goes." Nien Grandmother, upon hearing this, scolded him with feigned indignation. "Where am I to find pomegranates for you in this season?" "Ah." Indeed, her hearing was rather poor. Nien Grandmother glanced back and spotted a dashing young man, handsome and refined, entering with gifts in his hands. Chapter 82. "I know you have an upset stomach. Who is this young man?" Grandma Nien released Nien's hand, her attention instantly captured by Huichun. "Hello, young man," Huichun greeted politely, his rigid posture and slightly pursed lips betraying his nervousness. "What a handsome lad. Where is he from? How is he getting along with our eldest granddaughter? How long have they been together? Why didn't he come back earlier?" Despite her age, Grandma Nien was perceptive and quickly deduced the relationship between Huichun and Nienshi. She employed the classic inquiries of an elder, although her local dialect made her rapid-fire questions somewhat challenging for Huichun to comprehend. In his anxious state, Huichun cast a pleading glance towards Nienshi, only to find she had vanished. A quick look revealed she had hurried to the corner of the yard to the restroom. Her ability to hold her bladder had diminished significantly, and she had been suffering all the way, It was urgent that she resolved her discomfort. Left without assistance, Huo Chen steeled himself and prepared to answer Grandma Nian's questions one by one. However, before he could speak, an unexpected interruption occurred. "Mom, the water tank is full. No need to fetch more." Nian Zhangwo emerged from the house, carrying an empty water bucket. Spotting Huo Chen from afar, his expression grew complex. Upon seeing her son, Grandma Nian, though she hadn't clearly heard his words, instinctively recognized the awkwardness of the moment. "Oh dear, look at me, too caught up in my excitement," she exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "Come on, Huo Chen, let us hurry inside. It's windy out here." Thus, the family entered the house in harmonious spirits. Upon entering the main room, they were greeted by the warmth of a stove, which filled the space with a cozy ambience during the cold winter season. To the left was the main bedroom, where He Xian was chopping vegetables in preparation for the meal. The sudden influx of people made the modest space feel even more lively. This was Huo Chen's first visit to Nian Shi's hometown. Having grown up in comfort, he found no fault with the surroundings, but faced with Nian Shi's elders, he felt awkward and unsure of where to position himself. "Take off your shoes and come onto the Kong, dear," Grandma Nian said with a warm smile. Removing shoes before stepping onto the Kong, a raised platform for sleeping and dining, is a sign of utmost respect and hospitality in rural customs. The term dear is an affectionate nickname that elderly people often use for their favored younger relatives. Nian Zhangwo, however, was less pleased. "Now hold on a moment. This young man has whisked away our little cotton-padded jacket. He must contribute something. He can't just enjoy the spoils without doing any work." He then turned to Huo Chen. "Young Chen, come with me to carry some firewood for the stove." Huo Chen was more than willing to lend a hand. He felt overwhelmed by Grandma Nian's hospitality and naturally didn't dare to be too casual. With Nian Zhangwo's directive, he nodded eagerly in agreement. If he were to stay, it would only heighten his unease. Nian Nai grew anxious for a moment, but it was evident that she misunderstood something as she grabbed her son and headed outside. "You've been eating recklessly, haven't you? Got an upset stomach?" Nian Zhangwo, feeling helpless, quickly halted his elderly mother. "Mom, I'm not sick. I just need his help. What do you need him for?" The two engaged in a playful argument. He Xian, noticing the absence of her daughter among the crowd, inquired with curiosity, "Where is she?" At that moment, Nian Shi had just returned from the restroom, cheerfully responding, "I'm here." In contrast to Huo Chen, Nian Shi was far more carefree, given that this was her grandfather's home. Despite her current serious demeanor, she had once been quite the mischievous child, climbing roofs, collecting bird eggs, and even playing by the river. Her antics knew no bounds. Upon entering, she was greeted by a scene of warmth and joy, and she promptly joined in the culinary preparations. The arrival of Nian Shi and Huo Chen enlivened the little courtyard. It was a rare occasion for the family to gather, and an array of exquisite dishes soon adorned the dining table, bringing a festive atmosphere akin to that of the New Year, despite the season. After about half an hour, the family sat around a small table on the Kong, each savoring their bowls of rice with delight. "Come, Xiao Chen, you can drink, right? Join your uncle for a couple of drinks," Nian Zhangwo exclaimed with hearty laughter, presenting 2 bottles of beer, warmly inviting Huo Chen. He then turned his gaze to his wife, his eyes pleading, "Is that all right?" "Just a little," He Xian allowed, appreciating the rare family reunion. "All right." Nian Zhangwo beamed with joy, before addressing Huo Chen again. "Do you smoke? Have a couple with your uncle. Children should not take medicine recklessly. Medicine can be toxic," Nian Nai interjected, patting Nian Zhangwo's hand gently. "It's not medicine, Mom. It's smoking. You want to smoke leaves? How can you enjoy that?" Nian Zhangwo found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter her. However, the family was accustomed to such exchanges. Nian Shi noticed the cigarette pack beside her father and frowned, saying, "Dad, drinking is fine, but please don't smoke." Huo Chen doesn't smoke either. For those who enjoy smoking, it can often serve as a means to alleviate fatigue and numb the nerves. Indulging occasionally is not particularly harmful. Yet, her father was a habitual smoker, indulging daily. Nian Shi disliked the smell of smoke and frequently urged him to quit. Reflecting on her past life, she pondered whether her father's lung cancer was partly due to his smoking habit. Having chastised her father, she did not forget about her grandfather. Grandpa too, no smoking. Nian Xi's brow furrowed tightly. Nian Nai Nai quickly chimed in, are you feeling jealous? That would be quite sour, dear. Seeing her distress, Nian Yi could no longer bear it and leaned toward Nian Nai Nai to emphasize. Smoking. Ha! Nian Nai Nai paused for a moment before comprehending. Oh. Don't smoke. Her hearing difficulties elicited a round of laughter. Nian Yi sighed. I smoke less now, just one a day. In the past, Grandfather Nian had a profound affection for smoking. During Nian Xi's childhood, he would consume a whole pack in a single day, prompting her frequent pleas for him to quit. Presently, he has moderated his habit to just one cigarette a day, though it is evident that he has not entirely relinquished it. At this moment, Nian Xi's familial position became apparent. Faced with the elder son's request, Nian Jiangwo felt compelled to abandon his smoking intentions. Very well, I shall refrain from smoking, but let us indulge in some wine, he declared. Uncle, I must confess that I am not well versed in the art of drinking, yet I am more than willing to share a couple of glasses with you, Hu Chun politely responded, demonstrating his respect and consideration. Regarding the matter of smoking, Hu Chun held no objections and indeed heeded Nian Xi's words. He recalled a time in his previous life when he shared a dormitory with a notorious chain smoker, whose presence elicited daily scoldings from Nian Xi due to her aversion to cigarette smoke. Regrettably, that individual was a jester, always responding with laughter. Hu Chen himself had never smoked. It was only after assuming control of his father's company post-graduation, amidst the mounting pressures of work, that he gradually took up the habit. In this life, however, he had not touched a single cigarette. As he and Nian Jiangwo exchanged knowing smiles, preparing to drink together, Grandfather Nian felt compelled to join the fray. Be sure to drink sparingly, Grandmother Nian admonished, playfully slapping Grandfather Nian on the back. It seemed that each wife managed her own husband. Grandfather Nian chuckled, acquiescing to his wife's words. The three men then raised their glasses, engaging in jovial conversation over drinks. Fueled by the spirit of the moment, Grandfather Nian spoke earnestly about the importance of family, expressing his heartfelt wishes for their happiness and well-being. He shared many thoughts with Nian Xi and Hu Chun, directly fostering a deeper connection between the two. As a father, Nian Jiangwo could discern the harmonious rapport between Nian Xi and Hu Chun. Their gazes exchanged were laden with affection, and the simple acts of sharing food and feeding one another had become an everyday occurrence for them. However, an incident at the dining table ignited his ire. When Nian Xi noticed a grain of rice caught at the corner of Hu Chen's mouth, she instinctively reached out to wipe it away, only to nonchalantly consume it herself. Grandfather Nian, Grandmother Nian, and he Xian all wore smiles of contentment, while Nian Jiangwo clenched his fists in silent frustration. Chapter 83. The cat's infidelity. After a sumptuous meal, the family gathered on the Kong to engage in casual conversation. Nian Jiangwo, despite not often exhibiting his conversational skills at home, found himself animated and loquacious when in the company of his parents, revealing an endless stream of topics. Nian Xi frequently discovered intriguing names from her father's tales, names that were unfamiliar yet seemed intimately connected to her family. Traditionally, Nian Jiangwo would share amusing anecdotes from the past year with his father. However, today, due to the presence of Hu Chun, all attention was diverted towards him. Much like the time Nian Jiangwo visited He Xian's home, the elder couple's curiosity about their granddaughter's husband eclipsed the joy of her return, leading them to barrage him with questions. Nian Xi felt powerless in this situation, leaving Hu Chun to navigate the interrogation on his own. Hu Chun's nervous demeanor in front of the elders amused Nian Xi greatly. Yet Nian Grandma, hard of hearing, often misinterpreted their conversations, which brought both exasperation and laughter to everyone present. Hu Chun was lavished with hospitality from Nian Grandpa and Nian Grandma. Not only was the lunch to his liking, but the post-meal fruits and snacks kept coming in abundance. The overwhelming generosity left Hu Chun feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As he observed the grandparents bustling about while he sat comfortably on the Kong, he was plagued by guilt, feeling as if he were a thorn in their side. When he noticed Nian Xi struggling to lift a bucket of water, her face flushed, his discomfort intensified. Thus, he proactively inquired if there were any chores he could assist with. Nian Grandpa insisted that he should remain seated, but Hu Chun was insistent. Nianqi was frustrated that her strength had diminished so greatly. Nevertheless, having someone to help was a blessing. She wholeheartedly supported Huichun, recognizing that this was an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his capabilities. Rest assured, Grandpa, he is quite strong, perhaps even more so than you might think, she cheerfully remarked, her playful gaze sweeping over him, imbued with a hint of admiration. Huichun felt a chill run down his spine. Something about her words seemed amiss, yet no one else seemed to notice. With his granddaughter endorsing him, Nian Grandpa reluctantly relented and took Huichun along to tidy up the yard, feed the chickens, and play with the dogs, thus passing the time. Huichun adapted quickly, engaging in the tasks with ease, showing no signs of the pampered demeanor typical of a young master. This pleased Nian Grandpa immensely. In their village, a good person was one who was kind-hearted, hard-working, and resilient. Just as Huichun was assigned to clean the guest room, Nianqi seized the opportunity to approach him, eager to discuss his impressions of her home. "What brings you here?" he asked with concern. "It's chilly, you should return indoors." The guest room's fire had just been kindled, and the room remained cool and uninviting. "I'm fine. I'm wearing warm clothes," Nianqi replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. She continued, "The conditions here are not as good as in the city. If you find it uncomfortable, please don't hesitate to tell me." Huichun once spoke to her about his upbringing in the city, revealing that he had never ventured into the countryside. He was uncertain if he would feel accustomed to it during his first visit. A warmth enveloped his heart upon realizing her concern for him, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Fear not, I am not so delicate. It feels quite akin to my grandfather's home." "Is your grandfather's house also in the village?" she inquired. "No, my grandfather resides on the ancient street. It is a traditional Sihiyuan," he replied. "Your family must have been quite affluent back then," she exclaimed. "An old Sihiyuan in the city South Ancient Street would have been priceless in the past, far surpassing an ordinary courtyard in the countryside. When I take you to meet my grandfather, you shall see. The differences are minimal." Thus, the casual agreement for Nianqi to visit his family was established. "Well, I shall take my leave now." With the concerns she harbored dissipating, Nianqi prepared to depart. However, Huichun, struck by a thought, called out to her again, "Actually, I do feel somewhat lonely. I find myself unable to engage in the many conversations with my uncles." Nianqi was perplexed. "But weren't you all chatting quite well before?" Yet, the naive Nianqi did not delve deeper, instead feeling a pang of sympathy for Huichun, realizing he might have been putting on a brave face. "Then, what would you like? I could share stories about the village to give you something to discuss." Nianqi's mind struggled to conjure a solution, but Huichun seemed to have already devised a cunning plan. "No, all I require is a kiss." His intention was unmistakable. Nianqi's confusion deepened. "Just like that?" Indeed, at that moment, Nianqi began to grasp the underlying motive. "You merely desire to kiss, don't you?" The notion of being unable to participate in conversations was but an excuse. "Am I merely a temptation for you? Are you not?" he retorted playfully. Faced with the revelation of his intentions, Huichun did not take offense. He openly admitted, "I do not deny it." "So, would you grant me a kiss?" Nianqi's cheeks flushed crimson. Despite their previous encounters, the prospect of taking the initiative was undeniably embarrassing. "Being drunk doesn't count. That was unconscious," she protested. "If it brings you joy." After a brief internal struggle, Nianqi stepped closer, rising on her toes to press her lips against his. Enveloped in the fervor of the moment, they embraced tightly. In this domain, Nianqi often found herself at a disadvantage, having made little progress over time, only managing to respond clumsily. Occasionally, when she attempted to assert herself, she was swiftly overpowered. Several times, she felt overwhelmed and lightly pounded his chest in protest. However, her objections were futile. His strong hand effortlessly captured hers, allowing her a moment to catch her breath before launching a fresh assault. How infuriating! This is such bullying. Yet, this sensation was intoxicating, almost addictive. Just then, the voice of her grandfather echoed from outside. "Xiao Chun, how is the tidying up coming along?" In the next moment, Grandfather Nian pushed the door open, startling the two who hastily separated. Their faces flushed and expressions flustered. They resembled two cats caught in the act of mischief. Indeed, they were akin to two felines apprehended in their clandestine escapades. Cici, are you here for a snack? What would you like me to fetch for you? Grandfather Nyen remained oblivious to their recent intimacy, assuming that Nyenshi had come seeking food, for the refrigerator housing the provisions resided in this very room. No, it's all right, grandfather. I'm not hungry. Nyenshi hurriedly covered her face, eager to divert the conversation. She was almost caught by her grandfather. How embarrassing. All of it was Ho Chen's fault. Just then, a chubby little boy bounced in from outside, dashing straight into the living room. Uncle, have you returned? I've come to see you. Chapter 84. Has Uncle become an ant? Upon stepping outside, Nyenshi instantly recognized him as the great-grandson of her grandfather's second sister. A look of joy blossomed on her face. The chubby boy, around 8 or 9 years old, stood at about her waist height, and his blue down jacket made him appear even rounder. His name was Ling Yunji, a name that carried a sense of chivalry, fitting for a young lad. However, he was affectionately nicknamed Air Pao, which is a bit puzzling since he was an only child. One wonders why his nickname bears a 2. Nyen-shi's grandfather, originally named Nyen Jiahe, belonged to a family of 8 siblings, placing him as the 6th. Even though they were distant relatives, the members of the same generation within the family regarded one another as siblings. By the norms of seniority, Air Pao would address Nyen-shi as uncle, yet due to their relative ages, he added a little before uncle. However, now the title had shifted to little aunt. Air Pao delighted in playing with his little uncle, and Nyen-shi, in turn, cherished her seemingly mischievous yet endearing little nephew. They interacted as if they were brothers, despite the considerable age gap. During past holidays, Air Pao would always be the first to rush over to the Lu Tei's home to see if his little uncle had returned. The last time Nyen-shi visited her hometown, Air Pao had been unable to come due to various reasons, thus missing their reunion. This holiday, however, Air Pao eagerly awaited his little uncle, and upon learning that another vehicle had arrived at Tai Jiuleoi's residence, he dashed over, all to catch a glimpse of his little uncle. To his surprise, he did not find his little uncle but rather a beautiful older sister. Air Pao, long time no see. Did you miss me? Nyen-shi exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon seeing him again, momentarily forgetting her new status and affectionately calling him by his nickname, even attempting to crouch down to pat his head. Startled, Air Pao quickly dodged away. The once excited boy shrank into a ball upon encountering a stranger. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "Big sister, please have some decorum. My dad says a man's head should not be touched casually. If you do, you must take responsibility." Nyen-shi was amused, teasing him. What responsibility could you, a mere child, possibly speak of? Air Pao, feeling slighted, retorted, "What's wrong with that? By the way, who are you? Where's my little uncle?" Nyen-shi was taken aback, realizing that she could no longer rely on her previous relationships to introduce herself to someone who once knew her. I am your little uncle's sister. You should call me little aunt." Little aunt? Air Pao's wariness lessened slightly. He recalled that his mother had mentioned a new little aunt but had never met her. "Air Pao, why are you running so fast?" A stately woman hurriedly pursued him. This was none other than Air Pao's mother, Nyen-shi's cousin. Upon seeing Nyen-shi, she immediately regained her composed demeanor, determined not to let anyone witness her disheveled state from running. "Xiaoxi, you're back so early." When Nyen-shi returned last time, her existence had already been revealed to the relatives at home. However, Nyen-shi was portrayed as a child who had just returned from abroad, and everyone was still unfamiliar with her. In her childhood, Nyen-shi shared a close bond with her cousin, but as they grew older and embarked on their respective lives, they gradually lost touch. After exchanging polite greetings, her cousin departed. Her sole purpose for the visit was to ensure Erpeo's safe arrival. The atmosphere at Grandfather Nyen's house became lively again with the arrival of Erpeo. Children possess little sense of shame, and Erpeo, being a lively and playful child, soon amused everyone with his antics. Yet, the presence of Nyen-shi and Huachan made him uneasy due to their unfamiliarity. To Erpeo, Nyen-shi was not truly his aunt. Although she was designated as such, she felt foreign to him, and he was even less acquainted with Huachan, the uncle. Unbeknownst to him, the term aunt did indeed refer to a uncle, which rendered him wary of both. Each time Nianqi attempted to draw closer to him, she could perceive the strangeness and distance in his eyes. The once playful little nephew, now a stranger, filled Nianqi's heart with a profound sense of desolation, resulting in a bittersweet smile upon her face. Huichan, noticing her sorrow, was filled with compassion. Upon entering the house and failing to see his uncle, Erpeo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His longing for his uncle prompted him to ask, "Aunt, hasn't my uncle returned? When will he come back?" A heavy silence enveloped the room. The concept of changing genders was utterly bewildering to adults, let alone to a child. The truth was concealed from relatives and friends. Only their family was aware of it. Furthermore, given Erpeo's tender age and his undeveloped worldview, they feared it would affect his understanding of the world. Nianqi realized that the presence of her brother-in-law could no longer materialize. Erpeo would never see his uncle again. While she had long since prepared an excuse, the innocence reflected in Erpeo's eyes made it difficult for her to find the words. At that moment, Huichan stepped forward, gently ruffling Erpeo's small head, and spoke softly. "Your uncle has gone abroad to study, but do not be sad, for he misses you dearly." "Oh, I see." Erpeo's expression immediately dimmed. The young child did not fully grasp the concept of going abroad, but he understood that his uncle had gone to a faraway place, which left him with an indescribable sense of bitterness. "So, I won't be able to play with my uncle anymore? What did you and my uncle used to play?" "Aunt will accompany you." Though his uncle was gone, there was still his aunt. Erpeo's eyes brightened at this thought. "Aunt, can you make grasshoppers? My uncle used to make them for me." Nianqi smiled, fully willing to oblige the child's request. "Of course. However, there is no grass available right now. When you return next summer for your break, I will make some for you." During the autumn and winter months, the grass had withered and turned brown, making it difficult to craft grasshoppers. Erpeo sighed, feeling disheartened at the prospect of not being able to play with grasshoppers. "Can we make a little horse out of corn husks instead?" "Absolutely," Erbao cheerfully agreed. Nianqi, retaining her childlike innocence, began to play with her little nephew once more. Erbao grew increasingly fond of his aunt, and in certain fleeting moments, he felt as if he were once again in the presence of his beloved uncle. Yet, his aunt would forever remain distinct from his uncle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Erbao appeared to possess boundless energy, yearning for more play until the world turned dark. Unfortunately, his cousin arrived to take him home, and despite his mischievous nature, he became subdued in the presence of his mother. Before departing, he assured Nianqi that he would return the following day to play with her. As the family bid farewell to Erbao, they resumed their bustling preparations for dinner. Grandpa Nian, eager to showcase his culinary skills, decided to make fried cakes, which produced a significant amount of smoke and caused quite a bit of coughing. Huichan and Nianqi intended to assist, but they were gently ushered into another room, instructed to remain there. The affection of the older generation often manifests in subtle ways. The two could only accept this, even feeling a quiet sense of gratitude. Throughout the day, the family gathered closely, yet they hesitated to express their desire for intimacy. It was only during these fleeting moments that they could find solace in each other's company. "In a couple of days, will you accompany me to the town to buy some things for Grandma and Grandpa?" Huichan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That sounds good. I had been wondering if what we brought back was perhaps insufficient." Indeed. Chapter 85. What a shame! Nianqi cast a flirtatious glance at him, believing the topic had concluded. However, to her surprise, Huichan shut the door to the room. "Why are you closing the door?" Nianqi felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that this fellow intended to be reckless while her grandfather was still around? As the man approached her, she found herself retreating step by step until she was cornered against the wall. "Nianqi, I'm hungry," Huichan said with a wicked smile, suggesting something more. His gaze upon her resembled that of a connoisseur eyeing a delectable dish, eager to indulge. "Dinner will be served soon. What's the point of this? After being together for so long, all that was left to do had been done." Nianqi quickly comprehended his intentions. He wished to continue where they had been interrupted. She had thought that visiting her grandfather's house would temper Huichan's desires, considering they had little opportunity for privacy. Even she felt fortunate to simply hold hands or share an embrace. But clearly, Huachan was far bolder, his cravings unfulfilled by mere fleeting touches. It's only the first day. Is your desire not a bit too fervent? If she had not witnessed Huachan's prowess in business, Nian she might have deemed him a mere infatuated lover, rather shameless in his pursuits. Yet, she found herself relishing this forced sensation. Observing her bashful response, Huachan discerned her acquiescence and remarked, "You are a feast for the eyes." He then leaned in, their lips meeting. As the saying goes, from one comes two, from two comes three, and from three comes all things. Nian she decided not to dwell on it. If she was to seek excitement, she would do so wholeheartedly. This kiss was far from ordinary. However, before they could fully immerse themselves, Nian Jiangua burst in unexpectedly, his booming voice shattering the moment. "Eldest son, wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Due to the absence of a lock, Nian Jiangua entered without hesitation. Startled, the two nearly had their hearts leap from their throats. Why do I say again? They hastily separated. Yet, Nian Jiangua was evidently more perceptive in such matters than grandfather Nian. From their flushed faces, Huachan's lipstick-stained lips, and his eldest son's slightly swollen mouth, Nian Jiangua quickly deduced what had just transpired. His expression darkened in discontent. "How can you be so thoughtless? Do you not know to exercise restraint in your grandfather's house? It must be this rascal Huachen's influence." With that thought, Nian Jiangua glared at Huachan, his eyes filled with hostility. Nian she pouted, displeased at the interruption. As night fell, the family prepared to make their beds. Although the heated Kong was spacious, accommodating 6 people proved quite a challenge. Grandfather Nian turned to grandmother Nian, saying, "Dear, please help the children set up their beds." "What? You want to eat jerky? We can buy it in town another day." It was unclear whether grandmother Nian was genuinely hard of hearing or merely feigning it. Nian's grandfather ultimately decided to engage in some labor himself. In a swift manner, he prepared the bedding. Although Nianxi and Huachan were not yet married, they had to exercise restraint in the presence of their elders, no matter how intimate they might be when alone. Naturally, they could not share a bed. Thus, Huachan was naturally assigned to sleep with Nian Jiangwo. He felt the pressure reminiscent of when Nianxi and Xiao Exan shared a bed. His father-in-law's presence was indeed imposing. That night, a heavy snowfall quietly descended, as if heralding the imminent arrival of the new year, enhancing the festive atmosphere with each flake. Not until noon the following day did the snow finally cease, blanketing the fields, courtyards, eaves, and rooftops in a pristine white. Unfortunately, Nianxi remained in bed, missing the splendid sight of the morning's snowstorm. As lunchtime approached, Huachan was tasked with waking her. "Darling, it's time to rise. The sun is shining on your backside," he gently urged, bending down to lightly pat the quilt. "Ugh, I don't want to." Nianxi was abruptly awakened, her sleepy eyes barely open, instinctively emitting a sound akin to a cat's mewl, curling further into her cocoon of warmth. "Grandpa and Grandma have prepared breakfast. You can sleep after eating," Huachan coaxed softly, as one might a child. "Ugh." With great effort, Nianxi opened her eyes, only to be blinded by the bright sunlight, causing her to shut them once more and bury herself deeper under the covers. Huachan, feeling exasperated, resorted to a playful threat. "If you don't get up, I'll tickle you." This tactic proved effective. Nianxi, startled, quickly intervened. Turning over, she opened her eyes, meeting Huachen's gaze. At that moment, her complexion was flushed, her eyes shimmering with sleepiness, which made Huachen's heart race uncontrollably, as if she were a temptress drawing him in. "Hold me," she murmured, extending her delicate arms from the confines of the quilt, inviting him into her embrace. Huachen leaned down, and Nianxi seized the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck. However, this was not sufficient. Their lips met, and they savored each other's breath, reluctant to part. Yet, they were acutely aware of the risk of interruption in this unfamiliar setting. And indeed it came. Ahem. Nian Jiangwo's cough startled them both. "Young people, could you exercise a bit of restraint? Is it not a tad excessive?" With a shake of his head, he expressed his disappointment and left the room. "My son, you have truly fallen." Once Nian Jiangwo departed, Nianxi and Huachan exchanged a glance, each reflecting the embarrassment felt by the other. You should get up quickly. I'll go first. Remember to come for lunch. Huachun hastily exited, wishing to escape the awkwardness of being caught in such a compromising position with his future father-in-law's daughter. Nianqi's face flushed crimson as she burrowed deeper into the covers, as though this act might erase the humiliation of being discovered by her father. If it were just the two of them, she might have felt bold. But the thought of being seen by others made her wish she could vanish on the spot. Chapter 86. The crane bestows a child not long after lunch. Erpang bounced over once more. Nianqi was delighted to have her little nephew visit, as it brought back fond memories of when he was just a small child. The snow in the courtyard had accumulated to a considerable depth, perfect for a snowball fight. Observing their spirited play, Huachun was reminded of his own childhood and eagerly joined the fray. However, it was evident that Erpang preferred to play with his little aunt rather than Huachun. Was it because Huachun had comforted him earlier? This made Nianqi feel a twinge of jealousy. After some time, the three of them grew weary. With his big eyes blinking innocently, Erpang asked, "Auntie, I have a question for you." "Go ahead and ask," she replied. "Where did I come from?" Nianqi's face darkened. Shouldn't that question be directed to his mother? Why ask his aunt? What could she possibly say to a child? She turned her gaze to Huachun, only to find him distracted, amusing the dog. With no hope for assistance, Nianqi had to face the question alone. "Did your mother not tell you?" "I asked her, but she said I was picked up from a trash can." "But I don't believe it because I look just like my parents," Erpang explained. Are children these days this clever?" Nianqi recalled asking her parents the same question when she was young. They had told her she was a gift from a phone recharge. Young Nianqi had believed it wholeheartedly. Later, she learned the truth but also understood that her parents' fibs were meant to protect her. Now, her little nephew was asking her the same question, and it was clear Erpang did not believe he was found in a trash can. But how could Nianqi dare to reveal the truth? Even if Erpang could handle it, she had to consider the wrath of her cousin. "Actually, you were a gift from your mother's phone recharge." Nianqi hastily devised this classic explanation. However, Erpang was not convinced and scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. "Auntie, do you think I'm still 3 years old? No one gives away children when they recharge their phones. I've tried it." Nianqi was taken aback. Who would have thought this little fellow, though small in stature, possessed such insight and understood that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth? Well, what do you think?" Unable to deceive him, Nianqi tossed the question back to Erpang. Erpang fell for it and began to ponder. I heard a story." He then recounted to Nianqi a tale he knew, which was essentially a legend about a crane that bestows children. From Erpang's expression, Nianqi deduced he truly wished for the story to be real, so she decided to go along with it. "Our Erpang is indeed clever. You've figured it out." Erpang's eyes sparkled with revelation, brimming with youthful wisdom. Yet, being a perceptive child, he did not wholly trust Nianqi's assertion. "Am I really sent by a crane? But why have I never seen one? She is a celestial being, of course, arriving and departing without a trace. How could you possibly discover her?" "I see." Erpang lowered his head, adopting a precocious demeanor as he stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. "Mother mentioned that next year I might have a younger brother or sister. When the celestial crane arrives, I shall attempt to catch it." Nianqi furrowed her brows slightly and admonished, "They brought you here, and you wish to capture them? How ungrateful you are, my child." Chapter 87. Why are the flowers so red? Erpang felt a deep sense of injustice and hurriedly explained. "Auntie, this is a misunderstanding. I merely wished for it to carry me to the heavens, to soar alongside the sun. You ought to study diligently, and one day you could become a pilot, flying on your own. Wouldn't that be far more exhilarating than being carried by a crane?" Upon hearing this, Erpang displayed a look of disdain. "Auntie, why are you just like my uncle? Why must everything revolve around studying?" Nianqi was momentarily taken aback. Then her irritation flared. "You little rascal, is my emphasis on your education what annoys you? If it weren't for the fact that your uncle is no longer around, I would certainly spank you to teach you why the flowers are so red and why sunflowers turn toward the sun." However, Nianqi knew she must suppress her anger and spoke earnestly. "If you study well, perhaps one day you might reunite with your uncle." Erpang's eyes lit up, and he even jumped with excitement. Really? Auntie, you mustn't deceive me. Oh. What if this child becomes fixated on that notion? Nianqi immediately regretted mentioning his uncle. Yet, she quickly dismissed her concerns. No. Children are quite forgetful. He will encounter many people and experiences as he grows up. Surely, he will eventually forget that he had an uncle. At that moment, a soprano voice rang out, "Air Pang, it's time to go home." Upon glancing, she realized it was his cousin come to escort him. Unbeknownst to them, the day had slipped away. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue across the landscape, enhancing the beauty of the snowy scenery. Remarkably, Air Pang did not sulk. He held his mother's hand with one small hand while waving goodbye to his aunt and uncle with the other. "Auntie and uncle, see you tomorrow. I will study hard." As he departed, Huichun finally ceased his playful antics with the dog and quietly stood beside Nianqi. "The child will learn in due time," he remarked. Nianqi furrowed her brow, assuming he was referring to the matter of her being Air Pang's uncle. She immediately retorted, "What will he learn? His uncle is no longer here. All that remains is his aunt. You chose this, his uncle." Huichun could not deny that transforming Nianqi into a woman was indeed his responsibility. However, he was not addressing that issue at the moment. He clarified, "I meant he will inevitably come to understand his origins." "Oh, that's a matter for when he grows up. So, can we discuss the topic of children?" As Huichun spoke, he reached around Nianqi, leaning close to her ear and whispering softly. His warm breath brushed against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. She blushed deeply and, feeling flustered, exclaimed, "Rogue," before hastily retreating into the house, leaving Huichun bewildered, standing there in confusion. "I merely wished to discuss when you would like to have children, before marriage, after, or in a few years." How did that turn into an insult? 3 days after the snowfall, the weather warmed slightly, and the snow on the roads had nearly melted away, though the fields remained blanketed in white. Huichun, Nian Jiangwo, and Nian Yi, as the men of the household, undertook the significant task of pasting couplets and hanging lanterns. The festive atmosphere quietly approached, permeating every home. Each household was adorned with fluttering colorful flags and red banners, and some had even begun to set off firecrackers. Occasionally, distant echoes of cannon fire could be heard, accompanied by an incessant chorus of firecracker explosions. Huichun did not overlook even the tiniest corner, adorning the sesame nest with a diminutive couplet. Chapter 88. An Uncommon Treasure. The next day, Nianqi and Huichun donned their attire for an outing, preparing to venture into town to procure a few items, thereby enhancing the festive spirit of the new year. Although the annual gala had lost its charm over the years, the culinary delights remained paramount. Nianqi harbored a deep yearning for the taste of sugar oranges and wished to flaunt them once more. Just before their departure, a mischievous thought crossed Nianqi's mind, prompting her to play a prank on Huichun. Given that he had often pressured her in the past, she resolved to exact a delightful revenge. After all, this was her grandfather's home turf. She was determined to entertain herself at his expense. Once in the vehicle, she stealthily removed her shoes, eagerly awaiting Huichun's arrival. As soon as he entered, a familiar scent enveloped him. Before he could voice his curiosity, Nianqi playfully obstructed his path with her foot. Now, the moment of revelation had arrived. Huichun's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a treasure uncovered. "What's come over you today? So forward?" he exclaimed. "I wondered why you washed your feet before coming out. Turns out you were waiting for me. You like it, don't you?" "I dressed this way just for you," Nianqi replied with a beaming smile, thoroughly enjoying the sight of his eyes gleaming like a wolf's upon spotting its prey. She couldn't help but delight in the prospect of his reaction to her playful scheme, as he had often bullied her in the past. He deserved it. Though Nianqi's playful antics held a potent allure for Huichun, he was not yet entirely captivated. Her unusual behavior that day reminded him of the first time she donned alluring attire. Surely, she was up to something mischievous. Nevertheless, the tantalizing sight before him made him willingly overlook any awkwardness. With cautious anticipation, he began to gradually roll up his pant legs, and the moment Nianqi's calves were exposed, she could no longer contain her laughter. "Ha ha ha! It turns out your stockings only reach your ankles." Huachin was taken aback, questioning the very fabric of his existence. Nianqi reveled in witnessing his flustered expression, laughing uncontrollably. I knew that once you took the initiative, you wouldn't have anything worthwhile to offer. Huachin retorted, somewhat exasperated. Nianqi, while capable of wearing such attire, had never willingly showcased it to him unless requested. What's wrong? Aren't ankle stockings still stockings? I thought you enjoyed tearing them. I bought over 40 pairs for just 20 yuan online for you to rip to your heart's content. She taunted, presenting him with another pair, this one even more audacious, fishnet stockings. Huachin, utterly disappointed, disdainfully pushed them away. No, this doesn't even qualify as a stocking. It's hardly alluring. Nianqi, now irked, shot back. Oh, you claim to adore every inch of me, yet now you find me unappealing? Hypocrite. Ugh. Amid her playful grievances, Huachin found himself at a loss for words. Observing her cheerful demeanor, a wicked thought surged within him. Suddenly, he lunged towards her delicate feet with both hands. However, it seemed that Nianqi had long seen through his intentions. She swiftly retracted her legs, evading his grasp. Still want to tickle me? Not a chance, I figured you out. As his ploy failed, Huachin could only turn his face away, feigning sulkiness. Nianqi found this amusing and couldn't help but tease him. What's wrong, honey? Are you upset? Oh, who was just saying they cherished rare treasures? You deserve to be bullied by me every day. This is your retribution. Before she could finish her sentence, Huachin seized the opportunity and turned his head abruptly, planting a kiss on her ruby lips. Nianqi jolted in surprise, hastily dodging and wiping her mouth in disgust. Oh, you just kissed. There, and now you come to kiss me. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Huachin appeared to do so deliberately, a mischievous grin adorning his face. This was his revenge on her. Nianqi felt a surge of indignation and retaliated with a punch. She had intended to tease him, yet it had backfired, allowing him to turn the tables. Nonetheless, her tiny fist was nothing more than a mere tickle to Huachin. Observing her puffed-up expression, he found her utterly adorable and couldn't help but chuckle. You are simply too charming. I cannot resist your allure. As he spoke, he playfully tapped her forehead. Huachin's tone was gentle, his handsome face mere inches away, causing Nianqi to blush and hastily change the subject. You certainly have a way with words. Now, drive. Yet Huachin shook his head. No, you need to go back and change into something warmer. SNT, what I'm wearing sufficient? It's below zero. My dear ancestor, how can you manage in so little? Didn't you feel cold when you came out?
Fine all right.
Nianqi wore a down jacket on her upper body, which looked decent, but her legs were clad only in a single layer of jeans, without even thermal leggings, clearly inadequate for warmth. She claimed to be full of youthful vigor, unafraid of the cold, but Huachin's remarks made her waver in confidence. When you grow old and get rheumatism, you'll regret it. Hurry up, I'll wait for you here. All right. Nianqi could not resist him, so she agreed and hurriedly exited the car towards the house. Don't forget to change your socks. Got it. When Nianqi returned, Huachin still worriedly lifted her pant leg to check that she was adequately warm before they set off. Nianqi also spritzed the interior of the car with air freshener, even though she believed her feet bore no odor, and Huachin had concurred. Nevertheless, it was not her car. Should even a hint of scent be detected, it would be quite embarrassing. On the road, as she reapplied her lipstick during a brief pause, she was caught off guard by a sudden break, causing the lipstick to sweep across her cheek, leaving a scarlet mark. Glancing in the mirror, she looked just like a ghost. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Nianqi exclaimed in anger. This time it was an accident, Huachin quickly clarified. He truly hadn't meant to. After a 10-minute drive, they arrived at their destination. The market area was bustling with traffic, throngs of people crowding the streets, lively and animated. The lively Yanga troupe in the square joyfully sang their tunes, surrounded by a throng of spectators. It could be described as a cacophony of gongs and drums, firecrackers resounding, red flags fluttering, and a sea of humanity. Suddenly, the vehicle in front came to a screeching halt, startling Huachin himself. This was the unfortunate moment that befell Nianqi. Nianqi realized that he could not entirely blame Huachin. It was merely his own oversight for not being vigilant of his surroundings. As the vehicle resumed its journey, despite the abundance of delightful food and entertainment lining the roadside, it was imperative to first locate a suitable parking spot. It seemed they had arrived at an inopportune time, coinciding with the bustling market, resulting in an even greater crowd and congestion. After a tedious 20 minutes of stop and go, they finally secured a parking space in a large courtyard. Chapter 89. A reunion in the hometown on the road. Remnants of ice lingered, interspersed with patches of soil, making it less slippery but still requiring cautious steps. A considerable number of people had gathered for the market, creating a bustling scene that rendered the path nearly impassable. Many young individuals were seen escorting children and the elderly. Vendors along the roadside boisterously advertised the prices of vegetables and fruits, while elderly couples engaged in spirited debates over a single cabbage, expertly haggling over prices. The atmosphere radiated a vibrant sense of prosperity. Nianqi had not participated in the local market for quite some time, and everything piqued her curiosity, prompting her to take a closer look. As she strolled alongside Huachun, they discussed potential purchases. Smaller items like fruits and vegetables could be bought on the spot and carried away, while larger items such as cases of liquor would be better acquired when they were ready to head home. With a playful spirit, Nianqi quickened her pace, leaving Huachun trailing behind. The throng of people created a growing distance between them. When she turned around, she was startled to find Huachun had vanished from sight. Growing anxious, she scanned her surroundings but could not locate him. Just then, a tricycle passed by, and its basket snagged her clothing, causing her to stumble. Unbeknownst to her, she stepped on the ice, lost her footing, and began to fall backward. Watch out! At that critical moment, a dashing young man appeared like a hero out of nowhere, steadying her from behind. He sported curly hair styled in a Morgan cut, accompanied by a young woman whose fresh-faced beauty exuded innocence. Both appeared to be of a similar age to Nianqi, likely university students. "Thank you." Nianqi expressed her gratitude politely, still shaken from nearly losing her balance. The young man, upon recognizing her features, exclaimed in surprise, "Nianqi? Lu Zhang?" Nianqi's face lit up with joy, having recognized her classmate, Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang had always maintained a middle-range academic performance in their class, characterized by his cheerful and warm demeanor, getting along well with everyone. Previously, during her time as a male, she had shared a close friendship with him, second only to Huachun. However, since her transformation into a woman, their paths had diverged. Nianqi never imagined that a trip to the market would lead to an encounter with an old classmate. Although they had previously discussed Lu Zhang's hometown being in a nearby village, she never anticipated such a serendipitous meeting in the midst of a bustling crowd. Life felt almost like a soap opera in that moment. Truth be told, while Nianqi had accepted her new identity as a woman, and was even engaged in a relationship with her former close friend, now husband, she still harbored fears of societal judgment. The unexpected reunion with an old classmate raised concerns about her secret being exposed. However, as Nianyang, she had managed to remain undiscovered for quite some time, and she hoped nothing would go awry now. In reality, Lu Zhang had not considered that Nianqi was Nianyang. He merely thought they bore a striking resemblance, as siblings often do, unless one possessed a particularly unique perspective. "Do you know her?" the young woman beside Lu Zhang inquired, her expression instantly souring upon seeing Nianqi, and her tone turned accusatory as she addressed Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang, somewhat oblivious to the subtleties of emotion, remained unperturbed by the atmosphere, expressing joy at the serendipitous reunion with an old friend from his hometown. "What a surprise to encounter you here," he exclaimed. "I merely came to purchase a few items today. Who would have thought?" The two classmates engaged in animated conversation, inadvertently neglecting the girl beside Lu Zhang. At that moment, Huachun navigated through the crowd towards them. "See, where have you run off to? You vanished in the blink of an eye." His gaze was instantly drawn to Nianqi, as if she were the sole focus of his world, and he enveloped her in an affectionate embrace. Lu Zhang, noticing Huachun, found his attention captivated as well. "Isn't this Brother Chen? What a coincidence!" The joy of their reunion was palpable, with Huachun exuberantly patting Lu Zhang on the arm. "How have you been lately?" This seemingly innocuous inquiry struck a nerve with Lu Zhang. "Not too bad," he replied, his expression tinged with awkwardness. though he quickly regained his composure and enthusiastically grasped Hua Chen's arm. Come? It's a rare occasion to reunite. Let us go for a meal and catch up properly. My treat. Responding to Lu Zhang's warm invitation, the group found a restaurant, reserving a private room where they began to converse freely. The presence of old friends seemed to unlock Lu Zhang's verbosity. As they reminisced about the past, Nian Shi, leveraging her identity as Nian Yang's sister, managed to engage in the dialogue. Lu Zhang appeared oblivious to the underlying dynamics, genuinely treating her as Nian Yang's sister, extending his best wishes to her and Hua Chen while casually inquiring about Nian Yang's whereabouts. At this juncture, the excuse of studying abroad proved to be exceedingly convenient, impossible to verify or refute. Chapter 90. Respect, understanding, blessings after indulging in a delightful feast. With the wine flowing and flavors tantalizing the palate, Nianxi excused herself from the table, claiming the need to retouch her makeup. As she departed, the woman who had accompanied Lu Zhang also bid farewell and followed suit. Observing her retreating figure, Lu Zhang let out a sigh. Hua Chen had his suspicions. From the very beginning, the woman had displayed a lack of warmth towards Lu Zhang, appearing quite impatient. It seemed their relationship was not as harmonious as one might have envisioned. Is she your girlfriend? Why not introduce her? Hua Chen inquired.
No.
She's just a blind date, Lu Zhang replied with a hint of resignation. Arranging blind dates in your sophomore year? Hua Chen expressed his surprise, momentarily forgetting that he too was only in his second year, and that his own father had already set up blind dates for him. Lu Zhang waved his hand dismissively, saying, My mother insists that I talk to her. During high school, she strictly prohibited me from dating and I complied. Now that I'm in college, she expects me to bring home a girlfriend. I sent that a bit unreasonable? She has been nagging me for 2 years, and now, since I didn't bring anyone home for the new year, she has gone ahead and arranged a blind date. Such is the pressure from family. Hua Chen sympathized, giving his shoulder a friendly pat, indicating that he understood the plight of blind dates. When Nianxi returned, both Hua Chen and Lu Zhang tacitly chose not to revisit their previous conversation. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lu Zhang introduced a significant piece of news. By the way, do you remember Lu Ruyan, the exceptionally bright girl from our class? Nianxi struggled to recall her, as their interactions had been sparse, and she held little impression of Lu Ruyan. Hua Chen, however, pondered for a moment before responding. I vaguely remember. Wasn't she involved with a wealthy heir and was ordered to go home for reflection? By the way, where is he now? Returning to the topic, Lu Zhang expressed his sentiments. I heard that shortly after they got together, things took a turn. She found herself in a delicate situation, but the man abandoned her and ran away. Yet, Lu Ruyan insisted on keeping the child, which led her family to disown her. She has been living in dire circumstances ever since. That's despicable, Nianxi exclaimed, her fists clenched in indignation as she delivered a sharp punch to Hua Chen. Ouch! Why are you taking your anger out on me? Hua Chen protested, feeling the sting of her blow. If you dare to treat me poorly, I'll hit you even harder, Nianxi threatened fiercely. How could I ever mistreat you? My love for you knows no bounds. Unlike most who might prefer a gentle and caring partner, Hua Chen reveled in Nianxi's fierceness. After all, a little playful banter is a sign of affection. Indeed, she had just kissed him moments ago.
Hua Chen,
oblivious to the world around them, continued to whisper sweet nothings, gently holding Nianxi's small hand. Ahem. In the midst of their tender gazes, Lu Zhang, unable to bear the sight, gently cleared his throat twice to interrupt them. Hua Chen shot him a displeased glare, as if to say, What are you looking at? That's my fierce tigress. The two reluctantly parted ways and resumed their conversation. Hua Chen sighed, choosing not to delve into any heavier topics. It's better to focus on oneself and enjoy the new year than to dwell on anything else. At that moment, Nianxi grew curious about how Lu Zhang knew so much about these matters. How do you know so much about Lu Ruyan? This question left Lu Zhang feeling somewhat embarrassed. He scratched his head and awkwardly confessed, It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I used to have feelings for her. So that was the reason. It made sense now. I feel regretful about how she has turned out, Lu Zhang lamented. Indeed, she was once a remarkable girl. Yet she has willingly fallen so low. Such is the cruelty of fate. Having reminisced about joyful times of the past, they noticed it was getting late and prepared to disperse. Lu Zhang assured Huachun that he would seriously consider his proposal. They then began to bicker over who would pay the bill, a common custom in northern culture that may baffle their friends from the south. Ultimately, it was Nian Shi who discreetly took care of the bill, suggesting that Lu Zhang should treat them next time. Lu Zhang could only accept this with resignation, promising that he would cover the expenses at their next gathering. Encountering an old friend was a delightful surprise. This trip to the market yielded a bountiful harvest. They returned with a large bag filled with dry goods, fruits, vegetables, snacks, and an entire case of beer and drinks, leaving no room in the trunk. Nian Shi was unaware of what Lu Zhang and Huachun had discussed, but on the way back, he held her hand tightly, refusing to let go, which made her both exasperated and amused. Halfway through the drive, he even pulled over to the roadside, embracing her with kisses and nibbles. Nian Shi felt utterly flustered, thinking to herself that if it weren't so inappropriate in public, she might suspect that Huachun intended to have a rendezvous right there, in someone else's car. How utterly scandalous. Chapter 91. We will always be well, as the saying goes. The stone path climbs the cold mountain, where white clouds conceal a dwelling. The beauty of the maple forest at dusk captivates the heart, and the frost-kissed leaves outshine the flowers of February. It took Nian Shi quite some time to soothe this emotionally driven man. After a few more minutes of driving, they finally arrived at her grandfather's house. Ugh, you always do this. You never give me a heads up. It nearly suffocated me. Nian Shi's cheeks were still flushed as she hastily spat out a mouthful, having no water in the car to alleviate the unpleasant taste lingering in her mouth. Huachun found it difficult to meet her gaze, acutely aware that he had once again lost control of himself in the moment of excitement. So, did I excite you? Nian Shi retorted with irritation. Yes, indeed. I owe you my gratitude, she replied through gritted teeth, turning her face away, unwilling to engage further with this insufferable man. As the spring festival approached, the sounds of firecrackers grew increasingly frequent during the day, immersing the atmosphere in a festive spirit. Despite the government's restrictions on fireworks, the people's fervor could not be contained. On New Year's Eve, every household radiated joy. The daytime explosions were incessant, but the true revelry unfolded at night. The annual gala was indispensable. While some might not watch it, others engaged in various activities. For Nian Shi's family, their tradition involved watching the gala while chatting. Enjoying steaming dumplings, they listened to the somewhat unamusing performances of recent years, yet the ambience remained joyful. As night fell, the air was filled with the sounds of firecrackers, symbolizing the blessings of love and friendship. The Nian family certainly did not miss out on this cherished activity. Various fireworks erupted, their thunderous booms shaking the very doors. Nian Shi and Huachun sheltered under the eaves, covering their ears, while the family dog seemed to revel in the festive atmosphere, darting around the yard. Xian and Grandma Nian appeared notably composed, watching the gala and chatting within the house. Grandpa Nian retrieved the fireworks, seldom purchased but now a rare treat for this year. With a resounding crack, a brilliant red light shot into the sky, exploding into a dazzling display of sparks. Countless radiant trails illuminated the night, accompanied by the thunderous sounds that painted the dark sky with brilliant hues. To see it more clearly, Nian Shi dashed out of the yard, capturing this rare moment with her phone. In her eyes shone the fireworks, while Huachun's gaze was entirely fixed upon her. As Nian Shi filmed the fireworks, Huachun discreetly captured her at that moment. The vibrant lights reflected upon the girl's delicate face, enhancing her beauty. Huachun quietly stepped behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. The enchanting figure in his embrace was both fragile and resilient, evoking in him a desire to protect her, yet he dared not hold her too tightly. As his hands clasped around her waist, they brushed against the ring on her ring finger, deepening his affection for Nian Shi. Once a cherished brother, now a beloved companion, he finds himself perpetually consumed by thoughts of her. Apologies escape his lips unexpectedly. Huachung's sudden expression of remorse surprises Nian Shi. It has been ages since she has heard such a sincere apology from him. Typically, his apologies are delivered in jest, a light-hearted acknowledgement of his mischief. However, this solemnity seems to stem from the shadows of their past lives. Nianqi marvels at what might have stirred his reflections during this festive season. What could it be? Turning to meet his gaze, she perceives the tenderness and concern he harbors for her within his eyes. You endured such hardship in your past life, and yet I failed to assist you, despite my capabilities. In their previous existence, Huaqing was privy to Nianqi's struggles and was aware of the relentless afflictions plaguing Nian Zhangguo. Cancer, an ailment so challenging to eradicate, offered only the prospect of management. His only recourse was to discreetly cover some medical expenses, alleviating a fraction of Nianqi's financial burdens, ensuring she was not crushed by predatory loans. Although Nianqi occasionally sought additional loans, at least he could ensure that those lenders would not dare disturb her. After all, how could her meager salary sustain her for so many years? Yet, in Huaqing's eyes, these merely serve as excuses for his failure to protect her. He hesitates to voice his thoughts. Nianqi holds no grudge against him, yet witnessing his despondence stirs a fear within her that he might plunge into unwelcome reminiscence. Seemingly resolute, she playfully strikes his forehead with her palm. The gentle gesture, devoid of any harm, instead radiates a delightful charm. This, she deems, is her form of retribution. Huaqing, momentarily taken aback, reflects on the irony of vowing to protect her yet having faltered in their past life. Are you not angry? Shouldn't you be unleashing your frustrations upon me, or weeping to release your grievances? Let go of such thoughts. The past should remain in the past. We ought to look forward, don't you think? Nianqi responds, her sweet smile illuminating the moment. Huaqing finds himself enchanted by her endearing expression. Indeed, let the past remain behind. The future holds greater significance. As Nianqi feels the warmth of the man enveloping her heart races in tandem with his, their rhythms synchronizing in an unbreakable bond. Unbeknownst to them, it has been a considerable time since she embraced her femininity. The promises she made to herself long ago have come to fruition, and she marvels at the serendipity of it all. Glancing at the ring adorning her fourth finger, warmth envelopes her heart. In the coming year, may we continue to thrive together. With this thought, Nianqi turns to meet Huaqing's gaze once more. The sparks in the sky reflect upon their faces, casting a rosy glow that blurs the line between bashfulness and the mere brilliance of light. As the crowd begins to count down in unison, the chimes of midnight resonate. Happy New Year! The festive atmosphere reaches its zenith, heralding the dawn of a new year. The two embrace tightly, marking not only the conclusion of one year but also the inception of another. After a prolonged moment, they reluctantly part. Happy New Year, Nianqi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and a radiant smile gracing her lips. Happy New Year, Huaqing replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. After sharing a tender gaze, Nianqi suddenly extended her palm towards him, playfully declaring, bring forth the red envelope, while casting him a flirtatious glance. Are you being good? He inquired. I am indeed good, but I don't want it, she retorted, her expression darkening in displeasure as she threw a punch his way. Go to hell. The first curse of the new year was genuinely delightful, a refreshing sensation. Chapter 92. The New Year's gift for children. As the night of fireworks faded, the dawn broke with a gentle light on the horizon. At this moment, the younger generation of each family began to visit relatives and friends, extending New Year greetings. Nianqi had a deep-seated aversion to such familial visits. The lack of regular contact was one aspect, but the incessant inquiries about her life were another. Her last experience had left a profound impression on her. Moreover, given her current status, she felt a certain awkwardness in approaching any relatives or acquaintances. Her parents, resigned to the situation, left her behind and ventured out alone. Nian's grandparents, being elders, naturally had no need to partake in these visits. Shortly after Nian Zhangguo and he Xian departed, relatives began to arrive to offer their New Year salutations. A flurry of aunts, uncles, and cousins descended upon them, all brimming with curiosity about Huaqing, engaging him in conversation for quite some time. Fortunately, everyone had their own schedules, so most left after a brief chat. Since it was New Year, her little nephew Erpang was certainly not to be missed. Erpang, along with his family, was among the later visitors. Upon spotting his aunt, he joyfully dashed over, having been preoccupied with various pre-New Year activities and neglecting to play with Nianqi. Today, seeing his aunt again filled him with excitement, and he leaped into her arms. Happy New Year, Auntie! Slow down, Nianqi exclaimed, barely managing to stabilize herself as she caught him. Erpang was no longer the small child she could easily lift. With her modest strength, it was quite a struggle to hold him. Her cousin scolded from behind. Erpang, how old are you? Still wanting to be carried? Your aunt can hardly lift you anymore. So get down. It's fine, cousin. I'm still okay. Nianqi replied with a wry smile, steadying the hefty boy in her arms. The little chub's waist was spilling over with softness. Nianqi's cousin's husband exchanged a knowing glance with Huachan. Though they were strangers, an unspoken understanding passed between them, a silent camaraderie among men. After a brief moment, Nianqi could no longer bear the weight and gently set Erpang down. Following that, her cousin's family proceeded to offer their New Year wishes to Nian's grandparents, engaging in idle chatter thereafter. Seizing this opportunity, Nianqi discreetly pulled Erpang aside and slipped him a generous red envelope, significantly more than what others typically bestowed. In the past, she had indulged Erpang, but as a student, her gifts had been meager, merely a token of her affection. Now, having earned a bit as a budding actress, she felt she could afford to be more generous. Here's your New Year money, from both your aunt and uncle, along with your little uncle and aunt. Really, auntie? Did my little uncle give me something too? Erpang exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. Indeed, your aunt would never deceive you, Nianqi replied, patting his little head affectionately. But you must keep it safe, okay? If your mother asks, just say you received only 100, she advised. Why? Erpang inquired, his small eyes wide with confusion. Are you silly? Doesn't your mother always say she'll keep it for you? Have you ever actually used that money? Nianqi chided gently, recalling her own childhood when her mother had convinced her to hand over her New Year money for safekeeping. As they grew older, there was a moment when I inquired, only to learn that he had long forgotten where the flowers had gone. It was both a source of helplessness and amusement.
Erpang, bewildert,
Nodded vacantly and broke into a silly grin. When Xiaopang laughed, he resembled a little panda, which made Nianqi find him utterly endearing. However, she still hoped that Xiaopang would shed a few pounds. After a brief chat, her cousin's family departed to visit other relatives and friends. Watching Erpang leave, Huachan voiced his lingering curiosity. Are you not being a bit too indulgent with the child? He's just a primary school student. How could he spend so much? Huachan was not opposed to investing more money in children, but he believed that a young child wouldn't have a substantial amount to spend, unless they were recklessly charging expenses in games. He feared such a scenario. Nianqi, however, didn't ponder it deeply. Could it be? He is still so young. This little fellow even knows how to recharge his phone. Surely he understands how to spend on games too? Nianqi felt a surge of confidence. Yet she also reflected, the child would no longer see his uncle, and as his aunt, there was little she could do except offer financial support to soothe the child's wounded spirit. What? Are you feeling jealous of the child? Teased his aunt. I merely worry that he might squander his money, but my cousin's education is commendable. Erpang will grow up well. Furthermore, Huachan professed, I simply love you so profoundly, my dear aunt. And with that, his hands playfully ambushed her, tickling her waist. Oh, you're tickling me again. Nianqi gasped, startled, feeling both embarrassed and ticklish. The thoughts of children are pure. After her family finished visiting relatives and returned home, Nianqi's cousin, under the pretext of safeguarding Erpang's treasures, confiscated all his gains from the day. Upon calculation, it was evident that his haul this year surpassed previous years significantly. Unable to withstand the pressure, Erpang ultimately revealed Nianqi's involvement. His cousin lamented how this aunt could be so indulgent toward Erpang, showering him with such generosity. Yet, regardless of how much pocket money he received, there was no expectation of repayment. In the end, all she could do was accept it resignedly. However, in the spirit of reciprocity, she felt compelled to provide even more gifts to make amends. The following day, her cousin delivered a considerable number of presents. Nianqi felt exasperated with Erpang, thinking, this little rascal truly failed to guard his own treasure. As the new year passed, the once vibrant atmosphere gradually faded into tranquility. The younger generations in each household began to find their own jobs and left one after another. The village slowly returned to its former quietude. Nianqi's family also prepared to return to the city on an appropriate day, as everyone had work commitments. In previous years, when there were no pressing matters, Nianqi would linger in her hometown for extended periods, as would Erpang. But this year was different. Huochuan had fully integrated into Nianqi's family. Xin even candidly expressed her excitement about the prospect of becoming a grandmother. She urged Nianqi and Huochuan to nurture their relationship further, aiming for marriage upon graduation and to conceive a child in the second year of marriage. Nianqi affirmed that she would cultivate their bond earnestly, but regarding children, she suggested they could wait a few more years. In the subsequent 2 or 3 days, perhaps due to being occupied with homework under her cousin's watchful eye, Erpang didn't come to play with Nianqi much. One afternoon, Nian Jiangua and Xin are taking a nap, while their grandparents have gone out for a stroll. Nianqi and Huochuan are enjoying a rare moment of intimacy.